Shang Zhenzhen found herself transmigrated into a book, awakening as the ill-fated female supporting character. In a bid for survival, she endeavored daily to enhance her rapport with Qin Yechuan. The entire student body regarded her with disdain, dismissing her as a mere frivolous heiress unworthy of the talented and handsome Qin. Even Qin himself paid her little heed. However, in a swift turn of events, the students were astounded to witness Qin Yechuan orbiting around Shang Zhenzhen. Goodness, has Shang Zhenzhen truly ensnared Qin Yechuan? While the whole school anticipated their breakup, only Qin Yechuan recognized that she was the sole beacon of light in the shadows of his existence, a poison he relished. Shang Zhenzhen, you are the one who provoked me. You shall never escape my side in this lifetime. Together in life, together in death. Chapter 1. I invite you to a joyous feast. Shang Zhenzhen departed, fearful that in her brother Shang Nanzi's rage, he might strangle her on the spot. As she heard the footsteps fade away, Qin Yechuan maintained his composure and left as well. Once Shang Zhenzhen entered the car, the understated luxury of the Bentley whisked her towards home. Just as the vehicle began to move, Shang Nanzi's sardonic voice echoed. Tomorrow after school, there will be a basketball-friendly match in my class. Shang Zhenzhen, remember to bring me tea, water, and towels. A basketball-friendly match? It's an impromptu event organized by the girls in my class, and I happen to be quite displeased with Qin Yechuan. Shang Zhenzhen, should you dare to cheer for him, I shall cast you out, prioritizing righteousness over kinship. Shang Zhenzhen fell silent, momentarily unsure whether to mourn for herself or for her brother. Shang Nanji faced off against the male protagonist in a basketball match, and one can easily surmise the outcome. Shang Zhenzhen, being a year younger than Shang Nanji, is the quintessential icy and sharp-tongued boy. However, his acerbic remarks are reserved solely for his beloved sister, a unique expression of his affection. After contemplating this throughout the night, the following morning, Shang Zhenzhen seized the family medicine kit and stuffed it into his backpack. Upon arriving at school, Shang Zhenzhen sensed a notable shift in the gazes directed at him, marked by a blend of mockery and schadenfreude, akin to how one might look at a fool. He could faintly catch snippets of conversation. The young lady of the Shang family truly is oblivious to her own limitations. Our Lord Qin is no ordinary individual. Why bother attending classes when she can simply waltz into our class? It's downright embarrassing to be in the same room as her. Who could blame her? Her wealthy father donated 2 buildings to the school. In comparison to Shang Xiao, she is truly a far cry from greatness in an unexpected departure from his usual demeanor, Shang Zhenzhen chose not to ignore the comments. Instead, he crossed his arms and shot a piercing glare, his features resembling those of Shang Nanji, equally frosty when devoid of a smile. The gossips shivered and promptly dispersed. They knew better than to provoke the Shang family. Only then did Shang Zhenzhen settle into a seat. Just as he did, a strikingly beautiful girl glided over, her face adorned with a meticulously crafted natural makeup look, her eyes radiating purity and innocence. Zhenzhen, are you feeling any better? Don't pay attention to their nonsense. I wholeheartedly support you. Sun Yinye's voice was soft and sweet, so affected that it almost made sh. Zhenzhen retch his breakfast. If one were to deem her as the malevolent female antagonist within the pages of a book, a significant portion of the blame would undoubtedly fall upon the shoulders of this tea art master. Shang Zhenzhen, having been pampered since childhood, is willful and capricious, always approaching tasks with a straightforward demeanor devoid of cunning. It is during these moments that Sun Yinyu occasionally offers her counsel. And surprisingly, Shang Zhenzhen regards her as a dear friend. In the narrative, Sun Yinyu harbors a profound admiration for Qin Yechuan, while simultaneously holding her in disdain. Shang Zhenzhen smiled. Thank you, Yinyu, for your unwavering support. If I succeed, I shall certainly treat you to a celebratory feast. A flicker of disdain crossed Sun Yanyu's eyes, yet her smile remained intact. Naturally. By the way, I've heard that Class 1 of the 3rd year has a basketball match tonight, featuring Qin Yechuan. Zhenzhen, I have a splendid idea. What is this brilliant idea? Seeing her interest piqued, Sun Yinyu covered her mouth with a grin. I have already inquired about Qin Yechuan's jersey and purchased an identical one for you. You should wear it to cheer for him. He will undoubtedly notice you. Sun Yinyu produced a bag she had concealed behind her, her expression earnest as she gazed at her friend. Shang Zhenzhen's eyes sparkled with delight. Yinyu, you are truly wonderful. Is it a couple's outfit? Of course. If I do not treat you well, who will? You are my closest friend. Just be sure to keep this outfit hidden, for there are far too many fans of Qin Yechuan. Sun Yinyu reiterated her caution, and upon seeing Shang Zhenzhen secure the item, she felt reassured enough to depart. As for what it truly entails, that remains to be seen. As school concluded, news of an exhilarating basketball match spread, featuring 2 prominent school heartthrobs, igniting excitement among the entire student body as they flocked towards the gymnasium. Meanwhile, Sun Yinyu and Shang Zhenzhen discreetly slipped into the girls' restroom to change their attire. Shang Zhenzhen closed the door, calmly perched herself on the toilet seat, and began browsing her phone. Upon inspecting the outfit she had retrieved, she noticed it was considerably oversized, prominently emblazoned with the name Qin Yechuan. It appeared that Sun Yinyu had taken Qin Yechuan's clothing, intending for her to wear it and embarrass herself before the entire school, ultimately leaving her to feign ignorance. A ruse she often employed. Impatience crept in as Sun Yinyu urged, "Zhenzhen, why are you not done yet? The match is about to begin." Shang Zhenzhen, maintaining her composure, feigned distress, replying, You go ahead, I'm feeling a bit unwell, and will join you shortly." She then deliberately played a highly realistic sound effect of flatulence on her phone. Sun Yanya's face turned a shade of green as she hastily covered her nose, exclaiming, "They'll wait for you outside, please hurry." With a mischievous spirit, Shang Zhenzhen played another sound effect of a series of flatulent sounds, listening intently to the hurried footsteps of Sun Yinyu retreating from their restroom. Shang Zhenzhen lingered in the restroom for some time, engrossed in her phone, until she received a message from Shang Nanji, prompting her to finally exit. True to her nature, Sun Yinyu exhibited remarkable patience, still awaiting her with a rather displeased expression, clearly having grown weary from the wait. Upon seeing her emerge clad in the oversized garment, her demeanor lightened slightly as she urged, "Quickly now, we can still make it in time." "Yinyu, this outfit is a bit too large. This is called boyfriend attire. How lovely it looks. It accentuates your petite figure." Shang Zhenzhen could not help but admire Sun Yanya's audacious remarks. She was clearly in a rather awkward situation. Upon reaching the first floor, Shang Zhenzhen feigned a stomach ache and hastily retreated to the restroom. Listening to the sounds emanating from her, Sun Yanya's face turned an even deeper shade of green. The basketball game had already commenced. If she did not hurry, she would lose her chance for a good seat. After a moment's thought, realizing that Shang Zhenzhen was already dressed, she deliberately announced her intention to secure a spot and hurried away. A few minutes later, Shang Zhenzhen emerged, ensuring that Sun Yinyu was no longer present, and promptly removed the clothing, revealing her school uniform beneath. At that moment, the gymnasium was ablaze with light, filled with the raucous cheers and screams that echoed throughout the space. Shang Zhenzhen squeezed her way through for 5 or 6 minutes until she reached the rest area mentioned by Shang Nanji, where she was recognized by others who promptly pulled her in. The atmosphere in the arena was electric. The score stood at 11-10, with Shang Nanzi's team leading by a mere point over Qin Yechuan's. The competition was exceedingly close. "Are you here to cheer for Nanji or for Qin Yechuan?" A boy in the rest area jested, winking at her, evidently aware of her recent exploits. Chapter 2. The pants split. "Go, brother. You're so handsome. You're the best." Shang Zhenzhen ignored the boys who yearned for the spectacle and, after placing down the consolation items, joined the fervent cheering crowd with unbridled enthusiasm. The effect of her spirited support was remarkable. Even Shang Nanji lifted his gaze to glance at her. Beads of sweat cascaded down his sharp brow, his hair tousled and glistening under the lights, exuding an undeniable allure of a truly captivating man. As the increasingly frenzied screams echoed behind her, the overwhelming wave of sound nearly toppled her. It was not until the halftime whistle pierced the air that Shang Zhenzhen realized her voice was on the verge of giving out. She hastily retrieved a clean towel and water, eagerly approaching him. "Brother, you're incredibly handsome, but you smell awful." The scent of his perspiration, thick with hormones, assaulted her senses, prompting her to cover her nose. Shang Nanji accepted the water, gulping down half a bottle before disdainfully uttering a single word: "Get lost." The rest of his teammates erupted in laughter, one of whom was Kaling, a childhood friend of Shang Nanji. Kaling chuckled heartily, unabashedly revealing the truth. "Zhenzhen, your brother has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Since you came, our lead has widened." As the halftime concluded, the score stood at 33-23. "My brother is the most handsome, but you 5 are also incredibly dashing." Shang Zhenzhen beamed as she praised Shang Nanji's team. Kaling, taking a sip of water, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "When did our Zhenzhen become so sweet? This is the first time she has offered compliments. I'm utterly flabbergasted." "Nanji, Zhenzhen only mentioned your odor, not ours." The atmosphere here is filled with laughter and joy, while the lounge area on the other side is considerably quieter. Sun Yinyu has finally established a rapport with one of the senior students, securing a coveted logistical position. Naturally, she has taken note of Shang Zhenzhen. Upon realizing that she did not wear the designated outfit, Sun Yinyu nearly rushed over to confront her. The situation did not unfold as expected, resulting in her tardiness, which earned her a cold glare from Senior Zhang Ye, who forbade her from delivering water to Qin Yechuan. Consequently, Sun Yinyu directed her frustration towards Shang Zhenzhen. Little did she know, Shang Zhenzhen continued to cheer enthusiastically from the sidelines. Another individual glanced at the quietly sipping Qin Yechuan and noted his disinterest in engaging with the conversation. Yin Hao then shifted the subject. "Should we consider altering our approach? Perhaps we could send 2 people to corner Shang Nanji? I believe that could work." She appears to be in excellent form today. Unnecessary, Qin Yechuan interjected abruptly, his tone cool and composed. The others exchanged glances, understanding that it was evident Shang Nanji had come to the event primarily for her sister. With Qin Yechuan dismissing the matter, they felt there was little left to discuss. The whistle blew, signaling the commencement of the second half. Shang Nanji tossed her towel aside and cast a fleeting glance at Shang Zhenzhen. Stop shouting. Your voice will go hoarse, and mommy will worry. Just sit quietly. Hijacking clicked her tongue, clearly amused by the doting brother's protective instincts, as he insisted on using her as a shield. The second half of the basketball game proved to be nothing short of exhilarating. As soon as Qin Yechuan took the court, he seemed to possess an extraordinary prowess, swiftly closing the gap with 3 consecutive three-pointers. The opposing team surged with renewed vigor, their cheers echoing to the heavens. Shang Zhenzhen clenched her fists tightly. Although she knew that Shang Nanji was destined to lose, she could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety, even a glimmer of hope. Sweat poured down as the athletic youths continuously passed the ball, leaped, executed reverse dunks, and shot with fervor. Shang Zhenzhen glanced at her phone. Only 1 minute remained until the decisive point, and at that moment, Shang Nanji led by 2 points, 58-56. Suddenly, Qin Yechuan hastened his pace, breaching 2 layers of defense, positioning himself at the three-point line. With a leap, he spun and shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air just as the final buzzer sounded. A buzzer beater. The entire arena held its breath, all eyes fixed on this last shot. Only Shang Zhenzhen sighed inwardly, convinced that Qin Yechuan's shot was destined to succeed. A 3-point buzzer beater, a miraculous comeback. The ball struck the rim with a resounding thud. But to Shang Zhenzhen's astonishment, it ricocheted out. In that instant, her team's side erupted in jubilation. Staring wide-eyed in disbelief, Shang Zhenzhen thought, did they really win? Defeated the male lead? What expression is that? Shang Nanji, rarely showing joy, caught sight of Shang Zhenzhen's astonished face, and his expression turned frosty once more. He raised his hand and lightly tapped her on the head, sneering, I know exactly what you're thinking. What are you so excited about? Shang Zhenzhen lamented inwardly. Being a good person is difficult, and being a good sister is even harder. If only that last shot had gone in. It was so close. What a pity. I sensed that Brother Qin's shooting posture seemed somewhat amiss. Yin Hao remarked. All eyes turned to Qin Yechuan, who was awkwardly holding the hem of his trousers. My jersey is missing. This is a spare, unworn until now, and my pants just ripped. In that pivotal moment before the final shot, Qin Yechuan distinctly felt his trousers slipping down, causing him to lose control of his strength. The instant the ball left his hand, he knew it had veered off course. Someone chuckled first, prompting everyone else to join in the laughter. Yin Hao's laughter was the loudest. The girls in the entire gym must be regretting not catching a glimpse of Brother Qin's intimate innerwear. Indeed, a great loss. Though we fell short by just a basket, it was merely a friendly match. We shall fight again next time. Qin Yechuan smiled faintly, exuding an air of calmness and elegance even while clutching his pants. I believe I saw Zhenzhen with a pure black jersey today. Initially, I thought it was for her brother, Sun Yinyu said, suddenly covering her mouth, panic evident as she noticed the curious gazes of those around her. Standing nearby, Senior Zhang Ye immediately interjected, Shang Zhenzhen? A pure black jersey? There is only one person in the entire school who has a custom-made pure black jersey. Our Qin Ye. Their team wore black jerseys, but Qin Yechuan's was entirely devoid of any embellishments, while the others featured white trims. No, I don't know anything. Perhaps I misremembered or saw incorrectly. Sun Yinyu stammered, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, giving her an air of vulnerability. Zhang Ye's eyes flared with fury. No wonder that person arrived so late. It's likely she tampered with the spare clothes as well. Damn it. She must be intentionally seeking revenge on Master Qin. Sun Yinyu, upon witnessing Zhang Ye's furious expression, secretly reveled in delight. The elaborate trap she had meticulously laid out could not be allowed to go to waste. Chapter 3. The pitch-black uniform. Upon turning on the light, Qin Yechuan immediately noticed the neatly arranged pitch-black uniform on his desk. As he picked it up, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He detected an odor emanating from the attire, a distinctly restroom scent. Without hesitation, Qin Yechuan tossed the uniform into the trash bin. On the way home, Shang Zhenzhen noticed that Shang Nanji was in remarkably good spirits. Though his face still bore its usual sternness, there was an air of happiness about him. However, she could not share in his joy. Moments ago, the system had coldly informed her that tomorrow was the final deadline. if she failed to complete the princess-carrying task. All her accrued fortune points would be forfeited. In the week since she had entered the story, she had managed to accumulate a meager 12 points. She was undoubtedly bound to a heartless system. What? If I win that boys' competition, you'll show me your true colors? As Shang Zhenzhen drove, he noticed her furrowed brow and began to speak sarcastically. Shang Zhenzhen, exasperated, rolled her eyes at him. How could that be, brother? Don't think too much. Shang Zhenzhen replied solemnly. You'd best keep your distance from that Qin fellow. He is not someone you can handle. Shang Zhenzhen yearned to clarify that she harbored no affections for that individual, although his appearance was undeniably to her liking. Her sole desire at present was to bask in his fortuitous aura for the sake of survival. As the traffic light turned red, the vehicle gradually came to a halt. Shang Zhenzhen, freeing one hand, gently tousled her hair and remarked, the matriarch of the Qin family recognizes Qin Yechuan because he is no ordinary man. He undoubtedly harbors his own ambitions. My dear Zhenzhen, Qin Yechuan is simply not suitable for you. It was rare for Shang Zhenzhen to call her by her given name. He reserved such tender words for moments when he sought to console her. Before the events of the book unfolded, Shang Zhenzhen had been an only child, never having experienced the affection of an elder brother. This sensation was foreign yet comforting. Her brother stood as an obstacle to her mission. Focus on your studies. Just look at your grades. If you fail to score above 500 in next week's examination, Mother has threatened to cut off your allowance and hire a tutor for you. Shang Zhenzhen felt a throbbing headache, contemplating a midnight escape from her textbooks. She was a quintessential liberal arts student, while the original occupant of her body had been a science enthusiast. Mathematics had always been a weak point for her, sustained only by her proficiency in other subjects. Now, she had to grapple with the complexities of physics and chemistry, subjects she was utterly unfamiliar with. Troublesome matters seemed to cascade one after another, leaving her with no choice but to address them one at a time. After a night of relentless contemplation, she could devise no strategy to evade Shang Zhenzhen while fulfilling her mission. Upon awakening the next morning, she indeed found herself sporting faint dark circles under her eyes. Observing her despondent demeanor, Shang Zhenzhen was nearly compelled to whisk her away to the hospital, but Shang Zhenzhen merely shook her head, declaring, for the sake of my allowance, I must attend class. As Shang Zhenzhen ambled into the classroom, stifling a yawn, she observed that her arrival had instantly hushed the room, followed by furtive glances directed her way. Her steps faltered as her gaze fell upon the jersey, an apparition that unsettled her. Emerging from the throng of onlookers, a person, radiating an air of haughty arrogance, declared, Shang Zhenzhen, I've heard it said that you pilfered Qin Ye's jersey. This morning, I discovered it right there on your desk. Now that we have caught you red-handed, what excuse can you offer? Shang Zhenzhen lifted her gaze to the person who had materialized to her right, a figure with a neat, cropped hairstyle, clad in the uniform of a senior. She surmised that this must be Zhang Ye, the most ardent admirer of Qin Yechuan from the novel. Zhang Ye, a supporting character herself, was utterly preoccupied with Qin Yechuan. Not malicious, per se, she simply could not tolerate anyone treating him poorly. Seeing Shang Zhenzhen's silence, Zhang Ye's tone grew even more aggressive. Shang Zhenzhen, your intentions are truly insidious. Just because our Qin Ye doesn't return your affections, you resort to spiteful revenge. Not only did you steal Qin Ye's jersey, but I suspect you also tampered with the spare one, didn't you? Shang Zhenzhen arched an eyebrow, recalling a post she had stumbled upon in the forum the previous night. How could Qin Yechuan, blessed with the protagonist's aura, possibly lose a match? The reason, it turned out, was that the spare jersey's pants had come unstitched. In that split-second decision between his pants and scoring, Qin Yechuan had chosen to preserve his modesty. Sleepless the night before, she had chortled audibly upon seeing the post, thinking of the photograph of that aloof figure clutching his pants. Shang Zhenzhen's lips curled into a smile. Senior, do you really think I would allow the entire school to ogle Qin Ye's intimate apparel? As devoted as we are to Qin Ye, surely we'd prefer to admire him in private. Zhang Ye wished to retort, yet found herself at a loss for words, surprisingly conceding that there was a semblance of reason in the other's argument. In the past, Shang Zhenzhen would have merely shouted indiscriminately. Zhang Ye pressed her lips together and shot a glare at Shang Zhenzhen, declaring, I shall uncover the truth of today's events. I sincerely hope you are not entangled in this matter. It was no secret that I harbored feelings for Master Qin, and I dared to pursue him openly. Why then would I resort to clandestinely taking his belongings? Senior, do take your leave, and remember to take Master Qin's clothing with you. Shang Zhenzhen yawned, finally settling down. The onlookers, seeing that there was no more drama to be witnessed, gradually dispersed. When Qin Yechuan entered the classroom just as the bell rang, he was met with the sight of a pure black tracksuit on his desk, a rare crack appearing on his otherwise impassive face. Zhang Ye promptly approached him, whispering in explanation, "Master Qin, the tracksuit has been found, but it was located with Shang Zhenzhen, who denies having taken it. I am uncertain how to proceed with this garment." Qin Yechuan, his expression unchanging, discarded the clothing into the trash once more. Before long, school was dismissed. Shang Nanji was called away by the teacher, presenting a fleeting opportunity. Determined to make one final attempt, Shang Zhenzhen set her sights on Qin Yechuan, who resided not in the old Qin family estate, but rather in a luxurious apartment complex not far from the school, walking to and from daily. Following her navigation, she arrived first at the upscale community, producing a small cake and coffee she had purchased in advance. With a sweet smile directed at the security guard, she said, "Good day, uncle. I seem to have left something at a friend's house. May I please enter for a moment? I assure you I shall return promptly." The doorman cast a knowing glance at her, a look that conveyed his understanding. "This uniform belongs to Xingyu High School. I presume you are here to find that young master of the Qin family?" Chapter 4. Bringing the male lead down. Qin Yechuan swiped his access card to enter the community, while a few girls who had been trailing him reluctantly departed. The doorman, seated in his booth sipping coffee and nibbling on a small cake, couldn't help but sigh. Youth is truly wonderful. His pocket vibrated, and the screen illuminated with a call from Yen Hao. Qin Yechuan retrieved his phone and answered, "What's the matter? Brother Qin, would you like to join us for barbecue? My family has just opened a new barbecue restaurant, clean, hygienic, and delicious." Yen Hao's voice was cheerful. "Congratulations. But I shall pass. Are you really not coming? Zhang Ye and the others will be there too." Qin Yechuan furrowed his brows, suddenly sensing an object descending from above. Unable to evade in time, he was unexpectedly knocked to the ground, landing on his back with a sharp pain, letting out a muffled groan as his left shoulder bag fell to the ground and his phone flew from his right hand. He could still hear the disjointed voice of his phone, which had landed a meter away. Brother Qin, what's wrong?" For the first time, Qin Yechuan felt as though his waist might truly break. This was a genuine sense of fracture. He grimaced, inhaling deeply several times before regaining his composure, only to find himself locked in a gaze with Shang Zhenzhen, who was straddling him. In that moment, Shang Zhenzhen felt as if she might never see the sun rise again. After entering the community, she had followed the plan, hiding behind a tree along Qin Yechuan's path, awaiting the arrival of her target. She originally intended to descend from the heavens, compelling him to execute a princess carry, as depicted in countless dramas, was it not? However, she overestimated the male lead, or perhaps she simply forgot that she was merely a supporting character. This delicate beauty unexpectedly toppled the male lead, who stood at a towering height of 186 meters. She could visibly see Qin Yechuan's complexion turn pale, leaving her momentarily dazed. A thought incessantly looped in her mind. If the male lead were to be crushed to death by her, would she be annihilated by the heavenly path? When Shang Zhenzhen saw him finally open his eyes, she stammered a hesitant inquiry. You're not hurt, are you?" Qin Yechuan merely regarded her with a frigid stare, remaining silent, which only heightened Shang Zhenzhen's unease. "Qin Yechuan, you're not stunned by my actions, are you? Speak to me, what is the number?" A twinge of guilt stirred within her heart. This male lead was indeed unfortunate. He had been traversing a smooth path, only to encounter her, who sought to siphon off his fortune. Observing Shang Zhenzhen, who raised a finger in front of him, Qin Yechuan almost had the urge to inscribe the words speechless upon his countenance. "How long do you intend to remain seated?" Each word he articulated was laden with a chill of indifference, prompting Shang Zhenzhen to hurriedly scramble off him. Qin Yechuan was truly striking. Even in this moment of unsteady breath, with his hair disheveled and clothes askew, deviating from his usual aloof and regal demeanor, he now exuded an air of fragile beauty that rendered one breathless. Qin Yechuan finally rose to his feet, an aura of frost emanating from him. He picked up his phone, which lay shattered and unresponsive, and felt a surge of pain in his waist and back. He uttered not a single word to Shang Zhenzhen, merely grabbed his bag and departed. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, her words were preempted. After a brief silence, she attempted to voice her thoughts again, only to be callously interrupted. "You needn't compensate for the phone. I have no intention of going to the hospital. I am capable of tending to my own injuries. I am not incapacitated." Shang Zhenzhen was taken aback, wondering how this man could discern her thoughts, as if engaging in an unimpeded dialogue with her inner self. If you understand, then leave, Qin Yechuan declared, striding forward with no desire for further conversation. Upon reaching the elevator, he felt the veins on his forehead throb violently. Miss Shang, do you truly not comprehend human speech? I stated. I understand you wish to ignore me, but I am aware you reside alone here. Do you have a medical kit at home? Your injury is on your back, and I am concerned that you might struggle to apply the necessary ointment. Shang Zhenzhen, having grasped the urgency, spoke rapidly, spilling her words like beans from a sack. She even retrieved the medical kit she had prepared for Shang Nanji from her bag. A heavy silence descended upon the air. Ding! The elevator doors slid open. Qin Yechuan fell silent, stepping into the elevator, while Shang Zhenzhen, perplexed by his demeanor, mustered her courage and followed him inside. As the elevator ascended, the enclosed space heightened the tension. Shang Zhenzhen gazed down at the medical kit, surprised that it would find its purpose in such an unexpected setting. Had it not been for the new task, Shang Zhenzhen would not have been so insistent. After injuring the male protagonist, the system unexpectedly assigned her a special mission, to apply medicine to Qin Yechuan. Upon completion of this unique task, the princess-carrying mission would also be regarded as fulfilled, along with additional rewards. This was the message conveyed to her by the system. The elevator halted on the 16th floor. Qin Yechuan continued to ignore her, striding out of the elevator, inputting the passcode, and with a resounding bang, he shut the door, executing the actions with such fluidity that he left her stranded outside. Standing in the corridor, Shang Zhenzhen hesitated for a long moment, suppressing the urge to directly input the code and enter. Qin Yechuan retrieved a bottle of water from the refrigerator and had barely taken a few sips when a series of knocks echoed at the door. Approaching the entrance, he could distinctly hear the thoughts swirling in Shang Zhenzhen's mind. What if he doesn't open the door? I won't be able to complete my task. And it's all censored fault. What kind of ridiculous missions are these? This male protagonist is exceedingly difficult to deal with. Qin Yechuan possessed the uncanny ability to perceive the genuine thoughts of others, including their tones of speech, akin to a sophisticated form of telepathy. Though it required the individual to be within approximately 5 meters of him, he had frequently overheard Shang Zhenzhen's peculiar inner monologues and understood that her proximity to him was not born of genuine affection, but solely to fulfill her so-called mission. Yet, the source of this task remained elusive, as he could never discern who had assigned it to her. It was as if it were muted from his comprehension. Moreover, she consistently referred to him as the male protagonist. He harbored suspicions regarding Shang Zhenzhen, contemplating whether she might be afflicted with some delusion. I merely wish to administer some medication. Why is it so difficult? If I fail this task, I shall perish. Qin Yechuan paused mid-sip. Outside, Shang Zhenzhen hung her head in despair, her knocking ceasing. Just as she contemplated retreating, the door creaked open. Chapter 5. Suitable for cupping. Standing on the mat by the entrance, Shang Zhenzhen surveyed the immaculate floor. She glanced around, but found no shoes or shoe covers to change into. The first cabinet on her left drew her attention. With a sigh of relief, she cautiously opened it, discovering several pairs of slippers within. Among the black slippers, a striking pair of pink women's slippers stood out. As she held the pink slippers, adorned with a cartoon design, she fell into contemplation. How could the male protagonist's residence possess such an item, especially when the female lead was absent? Ultimately, she opted for a pair of black slippers, which were evidently oversized, producing a clattering sound as she walked. The interior exuded a minimalist aesthetic. Upon crossing the threshold, Shang Zhenzhen's gaze immediately fell upon Qin Yechuan, who sat on the sofa. Her breath caught slightly. He was facing away from her, gazing towards the balcony. Having removed his school uniform jacket, revealing a youthful frame characterized by broad shoulders and a slim waist, he seemed engrossed in fiddling with a damaged phone. Surrounded by an array of tools on a small table before him. You may leave if you do not wish to take the medication, Qin Yechuan remarked, his fingers deftly disassembling the device. As Shang Zhenzhen emerged from her reverie, she coughed lightly and quickly gathered her thoughts. She ambled over, only to discover that the abrasions on Qin Yechuan's back were rather severe. The uneven surface of the bluestone pavement, possibly littered with small pebbles, had rendered him fortunate to have escaped with his life after such a sudden fall. Shang Zhenzhen opened the medical kit and began her task with practiced ease, first disinfecting, then applying ointment. Noticing the more pronounced wounds with traces of blood, her movements became even more delicate. I truly bear a heavy burden of guilt. Such a beautiful back, it must not be marred by scars. It is perfectly suited for cupping. Qin Yechuan, too weary to employ his mind-reading abilities, remained silent. The system chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing a special task and earning 10 luck points. Shang Zhenzhen's eyes sparkled. Special tasks were far more rewarding than ordinary ones, which only granted a maximum of 5 points upon completion. Just as she finished tidying the medical kit, a sudden knock echoed through the tranquil atmosphere. Who could possibly be visiting the male protagonist's residence? After all, Qin Yechuan's relationship with the Qin family was tenuous at best. Qin Yechuan ceased fiddling with his phone and reached for a nearby garment, but upon seeing the tattered seams on the back, he momentarily froze. The knocking persisted, prompting Shang Zhenzhen to finally inquire, "Who is it?" It was likely a food delivery at this hour. As the male protagonist, Qin Yechuan certainly did not possess the culinary skills necessary for meal preparation. This deficiency would only be resolved once the female protagonist arrived. Typically, his meals were pre-ordered from a nearby restaurant. Shang Zhenzhen volunteered to answer the door. "You've just had medicine applied to your back. Why don't I fetch the takeout for you? I happen to be heading out." Regardless, she needed to step out to receive a delivery. It was hardly a matter of concern. Qin Yechuan nodded slightly. Shang Zhenzhen then padded to the entrance in her oversized slippers, opening the door, only to be met with a few astonished faces rather than the familiar sight of Xiao Huang and Xiao Lan. A profound silence enveloped both those outside and within the door. As Shang Zhenzhen instinctively prepared to close the door, a hand intervened. Though she maintained a facade of calmness and neutrality, a tempest of emotions churned within her. She merely intended to assist in enhancing the male lead's favorability, facilitating her future tasks. Why then did the difficulty constantly escalate? "Wait a moment, Miss Shang. How could you be at our Qin Ye's residence?" "This is indeed Qin Ye's home. I have confirmed the door number multiple times," exclaimed the young man, Yin Hao, who was blocking her from shutting the door while observing Zhang Ye's increasingly dark expression. Zhang Ye's visage had turned so grim that it was palpable. Had gazes been lethal? Shang Zhenzhen felt she would have met her demise instantly. Instantly, Shang Zhenzhen activated her mode of fabricated bravado. "You must be mistaken. This is my home. Room 1603 is indeed Qin Ye's residence. You have approached the wrong unit. I am also in 1603, as I harbor a secret admiration for your Qin Ge. So what is strange about my purchasing an identical apartment?" Yin Hao revealed a hint of confusion. Could it be that he truly made an error? There is some logic in her statement. "I am going to close the door now," Shang Zhenzhen coldly declared, making a gesture to shut it. "Wait a moment. Look, her slippers are the very ones we purchased together." Suddenly, another young man exclaimed, pointing at her incongruous footwear. Shang Zhenzhen believed she could effortlessly secure room 1603 with the shoe buckle. Yin Hao glanced down, immediately recognizing their shoes, and as he looked up to speak, his gaze suddenly darted past Shang Zhenzhen, exclaiming in shock, "Brother Qin." To make matters worse, this esteemed gentleman was shirtless. Yin Hao, taken aback for a few seconds, swiftly closed the door with a resounding bang and hastily pulled the equally astonished duo away. Help! Brother Qin was actually in a disheveled state with Shang Zhenzhen. Moreover, the look in Brother Qin's eyes was utterly terrifying. His first instinct was to flee, following the age-old adage of retreat being the best strategy. Shang Zhenzhen nearly collided with the abruptly shut door, and as it slammed shut, the room grew increasingly silent. How did this gentleman appear so suddenly? Doesn't he own a shirt? A solitary man and woman together, and in such disarray. How precarious. Qin Yechuan maintained a calm demeanor, looking at her and stating, "The medication is ready." Shang Zhenzhen understood this was his way of urging her to leave. Well, at least the task is accomplished. She gathered her belongings, left the medical kit behind, and finally exited. Upon stepping out of the elevator, she indeed encountered the trio who had made a hasty retreat. Yin Hao, relieved to see someone emerge so soon, breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that they might not see anyone after a whole night. A thought that was simply terrifying. "Miss Shang, what brings you to Brother Qin's residence?" Yin Hao initially intended to directly inquire if Shang Zhenzhen had succeeded in her endeavor with Brother Qin, but he hesitated, fearing that such a question might cause Zhang Ye to faint on the spot. He proceeded cautiously, beginning with a question that was unlikely to provoke any issues. However, Shang Zhenzhen calmly replied, "As you can see, that is the situation." Yin Hao was left in a state of shock, stammering, Sister-in-law?" Shang Zhenzhen, startled, took 2 steps back to create some distance, exclaiming, "Food can be eaten indiscriminately, but one must not misidentify relatives." I merely stated that, as you see, I am at Qin Yechuan's residence. Nothing has transpired between us. Yin Hao, understanding the implication, patted his chest and assured her, rest easy, sister-in-law. We are all family. And we will not speak carelessly. Zhang Ye shot him a disapproving glare, retorting, she has already said she is not. Yin Hao, why are you making such unfounded claims? Yin Hao felt wronged, thinking, isn't this all quite evident? Chapter 6. The first step to strategizing against the female antagonist. Shang Zhenzhen wore a look of exasperation. Zhang Ye, as the female antagonist, was someone the protagonist needed to deal with, and she fervently hoped Yin Hao would not bring her directly to him. Shang Zhenzhen quickly interjected. I merely fortuitously assisted Qin Yechuan. After all, such fortunate occurrences are rare. I had just been dismissed by him when I happened to run into you. She had to affirm her infatuation with Qin Yechuan while emphasizing his continued indifference towards her. Indeed, Zhang Ye's expression softened slightly, yet her eyes still blazed with anger. Miss Shang, since you are aware that Master Qin holds no interest in you, I kindly ask that you maintain some distance. Shang Zhenzhen gritted her teeth and took a few steps forward, clasping Zhang Ye's right hand with both of hers. Tears brimmed in her beautiful eyes as she implored. Senior Zhang Ye, I know you are the president of Qin Yechuan's fan club. Surely, you understand the anguish of unrequited love better than I do. I simply cannot restrain myself. May I join the fan club? Internally, Shang Zhenzhen thought, in truth, I would rather not. Yet, with a gradually pitiful demeanor, she continued. Is it truly impossible for me to join? I promise to abide by the club's arrangements and actively participate in various activities. I can even offer financial support and assistance. Is it really not feasible? I had assumed that someone as beautiful, graceful, and kind-hearted as you, Senior Zhang Ye, would empathize with my heartache. It seems I have overstepped. She hesitated. I shall not trouble you further. Zhang Ye could no longer endure her prattling. She forcefully withdrew her hand and covered Shang Zhenzhen's mouth, bestowing silence upon the tumultuous world. Zhang Ye shot her a glare. Yet her tone had softened considerably. Do you truly mean what you just said? With her mouth covered, Shang Zhenzhen blinked her large, tear-filled eyes and nodded obediently. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the fan club. You must not act independently. You are to lead by example. I will inform you of any upcoming activities. Zhang Ye reasoned that it was better to incorporate this individual rather than reject her outright. This would facilitate management, which was undoubtedly more advantageous. Shang Zhenzhen feigned exuberance. That's wonderful. You truly understand me, senior. But please, remember to keep this from my brother. I beg you. Zhang Ye responded with a knowing smile, of course. Meanwhile, Yin Hao, who had been observing, was utterly astonished. The young lady from the Shang family displayed such abysmal acting skills that even he could discern it. Zhang Ye, why? Once Shang Zhenzhen had walked away, Yin Hao finally inquired. Yin Hao raised his thumb in approval. Indeed, as the saying goes, the higher the path, the more formidable the adversary. As soon as Shang Zhenzhen opened the door to her home, she was startled to see a tall figure leaning against the entrance, almost slamming the door shut in fright, only to be effortlessly drawn inside by Shang Nanji. Standing obediently before Shang Nanji, Shang Zhenzhen lowered her head, wearing an expression of contrition, yet internally, she sighed repeatedly. I didn't comprehend some content today, so I sought help from a classmate, which made me late, she explained, her voice barely above a whisper. Is that so? Which classmate did you consult? What did you ask about? Where did you inquire? Shang Zhenzhen's head drooped even lower. Brother, I was wrong. Just as Shang Nanji was about to lose his temper, a gentle voice interrupted. How long are you two siblings going to linger at the door? Zhenzhen, come here. Shang Zhenzhen offered an awkward smile. It's just a trivial matter. When Qing knew it must be anything but trivial, her son, with such a composed demeanor, would only be provoked by Zhenzhen. Nanji, it's time for dinner. Shang Nanji, wishing to keep this incident from his mother, decided to let Shang Zhenzhen off the hook, though he couldn't help but cast her a few reproachful glances during dinner. Nevertheless, they maintained an air of romance. Every time they traveled abroad, they would seek out a place to nurture their relationship. Shang Nanji glanced at Shang Zhenzhen. I have no issues. The one with the problem is sitting over there. Shang Zhenzhen felt her fists clench. Zhenzhen, since you dislike your brother teaching you, how about we hire a tutor for you? Wen Qing suggested with a frown. Shang Zhenzhen hurriedly declined, asserting that she was diligently studying. The second year is merely a monthly examination at our school. I promise to strive for a score of 500 this time. Shang Nanji displayed a hint of mockery, saying, I shall await the outcome with bated breath. Zhang Ye added her to the internal fan group of Master Qin, and upon her entry, Zhang Ye was the first to extend a warm welcome. The 60 members in the group swiftly echoed her sentiments, expressing their enthusiastic greetings. Shang Zhenzhen amicably acknowledged them before clearing the group messages and silencing notifications. Exiting the chat interface, she noticed that Sun Yinyu had sent her a message not long ago. Sun Yinyu wrote, "Zhenzhen, you've joined the group too. How wonderful. We can take action together from now on." Shang Zhenzhen replied, "Yinyu, I've just realized how kind Senior Zhang Ye is. I merely asked her, and she readily agreed." Sun Yinyu's expression darkened as she bit her fingernails, fixating on that sentence on the screen. This Shang Zhenzhen, who had previously shown disdain for the fan group, unexpectedly became familiar with Zhang Ye so quickly. What tremendous effort had she exerted to gain entry into this exclusive fan group? It infuriated her. Chapter 7. One's own misdeeds lead to ruin. Before long, the day of the examination arrived as scheduled. Fortunately, the previous test had seen a classmate fall ill and miss the exam, allowing her to rank second to last. Shang Zhenzhen, in a last-minute burst of determination, immersed herself in memorizing formulas, leading to a noticeable increase in hair loss during her showers. Shang Nanji, who ranked second in the grade, cast a disdainful glance her way. "Just look at your haggard appearance. When you were advised to pursue the arts, you were unwilling, utterly captivated by that young scion of the Qin family." The siblings bickered their way to school, with Shang Zhenzhen excusing herself to purchase exam supplies and alighting from the vehicle at the school gate. While Shang Nanji drove into the campus, once Shang Zhenzhen noticed that Shang Nanji had departed, she stealthily made her way to the activity room. Upon her arrival, she found the room bustling with excitement. Nearly everyone was holding beautifully wrapped items, their faces radiating joy and happiness. At that moment, Shang Zhenzhen felt as though she had stepped into a new world, and she hesitated to check the room number, confirming it was indeed room 201. As Zhang Ye had mentioned, Sun Yinyu had already arrived and spotted Shang Zhenzhen immediately. Initially disinclined to acknowledge her, she approached with a smile upon noticing Shang Zhenzhen's empty hands. "Zhenzhen, you finally made it. Were you preparing something special, which is why you arrived so late?" Sun Yinyu's words instantly drew the attention of several others, who turned to look. Upon seeing Shang Zhenzhen with her hands devoid of gifts and merely carrying a small bag, they began to murmur among themselves. "Look at Miss Shang. She's empty-handed. Could it be that she forgot such an important occasion? We have all brought several gifts." Indeed, was her affection for Qin Ye merely superficial? Zhang Ye soon joined, clutching a hefty notebook, followed by two individuals dragging large boxes filled with numerous gifts. After sizing up Shang Zhenzhen for a moment, Zhang Ye inquired, "Where are the gifts you prepared, Shang Zhenzhen?" Shang Zhenzhen fell silent. Sun Yinyu covered her mouth with a smile, subtly fanning the flames of excitement. "This is indeed a birthday gift for young Master Qin. Zhenzhen must have meticulously prepared her present. I am equally curious about what Zhenzhen has in store." Thanks to Sun Yinyu's remark, Shang Zhenzhen finally grasped the intentions of these individuals. In just a few days, it would be Qin Yechuan's 18th birthday, a momentous occasion that would officially affirm his identity within the Qin family. The original character had not joined any support groups in the narrative, having long since muted the chat group, and with her recent focus on exams, she was unaware of the need to present a gift. Upon understanding this, Shang Zhenzhen smiled softly. "So, the gift is meant to be delivered here? I had assumed it was to be given on the day itself." Sun Yinyu and Zhang Ye were momentarily taken aback. Shang Zhenzhen tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Of course, I will attend the Qin family's birthday banquet, which is why I did not bring my gift with me. However, Yinyu is correct. I have indeed prepared my present with great care." Addressing Senior Zhang Ye, she continued, "Isn't this against the rules of our support group? I take the blame. Perhaps I should ask the housekeeper to deliver it to the school this afternoon?" The expressions of Sun Yinyu and the others shifted suddenly, as they realized they had overlooked a crucial detail. How could the birthday banquet of the young master of the Qin family exclude the Shang family? Zhang Ye found herself momentarily speechless. Their support group lacked any substantial backing. It was only through her connection with Yin Hao that she had managed to secure 3 additional invitations for the birthday celebration. The selection of participants had been based on the meticulousness of the gifts presented by the support group. Yet, the young lady of the Shang family could effortlessly gain access through her own status. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Ye casually stated, "There is no need for that. Just bring it over when the time comes. If there is nothing else, you may leave." Maintaining her smile, Shang Zhenzhen replied, "Senior, if you require any assistance, feel free to reach out. I shall prepare for the exam now." Following the male protagonist's coming-of-age ceremony, the female protagonist would make her appearance. Shang Zhenzhen sighed inwardly, realizing that her luck had yet to flourish. Once the female lead arrived, would there be any opportunity left for her? System, do you have any tasks for me? Shang Zhenzhen inquired of the system, which had remained silent for several days. Instantly, she felt a sense of foreboding and hurriedly checked the latest task. Take a photograph of Qin Yechuan smiling. Requirement: the corners of his mouth must be upturned, and the photo must be clear. Complete within 3 days to earn 30 points of luck. Encouragement: is this even reasonable? She cursed under her breath. This task was more despairing than a princess carry. While she scolded herself and the system for her predicament, she happened to encounter the tardy Qin Yechuan in the corridor. The young man, clad in his school uniform, stood tall and straight, an aura of coolness surrounding him, with the tear mole at the corner of his eye enhancing his attractiveness. Each time she gazed upon him, she marveled at the author's brilliance. This truly was a world crafted from literature. Shang Nanji was already quite beautiful, but Qin Yechuan's allure was evidently the result of the author's indulgent favor. Qin Yechuan did not spare her a glance, and judging by his steady stride, it seemed his injury had nearly healed. As Qin Yechuan entered the examination hall, Shang Zhenzhen unexpectedly met the gaze of Shang Nanji, who was also in the same room. The compelling warning in his eyes startled her, prompting her to hastily retreat into her own examination space. Her brother was, without a doubt, the greatest obstacle to her completing her mission. Contemplating her task, Shang Zhenzhen let out a deep sigh. It is exceedingly difficult to elicit a smile from the male lead, and to make matters worse, she must capture it on film. Would telling a corny joke be effective? If all else fails, perhaps she could find an opportunity to tickle his feet. Separated by a wall, Qin Yechuan felt a throbbing in his temples. Chapter 8. Verification of authenticity. As the final examination concluded, Shang Zhenzhen swiftly gathered her belongings, stuffing them into her satchel, and promptly positioned herself at the door of the adjacent examination room. The pace in the senior year's first examination hall was noticeably slower, and from her vantage point, she could see small groups huddled together, discussing answers. Shang Nanji was the first to break through the throng and exit the room, unceremoniously dragging Shang Zhenzhen along. Are you here to wait for me, or are you merely using that as an excuse to see Qin Yechuan? Shang Zhenzhen blinked. I want to go too. Shang Nanji, discerning her intentions, narrowed his eyes. No way. Is my dear brother worried about not performing well against Qin Yechuan? Lao Yu was the homeroom teacher for class 1 of the senior year, and since he was tasked with estimating scores for Shang Nanji and a few others, Qin Yechuan would undoubtedly be present. She could not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. By the time Shang Nanji arrived at the office, it was already abuzz with chatter, and the large desk was adorned with the answer sheets from the previous top 10 students, some of which had already been graded. Jinglan Jiao, currently positioned in the 10th spot, spotted Shannon Ji approaching and immediately exclaimed, Shannon Ji, you are truly remarkable. A perfect score in mathematics. My goodness. This joint examination had such challenging math problems, yet your steps are impeccably flawless. Jiao's voice resonated loudly, prompting the surrounding students gathered around the large desk to create a space for Shannon Ji. Upon reaching, Shannon Ji took the answer sheet handed to him by Jiao, and upon seeing the bold red numeral 150, his expression remained unperturbed. It was of moderate difficulty. He stated, I still had 20 minutes left after completing it. Jiao was momentarily speechless. Laughter erupted from Old Yu, who chimed in. This time, the mathematics certainly posed some challenges. It's quite easy to lose points on the steps. Among the top 10, you are the only one with a perfect score. A flicker of surprise crossed Shannon G's eyes as he glanced at Old Yu and then at Qin Yechuan standing opposite him. Typically, Qin Yechuan achieved full marks in mathematics, yet this time he did not. Jiao discreetly leaned closer to Shannon Ji and whispered, it appears that Qin Yechuan employed a university-level calculus approach to solve the problems. Although his answer is correct, the steps are overly simplistic. Old Yu is likely to deduct a point. Shannon Ji nodded slightly, intending to respond when a voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. Wow, big brother, you're so impressive. A perfect score. Shannon Ji instantly turned around, his gaze sharp, and found Shang Zhenzhen smiling brightly, standing obediently behind him and Jiao. Zhenzhen quickly retreated behind Jiao, muttering, you are so unreasonable. I congratulated you first. You should thank me. Thank you for what? Shannon Ji's eyes could have buried her alive. Jinglan has long grown accustomed to the interaction between the siblings, simultaneously protecting Shang Zhenzhen while laughing heartily. Qin Yechuan cast a brief glance at the lively atmosphere across from him, his gaze seemingly pausing for a fleeting second on Jinglan. It was then that someone shouted that the English answer sheets had arrived, and the raucous noise gradually subsided. A bespectacled female teacher approached, cradling the answer sheets, her face beaming with delight. Everyone performed admirably in English this time. The essays are nearly flawless. Several of us believe that there will be at least 8 or 9 perfect scores. Lao Yu, equally elated, adjusted his glasses as he sat down. Let me calculate the scores. Barring any surprises, we should be able to ascertain the total scores for the joint examination. In that moment, the air became profoundly still, quiet enough to hear the kettle in the office softly bubbling. All eyes were fixed on Lao Yu's notebook. With a bright expression, he wrote with vigor, the tip of his pen producing a delicate sound against the paper, stirring the hearts of many present. Shang Zhenzhen, perhaps one of the few unconcerned about the results, found her gaze often drifting toward the clear-eyed youth across the room. She recalled that Qin Yechuan had consistently ranked first in the grade, and in this joint examination, he had once again outshone all others, achieving an astonishing score of 720 and securing first place in the multi-school assessment. She wondered if he would smile upon learning of his remarkable achievement, even if it were just a feigned smile, for that would allow her to fulfill her task. With her right hand tightly gripping her phone, she intermittently monitored Qin Yechuan's expression, eagerly awaiting that moment to awaken her camera, capture the photo, complete her mission, and bask in the fortune. Qin Yechuan's gaze fell slightly as he observed Old Yu's notebook. He had always been indifferent to his exam results, consistently achieving a similar level of performance without fail. Yet, at this moment, he yearned to discern the veracity of Shang Zhenzhen's heartfelt words. When he beheld Old Yu inscribe the 3 digits 720, a collective gasp resonated among the onlooking students, who instinctively turned their attention to Qin Yechuan. Wow, Qin, you are astonishing. A perfect score in the comprehensive science exam? Exclaimed Yin Hao, the first to voice his astonishment. Wasn't there a physics problem that exceeded the syllabus, involving university-level concepts? Qin Yechuan held his answer sheet silently, remaining composed and reticent. Initially, Yin Hao presumed his silence stemmed from not achieving a perfect score in mathematics, which deterred him from checking the answer sheet in Qin's possession. Qin merely pressed his lips together. Old Yu's face beamed with delight. This score is truly remarkable. Especially, Yechuan. Your Chinese score of 121 indicates room for further improvement. Keep up the good work. Qin Yechuan nodded. The recent joint examination posed considerable challenges, and it was indeed surprising that their school had 2 students surpassing the 700-point mark. This was truly unexpected. Thank you, teacher. Shang Nanji displayed no signs of elation, and Shang Zhenzhen surmised this was likely due to his perennial position as the runner-up. Old Yu continued to assess the scores of the remaining students, while Shang Zhenzhen felt a tinge of disappointment. She had not anticipated the male protagonist to remain so unflustered. Not even a hint of a smile graced his lips or his eyes. With just 1 day remaining until the deadline, Shang Zhenzhen grappled with the belief that this task was insurmountable, when suddenly, a twist of fate emerged. Shang Nanji cast a fleeting glance at Shang Zhenzhen, nodding slightly. Chapter 9, The Lion in Hibernation. Let us prepare well for tomorrow evening. Since it is an invitation from the Qin family, it is only appropriate for us to attend, remarked Father Shang. Observing the delight radiating from Shang Zhenzhen's expression, Shang Nanji surmised her mischievous intentions and suddenly spoke in a cold tone. Zhenzhen need not attend. Startled by the sudden mention, Shang Zhenzhen expressed her indignation. Why should I be excluded? Shang Nanji replied casually. Given your performance in the comprehensive exams, it would be wiser to devote more time to your studies. What is the merit of attending such gatherings? Immediately, Shang Zhenzhen turned to Father Shang with a look of grievance. Father, it is essential for our family to be together, and I am certain I will show improvement in this exam. Father Shang smiled gently, patting her head. Very well. We shall all go together tomorrow evening. With Father Shang's approval, Shang Zhenzhen made a cheeky face at Shang Nanji. On the 18th floor of Huaxing Hotel, the grand hall was ablaze with lights, the crystal chandeliers shimmering magnificently, as laughter and conversation filled the air. As the Shang family entered the banquet hall, they immediately captured the attention of numerous attendees. The Shang family, engaged in international trade, often found themselves abroad. Thus, it was a rare occasion to see them all present, prompting many to approach for conversation. Disregarding Shang Nanji's warning gaze, Shang Zhenzhen seized the opportunity to slip away, her eyes darting around the expansive banquet hall as she searched for Qin Yechuan's presence. Zhenzhen, we are over here. Sun Yinyu waved to her in greeting. Adorned in a white mermaid dress that perfectly complemented her subtly polished, bare-faced makeup, lending her an aura of pristine elegance. Yet, the path before Sun Yinyu was narrowing. Purity and beauty were the hallmarks of a heroine in literature, destined to be the irreplaceable white moonlight in the hero's heart. Beside Sun Yinyu stood 3 individuals, one of whom was Zhang Ye, whose sleek short hair paired beautifully with a classic black dress, creating a harmonious aesthetic. Shang Zhenzhen approached them, asking if they had all arrived. As today was a rare weekend, she, feeling somewhat bored, glanced at the muted fan club group chat and discovered Zhang Ye's invitation to the event. Sun Yinyu had secured a position among the top 3 on the gift leaderboard, granting her access to this high-profile gathering. In the original narrative, Sun Yinyu was actually brought in by Shang Zhenzhen, meaning that even if she had not attended, the plot would not deviate significantly. Zhang Ye responded with a nonchalant HM, casting a cursory glance at the casually dressed Shang Zhenzhen. Quite the unique choice. Where is your gift? The attendees of the banquet were adorned in elegant and appropriate attire, while Shang Zhenzhen stood out in her natural look, sporting a ponytail and a white floral dress, capturing attention amidst the crowd. Her beauty was lively and alluring, yet devoid of aggression. Shang Zhenzhen's lips twitched. In truth, she had donned a striking off-the-shoulder red gown today, one capable of overshadowing the entire gathering. Reluctantly, she had settled for this understated appearance at the banquet. However, Shang Nanji, on the other hand, presented herself impeccably, exuding an air of noble elegance in every gesture. When the gift arrived, it was promptly handed to the doorman. It was hardly anything of great value, especially when compared to the offerings from your circle, rendering it rather insignificant. Shang Zhenzhen spoke with sincerity, as she had not prepared anything extravagant. Zhang Ye let out a soft scoff in her heart. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, and Shang Zhenzhen turned toward the sound, finally catching sight of the event's guest of honor, Qin Yechuan. Clad in a pristine white suit, his meticulously styled hair seemed to radiate masculinity with every strand. His brows were furrowed low, and his jawline was taut, clearly uninterested in attending this gathering. At that moment, Qin Yechuan stood behind the matriarch of the Qin family, whose expression remained as inscrutable as ever. Her aged face bore an aura of authority that commanded respect without a hint of anger as she leaned on her cane, striving to maintain an upright posture. Despite her diminutive stature, she exuded an undeniable presence. Shang Zhenzhen was aware of the Qin matriarch, as was everyone else present. She was known for her cold demeanor and ruthless disposition, the true power holder of the Qin family, having dismantled her son's marriage and even disowning her own grandchildren. Had it not been for Qin Yechuan's father's remarriage, which resulted in only one daughter, it would have been improbable for Qin Yechuan to even cross the threshold of the Qin residence. Most speculated that it was the fear of having no heirs that compelled the matriarch to relent. Qin Yechuan stood patiently behind her, and seeing her reluctance to move, he stepped forward slightly, leaning in to extend a hand toward her, yet she remained steadfast and unmoving. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, with whispers beginning to circulate among the guests. Zhang Ye's hand gradually clenched into a fist, her expression turning icy, filled with concern as she gazed at Qin Yechuan's silhouette. "Grandmother, Inger will assist you." A crisp sound resonated as standing beside the venerable matriarch of the Qin family was none other than her legitimate granddaughter, Qin Shuang. At the tender age of 16, Qin Shuang was a first-year student at an elite private high school, embodying the exquisite beauty and pride characteristic of a young lady from a noble family. It was only then that the matriarch placed her right hand upon Qin Shuang's, eliciting a joyful expression from the latter. With a playful wink directed at Qin Yechuan, she softly engaged in conversation with the matriarch as they slowly made their way inside. Qin Yechuan, evidently accustomed to the matriarch's capriciousness, stood tall with unwavering composure, following closely behind. Zhang Ye gradually released her tightly clenched hands, unable to suppress her murmurs. How could the matriarch show such disdain on such a momentous occasion? Sun Yinyu immediately chimed in. "Indeed, I had heard rumors, but I never imagined the matriarch would truly be this way." Zhang Ye scoffed. Who knows what goes through that old woman's mind? If she cherishes her granddaughter so much, why not allow her to inherit the Qin family? Meanwhile, Shang Zhenzhen, standing aside, merely shook her head, choosing not to interject. She had only just finished a late-night reading session, having seen the protagonists finally confess their feelings, feeling satisfied before drifting into slumber. Awakening to find herself within the pages of the very novel, She realized she had become the insignificant supporting character. Qin Yechuan, far from being a mere lamb for slaughter, resembled a dormant lion. His stride faltered momentarily as his towering stature afforded him an unobstructed view, effortlessly locating Shang Zhenzhen amidst the surroundings. At a distance of several paces apart, Shang Zhenzhen was suddenly taken aback. Was Qin Yechuan gazing at her? In the blink of an eye, Qin Yechuan averted his gaze, as if he had merely glanced casually. Qin Shuang assisted the elderly matriarch of the Qin family onto the elevated platform, where Qin Bin promptly took over, casting a meaningful glance at the two children. Understanding his intent, Qin Shuang stepped closer to Qin Yechuan, a smile adorning her face. Brother Yechuan, let us wait here for a moment. Today is truly your stage. Happy birthday, and congratulations on reaching adulthood. Qin Yechuan subtly shifted to the side, increasing the distance between them, his expression devoid of the joy typically associated with birthday celebrations. Qin Shuang had long since acclimated to Qin Yechuan's indifference, yet her eyes still sparkled with mirth. Brother Yechuan is undeniably handsome. A fleeting glimmer of possessiveness flickered in Qin Shuang's gaze, only to vanish swiftly. Bending slightly to support his mother, Qin Bin arrived at the center of the platform. At that moment, the lights around the hall gradually dimmed, while the illumination on the stage grew increasingly radiant. The elderly matriarch of the Qin family stood there, observing the bustling crowd below, and gently nodded towards Qin Bin. Only then did Qin Bin grasp the microphone handed to him and declare in a resonant voice, "Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have you join us for the Qin family's banquet amidst your busy schedules. We sincerely hope you enjoy a delightful evening. This banquet also serves as a celebration of my eldest son, Qin Yechuan's birthday. Today marks his 18th year. Although he has just come of age, in my eyes, he remains a child. I hope you will continue to look after him in the future. Yechuan, come greet everyone." As Qin Yechuan stepped towards the center of the stage, the spotlight illuminated his white suit, enhancing its cool elegance. The youthful contours of his face were strikingly handsome, and when he stood beside Qin Bin, their similar features were evident. Yet Qin Yechuan's beauty was more breathtaking, leaving an indelible impression. "Good evening, everyone. My name is Qin Yechuan, and I kindly ask for your guidance in the future." His voice, clear and melodious like flowing water, instantly incited thunderous applause. Qin Bin leaned in to quietly inquire of Elder Qin. "Mother, do you have anything to add?" The matriarch shook her head, her gaze fixed ahead. "Help me down. I am weary." Qin Bin complied, extending a hand towards her, but she remained resolute. It was only then that he realized and gestured to Qin Yechuan. "Yechuan, assist grandmother to the sofa." Qin Yechuan lowered his gaze to the dignified elder before him, slightly bending to extend his hand, which she finally placed hers upon. The guests below observed this exchange, whispering in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend Elder Qin's actions. Didn't she just express disdain for that child? Why would she accept his assistance? After all, he shares the Qin family blood. The mere fact that Elder Qin made the effort to attend was already a significant statement. As the crowd pondered these thoughts, Qin Yechuan had already helped the elderly matriarch to the adjacent lounge area to sit. Given her advanced age, she seldom attended such gatherings. Qin Bin and Qin Shuang followed closely behind, and as they descended the stage, many well-wishers approached to offer their congratulations, with Qin Bin graciously responding to each. "Mr. Qin, it has been quite a while since we last met. I never imagined your son has already reached adulthood. My son mentioned that your son excels academically. Truly a testament to the saying that a tiger does not father a dog." Mr. Shang raised his glass and approached to greet. Qin Bin promptly lifted his glass to lightly clink it with Mr. Shang's. "It is indeed a great honor for Mr. Shang to be here. Your praise is unwarranted, for your son is also a remarkable talent among men." When Qin, standing beside Mr. Shang, covered her mouth with a smile, "Ever since Mr. Qin's son transferred to our school, my Nanji has secured the first place again. He is quite exceptional." Upon hearing this familiar name, Qin Yechuan finally lifted his gaze to glance at the trio, and indeed he spotted Shang Nanji. Qin Bin chuckled at the sight. "Both our children are outstanding, but alas, my daughter has been spoiled by my indulgence." Qin Shuang immediately protested, stamping her foot and pouting, "Daddy, on such a splendid day, why do you speak of me like that? It's so embarrassing." Instantly, laughter erupted among the group, and Qin Bin could only helplessly comfort, "It is indeed my fault. My precious Yinger is also a good child." When Qin smiled gently, "Just like my Zhenzhen, both have been spoiled by us." Qin Bin glanced at the three who had approached and continued the conversation. "Is your daughter here today?" The last time I saw her, she was just a little child. Shang Dad tightened his grip on the wine glass and replied, of course she is here. My daughter is quite a handful. Nanji, go find Zhenzhen. Shang Nanji could only comply and proceeded to call Shang Zhenzhen. Shang Zhenzhen, not far away, was taken aback upon hearing that they wished to see her, feeling somewhat speechless. Indeed, one cannot escape the unfolding drama. In the original narrative, as a prominent supporting female character, she is indeed omnipresent. To cultivate goodwill in front of the Qin family, the original protagonist exerted considerable effort, albeit resembling a mere buffoon, which left Qin Yechuan utterly unmoved. After hanging up the phone, upon hearing fragmented words, Sun Yinyu eagerly approached. Zhenzhen, where are you going? Even Senior Zhang Ye doesn't know her whereabouts, and I would be frightened alone. The corner of Shang Zhenzhen's mouth twitched. The banquet is filled with people. How could you possibly be alone? Moreover, I'm going to find my parents. Would you like to accompany me? Without hesitation, Sun Yinyu nodded. I don't know anyone else. It would be better to meet your uncle and aunt. Shang Zhenzhen was aware that her intentions were not as innocent as they seemed, yet she could not be bothered to engage in debate. As long as Sun Yinyu remained unembarrassed, it was of little consequence to her. When Qin, noticing Shang Zhenzhen's arrival, smiled and pulled her closer. Mr. Qin, this is Zhenzhen. The child is still quite young. Her attire might provoke a chuckle from you. Shang Zhenzhen was reluctantly compelled to bow and greet. Hello, Mr. Qin, I am Shang Zhenzhen. Qin Bin promptly waved his hand with a smile. Call me Uncle Qin. It has been a while. The little girl from back then has blossomed into a striking young lady. How old are you this year? Shang Zhenzhen maintained a forced smile. I am a year younger than my brother. I am 17 this year. That aligns well with Yechuan's age. It seems that Zhenzhen is also in the same school as Yechuan, right? Qin Bin's smile held a hint of significance. As if he were aware of her notable accomplishments at school, Shang Zhenzhen could only stiffly nod. I merely wish to be a backdrop. Is it true that the narrative cannot be defied? I did not adhere to the plot, yet unexpectedly, the storyline gradually aligned itself. Qin Bin smiled with utmost affection and uttered a phrase that sparked profound contemplation. That must be considered fate. Shang Zhenzhen retorted, Fate, my foot. Your son doesn't even crack a smile. And today, she nearly exhausted herself just trying to raise her hand for a photograph. Chapter 11. Matters of constipation. Reflecting on the task at hand, Shang Zhenzhen glanced at the time. It was already past 8 in the evening, with merely 3 hours remaining before the deadline. Recently, the tasks had become increasingly arduous to fulfill. System, are you there? I am here, host. Can we discuss something? No negotiations, the system coldly refused. What I meant was, could you possibly issue a special task, akin to the previous one, which could simultaneously allow for the completion of ordinary tasks? Black market system. Shang Zhenzhen felt a mounting headache. Hello, I am Qin Shuai. Suddenly, a girl, strikingly beautiful like a doll, approached her and extended a friendly hand. Upon seeing this smiling young woman, Shang Zhenzhen recalled her various actions towards the female protagonist in the original narrative and could not help but exclaim. This earlier malevolent supporting character who met her demise early on hardly qualifies as truly malicious. This individual before her could be considered the most formidable antagonist among the supporting characters. Qin Shuai, who harbored an obsessive infatuation for Qin Yechuan, endeavored to ensure that he would stop at nothing to be with her, not only enhancing her appeal in his eyes, but also eliminating potential romantic rivals. Of course, our male protagonist harbored affections solely for the heroine, reminiscent of a cherished moonlight, ultimately leading to a harmonious conclusion for all involved. Shang Zhenzhen smiled as she shook her hand. I am Shang Zhenzhen. You are truly beautiful. Qin Shuai's eyes sparkled with delight as she replied, Sister, you are also quite lovely. It was a rare occasion for Inger to encounter someone of a similar age. She thought to herself, Sister, let us become friends. We could enjoy meals and shopping together in the future. But is this truly about dining and shopping? Or is she merely testing and scrutinizing me, already perceiving me as a rival? Oh dear, I simply wish to live my life peacefully while completing my tasks. Shang Zhenzhen maintained her composure, opening her phone to display the QR code, showering her with compliments. Of course, I would be delighted to connect with such a stunning beauty. In contrast to her words, a faint smile flickered in Qin Yechuan's eyes, only to vanish almost instantaneously. He was now convinced that this girl named Shang Zhenzhen might have glimpsed fragments of the larger truth. For instance, they might indeed be living within the pages of a book, and to survive, She needed to undertake various tasks, seemingly all tied to him. Moreover, she appeared to possess considerable knowledge of the narrative within the book, allowing him to glean insights into the unfolding mysteries through her thoughts. However, he was no mere puppet. In a sense, he possessed a form of mind-reading ability, thus capturing a portion of the hidden truths. He was acutely aware of Qin Yechuan's sentiments. When Qin Yechuan added Shang Zhenzhen, she couldn't help but scoff inwardly, thinking, how could someone so thoughtless possibly be a match for brother Yechuan? Father truly lacks discernment. Mismatching couples so carelessly. Hello, Miss Qin, she ventured, slightly hesitantly. You are truly exquisite, like a doll. May I add you as a friend? Sun Yinyu approached with an air of natural familiarity, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she regarded her. Qin Yechuan, taken aback by this sudden apparition, scrutinized her attire before inquiring, who are you? I am Sun Yinyu, a close friend of Zhenzhen. I couldn't help but notice your flawless complexion and was hoping to inquire about your skincare routine. If it's inconvenient, I completely understand, Sun Yinyu replied, a hint of shyness evident in her tone. Not at all. A friend of Zhenzhen is a friend of mine. I would be delighted to share. Qin Yechuan responded with a smile, adding her as a friend. The competition between the two team masters was palpable, prompting Shang Zhenzhen to reflect on Sun Yinyu's undeniable talent, seemingly oblivious to the concept of awkwardness. As others approached to greet the Qin family, Shang Zhenzhen seized the opportunity to quietly slip away, finding a vantage point to observe Qin Yechuan while enjoying her food. Sun Yinyu sensed a fortuitous moment and boldly stepped forward in an attempt to cultivate goodwill. Shuang, may I assist you? I happen to have a bit of free time. That would be splendid. This is my makeup case. However, it is rather heavy. Would you mind helping me carry it to the car? Qin Yechuan deliberately gestured towards the six-tiered makeup case nearby. Although she could have summoned the driver, she welcomed the prospect of entertaining someone eager to join in. Sun Yinyu eagerly agreed, clearly anxious not to miss this opportunity. A flicker of disdain crossed Qin Yechuan's eyes. She found the situation rather beneath her, especially given Sun Yinyu's apparent infatuation with Yechuan. If she sought to ingratiate herself, Qin Yechuan, with some time to spare, would indulge her whims, all the while considering that this individual's proximity to Shang Zhenzhen might prove advantageous. At that moment, Shang Zhenzhen noticed Qin Yechuan making his way towards the side of the hall. Determined to follow discreetly, she resolved that, if necessary, she would compel him to cooperate for a photograph. The hotel's 18th floor was vast, and Qin Yechuan seemed uncertain of his destination as he wandered down the side corridor for quite some time. Shang Zhenzhen trailed him from a distance and soon observed him entering the men's restroom. Left with no choice, she concealed herself in the shadows, preparing to ambush him upon his exit. However, after a prolonged wait, everyone who had entered the restroom subsequently emerged, yet Qin Yechuan remained conspicuously absent. Could it be that he forgot to bring toilet paper? He has been in there for quite a while. Perhaps he is experiencing constipation. After all, those of striking appearance often harbor unspoken troubles. No one is flawless, after all. What are you doing here? A cool voice suddenly pierced the silence behind her, causing Shang Zhenzhen to jump in fright, her heart racing as she leaped a meter away. Overwhelmed by her surprise, she momentarily forgot her plan and exclaimed, when will this constipated person emerge? It's terrifying. Qin Yechuan, with an impassive expression, reiterated, are you referring to whom as the constipated person? Only then did she realize her inner thoughts had slipped out. In a state of social embarrassment, Shang Zhenzhen hastily invoked her older brother as a shield. What a coincidence. I wasn't referring to you. I was talking about Shang Nanji. He has been in there for ages. I wonder if you've seen him? Qin Yechuan pondered for a couple of seconds before deliberately misinterpreting her words. Are you asking me to go inquire inside the restroom? With that, he feigned stepping forward to do just that. Shang Zhenzhen was utterly flabbergasted and hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct him. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from doing so. Let my brother save some face. After all, constipation is hardly a matter of pride. Chapter 12. The Pink Shovel. Upon seeing Qin Yechuan come to a halt, Shang Zhenzhen breathed a sigh of relief. She had never witnessed such enthusiasm from him before. Could it be that today was particularly ill-fated for her? Her task remained unfinished. With a resolute determination, she decided to take matters into her own hands once more. Positioning herself directly in front of him and began to fabricate a story. By the way, I recently participated in an online event, which requires the submission of handsome men's photographs. Might the illustrious Qin, with his striking good looks, be willing to make an appearance for this occasion? Absolutely not. Qin Yechuan replied with unequivocal firmness. The rewards are quite substantial. If you, with your gallant and charming demeanor, were to participate, victory would surely be yours. How about we split the prize evenly? Shang Zhenzhen began negotiating terms with him. Why not seek out Shang Nanji? Shang Zhenzhen smiled humbly. My brother pales in comparison to your dashing looks. I initially intended to approach him, but having encountered you, such a rare gem, I could hardly settle for second best. If only I could ask Shang Nanji, he would be far easier to persuade. Hard to persuade? Qin Yechuan observed the urgency in her eyes, his tone indifferent. How substantial are the rewards? Shang Zhenzhen faltered, her mind racing to assess the potential gains and losses. After considering her modest savings, she gritted her teeth and declared, 100,000. The first prize is 100,000. The second prize is 60,000. The third prize is 30,000. If we win, splitting the prize would be quite advantageous. Wouldn't it? Qin Yechuan believed that if people could grow tails, then at this moment, Shang Zhenzhen's tail would surely be wagging joyfully. 3 to 7. You take 3. I take 7. Shang Zhenzhen felt a pang of anguish, lamenting her loss. How about 4 to 6? I have invested considerable effort into this activity from the outset. Qin Yechuan, however, adopted an unyielding tone. You may seek out Shang Nanji. I am certain he would be more than willing to agree to a 4 to 6 split. Defeated, Shang Zhenzhen had no choice but to concede. 3 to 7 it is then. Shall we commence with the photos now? After all, this activity is non-existent. I shall simply claim a third prize later. With a 3 to 7 split, I am not at a loss. What a clever little trickster I am. Qin Yechuan remained impassive, merely glancing around. Are you certain you wish to take photos in front of the men's restroom? Ultimately, Shang Zhenzhen was led by Qin Yechuan to a reception room. Qin Yechuan settled onto the sofa, his long legs crossed. The stark contrast of his white suit against the black sofa creating a striking visual dichotomy. Once seated, his slender fingers naturally loosened his tie, his Adam's apple gently bobbing, paired with his indifferent, slightly upturned gaze, exuding a lethal allure. The reception room was profoundly quiet, so silent that one could hear the rhythm of their own heartbeat. Shang Zhenzhen couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the male lead was indeed a walking embodiment of testosterone. Such simple actions rendered it impossible to divert one's gaze. Fortunately, Qin Yechuan resembled a mere character on a page. Had he been real, she felt she might have truly cried for help. Calm. Compose yourself. Qin Yechuan is merely a fictional character. Shang Zhenzhen took a deep breath before activating her phone's camera. Under the natural light, she could clearly appreciate the handsome features of the male protagonist. Qin, my dashing hero, would you mind flashing a smile? The sweet girls of today are utterly captivated by the smiles of stoic men. When you smile, they could be driven from the earth into the cosmos. Shang Zhenzhen coaxed him. Is that not feasible? Shang Zhenzhen wished to nod in agreement, yet her rational mind cautioned against it. A smile carries a greater impact. We are bound to win an award. If a smile feels forced, it might be better to refrain altogether. What do you think? Shang Zhenzhen replied with a stoic expression. Please, no more questions. I'm on the verge of being swayed. Then shall I share a joke with you? Shang Zhenzhen proposed once more, and Qin Yechuan consented. She promptly opened Baidu, searching for the most amusing jokes. With fervor, she began her recital, yet Qin Yechuan's demeanor remained unchanged. One day, a man driving his car accidentally ran over a duck. Just then, a group of children happened by, and one asked, "Is this duck yours?" A little boy replied, "No. Our duck isn't that flat." Qin Yechuan's expression remained placid. Shang Zhenzhen continued with a series of jokes, nearly laughing at herself several times. But the youth across from her seemed listless, even bordering on drowsiness. A wave of frustration washed over her, and she lost her motivation to continue. Is none of this even slightly amusing? Qin Yechuan gently nodded. Let us try another one. I will do my best to engage. Shang Zhenzhen sighed, beginning to reflect on whether she was being too demanding. After careful consideration, Shang Zhenzhen took a deep breath and recited a joke once more. The daughter said to her father that someone was bullying her. The father replied that she could use a shovel to deal with that person. The daughter retorted, "But I'm a girl." To which the father earnestly replied, "Then you can use a pink shovel." It sparkled brilliantly, as if stars were descending from the heavens. Shang Zhenzhen held her breath. When she pressed the shutter button, she could scarcely believe she had captured such beauty on earth. At last, it was done. Qin Yechuan had returned to his usual demeanor, his gaze inquiring whether she had completed the task. Shang Zhenzhen eagerly held up the photo, showering him with compliments. So handsome. The kind that could shatter the sky. Truly the campus heartthrob. Qin Yechuan nodded, naturally pulling out his phone to display a QR code. Add me as a friend. Remember to transfer the bonus on time. The nefarious capitalist. Shang Zhenzhen, fuming, scanned the code to add him as a friend. Just then, a call from Shang Nanji interrupted her. She had no choice but to answer immediately. Brother, I think I've eaten something bad, and I'm still in the restroom. I'll be right there. Qin Yechuan observed her, unfazed and unflustered while she lied. It was as effortless as eating. The guests who had greeted Shang Ba gradually dispersed, and they decided to take their leave. Qin Bin called for Qin Yechuan, and together they courteously escorted their guests to the elevator. As the elevator arrived, Qin Bin smiled at Shang Zhenzhen and said, Zhenzhen, you're always welcome to visit the Qin family whenever you have time. Shang Zhenzhen chuckled awkwardly and promptly stepped into the elevator. The moment the doors closed, she finally exhaled in relief. Chapter 13. A bet. The elevator descended slowly. Zhenzhen, what do you think of that young man from the Qin family? Father Shang suddenly inquired, turning to look at his daughter. At the same moment, Wenqing and Shang Nanji also directed their gaze toward Shang Zhenzhen. She quickly waved her hand, forcing a shy smile. I have no particular feelings for Qin Yechuan, Daddy. I am still young. Shang Nanji internally scoffed, the tension in her eyes gradually dissipating. Father Shang reached out to pat her head. Daddy will respect my precious Zhenzhen. If you truly like him, that is acceptable. If not, all the better. The Qin family is not suitable for you. Shang Zhenzhen smiled faintly. Zhenzhen understands. Daddy is overthinking it. I am still young, and I wish to spend more time with you and Mommy. As night fell, the stars gradually succumbed to slumber, and the moon hung serenely in the sky, while everyone else fell into a deep sleep. In the Shang couple's room, the light remained aglow. Father Shang lay awake in bed, a furrowed brow betraying his restlessness. Do you think that Qin Bin fellow has taken a liking to Zhenzhen? He queried. Wenqing's expression mirrored his concern, and she sighed softly, if it was merely courtesy at first. His subsequent visit to see us and those remarks he made are rather misleading. The Qin family is not an ideal refuge. Their matriarch is quite difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Zhenzhen does not seem fond of him. It is late. Let us retire for the night. The night deepened into stillness. Shang Zhenzhen dreamt of a handsome young man who smiled at her, and just as she was entranced, an alarm jarringly awoke her. Upon waking, she was horrified to discover that the charming figure from her dream bore a striking resemblance to the smiling Qin Yechuan. In an instant, her sweet dream transformed into a nightmare. When Shang Zhenzhen arrived in class, many were already discussing last week's examination, as if the results had been released. Sun Yinyu, noticing her presence, cheerfully greeted her. Zhenzhen, the exam results are out. Have you checked your score? Shang Zhenzhen shook her head. She was so haunted by that nightmare that she had completely forgotten about the exam. The girl who had been conversing with Sun Yinyu interjected, with Miss Shang's scores. Does she even need to check? Another chimed in sarcastically. Indeed, she must have come in last again. Her scores are consistently stable, stably dragging our class down. Sun Yinyu stifled a laugh before asserting. Zhenzhen has made progress each time. She truly works hard. Well, with such effort, this is the outcome. If she hadn't tried at all, would she score 0? Shang Zhenzhen listened to their banter, interspersed with mocking laughter, maintaining a calm demeanor as she gazed at them. It was only when their voices began to fade that she slowly spoke. If you are so certain that I am at the bottom, why not make a wager? A bet with you? Do you stand a chance of winning? Don't say we bullied you if you lose, the first girl to mock her retorted. No worries. The Shang family isn't short on money. Feel free to place your bets. If I lose, I'll pay double. Do you dare to gamble? Shang Zhenzhen smiled faintly. What is there to fear in a bet? Everyone listened closely. I bet 100,000 that Shang Zhenzhen will come in last in this exam. Dewey shouted loudly. Shang Zhenzhen silently chuckled and yawned. Is there anyone else? Shang Zhenzhen assured, with a double wager, that this was an opportunity not to be missed. One that would not come again. Perhaps it was her overly calm demeanor that rendered everyone else speechless. With a gentle smile, she added, let us proceed as such. I have recorded our conversation, so do not attempt to evade your obligations. He felt a jolt of anxiety within her, yet dismissed it, believing Shang Zhenzhen was merely posturing. There is no need to evade. How could a perennial bottom dweller like you suddenly turn the tide? Because of you. Our class's average is perpetually at risk. I have long held a disdain for you. Were it not for your family's wealth, you would be nothing. He cast a scornful glance at her. Miss Shang, once the teacher announces the results, I shall eagerly await your double transfer. At that moment, Teacher Li entered with the report cards, his expression radiating joy, indicating that the class had performed admirably this time. This was likely the best performance our class had achieved. And the teacher was truly pleased, singling out several students for commendation. Upon hearing the praise, all eyes turned expectantly towards the podium, yearning for affirming accolades. After a round of enthusiastic applause, Teacher Li's smile deepened as he continued. Lastly, I would like to formally commend one student, Shang Zhenzhen. The classroom fell into an astonished silence, disbelief echoing among the students at the mention of Shang Zhenzhen's name in the list of commendations. After his announcement, Teacher Li was the first to applaud, prompting the class to follow suit with scattered claps. Du Yi was the first to voice her incredulity. Teacher Li? Is it truly Shang Zhenzhen's paper? How could she possibly achieve such a high score? Either she has substituted someone else's work, or she has resorted to cheating. Whispers began to circulate among the classmates, as everyone was well aware of Shang Zhenzhen's remarkable academic performance, and many shared Du Yi's suspicions. Teacher Li, who taught English in their class, had recently reviewed Shang Zhenzhen's assignments, which were of exceptionally high quality. She had also examined the English answer sheets from the recent exam, and they were indeed flawless. However, it did not eliminate the possibility that Shang Zhenzhen may have obtained the exam paper in advance. Du Yi was relentless. Her heart filled with trepidation. With a wager of 100,000 yuan, she found it impossible to produce such an amount. She merely intended to extort a sum from Shang Zhenzhen. After all, the Shang family was affluent, and 200,000 was but pocket change for them. At that moment, Shang Zhenzhen stood up and spoke in a remarkably standard London accent. A bet must be honored. My English has always been commendable. I merely treated the previous exam lightly. However, this time it affects my allowance, so I studied earnestly. Yet, as Teacher Li mentioned, my performance in the sciences is abysmal, while Chinese and English are my forte. If you doubt my capabilities, feel free to present any questions from either subject for me to tackle. Her impeccable pronunciation, fluent English, and unflinching confidence left no room for doubt. This was indeed the truth. Chapter 14. A double return upon hearing Shang Zhenzhen's English. Du Yi's expression soured dramatically. Teacher Li adjusted her glasses and stated, as you all know, the confidentiality of our school's examination papers is stringent. The Academic Affairs Office prepares 3 sets of papers, and prior to the exam, the principal randomly selects one set by drawing numbers. The entire examination process is under high-definition surveillance, and a shielding device is also activated. Thus, the occurrence of question leaks is virtually impossible. Everyone witnessed the recent performance of our classmate, Shang Zhenzhen. For those who remain skeptical, let us have Shang Zhenzhen elucidate the exam papers. Suddenly thrust into the spotlight, Shang Zhenzhen ascended the podium with trepidation, swiftly addressing all the questions aside from the listening section, just as the bell rang. Her explanations encompassed vital knowledge points, delivered with poise, earning her resounding applause from her peers. However, Teacher Li cast her a disapproving glance, as if lamenting her potential. While your English is commendable, your mathematics score is 52. And your comprehensive science score is 134, totaling 466. Although you ranked 40th in the class, indicating progress, you have yet to pass a single English exam in the 3 subjects of comprehensive science. Laughter erupted from the audience. Class 1 of the second year is comprised of high-achieving students, with only a select few, such as Shang Zhenzhen, admitted due to their connections and influence. Embarrassed, Shang Zhenzhen managed a forced smile and promised, I will strive to improve. Once Teacher Li departed the classroom, she shot a cool glance at Du Yi and remarked, our class consists of 45 students. I ranked 40th this time, not last. Therefore, Du Yi, shall we settle the matter of the 100,000? Cash or credit? Du Yi's expression was beyond mere embarrassment. Her agitation was palpable as she retorted, you must know the scores and are deliberately trying to deceive me. You despicable person. I will not give you the money. Shang Zhenzhen smiled gently, yet there was not a trace of warmth in her eyes. Though I was the one who initiated the wager, you recklessly proposed a sum of 100,000. Did I compel you to speak such a figure? You harbor delusions of profiting from me. Du Yi. Remember, a child who does not honor their word is hardly a good one. At that moment, Sun Yinyu emerged, playing the role of the peacemaker. Zhenzhen, let it go. Du Yi did not mean any harm. We are all classmates, merely engaging in a bit of fun. Shang Zhenzhen cast a sidelong glance at Sun Yinyu, causing her to involuntarily shrink back. If I were to come in last, Sun Yinyu, do you think Du Yi would spare me? Sun Yinyu fell silent, as all present were acutely aware that when Du Yi declared that sum, her intentions were solely to reap exorbitant profits. Yet, no one anticipated that she would turn the tables. Du Yi's face turned pale with anger. As she resorted to petulance, "I have no money to give. Take my life instead. There is no possibility of finding any money." Shang Zhenzhen observed her with an air of nonchalance, seemingly prescient of her antics. Then, before the entire class, "I request a sincere apology. You were the one who brazenly slandered me. Such a demand is not unreasonable, is it? If you apologize with genuine intent, I shall delete the recording I made earlier." Shang Zhenzhen raised her phone and played back the recording. Listening to the grandiose declarations within, Du Yi clenched her fists, while several classmates quietly urged her on. Du Yi recognized her fault in this matter, yet stubbornly maintained that it was Shang Zhenzhen who acted with malice. "I am sorry. I misjudged you. I allowed my petty thoughts to misinterpret your noble intentions." Du Yi recalled the 10,000 yuan voice recording, gritted her teeth, and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle towards Shang Zhenzhen in apology. Shang Zhenzhen merely yawned, waved her hand dismissively, appearing disinterested. "The recording has been deleted. Remember to be cautious with your words in the future." Du Yi's nails dug into her palm, her eyes emanating a fierce determination. Shang Zhenzhen paid little mind to Du Yi, as this individual was merely a background character in her narrative. Her thoughts were consumed by a more pressing concern. She had not achieved a score of 500. While having lunch in the cafeteria, Shang Zhenzhen was still troubled when suddenly a tray appeared in front of her. She looked up to find her brother's cold, handsome face staring back at her. Soon after, several of Shang Nanji's friends joined them, encircling Shang Zhenzhen and leaving her with a sense of entrapment. Zhuo Jinglan was the first to approach with a smile. "Zhenzhen, you did quite well this time. It seems you finally avoided coming in last. Congratulations." Before Shang Zhenzhen could respond, Shang Nanji swiftly swatted Zhuo Jinglan's head away. "If you're going to call her, do it properly, not so close. Besides, with her meager score, what is there to congratulate? Brother, you found out?" The others chimed in. "As soon as class ended, they dragged us to Old Yu's. Using connections to uncover your grades. Not bad, you got 2 top scores." Shang Nanji, true to form, pushed them away again. "Brother, I've worked hard this time. Could you please speak to mommy? Don't hire a tutor for me or cut off my allowance." Shang Zhenzhen endeavored to appear as pitiable as possible. Shang Nanji coldly rejected. What qualifications do those who cannot even score 500 have to negotiate terms? In an instant, Shang Zhenzhen felt that the meal before her lost its appeal. Devoid of pocket money and with no time to rest, while others donned their academic attire with great fanfare, she felt as if her own appearance would bring about calamity. As an exemplary student in the humanities, she was already driven to madness by mathematics. And now she was being forced into the depths of studying physics and chemistry. This was truly a push from L to C. Noticing that those around her had scarcely touched their chopsticks, with a substantial portion of food remaining on their plates, Shang Nanji frowned and asked, "Are you deliberately starving yourself?" Shang Zhenzhen found this to be a rather appealing idea and replied in a tone of profound melancholy, "I don't know. I just suddenly lost my appetite." Jinglan, echoing her sentiment, added, "If it were me, I would also lack an appetite." Despite all the effort put into improving grades, not a single kind word is offered. "Zhenzhen, you are truly unfortunate." Shang Nanji shot her a cold glance, prompting Jinglan to immediately lower her head and devour her meal with vigor. While there had indeed been progress in grades, the specialization in subjects was alarmingly severe. "I will discuss with mommy. Your pocket money will be preserved, but tutoring must continue. We will arrange for you to have supplementary lessons at home during weekends." Understanding that there was no room for negotiation, Shang Zhenzhen attempted to propose. "How about finding a handsome tutor to help me? I believe it would yield better results. For instance, someone like Qin Yechuan. If the male lead were to tutor her, surely she would benefit from a considerable stroke of good fortune." Jinglan and the others erupted into laughter, even giving her a thumbs up. "You truly dare to pull teeth from a tiger's mouth." Shang Nanji shot them a fierce glare, then menacingly said to her, "Shang Zhenzhen, indulge in your grand delusions." Shang Zhenzhen sighed. She indeed wished to dream. Currently, she found herself reluctantly ensnared in the role of a malicious female antagonist. Forced to study the sciences. Chapter 15. A fortuitous reward. Shang Zhenzhen was awakened by the incessant clamor of the system. Early in the morning, it bombarded her mind with relentless notifications. Drowsily, she sat up in bed and glanced at the time. It was merely 6 o'clock. "Host, a special task has been issued. Please proceed to complete it promptly." A friendly reminder. The time limit for this task is only 2 hours. Shang Zhenzhen instantly became alert. The special task was to deliver breakfast to Qin Yechuan, preferably light. Completing this task would reward her with 30 points of fortune, and she had a mere 2 hours to do so. After reading the details, she fell into a contemplative silence. The task seemed rather unchallenging. Soon after, she noticed a line of small print below. If Qin Yechuan is satisfied with this breakfast, an additional reward of 5 to 20 points will be granted. Such fortune. Shang Zhenzhen's eyes sparkled. This task was a classic example of guaranteed profit. She quickly freshened up, eager to leave before Shang Zhenzhen awoke, neglecting to eat breakfast herself, and called for the driver to take her to school. At 6:30, the school was desolate and tranquil, with few students arriving. Once she alighted from the vehicle, she made a beeline for a nearby breakfast shop. Rumor had it that the food there was delightful, and Shang Zhenzhen had long wished to try it, but had always eaten breakfast at home. Today, she seized the opportunity to indulge. In the CAF, a few patrons were leisurely enjoying their breakfast. Shang Zhenzhen glanced at the menu, overwhelmed by the plethora of choices, and discreetly observed what others were indulging in. Thus, she commenced scanning the QR code to place her order: 2 portions of soup dumplings, a bowl of wontons, and a bowl of congee with century egg and lean pork, accompanied by 2 crispy spring rolls and 2 meat buns, concluding with 2 cups of lightly sweetened hot soy milk. The proprietress, upon reviewing the latest order, gazed in astonishment at the slender and graceful young lady before her. "Your surname is Shang, isn't it? Just how many breakfasts is this order meant for? Please provide me with 2 decent takeout bags. I shall pack them myself, and I assure you that I can finish it all," Shang Zhenzhen replied, patting her flat stomach with a serious demeanor. The proprietress chuckled in agreement. "As long as you can finish it, that's what matters. Surely, this breakfast is for your boyfriend. Boys tend to have larger appetites." The other customers, drawn by the conversation, turned their attention towards Shang Zhenzhen, who felt an immediate wave of embarrassment, offering a sheepish smile. In truth, most of the items were simply her own cravings. Once everything was neatly packed, Shang Zhenzhen could detect the enticing aroma wafting through the bags. Both portions were identical, the sole distinction being one contained wontons and the other, congee with century egg and lean pork. Either choice was rather light, and regardless of which dish Qin Yechuan preferred, Shang Zhenzhen would be satisfied, as they were all her favorites. With 2 breakfast bags in hand, she made her way toward the school, pondering how best to present the meal to Qin Yechuan, when he fortuitously appeared within her line of sight. As Qin Yechuan approached with the dawn, the delicate morning light enveloped him, illuminating each strand of his hair with a radiant glow. In that fleeting moment, Shang Zhenzhen recalled a previously captured photograph, one that exuded an almost surreal beauty. Upon nearer inspection, she noticed that he was carrying a breakfast in his hand. The gentle morning breeze wafted around them as the handsome youth, clutching his meal, encountered a beautiful girl who was burdened with 2 breakfasts at the school gate. In that instant, Shang Zhenzhen found herself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. She certainly could not approach him with an inquiry about whether he might like to eat more. Suddenly, a frantic cry broke the tranquility. "Make way, make way. Ah, my brakes have failed. Ah. Quickly, move aside." The unexpected panic was followed by the sound of a substantial crash. Shang Zhenzhen witnessed a minor traffic accident unfold before her eyes, along with the inception of a love story. She finally recalled the progression of the plot. After the male protagonist's coming-of-age ceremony, the female lead was set to make her entrance. The first scene of their encounter in the narrative was marked by her first day at the new school, where her car's brakes had failed. In that very moment, she spotted the male lead, rendered speechless, momentarily forgetting to engage the manual brake, only to realize too late, leading to a collision that knocked him down. Yet, the male lead emerged unscathed, showcasing a remarkable display of resilience. Not only was he unharmed, but he also managed to prop himself against his bicycle, inadvertently knocking into the female lead in the process. What an exhilarating scene. Shang Zhenzhen's attention was immediately drawn to the chaos, only to find the bicycle toppled over to one side, while the male lead stood at a distance, seemingly having dodged the incident. Confusion washed over her. How was it that the male lead was merely standing there? As Shang Zhenzhen focused her gaze once more, she discovered that a person was trapped beneath the bicycle. The female protagonist was, astonishingly, pinned underneath it. What on earth had transpired in this chaotic scene? Noticing that Qin Yechuan showed no intention of assisting, Shang Zhenzhen reluctantly set her breakfast and backpack aside, then stepped forward to help lift the bicycle. "Thank you." Yin Xingyu looked at her with tear-filled eyes, her voice sweet and gentle. She must have hurt herself in the fall, her eyes reddened and her skin delicate as porcelain. With her high ponytail swaying in the breeze, she exuded an ethereal purity and beauty that rendered one breathless. She appeared like a fragile little rabbit, so innocent and lovely. One wondered if the male lead had taken leave of his senses for not aiding his own wife. Was he not aware that he was courting disaster in his pursuit of her affection? Shang Zhenzhen cast a reproachful glare at Qin Yechuan, only to find him completely oblivious. His attention fixed on a piece of corn that had rolled away and become dirty after tumbling several times. Yan Qingyu evidently noticed it too, and as she stood up, she walked over in a flustered manner. Faced with the indifference in the boy's eyes, she felt a surge of trepidation. I'm really sorry. I accidentally bumped into you. Let me buy you another breakfast. Is there anything else you would like besides the corn? It's on me. Qin Yechuan merely glanced at her with a hint of disdain. No need, he replied, effortlessly picking up the soiled corn and tossing it into a nearby trash bin with an impeccable arc. Shang Zhenzhen could only roll her eyes in disbelief. The female protagonist appeared utterly terrified, on the verge of tears, while this male lead seemed to revel in his aloofness. Shang Zhenzhen glanced at the breakfast in her hands and promptly strode over to him, casually shoving one of the items into his embrace. Consider this breakfast as compensation for scaring me. It's not fair for a girl to feel frightened by you. Qin Yechuan furrowed his brow, about to protest, but was swiftly interrupted by Shang Zhenzhen. Just take it. Why are you hesitating like a timid man? I bought too much, and it's just right to treat you. Yan Qingyu's eyes glistened with tears, touched by her kindness. Thank you. No need for thanks. It's merely a small gesture. Shang Zhenzhen replied with a smile before gracefully departing with her breakfast and backpack. Yan Qingyu, feeling uneasy beside the increasingly cold-faced boy, bowed deeply before hastily riding away towards the school. Qin Yechuan silently held the breakfast until others approached, then he stepped toward the school. Chapter 16. Indeed. It is sister-in-law Yan Hao entered the classroom, panting from his hurried arrival just as the class bell rang, wearing a proud grin. Another successful day of making it on time. Qin Yechuan cast him a fleeting glance. Choose one. Yan Hao's expression froze in disbelief. Only one. Brother Qin. What about the rest? I haven't eaten. Qin Yechuan spoke with a straight face. Yan Hao decided not to press further. It was already a great kindness for Brother Qin to bring him breakfast. Thus, he chose a small steamed bun. Brother Qin, I thought you didn't tea like century egg? Why did you order congee with century egg and lean pork? Perhaps you could spare this congee for me? Yan Hao returned the remaining items to Qin Yechuan, his gaze fixated on the savory century egg and lean meat congee. In contrast, Qin Yechuan approached with a handful of items, proclaiming, one must bravely attempt what one does not favor. Yan Hao, without a hint of suspicion, regarded Qin as a true man and gave him a thumbs up. Once Lao Yu arrived, he stealthily hid beneath the desk to indulge in the delectable soup dumplings. Succulent and juicy, they were simply exquisite. I am Yan Qingyu. I kindly ask for your attention. Teacher Li introduced a remarkably beautiful girl, instantly igniting a wave of chatter among the students. Indeed, the female lead, Yan Qingyu, had just transferred into her class. Following the narrative of the story, Yan Qingyu naturally became her deskmate. Upon recognizing her, Yan Qingyu was filled with delight and eagerly began her self-introduction. I never anticipated we would be deskmates. Hello, I am Yan Qingyu. Her sparkling almond-shaped eyes beamed with uncontainable joy as they met the other girl's gaze. Shang Zhenzhen couldn't help but reflect on her own motives. In truth, she had her own ulterior motives that morning. After all, the male lead was quite difficult to approach, and she intended to start with the female lead. The female lead's persona was one of kindness, cuteness, and innocence, yet she appeared as a naive little rabbit while possessing a clear and discerning mind. Shang Zhenzhen believed that if she could cultivate a good relationship with the female lead, who could then connect with the male lead, she, as the female lead's close friend, would effortlessly benefit from the ensuing fortune. Shang Zhenzhen resolved that, although it felt somewhat improper to exploit the female lead, she would treat her exceptionally well and assist her in overcoming the hurdles on her romantic journey. She aspires to be the finest matchmaker within the pages of this book. Is she akin to Zhenzhen, as mentioned in the Book of Songs? What a melodious name. May I address you as Zhenzhen? Certainly. Then I shall call you Qingyu. At long last, with the class concluded and her hunger unabated, Shang Zhenzhen eagerly retrieved her breakfast, generously sharing her bounty with Yan Qingyu. Qingyu, let us dine together. I have brought plenty. Yan Qingyu graciously accepted, offering her 2 pieces of her cherished milk candy in return. At that moment, the system unexpectedly chimed in. Special mission hidden conditions not fulfilled. Please continue to strive, host. Shang Zhenzhen was momentarily taken aback. Taking a bite of the delectable meat bun while contemplating the milk candy, was there truly nothing among her numerous breakfast offerings that could satisfy him? She distinctly recalled that in the original narrative, the male protagonist had been elated like a fool when the female lead gifted him a piece of milk candy. Only after finishing the meat bun did Shang Zhenzhen come to the realization that she had erred. The male lead must have desired the breakfast intended for the female lead. How foolish of her to have made such a blunder. She ought to have presented the breakfast to the female lead first, allowing her to pass it along. Frustrated, she began to thump her head against the table, with her cheeks stuffed full of dumplings. Yin Qingyu, noticing her sudden outburst, mumbled, "Zhenzhen, what's wrong? Are you not eating enough?" Shang Zhenzhen merely shook her head, continuing her rhythmic assault on the table. Yin Qingyu, bewildered, resumed her battle with the dumplings. Meanwhile, in the senior class 1 classroom, Yin Hao observed Qin Yechuan, whose expression remained impassive as he devoured the remaining breakfast, including the congee with preserved egg and lean pork that he despised. Yin Hao once again raised his thumb in admiration. Qin Ge is truly impressive. He devoured everything. Qin Yechuan had already consumed breakfast, yet he forcefully stuffed himself with more, particularly the century egg, which he detested. A tumultuous sensation surged within his stomach, prompting him to spring up and dash towards the restroom. Yin Hao nearly burst into laughter, struggling to stifle his amusement, his eyes betraying his understanding. When he had previously unwrapped the breakfast bag, he had spotted the receipt, which bore the character Shang and included the dreaded century egg and lean meat porridge that Qin Ge would never touch. Thus, the origin of this breakfast was unmistakably clear. Upon witnessing Ms. Shang at Qin Ji's residence that day, he had sensed something remarkable. Indeed, she was his sister-in-law. He had not been mistaken. He considered himself quite astute. After emptying his stomach in the men's restroom, Qin Yechuan rinsed his mouth and glanced up through the mirror, where he spotted Shang Nanji standing at the doorway. Their eyes met in the reflection. "Shall we have a conversation?" Qin Yechuan averted his gaze first, turning to face him. "Let us change the venue." The two ascended to the rooftop terrace, where a gentle breeze swept through, leaving the two equally remarkable young men standing in opposition. The breakfast was brought to you by Zhenzhen, was it not? The century egg and lean meat porridge is her favorite. Yet I gather from Yin Hao's remarks that you do not share her fondness. Hence, after consuming it, you expelled it. Shang Nanji stated directly. This morning, as was his routine, he rose at 6:30, only to discover that Shang Zhenzhen had already departed for school. Upon arriving in class, he had kept a keen eye on Qin Yechuan, piecing together the circumstances. Qin Yechuan responded nonchalantly. "If your intention is to advise me to keep my distance from Shang Zhenzhen, the most effective approach would be to suggest that she maintain her distance from me." However, Shang Nanji's expression remained unchanged, her cold gaze fixed upon him. "That is not my point," she stated. "I simply wish to ascertain your feelings toward Shang Zhenzhen. Do you harbor affection for her or not?" A fleeting moment of silence enveloped the rooftop terrace. Shang Nanji nodded. "I trust you, and I hope you remain steadfast. As for Zhenzhen, I will do my utmost to keep her in check. As her brother, I do not wish for her to marry into the Qin family. And that is all there is to it." She placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke softly beside him. "I suspect you have ambitions of your own. As a partner in the Qin family's business, I, too, hope for your success." Chapter 17. A man must not decline. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. When the school bell rang, Qin Yechuan made his way to the classroom. At that moment, Class 1 of the second year was abuzz with excitement. Following the recent joint examination, the third-year students had achieved remarkable results, with the top 2 scores coming from their prestigious Xingyu High School, where Qin Yechuan had soared above the rest with an impressive total of 720 points. Furthermore, 6 out of the top 10 scores were also from their school, much to the institution's delight, which prompted them to advance next month's sports meet to just a week later. The third-year students were granted special permission to participate, as it was said to provide a balance between work and leisure, thus benefiting their studies. The 2-day sports meet was undoubtedly a highly anticipated respite in the rigorous life of high school, featuring not only individual events but also team competitions and the much-anticipated special events that drew widespread attention. The distinctive projects are a hallmark of the Xingyu High School sports meet, characterized by a spirited competition among all grades, with 2 new events introduced each year. This year features a quiz game and a blind box activity, the latter being a novel addition. According to the teachers, the details of this activity will remain a mystery until the day of the sports meet. Yen Qingyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, finding the special projects to be quite intriguing. Although she was not particularly athletic, she considered giving the quiz game a try. Acknowledging the unfolding narrative, Shang Zhenzhen nodded in encouragement. I believe you can do it, Qin Ye. In the story, Qin Ye indeed signed up for the quiz game, earning the title of the Goddess of Wisdom with her formidable intellect. What about you, Zhenzhen? What do you plan to sign up for? I will cheer for you, Qin Ye asked curiously. After thoughtful consideration, Shang Zhenzhen replied, I would prefer to take it easy and rest well, but since the school mandates that everyone participates, I will register for the shuttlecock kicking event. Qin Ye immediately expressed her admiration, her small hands clapping in delight. Zhenzhen, you can actually kick a shuttlecock? That's amazing. Shang Zhenzhen responded with a grin. Not at all. I can't do it at all, so I suppose I will be eliminated quite swiftly. Qin Ye chuckled, finding her desk mate utterly charming. After school, for the first time, Shang Zhenzhen accompanied Qin Ye out of the school gates. Qin Ye embodied the archetype of a classic Cinderella, relying on a dilapidated bicycle for her commute. This morning, after a tumble, the bicycle's chain had come loose. When they went to retrieve the bike, Shang Zhenzhen volunteered, claiming it was a simple fix. However, her hands ended up smeared with grease, and she still could not manage to reattach the chain. The slap came unexpectedly. Shang Zhenzhen felt that once words were spoken, they could not be taken back, so she decided to let Shang Nanji give it a try. After all, Qin Ye's home was too far from the school, and she had no idea where to find a repair shop. The two of them pushed the bicycle to the school gate, and after explaining the situation to Shang Nanji, he merely cast her a cold glance. So, you made me wait here for over half an hour, and now you want me to fix the bike? Shang Zhenzhen leaned playfully against the car window and said, This is my new classmate, a good friend I finally made today. Brother, please just help out. She feigned a sigh. Well, it seems there's no other option. Qin Ye, I apologize. I thought my brother was capable of anything. It appears I've overestimated him. He can't even fix a bike chain. With a resounding thud, Shang Nanji exited the car and shut the door. A tall, stoic figure stood before the bicycle. Qin Ye seemed taken aback by the unexpected handsomeness of Shang Zhenzhen's brother. After a brief glance, she shyly lowered her head. The memory of Shang Zhenzhen's earlier clumsy provocation nearly made her laugh out loud. Shang Nanji examined the dilapidated bicycle without flinching, effortlessly flipping it over. His long fingers began to untangle the fallen chain. Shang Zhenzhen had anticipated that the task would take a while, engaging in conversation with Qin Ye nearby. To her surprise, within a mere minute, she heard Shang Nanji declare, It's done. Such swiftness was astonishing. Shang Nanji has restored the car, though his hands bear a few dark smudges, which in no way diminishes charm. He recalled the need to repair the brakes, which were also defective. After speaking, he turned and entered the vehicle. Qin Ye quickly inclined her body in gratitude, exclaiming, Zhenzhen Gij, I am truly grateful. I will take care of the brakes. Although he may seem aloof at first, he surprisingly possesses a kind heart. Shang Zhenzhen waved goodbye, advising her to be cautious on the road before driving away. Brother, thank you just now. Shang Nanji scoffed. Your brother is indeed capable of anything. Shang Zhenzhen smiled sheepishly. It seemed evident that a man could never be denied. Brother, have you heard about the upcoming sports meeting? This year, the seniors can participate. What have you signed up for? Shang Zhenzhen skillfully shifted the topic. The 100-meter sprint, a quick answer game, and team basketball. Shang Zhenzhen was taken aback. So many? She recalled from the story that Shang Nanji had only registered for team basketball. After all, it is my final year at school. I do not wish to leave any regrets. Shang Nanji clearly aimed to conclude his youth with a perfect sentence. What about you? Kicking a shuttlecock. Shang Nanji was so astonished that he nearly collided with the roadside barrier, but fortunately regained control in time, averting a disaster. The corners of Shang Nanji's mouth curved up, activating her full-fledged mode of sarcasm. I had no idea that my dear sister possessed such a talent for shuttlecock kicking. I shall certainly attend your competition and capture a video, hoping you can endure a little longer to occupy more of my phone's memory. Shang Zhenzhen remained silent. Should she consider switching to a different activity? Ultimately, she decided against it. She had already embarrassed herself on numerous occasions, and this was just another instance not worth fretting over. Rather than face a grand humiliation, it was better to settle matters swiftly. Before long, amidst her busy studies, Saturday arrived. Today marked the day when the tutor would come to their home. As Shang Nanji dragged Shang Zhenzhen from her bed at 7 o'clock, she felt utterly disenchanted with life. Stifling a yawn, she stood alongside Shang Nanji at the entrance, preparing to greet the teacher. Brother, is the tutor you found male or female? Is he handsome? Is she pleasant to behold? If they're neither handsome nor appealing, it will greatly diminish my interest in studying. Shang Zhenzhen wore an expression that suggested he was reluctant to engage with her. It's a female, reputed to be the strictest, most formidable, and most unyielding teacher in the entire city, solely focused on improving scores, well-versed in mathematics and science. I believe she will suit you perfectly, which is why I have specially hired her at a generous salary. Shang Zhenzhen shivered at this revelation. Truly, he was her brother. Chapter 18. The protagonist is a little demon. A taxi came to a slow stop at the Shang residence. Shang Zhenzhen languidly stood there, contemplating how to drive this stern and rigid teacher away. Shang Zhenzhen shot her a glance and delivered a swift slap, prompting Shang Zhenzhen to stand at attention. The car door swung open. Qingyu donned a pristine white dress, complemented by a pair of immaculate sneakers, standing there with an air of youthful exuberance. Her flowing black hair danced in the breeze as she smiled and waved. Shang Zhenzhen gazed at her in astonishment, then turned to the equally surprised Shang Zhenzhen, and was the first to speak. Qingyu, are my tutor? There could be no other explanation, for they had only recently met, and Qingyu was unaware of her home address. The contents of this folder comprise my academic records and certificates of merit. If young Master Shang has no objections, I believe I am quite capable of fulfilling this task, and I would only require half the fee, as I am not the most optimal candidate for this transaction. Shang Zhenzhen perused the documents briefly. It was evident that she was indeed a product of Yin Ping's teachings. As her grades were exceptionally impressive, not only did she consistently rank first, but she also achieved near-perfect scores in the sciences. Furthermore, all the competitions she participated in were met with first-place victories, including those on an international level. Initially, I intended to decline this position on behalf of my mother, but upon noticing that the materials belonged to Zhenzhen, I took the initiative to recommend myself. Young Master Shang, please rest assured, as my family's circumstances are rather challenging. Since entering middle school, I have frequently utilized my free time to tutor others, with commendable results. Qingyu continued with a composed demeanor, exuding a sense of competence that contrasted with her typically adorable and gentle school persona. Given that she is the child of Ms. Yin Ping, I naturally feel at ease. However, there will be a trial period. Following the next examination, if the results are satisfactory, we will proceed with the agreed fee. Is that acceptable? Shang Zhenzhen inquired. Qingyu smiled, her eyes sparkling. Of course, that is not a problem. In an instant, Shang Zhenzhen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly pulled Qingyu into the Shang residence, fearing that Shang Zhenzhen might change her mind. Thank you. The most handsome brother in the world. I promise to study diligently. Shang Zhenzhen let out a soft hum, a slight smile gracing her lips, feeling rather pleased with herself. This was Qingyu's first visit to such a splendid abode. Shang Zhenzhen's room was spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking an artificial lake. Shang Zhenzhen beckoned her to sit on the carpet and arranged a low table. Please, grant me your wisdom, Scholar Yin. Qingyu chuckled. You can just call me Qingyu. But do know that my tutoring is quite rigorous. That's perfectly fine. Seeing a beautiful girl makes studying a delightful endeavor, Shang Zhenzhen replied candidly. Let us begin with mathematics. Complete this math paper within an hour and a half. Qingyu promptly retrieved a thick envelope from her backpack and extracted a remarkably thin test paper from within. Observing the bulky envelope, Shang Zhenzhen realized she could not underestimate the protagonist. Why not 2 hours? Qingyu smiled brightly. An hour and a half is ample time, especially since there will be questions you cannot answer. Save time for discussion. You might even manage to attempt another paper. How devilish. First, gather all your biology books. Biology primarily requires memorization of key points. I will mark the important sections for you, and we shall start with one book today. I will come to check on your progress tomorrow. Such a tormentor. Shang Zhenzhen rummaged through several biology books, attempting to appeal to her emotions. One book a day is truly unattainable. My dear deskmate, shall we negotiate a half-price deal? Qingyu pondered for a moment. A month is not an excessive amount of time, yet haste makes waste. Therefore, I shall assess the recitation next week, with one book to be covered each week. Angel. Indeed, Qingyu remains that darling angelic protagonist. However, with this arrangement, the volume of your test papers will inevitably increase. Since we encounter each other daily at school, you shall now provide me with 2 test papers every day. I shall utilize the time between classes and during lunch breaks to elucidate the problems for you. Shang Zhenzhen. Truly, you are a devil. Yet, during class, you incur no costs. This arrangement is hardly beneficial for you. Shang Zhenzhen attempted a futile struggle. Nevertheless, as long as the costs remain unchanged. I still stand to gain significantly, and one must maintain a long-term perspective. This month of trial is crucial. The earnest diligence of Yin Qingyu is genuinely endearing. Yet Shang Zhenzhen can only weep silently. Shang Nanji made a brief visit midway to deliver fruits and beverages. Upon observing Shang Zhenzhen in a state of distress and witnessing Yin Qingyu meticulously illustrating the key concepts for her, complete with succinct annotations, she departed with a sense of reassurance. As the morning wore on, Shang Zhenzhen found herself sprawled across the low table, her expression one of utter despair. She had been compelled to tackle 2 sets of mathematics papers. Yin Qingyu had indeed come prepared, first administering the foundational version of the test, then, after an explanation, providing her with an advanced version of the same type. Remember to complete the remaining 2 test papers today. I shall come to review them tomorrow. No peeking at the answers. I will scrutinize your problem-solving steps, and may even ask you to elucidate your reasoning. Furthermore, the biological knowledge points have all been illustrated. When you have time, focus on memorizing the first book. Next week at school, I will inquire about your progress in recitation and will pose questions based on your advancement. Do not entertain any thoughts of slacking off. Shang Zhenzhen. She strongly insists on switching to a different tutor from another school, alas. She spends every day in the company of Yin Qingyu. What kind of chaos will ensue? Nevertheless, Yin Qingyu's problem-solving approach is both succinct and lucid. And her patience is commendable. She does not mock those who struggle with the simplest concepts, but rather explains them earnestly. It seems she truly intends to become a science prodigy within the realms of her textbooks. I am not very familiar with the roads here, and fearing tardiness, I opted for a taxi. Next time, I shall ride my bicycle. I believe I noticed a bus stop outside your community, and I plan to check it. Yin Qingyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, indicated her intention to leave. I offered to have the butler escort you. I shall take you. I have errands to run anyway. Shang Nanji indeed appeared impeccably dressed, clutching her car keys as she stepped out. As the vehicle departed, Shang Zhenzhen suddenly sensed something amiss. When did Shang Nanji become so eager? Could it be? Chapter 19, Adolescence Syndrome. Is it possible that Shang Nanji has developed feelings for the female lead? Shang Zhenzhen was startled by her own thoughts, yet they seemed plausible. The female lead's appearance is undeniably impeccable. Even as a woman, she feels somewhat enchanted. If Shang Nanji were to harbor affection, it would be entirely within reason. Is it possible that her brother is treading the path of the male supporting character? The original protagonist favors the male lead, while her brother is drawn to the female lead. Their family truly seems to be a gathering ground for cannon fodder. The car was enveloped in an eerie silence. Yin Qingyu sat demurely in the back seat, occasionally glancing at the frosty profile of Shang Nanji before lowering her gaze once more. Zhenzhen was indeed beautiful, and so was Shang Nanji. In truth, she had no obligation to be there today, yet a whimsical urge to express her gratitude for Shang Nanji's previous assistance compelled her to come. Within her backpack lay freshly baked cookies, prepared that very morning. She had presumed she would have no opportunity to present them today. Zhenzhen, being somewhat carefree and adept at charming others, should not be treated too leniently. Should any issues arise, feel free to contact me directly. As the traffic light turned red, Shang Nanji suddenly spoke, extending her phone, revealing a WeChat QR code. Yin Qingyu promptly retrieved her phone to scan and add her as a friend. Zhenzhen is quite intelligent. She comprehends my explanations well. Moreover, this is my responsibility, and I shall uphold it. There is no need to be overly anxious. I am well aware of Zhenzhen's academic performance. She struggles in science, yet stubbornly chose that field. Shang Nanji's tone grew increasingly frigid. Yin Qingyu fell silent. Offering a faint smile tinged with envy, as an only child, she suddenly realized how wonderful it would be to have an older brother. Please stop the car here. My home is just up ahead. Thank you for today, she remarked upon recognizing the familiar street. As the vehicle halted, she hesitated for a brief moment before presenting the cookies from her backpack. These are my homemade cookies. If you don't mind, I would like to offer them to you as a token of appreciation for your help with my bicycle last time. Shang Nanji leaned slightly to glance at the exquisitely packaged box and noted the blush blooming upon Yin Qingyu's ears. No need, she replied. It's merely a trivial gesture. Yin Qingyu felt a twinge of disappointment, yet she did not press the matter further. Instead, she offered him a gentle smile before alighting from the vehicle. I am not fond of cookies. I trust you will look after Zhenzhen in the future. In an instant, the disappointment in Yin Qingyu's eyes vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. After shutting the car door, she bowed in gratitude. Although he exuded a frigid demeanor, his tenderness was unmistakable. In that fleeting moment, Yin Qingyu felt her heart race. As Shang Zhenzhen accelerated away, he reflected on the fact that their residence was situated in a villa district, where public transport only arrived once every hour. Considering that she was Zhenzhen's friend and a teacher he had invited, he resolved to offer her a ride. Shang Zhenzhen found himself perplexed by his own actions, ultimately attributing his behavior to the connection he felt through Yin Qingyu's friendship with Zhenzhen. Meanwhile, that evening, Shang Zhenzhen was grappling with a mathematics problem. After a long and arduous struggle from the afternoon until now, she had reached the final question, which had left her utterly stumped for quite some time, devoid of any insight. Suddenly, the system issued an unexpected task to consult Qin Yechuan regarding this problem. With a reward of 10 luck points, and an additional bonus of 10 points if she obtained the answer within an hour. Upon seeing the prospect of 20 luck points, Shang Zhenzhen's eyes sparkled with excitement. She quickly unlocked her phone, accessed WeChat, and located Qin Yechuan's solid black avatar. She meticulously prepared a photo of the problem. Poised to send it, but hesitated. There was a strong likelihood that Qin Yechuan would see her message and choose to ignore it. Shang Zhenzhen gazed at the empty interface of the chat, where a solitary, frigid system prompt read, "You have added QYC. You may now commence chatting." Qin Yechuan's avatar was a solid black, and the backdrop of his social circle was equally dark and devoid of any content. The decision to add him on WeChat had been driven solely by the prospect of completing a task under the pretense that there would be a reward. Once the task was fulfilled, this matter faded from memory. One must be willing to take risks to achieve their desires. At that moment, Qin Yechuan had just emerged from the shower, a towel draped over his hair, and his bathrobe slightly ajar, secured casually with a loose tie that revealed his toned physique, accentuated by a defined V-line. Droplets of water cascaded from the tips of his hair, tracing down his chin and gliding along his V-line, evoking tantalizing thoughts that were fleeting in nature. He opened the refrigerator, retrieved a bottle of water, and tilted his head back to take several swigs. The sound of a WeChat message notification caught his attention, and he glanced at the illuminated screen. A message from Zhenzhen the fairy awaited him. Qin Yechuan's gaze was indifferent. He had not saved her contact under any specific name, as her WeChat moniker was simply that. The screen's brightness gradually diminished, but he did not hasten to check the message. After placing the water back in the refrigerator, he continued to towel dry his hair with one hand, while the other finally opened the WeChat interface. Zhenzhen the fairy, handsome Qin, I come bearing good news. We secured third place in that event we participated in. I just received the prize money. Should I transfer it directly to your WeChat? After all, this event was merely a fabrication of my imagination. I can declare whatever place I wish, and it saves me a bit. How clever of me. Splitting it 3 to 7 is rather painful. Does pursuing a man truly require such expenditure? Qin Yechuan's finger froze. Caught in a moment of astonishment within the chat interface. Had his telepathy evolved? How could he so distinctly hear Shang Zhenzhen's thoughts? Following a high fever during his adolescence, he had suddenly discovered his ability to read minds. The abruptness of it all led him to research, ultimately concluding it was a symptom of puberty syndrome. Those afflicted experience supernatural phenomena, such as hearing others' inner voices or glimpsing someone's future. He had assumed that this peculiar ability would gradually fade upon reaching adulthood. Yet it seemed to have evolved instead. Uncertain, he ventured once more into the recent dialog box. I'm still waiting to complete my task. Qin Yechuan exited the chat interface and opened Yan Hao's dialog box. Qin Yechuan, what are you doing? Yan Hao's name swiftly morphed into typing. Qin Go. I'm helping out at the shop. Do you want to come for some skewers? I guarantee they are delicious. Qin Yechuan frowned, unable to glean any further messages. Yan Hao, what's wrong? Qin Go. Do you need my assistance? Only then did Qin Yechuan continue typing a response. Bring some grilled skewers over later for a midnight snack. Yan Hao, no problem. See you in an hour. Qin Yechuan lingered for a moment on Yan Hao's chat interface, confirming that he had not heard anything further. Before reopening Shang Zhenzhen's chat window, the messages poured in one after another. Is the third prize not stimulating enough for the male lead? I should have just mentioned the first prize. What should I do now? Qin Yechuan pondered for a moment, then opened the dialog box to input his own text. It's changed. The male lead has seen the message and is typing. Qin Yechuan paused for a moment, deleted the text he had just typed, and revised his message. Qin Yechuan, please send a screenshot of the award interface. Chapter 20. Is this something he can view without spending a dime? Qin Yechuan, please send a screenshot of the award interface. Shang Zhenzhen waited for over 10 minutes, only to receive that chilling remark. Indeed, the male protagonist was not easily deceived. The event was merely a fabrication of her own imagination. How could she possibly conjure up an award interface for him? Qin Yechuan. Well, please transfer the funds. Qin Yechuan could clearly sense Shang Zhenzhen cursing him in her heart. He was quite certain that his mind-reading abilities had seemingly upgraded, but it appeared to be effective solely with Shang Zhenzhen. He needed to experiment further. Shang Zhenzhen, actually, I have something else to trouble you with, handsome Qin. I heard you ranked first in the joint examination. That's impressive. I have a math problem that I can't seem to solve. Could you take a look at it for me? Pitiful. Although the money may be lost. What if the male protagonist accepts the funds and then ignores me? I cannot afford to lose both the chicken and the rice. Shang Zhenzhen furrowed her brow slightly, overwhelmed with conflict as she lay back on the bed, staring blankly at the chat interface. Should she transfer the funds or not? Ultimately, she decided to place her trust in the character of the male protagonist for once, and with determination, the 70,000 yuan was swiftly transferred. She counted the 4 zeros several times. Shang Zhenzhen immediately sent him the question she had just photographed, and added a flattering remark. With the assistance of the esteemed Qin University genius, this problem must be a piece of cake. After sending the message, she was met with an agonizingly endless wait. There was no further communication from Qin Yechuan, and as Shang Zhenzhen anxiously watched the remaining time for the task dwindle, every moment felt excruciating. With merely 10 minutes remaining, yet her WeChat remained eerily silent. Shang Zhenzhen felt utterly abandoned, mentally chastising the male lead. The mathematics problem from the second year of high school was hardly insurmountable. How could someone of his academic caliber, a veritable genius preparing for the third-year joint examination, take such an inordinate amount of time? Indeed, she mused, the funds she had just transferred should have been delayed. She ought to have held firm. Left with no recourse, Shang Zhenzhen could only watch as the countdown dwindled to 5 minutes. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she sent another message. Handsome Qin, once you've completed it, please remember to send me your solution. I'm waiting online. Yet, her message fell into the abyss. Frustrated, she cast her phone aside and stared blankly at the ceiling. It was evident that the tasks at hand were not as easily accomplished as she had hoped. This solitary task, which had cost her 70,000 yuan, seemed insurmountable. At that moment, Qin Yechuan sat on the living room carpet, a pristine sheet of paper and a black pen laid out on the coffee table before him. He had already inscribed the solution, even indulging in a trifling boredom that led him to document 3 distinct methods. Yet, he remained quietly seated, fixated on the time displayed on his phone, aware that Shang Zhenzhen had berated him several times over in her mind. He had previously tested the chat interface. One could not hear without it being opened, suggesting that the other party needed to engage with the chat as well. Qin Yechuan leisurely waited until the final minute before dispatching his answer. By then, Shang Zhenzhen had lost all hope. Even her inclination to vent her frustrations had evaporated. Her phone discarded beside her as she lay rigidly on the bed. When the notification sound from WeChat suddenly rang out, Shang Zhenzhen initially thought it was merely a figment of her imagination. Turning her head, she discovered it was indeed a message from WeChat, and in an instant, she sprang up like a startled fish. At that precise moment, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, host, for completing the task within the stipulated time. You are rewarded with 20 points of fortune. Shang Zhenzhen's emotions surged like a roller coaster ride. What does it mean to be perfectly timed? This is what it means. She then sent a lengthy stream of compliments to Qin Yechuan, praising him extravagantly, before joyfully saving the images and beginning to study the answering process. She had obtained the fruits of another's labor, and if Yan Qingyi were to discover this, she would need to comprehend the answering method as well. However, Shang Zhenzhen soon realized that Qin Yechuan had overestimated her understanding. Though the 3 methods were written beautifully and correctly, she simply could not grasp them. It was akin to a child who had received the answer key, yet could not decipher the steps to the solution. After pondering for a considerable time, she ultimately raised the white flag and had decided to disturb Qin Yechuan again. Handsome Qin, have you taken a break? Could you elaborate on the simplest first answer? I cannot comprehend it, crying. Just as the message was sent, Yan Hao arrived at Qin Yechuan's house, carrying a large assortment of barbecued food and pouring his homemade fruit wine, preparing to share a toast with Qin. Qin Yechuan's phone lit up, and since he was right beside Yan Hao, the latter glanced down and immediately saw it. Upon reading the words Zhenzhen, little fairy, Yan Hao was so startled that he nearly dropped the bottle of fruit wine he was holding. Is this something he could view without spending a dime? In stark contrast to his own state of panic, Qin Yechuan remained remarkably composed. After taking the phone, he merely glanced at it before reaching for the paper he had just placed on the coffee table. Flipping it over, he swiftly picked up a pen and began to write. Yan Hao, unable to contain his curiosity, feigned an interest in the barbecue to steal a glance at what Qin Yechuan was engaged in. When he observed Qin Yechuan meticulously detailing each step of the problem-solving process, Yin Hao felt as though his entire worldview had crumbled. Could it be that Brother Qin was actually providing someone with solutions? Was he genuinely composing a problem-solving guide? And to think he was doing this for the esteemed Miss Shang. When Yin Hao had arrived, he had indeed seen the paper, but had dismissed it, assuming it was merely Qin Yechuan entertaining himself with some problems. The more he pondered, the more surreal the entire situation seemed, leading him to question whether he was dreaming. He had inquired about questions before, yet Qin Yechuan had always provided answers. He recalled a particular instance when he was utterly perplexed and asked Qin Yechuan how he had transitioned from one step to the next, only to receive a calm response. It simply follows from there, doesn't it? What else could be derived? Gradually, Yin Hao ceased to ask Qin Yechuan about problems, realizing that even if he did, he would not comprehend the explanations provided. It truly seemed that such privileges were reserved for a sister-in-law. Taking a hearty bite of barbecued meat, Yin Hao watched as Qin Yechuan sent off the completed solution. Only when Qin Yechuan picked up a skewer did Yin Hao quietly inquire, "Brother Qin, what is your relationship with Miss Shang?" Qin Yechuan cast a cold glance at him, his eyes imbued with an icy chill that deterred Yin Hao, who hastily exclaimed, "I saw it by accident, Brother Qin. I assure you, I will keep it a secret." Chapter 22, Precious and endearing. Startled by Qin Yechuan's gaze, Yin Hao inwardly chastised himself for having dared to inquire. The matter of financial ties weighed heavily in the air. Qin Yechuan merely uttered 4 words, which were profoundly evocative. Yin Hao felt a surge of curiosity and, with reckless audacity, ventured to ask, "Brother Qin, have you compromised?" Qin Yechuan was acutely aware of Yin Hao's thoughts, yet he chose to remain taciturn, which, to Yin Hao, seemed an implicit affirmation. The thrill of being the first to uncover Brother Qin's secret exhilarated Yin Hao. He raised his glass earnestly and declared, "Brother Qin, I shall undoubtedly keep this secret with utmost diligence." Qin Yechuan offered no response but lifted his fruit wine to clink glasses with him. Through Yin Hao, he had now confirmed that his mind-reading ability had not vanished, it had merely evolved. However, it appeared that this enhancement was effective solely with respect to Shang Zhenzhen. Early the next morning, Yin Qingyu arrived punctually at the Shang residence on her bicycle. Today, she donned a white floral dress and sported a hairstyle that radiated the essence of spring, exuding youthful vibrancy. In stark contrast, Shang Zhenzhen appeared utterly drained by the rigors of mathematics, sitting at the table with an expression of fatigue as she ate breakfast. She weakly greeted, "Qingyu, good morning. The 2 test papers from yesterday are already on the table." Yin Qingyu covered her mouth with a smile, replying, "All right." As Yin Qingyu ascended the stairs, she fortuitously encountered Shang Nanji, who was descending. Instinctively, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and softly greeted him with a morning salutation, slightly shifting to allow him passage. Shang Nanji, exuding an air of nonchalance, returned the greeting with a simple morning as they brushed past one another. A faint smile graced Yin Qingyu's lips as she gathered her thoughts and continued her ascent. Upon reaching the ground floor, Shang Nanji noticed Shang Zhenzhen's vacant expression, prompting a frown to etch itself onto his brow. In a firm tone, he urged, "Hurry up with your breakfast. Do not indulge in laziness." Shang Nanji regarded her with a puzzled look. Shang Zhenzhen offered an awkward smile, lowering her gaze to her meal. "It's nothing. Are you going out again today?" Dressed in casual attire and donning a baseball cap, Shang Nanji was clearly prepared for an outing. "Yes, I'm heading out to play ball with Jing Lan and the others," he remarked casually. Upon noticing the envy reflected in Shang Zhenzhen's eyes, he added, "After all, I am not like some individuals who require tutoring." Her fists clenched in irritation. Always second best. With a sports drink in hand, Shang Nanji playfully tapped her on the head. "You science dummy." Shang Zhenzhen promptly shoved him out of the house. Meanwhile, Yin Qingyu was engrossed in grading papers when she observed Shang Zhenzhen storming into the room, her demeanor a stark contrast to the earlier listlessness. "What happened?" "I've sent a bothersome pest away." Yin Qingyu understood instantly, stifling a smile. "I find myself rather envious of you." Noticing her reaction, Shang Zhenzhen feigned ignorance and inquired, "Envious of what?" "In my household, I am the sole child. My mother has always been exceedingly strict with me, harboring aspirations for me to excel among my peers, as if to impress certain individuals. In my youth, I failed to comprehend her intentions. During my middle school years, I often rebelled against her, deliberately underperforming in exams, which resulted in severe reprimands. It was only later that I came to realize the depth of her love, and gradually, I transformed into the child she could take pride in. I find myself envious of your brother, despite his seemingly aloof and acerbic demeanor. He exhibits a gentle kindness towards you. Yin Qingyu's smile appeared somewhat forced, her eyes dimmed as if haunted by unwelcome memories. Shang Zhenzhen understood that she was reflecting upon her own origins. Yin Qingyu bears her mother's surname due to her biological father abandoning them. The protagonists share strikingly similar backgrounds. This delightful campus narrative unfolds as a tale of mutual redemption between two children rejected by their original families. They become the enduring light in each other's lives, precious and deserving of affection. Shang Zhenzhen offered her a reassuring smile. Her voice imbued with unwavering certainty. There is no need for envy. In the near future, you two shall encounter someone who will shower you with gentleness. Although Qin Yechuan maintains an icy demeanor towards others, he is genuinely kind to the female lead. The latter sections of the story are filled with overwhelming sweetness, eliciting comments such as "just end me. I'm here to support the couple." Upon hearing this, Yin Qingyu merely smiled faintly. Her expression tinged with melancholy. One can only hope. Returning to the matter at hand, your paper has been graded. Yet I must inquire about the reasoning behind your solution to this problem. I did not instruct you in such a method. Shang Zhenzhen gradually articulated her thought process. I truly could not solve this problem, but I consulted someone who surprisingly provided 3 distinct solutions. It was quite impressive. Who? You ask. Qin Yechuan. A mysterious smile graced Shang Zhenzhen's lips. Yin Qingyu appeared puzzled. Qin Yechuan? Is he the one who ranked first in the college entrance examination for seniors? Indeed, she replied. Not only is he academically gifted, but he is also extraordinarily handsome. And, Qingyu, you are acquainted with him. Yin Qingyu's confusion deepened. I don't know him personally. I have merely heard of him. Shang Zhenzhen promptly fixed her gaze upon her. Her voice resolute. You do know him? Yin Qingyu queried. The boy you almost collided with on your first day of transfer. Do you recall him? Suddenly, Yin Qingyu gasped. Is it him? Shang Zhenzhen's smile blossomed with delight. One is bound to remember a handsome lad. Was he not striking? Yin Qingyu nodded gently, acknowledging that the boy was indeed handsome, yet his expression was excessively aloof, as if nothing could penetrate his gaze. In comparison to Qin Yechuan, Yin Qingyu found Shang Nanji to be more aesthetically pleasing. With the protagonist's affirmation, Shang Zhenzhen eagerly produced the photos of the problem-solving session from the previous day, hoping to convey the allure of the charming academic hero to Yin Qingyu. She mused, let us not allow Shang Nanji to steal the spotlight. After scrutinizing the images for a few minutes, Yin Qingyu furrowed her brow and remarked, these methods of problem-solving are quite ingenious. However, only 2 of them pertain to high school curriculum, while the third is derived from advanced university mathematics. Moreover, each step in the answering process is overly concise, making it easy to lose marks for missing steps, rendering it unsuitable as a valuable reference. Yin Qingyu, undoubtedly a scholar of the highest caliber, incisively pointed out Qin Yechuan's shortcomings. It was during the previous joint examination that he lost a mark due to a miscalculation in his steps. Shang Zhenzhen's lips twitched, and she could only silently offer her support to the male lead, realizing that his pursuit of love would indeed be a long and arduous journey. Nevertheless, it seems that the male and female leads possess an inherent magnetic attraction, and perhaps it was merely her own overthinking that troubled her. She should focus intently on completing her tasks, lest she finds herself in an unfortunate predicament. Chapter 23, Bridging Connections. The sun shone brightly outside the window. The sports meeting was set for the next day, and all registrations had been submitted, with hopes for everyone to strive earnestly for commendable results. After Teacher Li concluded her remarks, the final registration results were displayed on the big screen. Shang Zhenzhen casually glanced at the names until she found her own, only to discover that beside her name was noted the blind box activity. To ensure she was not mistaken, Shang Zhenzhen called upon Yin Qingyu for confirmation. Yin Qingyu gasped in astonishment. How could it be the blind box activity? Zhenzhen, weren't you supposed to be participating in the shuttlecock kicking? When they registered, they had witnessed the sports committee member marking the corresponding events on paper, so an error in registration seemed impossible. After class, Shang Zhenzhen and Yin Qingyu proceeded to the teacher's office, where they explained the situation to Teacher Li. Upon examining the paper registration form submitted by the sports committee member, Shang Zhenzhen found that her option for shuttlecock kicking had been crossed out, while a checkmark was placed beside the blind box activity. Teacher Li promptly summoned the sports committee member to inquire about the situation. The committee member, a tall young man, was equally astonished upon seeing the registration form. How could this have been altered? Teacher, I distinctly remember that only Shang Zhenzhen signed up for the shuttlecock kicking. The tall boy was visibly anxious, for the registration form had already been submitted and could not be amended. He could only apologize to her. I sincerely regret this. Had I double-checked the registration form before submission, it might have been avoided. There were numerous participants, and many made changes, which led to this oversight. I am truly sorry. Shang Zhenzhen immediately raised her hand, halting his gesture of bowing in apology. The issue does not lie with you. There is no need for you to apologize. I merely sought to ascertain the truth. The blind box activity could indeed be rather intriguing. What do you plan to do about this? Teacher Li inquired. It's all right. It's merely a change in the sports event. Let us consider it a matter of chance, akin to opening a blind box, Shang Zhenzhen replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the matter. Teacher Li nodded in agreement, stating, once registered, it cannot be altered. Our duty now is to participate earnestly in the competition. However, should anything arise, you must inform the teacher. Understood. Thank you, teacher. The three of them exited the office, with the tall sports committee member still looking at her apologetically. It's quite hot today. Would you allow me to treat you to ice cream? What flavor do you prefer? Shang Zhenzhen chuckled softly, offering a casual excuse. No need. I have some special circumstances lately that make it unsuitable for me to indulge. This matter does not concern you, so please do not dwell on it. The committee member's face flushed, and he hurriedly departed. Shang Zhenzhen gently nodded. One was Sun Yinyu, and the other was Du Yi. Sun Yinyu would not create obstacles for her unless it concerned Qin Yechuan. Thus, Shang Zhenzhen could almost ascertain that it was Du Yi's doing. Furthermore, this matter seemed far from simple. The deliberate choice of a blind box activity implied an understanding that it would likely lead to her embarrassment. Curiously, one would expect that if the intent was to humiliate her, they would have transformed this academic underachiever's participation into a wisdom-based quiz game instead. Could it be that this blind box activity harbored some particularly deceptive element? Upon returning to the classroom, as Shang Zhenzhen and Yan Qingyu had just taken their seats, a tall figure, accompanied by a gust of wind, approached. Looking up, she was astonished to find it was the sports committee member who had just departed. His face flushed and breathless, he placed 2 bottles of warm milk on their table, stammering, "This is hot milk for you." The 2 bottles of warm milk stood on the table, while Yan Qingyu regarded her with a teasing expression, exclaiming, "Oh, this young man is quite considerate. Even bringing me some." Shang Zhenzhen could only smile wryly, thinking that had she known, she wouldn't have concocted such a poor excuse. It was unexpected that he was so persistent. This was merely a trivial interlude in the mundane rhythm of life, soon to be submerged by the rigors of high school. The following day, the sports meet arrived as scheduled, accompanied by a system task. Please obtain the second button from Qin Yechuan's uniform during the sports meet. Reward, 50 luck points. Shang Zhenzhen confirmed repeatedly that this was merely a standard task, yet it astonishingly offered 50 luck points. The system spoke again. As this task is exceedingly challenging, the host should exert considerable effort. However, I found it rather simple. Although the male protagonist is unlikely to provide me with the second button, he did offer it to the female lead within the narrative. At that juncture, I could simply request it from her, couldn't I? Given that the relationship between the male and female leads has yet to ignite with fervor, she will surely devise an excuse, and the gentle female lead would undoubtedly oblige. Shang Zhenzhen felt that tasks involving specific items were relatively uncomplicated. The system fell silent. Shang Zhenzhen, feeling elated, changed into her sports attire and joined Yan Qingyu at the playground for assembly. The ginkgo trees lining the playground were in full bloom, their golden leaves dancing in the breeze, painting a picturesque scene that adorned the surroundings. As the students stood in formation by class, the opening ceremony of the Xingyu High School sports meet commenced. The lengthy speeches from various individuals rendered everyone drowsy until the announcement of the student representative, Qin Yechuan. To the podium awakened the entire playground with fervor. It's Qin Ge. Ah, it's senior Qin Yechuan. Dressed in sports attire, he looked incredibly handsome. The young man stood at the podium, ginkgo leaves scattered at his feet, the morning sun casting a warm glow upon his shoulders, while the autumn breeze tousled his hair. Clad in the school's standard white sports uniform, he held the microphone in his right hand to deliver his speech. His deep, cool voice resonated through the microphone, enveloping the entire playground in an enchanting hush, as if someone had pressed the pause button on the lively scene. With the conclusion of his address, the sports meet officially commenced, and the applause erupted like thunder. Shang Zhenzhen cast a glance at Yan Qingyu, who calmly returned her gaze with an expression of utter tranquility. Truly the demeanor of a heroine. What is the matter? Yan Qingyu inquired, puzzled. Shang Zhenzhen, equally perplexed, replied, "Do you not find Qin Yechuan exceedingly handsome?" Yan Qingyu then displayed a look of sudden realization and softly leaned closer, whispering, "Zhenzhen, you must have a crush on Qin Yechuan, don't you?" Shang Zhenzhen was taken aback. She contemplated refuting the notion, yet recalling her mission, she decided to let the misunderstanding stand. "Qingyu, come, let us go watch the competition." Without further ado, Shang Zhenzhen pulled Qingyu along, but upon discovering the event Qin Yechuan had signed up for, she felt a sense of déjà vu goodness. The 100-meter sprint, a quick response game, and team basketball. Aren't those precisely the three events that Shang Nanji mentioned to me earlier? Chapter 24. Congratulations on your victory. When Shang Zhenzhen and Qingyu arrived at the competition venue, they were taken aback by the sea of people before them. The crowd lining the 100-meter track was densely packed and circled in layers. Could it be that every girl in the school has come? Qingyu exclaimed in astonishment. Not just girls, but boys as well, Shang Zhenzhen observed, marveling at the throngs gathered. The sheer magnitude of the crowd led her to muse on the phenomenon of star power. Even the announcements were filled with cheers from enthusiastic fans of these two individuals, creating an atmosphere of palpable excitement throughout the campus. Shang Zhenzhen and Qingyu maneuvered through the throngs, eventually managing to secure a spot at the front. In the preliminary heats, they were placed in different groups, Shang Nanji in the second group and Qin Yechuan in the third. As Shang Nanji took to the field, Shang Zhenzhen graciously waved at him, and he cast a glance in her direction. Their victory in the preliminaries was effortless, almost a foregone conclusion as they advanced to the finals. The final round featured 6 competitors. Following the draw, Shang Nanji found himself in the second lane, while Qin Yechuan occupied the first. Upon learning the draw results, Shang Zhenzhen was overjoyed, playfully mimicking the gesture of being perennial second place towards Shang Nanji, who responded with a frosty glare. As the finals approached, the crowd was electrified, bouncing with excitement as if they themselves were about to compete for the championship. Shang Zhenzhen, seizing the moment, rushed ahead with Qingyu towards the finish line. Shang Nanji glanced at Qin Yechuan beside him, then fixed his gaze intently on the finish line, immersing himself in concentration as the surrounding clamor seemed to fade away. The whistle suddenly pierced the air, and the two competitors in lanes 1 and 2 shot forward like arrows released from a bow, their feet barely touching the ground as they sped towards the finish. Such swiftness! In a matter of mere breaths, they were nearing the finish line, their hair disheveled by the velocity, yet both remained astonishingly handsome. Standing at the finish, Shang Zhenzhen watched as the two approached, her heart racing despite knowing the outcome, her eyes fixed anxiously on the electronic screen. They crossed the line. The results flashed on the screen. First place, Qin Yechuan, 10.01 seconds. Second place, Shang Nanji, 10.3 seconds. The moment the results were revealed, the arena erupted in ecstatic cheers. Shang Zhenzhen could only exclaim in disbelief. The world record for the men's 100 meters was just over 9 seconds. And these two truly defied the odds. As Shang Zhenzhen sighed, she swiftly seized the moment and urged Qingyu to deliver water. Naturally, she intended to quench the thirst of Shang Nanji, while Qingyu was tasked with refreshing Qin Yechuan. Both girls exuded an air of cool detachment. Despite the raucous atmosphere around them, few dared to approach. Even the boldest girls who ventured forth returned with a sense of defeat. "Qingyu, would you mind taking a bottle of water to Qin Yechuan for me? You know I feel too shy to do it myself, especially with my brother watching." Shang Zhenzhen nudged Qingyu, who immediately donned a knowing expression and accepted the water, pledging to fulfill the mission. Let the misunderstandings persist. After all, the act of delivering water from the female lead to the male lead could indeed create an opportunity for their connection. "Brother, how impressive you are, maintaining your position as the eternal second. Truly a tale worthy of admiration." Shang Zhenzhen beamed as she handed the water to Shang Nanji. With a nonchalant flick of his disheveled hair, Shang Nanji accepted the bottle and retorted with a teasing tone, "Oh, so today you're actually delivering water to me? I thought you came to serve someone else." Shang Zhenzhen pointed to another direction. "There's someone else handling that, so I needn't worry. But dear brother, your situation is rather dismal. As a campus heartthrob, others have devoted admirers and fan clubs, yet you seem to have nothing at all." Following her gaze, Shang Nanji glanced over and indeed spotted several individuals gathered near Qin Yechuan, just in time to witness Qingyu delivering water to him, a scene of harmonious beauty, showcasing a perfect match. Upon witnessing the pure and pristine appearance of Qingyu, Zhang Ye's instincts were set ablaze, prompting her to step forward decisively. "Excuse me, this student," she addressed. "You are not a member of our Lord Qin support club, and gifts cannot be directly presented. Lord Qin would not accept them." Qingyu maintained her smile, turning her gaze towards Qin Yechuan as she replied, I am merely a messenger. This water was sent by Zhenzhen to congratulate you on your victory. She is unable to come in person. Zhang Ye's brows knitted together as she subtly signaled to Sun Yanyu, who stood nearby. Understanding the cue, the two intended to pull Yin Xingyu away, yet were taken aback when Qin Yechuan unexpectedly reached out to accept the water, leaving them momentarily stunned. Without uttering a word, Qin Yechuan took the water and departed. Yin Xingyu, unfazed, noted that her task was complete and left without lingering. Shang Zhenzhen, observing from a distance, felt a wave of relief wash over her upon witnessing Qin Yechuan accept Yin Xingyu's offering. Indeed, a magnetic connection existed between the protagonists. The incredulous expressions on Zhang Ye and Sun Yanyu's faces elicited a smile from Shang Zhenzhen, though she nearly suffered an internal injury with Shang Nanji standing beside her. The prospect of the main leads uniting seamlessly assured her that her relationship with Yin Xingyu would stabilize, making their tasks effortless. In high spirits, Shang Zhenzhen envisioned a bright future, giving a thumbs up to the approaching Yin Xingyu, who responded with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with delight over the mere act of delivering water to Qin Yechuan. However, as soon as Yin Xingyu drew near, Shang Nanji coldly turned away, stating, I am going to rest. There is another competition this afternoon. Brother, good luck. We will be there. In Yin Xingyu's eyes, a hint of disappointment flickered. She had yet to convey her congratulations to him. Reluctantly, Shang Zhenzhen began to immerse herself in her studies. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, a splendid day. Yet she found herself confined to the classroom, reciting her lessons. Meanwhile, Qin Yechuan reclined against a tree, seated on the grass, as sunlight streamed through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the bottle of water in his hand. It was merely an ordinary bottle of water, readily available in the school store for 2 yuan. Devoid of anything remarkable. Qin Ge, I knew you would be here. How about heading to the basketball court for some activity? This afternoon, we shall form a formidable alliance. It promises to be exhilarating. Yin Hao, clad in a black and white basketball uniform, spun a basketball effortlessly with one hand, clearly brimming with excitement. The basketball lineup this time was exceptional. Ever since Qin Ge joined, their class team had no fear of defeat. All right. Qin Yechuan rose to his feet. When had Qin Ge become so stingy? Not even offering him a sip of water? Yet, this sensation felt oddly familiar. A sudden thought struck Yin Hao, and he whispered, Qin Ge, is this water a gift from the young lady of the Shang family? Qin Yechuan paused. Without the shelter of the leaves, sunlight cascaded around him, and the water in his hand seemed to radiate warmth, almost scorching. He tossed the bottle into Yin Hao's arms, who scrambled to catch it. Noticing Qin Yechuan's figure retreating into the distance, he promptly followed, clutching the ball in the water. Qin Ge, this water. You're not going to drink it? Yin Hao's face fell, apprehensive to voice his thoughts. He wished for a drink, but he dared not touch that particular bottle. Shang Zhenzhen finally completed her review of the first biology textbook, and at that moment, she lay on her desk, questioning the meaning of life. Xingyu, are we really not leaving earlier? The gym is likely to be overcrowded. She was utterly disinclined to tackle another set of mathematics exercises. Then let us depart. It would be prudent to arrive sooner. Yin Xingyu replied with a resigned smile, gently patting her on the head. Instantly revitalized, Shang Zhenzhen grabbed Yin Xingyu and headed towards the classroom exit. As they stepped out, they fortuitously encountered Sun Yanyu, who was striding towards them. Upon seeing her, Shang Zhenzhen seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Zhenzhen, haven't you checked your phone? Indeed, Shang Zhenzhen had not, as Yin Xingyu had insisted on silencing her device for the sake of effective studying. What's the matter? Senior Zhang Ye mentioned that the gym is short-staffed and urged us to assist. Isn't there an abundance of people in the support group? Some are preoccupied with other competitions. Upon their arrival at the gym, memories of the previous basketball match flooded Shang Zhenzhen's mind. As they approached the resting area of Class 3, Yin Xingyu was halted by Sun Yanyu. Xingyu, this is the resting area for Class 3. Entry is restricted to class members and support group members only. Shang Zhenzhen immediately came to a stop, directing her gaze towards Sun Yanyu. This was the established rule. The resting area was off-limits to outsiders. If team members were to deliberate strategies or if any underhanded tactics were employed, the consequences could be dire. Weren't you just saying there weren't enough hands? Shang Zhenzhen narrowed her eyes, her tone evidently displeased. Sun Yanyu merely smiled, yet we cannot allow an outsider to assist, can we? She emphasized the term outsider. Shang Zhenzhen let out a cold laugh. Irrelevant personnel? Outsiders. My friend and I are here to cheer for my brother. It seems we are also irrelevant personnel. We shall take our leave. No wonder Sun Yanyu sought her out specifically. Recently, She and Yin Qingyu have been inseparable, and this morning, under her instruction, Yin Qingyu delivered water to Qin Yechuan. This is evidently meant to intimidate Yin Qingyu, or perhaps to intimidate her. Shang Zhenzhen tugged at Yin Qingyu and departed. Sun Yinyu was utterly unprepared for Shang Zhenzhen's actions. After all, she was so infatuated with Lord Qin, and with Shang Nanji set to take the stage, she would surely remain here. She envisioned numerous scenarios, Shang Zhenzhen erupting in fury, hurling insults, Yin Qingyu desperately pleading, creating an excruciatingly awkward situation. Yet, who could have anticipated that she would leave so unexpectedly? When a chilling gaze swept over, Sun Yinyu felt a wave of unease wash over her. She beheld the owner of that icy stare approaching slowly. Irrelevant personnel? Would you care to elucidate your definition of irrelevant personnel? Sun Yinyu was instantly drenched in cold sweat, instinctively glancing at Zhang Ye. Though this scheme originated from her suggestion, Zhang Ye had consented, particularly due to the water delivery incident earlier. Zhang Ye's heart raced, and she involuntarily turned to Qin Yechuan, only to find him gazing at her with indifference. Her grip tightened. She had supported Sun Yinyu's proposal out of personal motives. The sight of Shang Zhenzhen at Qin Yechuan's residence had been a thorn in her side, and at the Qin family banquet, overhearing the conversation between Qin's father and Shang Zhenzhen had left her thoroughly displeased, prompting her early departure. The incident involving the water delivery served merely as a catalyst. Shang Nanji, draping her coat casually over her shoulder, coldly declined. No need, Jinglan. Let Zhou warm up and take my place. Since those cheering for me are unrelated individuals, I shall be an unrelated individual as well. Jinglan sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly approached Shang Nanji, grasping her arm. Nanji, the match is about to begin. Shang Nanji merely cast a frosty glance in Jinglan's direction. Jinglan comprehended that this devoted sister was genuinely upset. She promptly released her grip and gestured reassuringly toward Zhou, saying, Zhou, come warm up over here. You are the one chosen by our esteemed Shang, so don't falter. Zhou, taken aback by the unexpected opportunity to take the field, sprang from his seat with agility and rushed to Jinglan's side. Is Shang all right? Do not worry about her. Focus on your warm-up, Jinglan reassured him. However, upon observing Shang Nanji heading towards the seating area for Class 2 of the second year, a flicker of concern crossed her eyes. Shang Zhenzhen, though not genuinely intending to leave in anger, felt a twinge of annoyance. The members of her class and the support group for Qin Yechuan? Were her brother-'s fans not worthy? Thus, Shang Zhenzhen pulled Yin Qingyu along to their Class S resting area. The sports committee member, noticing their arrival, greeted them. You're here. There are seats available. Were you not just in the resting area for Class 3? What's the matter? Did they not want you? So you came here? Dui scoffed. Shang Zhenzhen cast a cold glance at her, causing Dui to shiver. The location of the sports arena's rest area was not something every class had the privilege of claiming independently. Should I remind you who the benefactor is? To secure an exclusive rest area, one must pay. Shang Nanji waved his hand grandly, promptly reserving 2 rest areas, one for his own class and one for Shang Zhenzhen's class. Consequently, the 2 rest areas were in close proximity. Dui remained silent, a tumult of emotions surging within her. The front row offered an excellent vantage point. As Shang Zhenzhen and Yin Qingyu settled down, they were greeted by a cacophony of overwhelming cheers, the sound growing ever closer. Shang Zhenzhen turned her head to see Shang Nanji striding over with purpose, before he took a seat in the vacant spot beside her. Shang Zhenzhen was momentarily taken aback. Why did you come over? What about the game? It's fine. I've sent Zhou onto the field. Zhou is quite capable as well. Shang Zhenzhen found herself at a loss for words. She recalled the narrative from the book. Shang Nanji only participated in the team basketball event during the sports meet. In Class 1 of their senior year won the championship, marking a perfect conclusion to his high school journey. In the story, Qin Yechuan did not participate. Instead, he signed up for a quiz competition, the same as the female protagonist. At times, Shang Zhenzhen couldn't help but wonder if she had misremembered the plot while burning the midnight oil with her reading. Chapter 26. Are you going to drag us down? Brother, didn't you say that in your final year at school, you didn't want to leave any regrets? Shang Zhenzhen felt a twinge of disappointment. She too wished to witness the overwhelming victory of 2 exceptionally handsome boys, which was why she had chosen to stay. Shang Nanji casually leaned back. Her long legs crossed nonchalantly. Sometimes, regret is a different form of fulfillment. Brother, you are ill-suited for this melancholic, youthful pain that strays from the mainstream. In a fleeting moment, Shang Nanji playfully tapped her head, but the gesture was gentle. Shang Zhenzhen was taken aback and promptly turned to her right, whispering to Qin. My brother is behaving a bit too tenderly today. It's almost frightening. Qin, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Qin laughed heartily, her beautiful apricot eyes sparkling. He is merely supporting you. That is his way of indulging you as a brother. Shang Zhenzhen understood. He could bully her, but others were off limits. Following Shang Nanji's sudden departure, the rest area of Class 3 fell into silence, with many of Shang Nanji's admirers beginning to flock towards Class 2. Zhang Ye bit her lip, feeling helpless, and cast a pleading glance towards Yin Hao. Yin Hao, equally troubled, pondered how to handle the situation after his sister-in-law had stormed off in anger. This was not only an issue of Shang Nanji's discontent, but Qin Ge would undoubtedly be displeased as well. Yin Hao and Zhang Ye had known each other for a long time, having been classmates since middle school, with their families being acquainted, making them childhood friends of sorts. After a considerable pause, Yin Hao finally found a suitable rationale. Yin Hao, it seems the support group should disband. Qin Yechuan suddenly interjected, his voice unreserved, drawing the attention of those around. Zhang Ye's face turned pale instantly. Disbelief etched across her features as she looked at Qin Yechuan, who, without sparing her a glance, left her to seek Yin Hao once more, her eyes filled with desperation. Yin Hao was taken aback. Brother Qin, are you truly angry? There's no need to disband the support group. In truth, Zhang Ye didn't mean any harm. Perhaps it was merely because she adores you so much. This sentiment was difficult for Yin Hao to articulate. It was evident to all that Zhang Ye harbored feelings for Qin Yechuan, not to mention Qin himself. When Brother Qin transferred to their class, he genuinely captivated many. And Zhang Ye fell head over heels, spontaneously forming a support group. Upon learning of this, Qin Yechuan coldly remarked that it was unnecessary and urged her to disband it promptly. When Zhang Ye approached him in tears, Yin Hao dismissed it as the fleeting thoughts of a young girl, considering it trivial, and intentionally claimed that the support group was established by both him and Zhang Ye. Subsequently, Brother Qin refrained from mentioning the matter again, and they all assumed he had silently acquiesced. Now, revisiting the topic, Yin Hao felt there was little room for negotiation. Such matters are not uncommon, but I am only considering your position. Yin Hao, dissolve it at once. Students ought to focus on their studies. Qin Yechuan's tone was both distant and resolute. Zhang Ye, unable to contain herself, nearly lost her composure and shouted, Why? Must we disband our support group just because of Shang Zhenzhen? Yin Hao furrowed his brow immediately. Zhang Ye? First, understand the situation. This has nothing to do with Shang Zhenzhen. If the support group hadn't caused trouble, Brother Qin would not. But I am not a celebrity. I do not require a support group. I made that clear from the start. Qin Yechuan interjected, his youthful eyes devoid of any warmth. Zhang Ye obstinately believed that it was due to Shang Zhenzhen that Qin Yechuan rejected them, insisting that precedence matters, and they had arrived first. With that, Zhang Ye stormed off, and upon witnessing this, Sun Yinyu felt it inappropriate to linger any longer, thus she followed Zhang Ye's lead. Yin Hao's headache intensified. He lamented that he should never have allowed the support group to develop unchecked, unaware of how it would escalate to such a situation. He could only say, I will check on the situation first. If the match has commenced, let Wang Hui take my place. As several individuals departed, the atmosphere in the resting area of Class 3 grew increasingly somber. Zhu Jinglan observed Shou Di warming up and, sensing the tension, called Wang Hui down to warm up as well. Unable to suppress her inner musings, how did this seemingly assured victory suddenly become so precarious? The resting areas of the two classes were in close proximity. The gymnasium buzzed with excitement, although their conversations were inaudible. The sight of several figures hastily exiting indicated that matters had not concluded amicably. Shang Zhenzhen could scarcely fathom that Shang Nanji would dare to hold her accountable at this moment, promptly shaking her head. How could that be? Am I the sort of person to warrant such treatment? It must be because they know me that they did not stop me. Shang Nanji regarded her with an expression that suggested their acquaintance was far from new. I speak only the truth. I am quite well behaved now. By the way, brother, which class do you think will triumph in today's match? Shang Zhenzhen attempted to shift the topic, her smile appearing somewhat insincere. Shang Nanji, with a knowing gaze, coldly retorted, my class. That remains to be seen. They have now lost a handsome captain, while our class is brimming with fighting spirit. Due to time constraints, the group matches were conducted during physical education classes, or at noon. The top 4 teams based on points have advanced. In the team basketball competition, led by Xingyu, all grades compete together. The 4 classes face off in pairs, with the victorious 2 contending for the championship, while the losing 2 vie for 3rd place. simultaneously engaging in 2 matches. If both our classes win the first round, we will subsequently face each other. Aren't you going to participate? Shang Zhenzhen attempted to persuade. Shang Nanji coldly replied, what purpose would my participation serve? I am perpetually the runner-up. Wouldn't I just hinder the team? Yan Qingyu nearly burst into laughter but quickly covered her mouth upon meeting Shang Nanji's gaze, revealing eyes glimmering with amusement. Shang Zhenzhen found herself at a loss for words. As the whistle signifying the commencement of the first match sounded, the event officially began. Yu Hang is quite impressive. Despite his large stature, he possesses remarkable agility. Yan Qingyu remarked. Who is Yu Hang? Shang Zhenzhen inquired, puzzled. After a moment of silence, Yan Qingyu clarified, he is the sports committee member who delivers milk. Surely you know his name? Shang Zhenzhen awkwardly smiled, admitting her ignorance. Delivering milk? Upon hearing this, Shang Nanji cast a frosty glance in their direction. Chapter 27. Why aren't you participating? Delivering milk? Shang Zhenzhen feigned ignorance. Brother, what are you saying? Do you want some milk? Shang Nanji regarded her silently. Shang Zhenzhen continued her act of innocence. It's too noisy here. Perhaps you misheard something? Shang Nanji shot her a glare before redirecting his attention to the court where his class was competing. Although neither he nor Yan Hao took the court, Qin Yechuan's several 3-point shots were nothing short of exquisite, leaving the opposing team utterly defenseless. The situation was already a foregone conclusion in this round. Meanwhile, on the other side of the court, the overwhelming victory was mirrored. Even though Shang Zhenzhen's team did not boast particularly remarkable players, their sense of teamwork was notably strong. As the whistle blew, the outcome was abundantly clear. The jubilant cheers from both victorious teams nearly drowned out the entire venue as they prepared for the championship battle. Strategizing during their brief respite, Yu Hang patted the shoulder of his companion and reassured him, it's all right, let us give it our all. It's a rare opportunity to compete against them. Indeed, just the thought of it was exhilarating. How thrilling it would be if Shang Nanji also took the court. Listening to their conversation, it was evident that they were in high spirits, and Shang Zhenzhen felt at ease. Knowing that with the male lead from Class 3 of senior year, victory was assured. However, the true essence of sportsmanship lay in savoring the game. The half-hour intermission swiftly came to an end, and both championship teams were eager to begin, the atmosphere electric. In contrast, the other court, although vying for third place, appeared rather subdued. When the entrance whistle sounded, many were taken aback to see Yan Hao not only participating, but also substituting for Qin Yechuan. A wave of speculation rippled through the crowd, while Qin Yechuan remained composed in the front row of the resting area, seemingly indifferent to it all. Shang Nanji cast a glance at Qin Yechuan, and thus, the championship battle commenced. When the halftime whistle blew, Class 2 of senior year was already in a frenzy. 12-22. They were in the lead. Yu Hang and a few others exchanged enthusiastic high-fives, wiping away their sweat while gulping down water. After stepping off the court, Yan Hao irritably dabbed at his perspiration and approached Qin Yechuan. Brother Qin, are you really not going to play? Wang Hui promptly joined them, his face flushed and beads of sweat rolling down his brow. Brother Qin, we can't manage without you. I'm completely exhausted. Qin Yechuan merely replied with a calm demeanor, focus on resting. Their team exhibits remarkable synergy. You should concentrate on marking players number 7 and 11. The group exchanged glances, sighing in resignation. They understood the gravity of their recent missteps and recognized why Qin Yechuan had hesitated to enter the game against Class 1 of the second year. Were they truly destined to lose? At that moment, Shou Di staggered over, his face contorted in pain. I might need to be substituted in the second half. My foot is getting worse. I think I twisted it earlier. Gu Jinglan promptly assisted him to a nearby seat, frowning at his visibly swollen ankle. You certainly can't play like this. You should see the school nurse first. I want to watch the entire match. I can endure it. Zhou Di's face was a mask of agony, yet his eyes shone with determination. Gu Jinglan gritted her teeth. Who can go get some ice? Let us check the store. Several girls from the class volunteered to dash out in search of ice. However, among the substitutes, only Zhou Di and Wang Hui were somewhat capable. And with their team trailing behind, they faced a pressing dilemma. Who could take the court? Yan Hao furrowed his brow, confronting the harsh reality. The second half was about to commence. Jinglan held her fist tightly, seemingly resolved. I shall seek out Nanji. Just as she was about to proceed, she heard Yan Hao exclaim, when did Qin Ji arrive? The others were preoccupied with Wang Hui's foot injury and had failed to notice when Qin Yechuan had departed. At that moment, Qin Yechuan was advancing towards Class 2 of the second year. Yan Qingyu was the first to spot his approach. She was engaged in a discussion about future developments with Shang Zhenzhen when she caught sight of him. With Yan Qingyu's alert, Shang Nanji turned her head to look and indeed saw Qin Yechuan striding towards them. The situation was conspicuous, with the clash trailing in scores. It was evident that Qin Yechuan had come over with the intent of taking the field. However, upon his arrival, Shang Nanji's expression remained unchanged, and she uttered not a single word. To everyone's surprise, Qin Yechuan did not speak, but directly occupied the empty seat beside Shang Nanji. Shang Zhenzhen pondered. What is happening? The seating arrangement was now Qin Yechuan, Shang Nanji, Shang Zhenzhen, and Yin Qingyu. What was this? The male and female leads and their counterparts seated together as if partaking in a feast? Not only was Shang Zhenzhen at a loss for words, but all present were momentarily taken aback by the scene. Shang Nanji felt her temples throb as she glared at the person who had rushed over and seated himself with an air of entitlement. What are you doing here? Only then did Qin Yechuan respond. Indeed, the view is better from this side. Shang Nanji regarded him with a look of incredulity. This is not your territory. That matters little. I trust there will be those who welcome my presence. As soon as Qin Yechuan's words fell, the fans gathered behind them immediately exclaimed, Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. I have no time for banter. Qin Yechuan, your place is over there. Shang Nanji furrowed his brows, eager to shoo them away. There are some who are physically exhausted, and one has even twisted an ankle. They will nag me to go on stage. Qin Yechuan suddenly remarked. Shang Nanji's frown deepened as he glanced towards his class and saw Qin gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. Why aren't you going on stage? Shang Nanji inquired. Why aren't you going on stage? Qin Yechuan replied coolly, echoing his words verbatim. Am I the same as you? Shang Nanji shot him a glare. It was his dear sister and her friend who were being bullied. What concern was it of his? Although the support group was not initiated by my consent, it bears my name. I may have just disbanded it, but the situation has unfolded. Since you are not going on stage, I certainly shall not either. Besides, it is indeed more comfortable here. Sitting like this is rather pleasant. Qin Yechuan asserted with conviction. Shang Nanji did not expect Qin Yechuan to offer an explanation and found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Or rather, since he had come to sit here, he felt less agitated. At that moment, Qin rushed over with tear-streaked cheeks. You two grown men have the audacity to sit here watching us, this group of the old, weak, sick, and disabled, being trounced. Chapter 28. The match is supernatural. When the whistle for the second half blew, the deafening roar of the crowd drew the attention of those competing on the adjacent court. Qin Yechuan and Shang Nanji stood firmly on either side. Two young men whose remarkable looks, impressive stature, and serene demeanor nearly drove the entire audience into a frenzy. To Shang Zhenzhen's surprise, it was ultimately Yu Hang and a few boys from her class who managed to persuade these two. We also wish to compete earnestly against you. Although you are indeed exceptional, your teamwork may not surpass ours, Yu Hang declared with a smile. Indeed, let us give it our all in this match. Despite your seniority, the court knows no hierarchy. Watch as we ensure your defeat is both convincing and undeniable. However, upon witnessing the widening gap in the score, they hesitated. For we would show no mercy. Some even resorted to playful provocation, though their tones were evidently jovial. Shang Zhenzhen found herself momentarily at a loss as to whom to cheer for. They were all angels. As the whistle blew, both teams sprang into action, prompting the audience to rise in excitement. Shang Zhenzhen pulled Yin Qingyu to her feet, exhilarated by the prospect of stepping onto the court to shoot some hoops. My goodness, what a plethora of handsome players at this basketball match. Shang Zhenzhen finally grasped the emotions of those who have many admirers. It is impossible to choose just one. So dashing. On the court, everyone was giving their all, unreservedly showcasing their abilities. Hair flew with each movement, sweat cascaded down, taut muscles were on display, and the occasional flutter of shirts revealed the alluring lines of their physiques. The fervent cheers from the audience ignited the youthful fervor of the players. Each pass heightened the tension, and every moment of scoring sparked rapturous applause, creating a sense of unity among all present. In an unprecedented display of intensity, Shang Nanji maintained a perpetual smile at the corners of her mouth, her eyes sparkling with clarity. The moment she lifted the hem of her shirt to wipe away the sweat, the crowd of admirers erupted in fervor. A brief exchange of glances and subtle nods with Qin Yechuan signaled their mutual understanding after a lengthy period of adjustment. Positioned behind them, Su Jinglan was ablaze with enthusiasm. The score now separated by a mere 3 points. Victory seemed within their grasp. Yu Hang and his teammates shared in the excitement, exhibiting a calm demeanor as they executed familiar hand signals, ready to spring into action. Yu Hang led an assault, encircling Qin Yechuan and Shang Nanji. while the remaining teammates flanked them strategically, poised to switch their focus as opportunities arose. Their coordination was exquisite, rapidly transforming the 3-point deficit into a 5-point lead. At that moment, Shang Zhenzhen feigned a move, executing a dazzling fake that deceived her opponent, deftly passing the ball to the nearby Qin Yechuan, who sank a magnificent 3-pointer. The score tightened to a mere 2 points. Qin Yechuan's prowess from beyond the arc was formidable, compelling Yu Hang to allocate more attention to him. The fluctuating score sent the audience's emotions on a roller coaster ride, as the match reached a critical juncture with time running short. Class 1 of the senior year had taken a 1-point lead, thus turning the tide. Yet, the players remained unfazed by the shifting dynamics on the court. Their movements flowed seamlessly, graceful as the wind. The spectators, too, were captivated by the unfolding drama, gradually settling into a hushed anticipation. While Shang Zhenzhen's heart began to find its calm once more. For them, the outcome of the match had become less significant. What they truly yearned for was to engage in a contest of the highest caliber. At the moment the piercing whistle echoed through the air, a dozen youths stood breathless, panting heavily. Those nearby exchanged high-fives, while those further away simply shared smiles. Some, utterly exhausted, sank to the ground, prompting those beside them to recline as well. As the applause resonated in harmonious unison, Qin Yechuan felt, for the first time, that the lights in the gymnasium were strikingly glaring and dazzling. Water, bro. You are truly magnificent. I now concede that you are the most handsome brother in the world. Qin Yechuan heard a familiar voice and turned his head to see Shang Zhenzhen, who had excitedly dashed onto the field. Yet, all her words, whether spoken or unvoiced, were solely about Shang Zhenzhen. Qin Yechuan gently shook his head. Such unfamiliar emotions were rather unsettling. Shang Zhenzhen and Yin Qingyu worked together to pull someone up. With Yin Qingyu's cheeks flushed, whether from exertion or shyness, but thankfully, amidst the exuberance of the crowd, no one seemed to notice. After sitting still for a while, Qin Yechuan felt his heartbeat gradually returning to normal. Just as he prepared to rise, a hand unexpectedly reached out before him. He looked up, expecting to see Yin Hao, only to find it was Shang Zhenzhen. Shang Zhenzhen regarded him with a cold stare, remaining silent, yet his hand was extended toward him. Without hesitation, Qin Yechuan took the offered hand to stand up. Standing side by side, their heights nearly identical, their appearances and demeanor were indeed as picturesque as a painting. As Shang Zhenzhen gazed upon the scene, she was abruptly struck by the notion that perhaps the narrative did not require a female protagonist. Perhaps it would be better for the male lead and the supporting character to unite instead. She swiftly averted her gaze, clearing her throat to dispel the extraordinary thoughts that had invaded her mind. Why did she feel as though he could perceive her innermost thoughts? Surely, it was merely an illusion. He was likely just observing the heroine beside her. During the basketball team competition at the sports meet, Class 3 of the senior year triumphed over Class 2 with a 3-point lead, claiming victory in the tournament. Yu Hang and the others felt no regret. Instead, they beamed as they shook hands with their rivals, playfully declaring, "Next year, when you retire, we seniors will undoubtedly be the champions." Yin Hao finally regained his composure, chuckling as he doused their enthusiasm with cold water. That is not necessarily the case. Seniors don't participate in the sports meet every year. What? Is that true? As long as you can achieve a top score in the joint examination like my brother Qin, came the retort, amidst peals of laughter. Shang Zhenzhen could only marvel at how everyone around her seemed to embody angelic qualities. At that moment, Yu Hang dashed over, his face still flushed from exertion. Seemingly embarrassed as he whispered, your pants. What was wrong with her trousers? Yin Qingyu, standing beside her, caught the exchange and quickly moved to shield her from view, softly advising, Zhenzhen, your period has arrived. There's a little stain on your pants. Instantly, Shang Zhenzhen's face flushed crimson. Indeed, one cannot escape the consequences of deceit. She had fabricated a lie to deter Yu Hang from fetching something. Yet the repercussions had come upon her with startling swiftness. Why had her monthly visitor chosen this critical moment to make an appearance? Chapter 29. Her reluctant Shang Zhenzhen found herself in an embarrassing predicament. Clad in the school's standard white tracksuit, she felt excessively warm and had opted not to wear a jacket. Yu Hang, feeling awkward, coughed lightly and stammered, "Do you need assistance? I could carry you to the restroom." Goodness, that's entirely unnecessary. That would create yet another mortifying scene. What is happening? Shang Zhenzhen approached, having noticed Yu Hang standing by Shang Zhenzhen and her friends, and scrutinized him from head to toe. The sudden intrusion startled Yu Hang, rendering him speechless as he scratched his head in discomfort. Shang Zhenzhen inquired, "What?" Yin Qingyu, observing the situation, cleared her throat. In the midst of the peculiar atmosphere, Shang Nanji suddenly had a realization. Isn't this the guy who delivered milk to you? She shot a glare at Yuhang, causing him to instinctively step back. A silence enveloped the three as they exchanged glances, the situation precariously balanced between awkwardness and clarity. Fearing that her brother might blur the lines further with an outrageous remark, Shang Zhenzhen took the initiative to speak up. Brother, I urgently need a jacket. Seeing Yin Qingyu behind her and noticing Shang Zhenzhen point to her trousers, Shang Nanji had an epiphany. I'll go fetch one from the lounge. No sooner had she spoken than a garment was unexpectedly flung toward her. With quick reflexes, Shang Nanji caught it, only to realize it was a jacket tossed by Qin Yechuan. After confirming the jacket had been received, Qin Yechuan exited the scene. While Yan Hao enthusiastically invited everyone participating in the match to his barbecue restaurant after school, before hastily following Qin Yechuan's departing figure, Shang Zhenzhen took the jacket, which emanated a refreshing mint fragrance, a signature scent of Qin Yechuan's school uniform. She tied the jacket around her waist, perfectly concealing the awkwardness of her hips. Fixating on the second button of the uniform, she began to inquire of the system. Surely this counts as self-initiated? This task appeared alarmingly simplistic. A smile graced Shang Zhenzhen's lips. It was her first time completing a task with such ease, a feeling that was truly exhilarating. Initially, Shang Nanji intended to return the jacket directly to Qin Yechuan, but as Shang Zhenzhen still needed to fulfill her task, a moment of inspiration struck her. She suggested it would be more courteous to wash it before returning it, to which Shang Nanji readily agreed. Her brother remained an obstacle to her task completion. Cautiously, Shang Zhenzhen snipped off the button. The instant it was in her grasp, the system coldly congratulated her on accomplishing the task, awarding her 50 points of fortune. She solemnly placed the button on her desk and, in gratitude, personally washed and dried the jacket. Gazing at the pristine uniform, a sense of achievement welled up within her. She retrieved her sewing kit, attempting to reattach the button, but her sewing skills were merely a flicker of potential, resulting in a haphazard repair. After several fruitless attempts, Shang Zhenzhen resolved to abandon the endeavor, deciding to consider the button lost. She pulled out her phone and snapped a photo of the freshly laundered uniform, sending it to Qin Yechuan. Meanwhile, Yan Hao was in high spirits today, invigorated by the thrilling competition. He had reserved the largest and most luxurious private room at home to host his friends from the match. The private room is spacious, complete with its own courtyard, where a phoenix tree stands tall. At this moment, Qin Yechuan is gazing at the tree, seated on the outer corridor, leaning against a pillar, holding a cup of fruit wine brewed by Yan Hao, sipping it occasionally as the gentle evening breeze sweeps away his weariness. Master Qin, Zhang Ye approaches, noticing the chill in his eyes, and halts her steps, bowing respectfully as she speaks. Today's incident was my fault. I will be disbanding the support group in the coming days. I acknowledge my error, Master Qin, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. She bends at a 90-degree angle, her tone sincere, expressing remorse for her previous actions. Those dining on barbecued meats in the room observe in silence, including Shang Nanji. Qin Yechuan remains silent, causing Zhang Yu to maintain her bowed position, unable to rise. His gaze remains indifferent as he takes another sip of fruit wine. At times, he prefers not to employ his mind-reading abilities to unravel the thoughts of others. If one were genuine, it would be acceptable, but often the reality is contrary, which can be exhausting for him. Yan Hao has ceased his sprinkling of cumin, uncertain of how to confront Zhang Ye. This evening is a celebration banquet, and he desires no discord among the guests. He had already declined Zhang Ye's advances, suggesting she speak again the following day. Yet she still chose to come on her own. Finally, Qin Yechuan breaks the silence, his words devoid of warmth. The one you owe an apology to is not me. Furthermore, I have refrained from intervening in the support group out of consideration for Yan Hao. Zhang Ye's complexion pales further, her body still bent, biting her lower lip tightly, her downcast eyes consumed by resentment. In the afternoon, when she stormed out of the gym, only Sun Yinyu and Yan Hao pursued her. From Yan Hao, she learned a piece of news. Indeed, it was because of that Shang Zhenzhen that Master Qin treated her this way. Sister-in-law? How absurd. Zhang Ye reflected on the term of endearment that Yan Hao had earnestly used while trying to persuade her, and her resentment deepened. She was the one who had approached Master Qin first. She had meticulously maintained their relationship, and she was the woman closest to Master Qin. Qin Yechuan furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, Yan Hao reappeared, wearing a conciliatory smile to ease the tension. Today is a joyous occasion. Let us keep it cheerful. Zhang Ye, come and have some meat. Yan Hao urged Zhang Ye to enter, but knowing that Shang Nanji was inside, Zhang Ye could only shake her head and decline, saying, "I won't eat such greasy food tonight." Suddenly, a notification chimed from the phone set aside. Qin Yechuan turned to glance at the device, which displayed a message from the enchanting Zhenzhen, accompanied by a picture. Zhang Ye happened to be standing beside him, and the screen's angle was just right for her to see. With her keen eyesight, she clearly discerned the WeChat interface, which featured an image of a school uniform along with the message, "Handsome Qin, thank you for the school uniform. It's already been cleaned, but for some reason, the buttons are missing. Were they not there to begin with?" She had also sent an adorably perplexed emoji. Zhang Ye felt that if a mirror were placed before her at that moment, it would surely reflect her eyes brimming with jealousy. Her mutual friend with Qin Ye was Yin Hao. In order to facilitate communication among them, Yin Hao created a group chat for their acquaintances, which allowed her to share a common space with Qin Ye. She was elated for several days as a result. However, her friend request to Qin Ye remained unapproved. Chapter 30. The consequences of appropriating fortune. Zhang Ye was consumed with jealousy. She had underestimated Shang Zhenzhen. To her astonishment, Shang Zhenzhen had managed to connect with Qin Ye. And even more surprisingly, Qin Ye had lent her his coat. How could she possibly compare to Shang Zhenzhen? What merits could that frivolous young lady possess? Qin Yechuan glanced at the WeChat notifications, yet his mind was occupied with a different message. As long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. Strike first. Never admit to having lost the button. He simply opened his album and sent a photo. Shang Zhenzhen, while savoring the sweet and tangy grapes, awaited his message, until she finally received an image from Qin Yechuan. It was a photograph of a school uniform, though this particular image was unique, featuring a close-up of the buttons on the coat. The buttons were meticulously aligned, and one could discern an elegantly inscribed Qin at the collar. At first, Shang Zhenzhen did not comprehend its significance until Qin Yechuan sent a few more words. "This is a photo I took casually before giving you the coat." Startled, her hand trembled, nearly choking on a grape. After a struggle, she managed to swallow it, but her mind was left in utter bewilderment. Was this truly magic defeating magic? She had believed she was being proactive, only to find herself humiliated. How could he even take such a photo? Was she truly worried that she would not return the clothes? Did she possess such a temperament? However, regardless of the internal turmoil that plagued Shang Zhenzhen, she had to confront the reality before her. She opened the input box and typed a lengthy message, only to find it unsatisfactory and delete it repeatedly. In the end, she settled on a simple phrase, "Shall I buy you another jacket?" After sending this message, she leaned back in her chair, questioning her own existence. Surely, she and the male protagonist were not meant to be. To be entangled with his fortune seemed to be a financial drain. Shang Zhenzhen felt a pang of heartache. Realizing her role as a secondary character meant the male lead would lavish unconditional affection upon the female lead, while with her, it devolved into a mere transaction. The notification sound of WeChat pierced her thoughts, and she mused that 70,000 yuan had slipped from her grasp. A mere school uniform jacket was hardly of consequence. She picked up her phone to check the latest messages. Qin Yechuan replied, "No need." Just 2 words, yet Shang Zhenzhen read them several times. Had the male lead experienced a moment of conscience? To ensure that Qin Yechuan had not made a typographical error, she sent another message. "Should I return the school uniform jacket to you tomorrow?" Although she was somewhat puzzled by Qin Yechuan's thoughts, she felt a sense of joy at having avoided further financial loss with the same man. In a cheerful mood, she continued to enjoy her grapes. Zhang Ye had already been persuaded by Yin Hao to leave, and as Qin Yechuan put away his phone, Yin Hao approached him with a generous platter of grilled meat. "Brother Qin, here is your favorite grilled meat." Qin Yechuan accepted the skewers, gazing at him intently, and in a low voice, uttered a phrase only Yin Hao could comprehend. "Aren't you going to make a move?" Yin Hao's smile faltered. "Brother Qin, what are you saying? Has the fruit wine muddled your mind?" He lowered his gaze slightly, believing he had concealed his feelings well, yet Brother Qin had already seen through him. Yin Hao thought that Brother Qin's acceptance of Zhang Ye was merely a matter of time, for there had been no other women in Brother Qin's life, and Zhang Ye's affections for him were evident. It is said that companionship is the most enduring confession of love, and Yin Hao was certain that Brother Qin would eventually recognize Zhang Ye's merits. All he needed to do was silently wish them well. When did he begin to harbor feelings for Zhang Ye? He couldn't quite pinpoint the moment, yet it was clear that she did not reciprocate his sentiments. Thus, he deliberately fostered a camaraderie with her, and Zhang Ye naturally accepted it. When she approached him one day, her face flushed. Yin Hao had thought his secret crush was on the verge of realization, only to be doused with cold water by her words. "Yin Hao, You're close to Qin Yechuan. Could you help me get closer to him? He is so handsome. It's the first time I felt this flutter in my heart. Yin Hao suppressed the bitterness rising within him and playfully responded. Even you have someone you like now? Leave this matter to me. Zhang Ye was elated, completely oblivious to his unease. Thus, he uttered a lie, a secret he had buried deep within for far too long, now overshadowed by an impenetrable cloud. But I'm afraid. In your own matters, if you do not take the first step, no one will take it for you. Now, ask yourself sincerely. Are you willing to take that step? Qin Yechuan interrupted him, his deep voice resonating once more. The reason he has continually tolerated Zhang Ye largely stems from Yin Hao. Yin Hao's hesitation dissipated as he clenched his fists, abruptly rising to his feet and charging towards the exit of the private room. Hey, Yin Hao, where are you going? He called out. You all take your time. I'll cover the bill. No need for formality. I have something urgent to attend to. Yin Hao's voice diminished as he hurried away, failing to even close the door behind him. When Shang Zhenzhen noticed a WeChat message from Zhang Ye, she found it particularly perplexing. Zhang Ye mentioned that she was currently outside the Shang family's gate and needed to speak with her. Peering through the window, under the faint glow of the streetlight, Shang Zhenzhen indeed spotted a slender figure by the gate, prompting her to casually throw on a coat and step outside. She couldn't help but wonder what business Zhang Ye had at such a late hour. Was she hoping to persuade her not to disband the support association? That would certainly be challenging. Or perhaps she had come to apologize. That also seemed rather unlikely. Thus, with a heart full of conflicting emotions, Shang Zhenzhen arrived at the gate, where the two women met through the iron bars. Senior Zhang Ye, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Shang Zhenzhen initiated. As Zhang Ye remained silent, Shang Zhenzhen, I have just one question for you. How far have you and Lord Qin progressed? Zhang Ye's voice was notably subdued. Her eyes fixed intently on Shang Zhenzhen, which made her acutely aware that something was amiss. The dim lighting outside initially obscured Zhang Ye's expression. But now she appeared entirely different from her usual self, a little frightening in the darkness. Just then, Shang Zhenzhen's phone lit up, revealing a message from an unfamiliar number. She raised her hand to open the iron gate, but rather than stepping outside, she unceremoniously pulled someone directly into the shop. The room was brightly lit, and Zhang Ye found it somewhat blinding. Shang Zhenzhen dragged the person to the sofa and then pressed a cup of warm water into her hands. The gentle warmth of the water instantly thawed her cold fingers, yet Zhang Ye felt a bit uneasy holding the cup. Chapter 31. The Strategy for the Supporting Female Character. Step 2. The bright lights enveloped Zhang Ye from above, the warmth gradually spreading through her limbs. I share no relationship with Qin Yechuan. He has rejected me numerous times. And you are well aware of this. Shang Zhenzhen sat on the other side, recounting her embarrassing moments without a hint of awkwardness. Zhang Ye gripped the cup tightly, casting a doubtful glance her way before speaking again. Why did Master Qin add you on WeChat? I owe him a debt, and I added him as a friend to repay it. Shang Zhenzhen replied candidly. Zhang Ye was taken aback by this revelation, her expression momentarily frozen. Then, why did he label you as Zhenzhen the Little Fairy? This WeChat name had also been mercilessly mocked by Shang Nanji, yet Shang Zhenzhen had not changed it. Who isn't a little fairy in their own right? Their eyes met, and it was unclear who first broke into laughter, the previously tense atmosphere dissipating suddenly. After a few moments of silence, Zhang Ye ventured, why did Master Qin give you his school uniform jacket? Shang Zhenzhen proceeded to recount her mortifying incident, though she reframed it, as if the jacket had been offered out of necessity rather than voluntary generosity. Zhang Ye lowered her gaze and took a sip of warm water, feeling the soothing liquid circulate within her, gradually bringing her a sense of calm. She suddenly realized that her decision to come here might not have been the wisest. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, her emotions had been slowly fermenting, and by the time she became aware of it, she had found herself near the merchant's vicinity. I should be going, Zhang Ye said as she stood up, yet she remained in place, as if summoning the courage to turn her head and address her companion. I apologize for today. My actions were inappropriate. Senior Zhang Ye, cherishing someone is a beautiful thing, but we must not allow such beauty to lead us astray. Her companion replied, You are so lovely. I trust you understand what I mean. Upon hearing the apology, Shang Zhenzhen smiled. The Zhang Ye from the book was not entirely flawed. However, as the foremost fan of the support club, she possessed her own steadfastness. She had harbored feelings for someone for far too long. Perhaps the dissolution of the support club would be a blessing in disguise, allowing her to focus more on those around her, for there were indeed knights in her midst. As she observed the long string of anxious and explanatory messages from Yin Hao, Shang Zhenzhen decided to lend her a hand. in the depths of darkness. It is easy to be consumed by it. Thus, one must aspire to the light. Zhang Ye chuckled softly, though it felt more like a self-deprecating mockery. Miss Shang, please do not elevate me too highly. Shouldn't we be rivals in love? Shang Zhenzhen chuckled in return, her tone leisurely. Having such a beautiful rival only fuels one's determination, does it not? If I succeed, the sense of achievement will be immense. I could boast about it for a lifetime. Zhang Ye chuckled softly. The flicker of hesitation in her eyes completely vanished. I have no intention of competing with a fool. At that moment, her smile radiated brilliance, and her chic short hair exuded an air of noble elegance befitting a queen. With the support group disbanded, perhaps it is time to bid farewell to Lord Qin. Shang Zhenzhen, I eagerly anticipate the day of your success. Do not let me down. With that, Zhang Ye turned to leave. In contrast to her earlier dejected demeanor, she now stood tall and spirited, a much more fitting representation of her essence. Shang Zhenzhen smiled and silently waved goodbye. Disappointment was inevitable. She was not the perfect match for Qin Yechuan. She was merely a supporting character wishing to survive, yet unable to sustain the lavish demands of the gold-devouring male lead. As Zhang Ye exited the Shang residence, she felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over her. She had not anticipated such a light-hearted mood. A bittersweet pang lingered in her heart, yet it was eclipsed by a profound sense of relief. Zhang Ye, what brings you here? Did Shang Zhenzhen inform you? Zhang Ye was taken aback upon seeing Yin Hao, assuming that he must have been notified by Shang Zhenzhen. Yin Hao had prepared himself to mediate a conflict during his journey, but now Zhang Ye appeared perfectly composed. Just right. I'm feeling hungry and craving barbecue. Care to join? Although framed as a question, her movements were already leading her towards his electric scooter as the gentle autumn breeze enveloped them. The streetlights along the way intoxicated the night, and in the serene atmosphere, Zhang Ye suddenly spoke up. Yin Hao, I have decided to sever ties with Qin Yechuan. Please take me to our usual private room later. I crave some barbecued meat, but I desire it extra spicy, along with some chilled beer. As she mentioned Shang Zhenzhen, a smirk involuntarily crept across Zhang Ye's face, though her tone carried a hint of disdain. I refuse to regard a fool as a rival. She is simply not worthy. I shall await her inevitable failure and relish the opportunity to mock her. And it will be in your family's establishment, serving her the spiciest barbecue. Watching her weep and wail, it will undoubtedly be quite gratifying. Yin Hao couldn't help but chuckle. The feelings that had nearly surged to his throat gradually receded, and he pretended to agree. Are you turning my family's barbecue restaurant into a museum of heartbreak? If business falters, you shall bear full responsibility. Very well. I shall take full responsibility, he replied with a gentle smile. On that autumn evening, the stars twinkled brightly against the backdrop of the enchanting breeze as the boy, who withheld his deepest affections, carried the girl he cherished forward, for he did not wish for her to feel the weight of her sorrow while worrying for him. The following day, Shang Zhenzhen intended to personally return the clothes to Qin Yechuan, but feared he might confront her directly. Thus, she entrusted this arduous task to her reluctant brother. Shang Nanji, naturally, was disinclined for Shang Zhenzhen to engage with Qin Yechuan. With a scoff, he accepted the responsibility, even taking a moment to inspect the bag for any hidden notes or small gifts. Shang Zhenzhen rolled her eyes at him before seeking out Yin Qingyu, for there was an opportunity for Yin Qingyu to shine in a rapid response event that morning. Chapter 32. Achieving fame in one battle. When Shang Zhenzhen found Yin Qingyu, she saw her holding 2 cups of milk tea. Shang Zhenzhen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she naturally took one of the cups. This brand's strawberry milk pudding is exquisite. Both cups are identical. This must be for me, right? Yin Qingyu smiled softly. Indeed, it is for you, but I did not purchase it. Taking a large sip of her milk tea, Shang Zhenzhen inquired. Just now, Zhang Ye came to find me, apologized, and then gifted me this. Yin Qingyu chuckled and took a sip of her milk tea, her eyes shimmering with delight. It truly is delightful. Shang Zhenzhen paused for a moment, then smiled. See, I was not deceiving you. This flavor is quite splendid. The sweet strawberry essence mirrors the pleasant atmosphere of the moment. The quiz competition had become a popular event at Xingyu High School in recent years, held in the school's largest multimedia room. Numerous participants had registered, leading to a preliminary screening process. Last night marked the first round of eliminations, leaving only 50 contestants who would be randomly assigned numbers for the final competition. After passing the screening, Yin Qingyu informed her via WeChat that she had drawn an excellent number, 6. She also mentioned that Shang Nanji, as expected, drew number 2. Shang Zhenzhen couldn't help but laugh. sending a few congratulatory messages to the perennial second place, Shang Zhenzhen, nearly provoking him to blacklist her. The 100 finalists gradually entered the venue, all elite students from Qin High School. Consequently, many, like Shang Zhenzhen, gathered near the large screen to witness the extraordinary showdown. The seventh position beside Yan Qingyu remained unoccupied until the countdown to the entrance began, at which point Qin Yechuan arrived fashionably late. The youth, seldom seen in a black baseball cap that concealed his indifferent brows and eyes, donned his headphones and took his place at the seventh computer. Exuding an aura reminiscent of an esports champion, which elicited numerous gasps from the crowd. Shang Zhenzhen had been calmly appreciating the handsome and beautiful pairings on the big screen when she suddenly overheard someone exclaim, "Look, Qin Ye's second button is missing." Only then did she notice that Qin Yechuan was indeed wearing that very jacket, his tall stature making the school uniform appear even more striking. However, he had only fastened the first and third buttons, leaving the second button's emptiness conspicuously pronounced. Who could have been so swift? Wasn't it still too early for such antics? Moreover, the fact that Qin Ye had lost a button was the focal point. "Oh, Qin, you actually lost a button. I'm heartbroken. I should have tried it on first." The crowd erupted into a chaotic frenzy, prompting the staff to call for silence to quell the commotion. Shang Zhenzhen received a chilling glare from Shang Zhenzhen, as the jacket had indeed been returned by her that morning, rendering Shang Zhenzhen's suspicion entirely reasonable. Though the suspicion was valid, the button had indeed been in her possession, yet she had merely acted to complete her task. In that moment, Shang Zhenzhen found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to scold the overly perceptive onlooker or to berate the deliberately dressed Qin Yechuan. Could it be that he is doing this intentionally? A fleeting thought crossed her mind, and Shang Zhenzhen suddenly recalled the conversation from the previous night. Qin Yechuan, that gluttonous beast, astonishingly did not require her to compensate for the clothing. Was this his ulterior motive? The second button, the one closest to the heart, had become a customary symbol at Qin High School. After each annual sports meet, girls would exchange their second button with someone they admired, and if the boy consented, he would reciprocate. The buttons of boys and girls, while similar, bore slight differences. Boys had smooth, unadorned round buttons, while girls had small floral designs. Goodness! With whom did Lord Qin exchange his button? What astounding news this early in the day! Surrounding her, whispers continued to circulate, but Shang Zhenzhen feigned ignorance, her expression indifferent as she gazed at the large screen. At 10 o'clock, it commenced. The quiz activity began with mandatory questions, spanning a wide range from general knowledge to brain teasers, with questions drawn randomly from a vast question bank, entirely dependent on luck. The large screen displayed the shared computer screens of 30 participants, clearly visible to the onlookers. Out of 50 mandatory questions, a small number of individuals completed them with remarkable speed. This mandatory quiz required both swiftness and accuracy, with rankings and correctness rates provided in the back end. The questions were rather perplexing, even encompassing astronomy. "Last night, I was eliminated. Was he concerned that I might embarrass myself today?" Shang Zhenzhen glanced at the second contestant, then at the sixth, and finally at the seventh. The answering speed of these three individuals was astonishingly swift. Almost as soon as the questions appeared, their hands were already poised to select their answers. The sixth and seventh contestants were seated too closely together, and given the significant attention on the seventh, it was inevitable that observers also noted the rapid response of the sixth. A smile crept upon Shang Zhenzhen's lips as she anticipated the academic goddess emerging triumphant, ready to outshine the male protagonist. Oh, how the tension coursed through her veins. The final questions were upon them. Silence enveloped the room for a few seconds before the name of the first contestant to finish suddenly illuminated the top of the large screen. Contestant 7, Qin Yechuan. 149 seconds, 50 questions correct out of 50, ranked first. Following closely was contestant 6, Yan Qingyu. 150 seconds, 50 questions correct out of 50, ranked second. Then came contestant 2, Shang Zhenzhen, 152 seconds, 50 questions correct out of 50, ranked third. Goodness, how impressive. Qin Ye truly lives up to his reputation. Not only did he answer all correctly, but he did so in such a remarkably short time. Just moments ago, I struggled to comprehend the questions, taking several seconds merely to read them. The teacher inquired why I was kneeling on the ground and not getting up. I can certainly understand the prowess of those two academic elites, but that sixth contestant is equally formidable, a quintessential beauty and a scholar. Shang Zhenzhen's expression momentarily shattered as she scrutinized the rankings repeatedly, seriously doubting whether she had misremembered the narrative. In the book, It was unequivocally Yin Qingyu who first broke through the fray, emerging as a dark horse in the answering competition, instantly becoming the focal point of attention. Though she too had garnered the spotlight, Yin Qingyu had now been relegated to second place. Yin Qingyu let out a sigh of relief, feeling quite satisfied with her result. She turned her head to glance at Qin Yechuan. The youth, clad in a baseball cap, stood motionless, exuding an air of aloofness. His exquisite profile was enough to drive any girl to madness. He appeared utterly unfazed, adopting a remarkably relaxed posture, as if he still had room to spare. This was indeed the person Zhenzhen admired. Yet, her affection for this young man posed quite a challenge, for he seemed so indifferent, akin to a being from an entirely different realm compared to her. At that moment, he cast a fleeting glance in her direction, his cold eyes sweeping over her, prompting Yin Qingyu to quickly avert her gaze. In an instant, she felt as though he could see through her innermost thoughts, sending a quiver through her heart. Chapter 33. The prize? Are you not curious? A total of 100 questions. 30 participants adjusted their headsets, fully focused on the large screen as the competition commenced. Who was the former Chinese female volleyball athlete known as Iron Hammer? Yin Qingyu. Lang Ping. What is the next line of Li Bai's poem? If it were not for the sight atop Mount Chuanyu. Yin Qingyu. I would meet you under the moon at Yaotai. Who was China's first world champion in athletics? Qin Yechuan. Su Yongjiu. Qin Yechuan and Shang Nanji's knowledge of the humanities was somewhat lacking, while Yin Qingyu's grasp of geography was also deficient. Each participant had their areas of ignorance. And for a moment, the competition scores were closely contested. Shang Zhenzhen held her breath, watching the scores of the three participants. Initially, she felt no anxiety. The quick answer segment was supposed to be a triumph for Yin Qingyu. However, the unforeseen variables at the outset had inadvertently made her anxious. Could it be that the narrative was beginning to waver? At this moment, the system suddenly interjected. Fluctuations and differences are entirely normal. For the host must navigate this world to alter their fate. As long as there are no errors requiring correction, there will be no issues. But what if an error demanding correction arises? That depends on how the main system orchestrates it. Under normal circumstances, such a situation should not occur. Shang Zhenzhen felt a slight sense of relief. The final question, of utmost importance, was seized by Yin Qingyu. Who was the campus heartthrob elected by Xinyu High School last year with an overwhelming number of votes? Yin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question to emerge at the last moment. As the buzzer sounded, indicating the need for an answer within 3 seconds, Yin Qingyu blurted out, Qin Yechuan. Initially, both contestants had identical scores, but Yin Qingyu's score suddenly dropped by 1. Qin Yechuan triumphed in the buzzer round with a score of 45. This dramatic turn of events left the audience in stunned silence for a few seconds before an avalanche of cheers erupted. After the final results were announced, Qin Yechuan removed his headphones, accepted the prize handed to him by the staff, and departed. Yin Qingyu was taken aback to discover her answer was incorrect. She had witnessed Qin Yechuan's immense popularity firsthand, and Shang Zhenzhen had previously remarked on his high standing as well. Qingyu, it was my mistake. The answer is my brother. At that time, Qin Yechuan hadn't transferred yet. Shang Zhenzhen rushed over, her eyes filled with regret. It was entirely her fault for incessantly brainwashing Yin Qingyu, who had just recently transferred and was undoubtedly unaware of the details. Yin Qingyu shook her head and smiled. It's all right. The prize for second place is quite good too. Upon the thought of the prize, Shang Zhenzhen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could the prize of the green jade be transferred? Yin Qingyu remained silent. Yet Shang Zhenzhen was struck on the head, wincing in pain as she glared furiously at the suddenly appearing Shang Nanji. How dare you strike me when you can't even secure a mere second place? Shang Nanji remained unfazed. There are rewards for the top 5. The first prize is a month's exemption from homework. The second is a fortnight's exemption. And the remaining 3 are each a week's worth. Moreover, with your lackluster performance, do not harbor any illusions. Focus on completing your assignments. Shang Zhenzhen. In truth, the school is quite astute. The only reward for this activity is the homework exemption, and those who secure the top 5 places are all exceptional scholars. I was merely entertaining the thought. After a hearty lunch, I am prepared to capture moments during the afternoon's shuttlecock kicking event, hoping to kick a few more. Shang Nanji coolly interjected, seemingly devoid of encouragement. You may be disappointed. I find that shuttlecock kicking does not align with my temperament. Thus I have opted for a blind box activity instead. Shang Nanji readily accepted. That sounds intriguing. While others will receive surprise boxes, yours will likely transform into a fright box. Shang Zhenzhen felt her fists clench in frustration, only capable of delivering sarcastic remarks. As promised, Shang Nanji arrived at the afternoon's blind box competition on the school playground, not only equipped with a camera, but also accompanied by a throng led by Shui Jingluan. However, to her astonishment, Shang Zhenzhen encountered Zhang Ye at the blind box competition venue. However, Zhang Ye appeared entirely unfazed upon seeing her, greeting her with calm assurance. "I anticipated you would sign up for this event." Shang Zhenzhen responded with curiosity. "Prizes? Are you not aware?" Noticing her confusion, Zhang Ye kindly offered a hint. Shang Zhenzhen's interest was instantly piqued, and her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Are they valuable items?" "I initially intended to sign up for the shuttlecock kicking competition, but due to a mix-up, I inadvertently found myself here." Observing her excitement, Zhang Ye chuckled softly. "Indeed. It is a treasure for you. Do your utmost." Shang Zhenzhen's enthusiasm intensified. She yearned for those coveted vouchers that exempt one from homework. Unlike the previous day, the sun was less relentless. The sky was adorned with numerous clouds, and the coolness of autumn could be felt on the playground. The student council was busy arranging the venue, and Shang Zhenzhen spotted Du Yi diligently working, occasionally glancing at her with a contemplative expression. Yet, whenever their eyes met, Du Yi nonchalantly diverted her gaze. Once the makeshift stage was ready, four individuals approached the judges' table and took their seats. Among them, one stood out distinctly from the others. The trio was clad in formal attire, while she donned a stunning pink Chanel dress, greeting everyone with a radiant smile. Surely, she could not be a teacher from our school. Her beauty was striking. She resembled an exquisite porcelain doll. And her dress was a recent piece from the Autumn Fashion Week, valued at over 100,000 yuan. You may not be aware, but she is the cherished daughter of the Qin family, Qin Yechuan. Due to the sponsorship provided by the Qin family for our school's sports event, Miss Qin was appointed as one of the judges for the blind box activity. Shang Zhenzhen furrowed her brow slightly, but recalling the system's words, she gently smoothed her forehead, recognizing that a bit of fluctuation was entirely normal. The presence of Qin Yechuan as a judge was an unexpected twist in the narrative. Yet Shang Zhenzhen could easily surmise the reason for her attendance. As the time for the competition drew near, the large screen on stage illuminated, revealing a grouping chart. Perhaps spurred by the unfolding storyline, Shang Zhenzhen noticed her name conspicuously listed in the same group as Qin Yechuan. Chapter 34. Do you want such luck? Once the groupings were announced, the staff for the blind box event took to the stage, microphone in hand, to declare the details of the activity. Welcome, contestants, to this blind box treasure hunt event. Participants will collect an electronic tablet from the judges according to their assigned groups. This tablet will display the items you need to locate. The items must be reviewed and approved by the judges before you can proceed to the next round. There will be a total of 3 rounds in this treasure hunt. We wish you all the best of luck. As the announcement concluded, the crowd surged towards the judges. Observing the throng before her, Shang Zhenzhen decided to approach later, only to notice Zhang Ye standing still, much like herself. "Why aren't you going over?" "I don't particularly like Qin Yechuan, yet I've been assigned to her group," Zhang Ye replied. Her disdain for Qin Yechuan stemmed from previous encounters, where she had observed the latter's seemingly benevolent demeanor concealing a more sinister nature. It wasn't until the crowd had thinned that Shang Zhenzhen and Zhang Ye approached the judges together. Upon catching sight of Shang Zhenzhen, Qin Yechuan immediately broke into a sweet smile. "Sister Zhenzhen, what a delightful coincidence. Here's an electronic watch for you. Go for it. I have great faith in you." Qin Yechuan winked, conveying her sincerity. "Thank you for your kind words." Shang Zhenzhen laughed as she accepted a sleek black electronic watch. After putting it on and switching it on, the first treasure hunting task appeared on the screen. Find a purple flower. Zhang Ye had also received an electronic watch, with her task reading, find a withered ginkgo leaf. At that moment, Yan Qingyu leaned in for a closer look and promptly pulled Shang Zhenzhen towards the little grove on campus. "Let us head over there and try our luck. Perhaps we might stumble upon some wildflowers by the roadside." Yan Hao approached Zhang Ye, noticing her task, and burst into laughter. "Need any assistance?" Zhang Ye rolled her eyes at him. "Stop rambling. Help me complete my task, and I'll treat you to ice cream. Consider it done." Adjacent to the school's artificial lake lay a small grove, a favored spot for students seeking solace or romance. Yan Qingyu led Shang Zhenzhen through the thicket, spotting delicate pink, red, and yellow flowers. Yet the elusive purple flower remained hidden. As Yan Qingyu mumbled that the first task shouldn't be this challenging, she suddenly halted. "Zhenzhen, I found it." Shang Zhenzhen immediately turned her gaze towards Yan Qingyu, following her line of sight. Indeed, beneath a nearby tree, a few small purple flowers danced in the breeze. The two quickly made their way over, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar face upon rounding the tree. The young man's baseball cap was pulled down low, nearly obscuring most of his face, revealing only the elegantly sculpted contour of his jawline. At that moment, he leaned against the trunk of a tree, his coat draped over him, while the afternoon sunlight gently filtered through the leaves, casting a soft glow around him. Delicate purple flowers encircled him, and it seemed that Qin Yechuan was taking a serene respite in this tranquil setting. Yin Qingyu playfully raised her eyebrows, seemingly encouraging her to approach and greet him. However, Shang Zhenzhen merely gestured for silence and, with utmost care, crept forward, holding her breath, plucking a small purple flower before hurriedly pulling Yin Qingyu away. Just as they departed, the slumbering youth stirred slightly, continuing his peaceful nap. Once they were out of sight, Yin Qingyu, her face aglow with amusement, remarked, "What were you afraid of? That was such a splendid opportunity. It would have been a pity not to say hello." Shang Zhenzhen gazed at the angelic figure of the official female lead, feeling a sense of exhaustion wash over her. She wished to play matchmaker for the couple. Yet the official female lead was intent on matchmaking for her instead. Life is indeed full of surprises. After completing her task with the little purple flower, Qin Yechuan marked it as satisfactory on the tablet before her, prompting Shang Zhenzhen's electronic watch to update with a new challenge, to purchase 12 different types of items for 10 yuan. Yin Qingyu immediately dragged Shang Zhenzhen toward the school store. Passing by Shang Nanji, they spotted her and a few others, comfortably seated in the shade. Shang Nanji raised her camera toward them, coldly instructing, "Come on, smile." "Cheese." Shang Zhenzhen made a face at her, retorting, "You can smile for yourself." At this moment, the school store was teeming with people, predominantly those adorned with digital watches. Shang Zhenzhen harbored grave suspicions that the school and the shop had conspired to stimulate a wave of economic consumption within the campus. Tasked with locating 12 distinct items, Yin Qingyu and Shang Zhenzhen had devised a plan to split their efforts, one venturing left and the other right. They sought items priced at 1 yuan, with those costing 5 jiao being particularly coveted. As Shang Zhenzhen scoured the store, she stumbled upon Zhang Ye and Yin Hao, who were engrossed in molding clay in the play area. "What task are you engaged in?" Shang Zhenzhen queried with curiosity. Zhang Ye looked up and, gesturing towards the clay Yin Hao was shaping, asked, "What does it resemble?" Shang Zhenzhen gazed at the indescribable creation before her, barely recognizing the dog ears and tail, and reluctantly remarked, "This dog is quite lifelike." Zhang Ye burst into laughter, while Yin Hao's expression darkened, akin to a soot-covered pot. "You're the one shaping a dog. Is it a cat?" Shang Zhenzhen replied incredulously, considering that even identifying it as an animal was a considerable challenge. Zhang Ye chuckled uncontrollably, saying, "I insisted it didn't resemble anything, but he adamantly insists it is indeed a cat, specifically, a large cat, a brain axe." "A brain axe? The kind that howls?" Shang Zhenzhen asked, uncertainty lacing her voice. Yin Hao, molding the clay, shot her an exasperated glance. "What's wrong with that? It's a vividly depicted tiger. Those devoid of artistic sensibility simply cannot appreciate it." Unable to suppress her laughter, Shang Zhenzhen cast Zhang Ye a look of sympathetic resignation before hastily resuming her quest to complete her own task. The small shop offered a plethora of items, yet the selection of 5-cent goods was lamentably scant, comprising merely 2 items. Under the persuasive charm of Yin Qingyu's sweet words, the shopkeeper, in a fit of delight, sold one item originally priced at 1 yuan for just 5 cents. After tallying her purchases, Qin Yechuan gave them a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well done, Sister Zhenzhen. You're impressively quick." However, there are already a dozen individuals who have completed 2 tasks. The third task is said to be exceedingly challenging. "Sister Zhenzhen, I wish you the best of luck." At that moment, Shang Zhenzhen's digital watch refreshed, revealing the final ultimate task, to procure a personal item belonging to Qin Yechuan, with photographic proof that it was indeed in his possession. Yin Qingyu gasped. "Is that even permissible?" Shang Zhenzhen's lips twitched as she turned to Qin Yechuan and inquired, "How is this task evaluated?" Upon seeing her task, Qin Yechuan gasped in surprise and remarked, "This task was added to the list as a hellish difficulty level." "Sister Zhenzhen, you truly are fortunate." Shang Zhenzhen replied, "I genuinely appreciate it. Would you care for such luck in a hellish challenge?" Chapter 35. How long must you touch to procure a personal item belonging to Qin Yechuan? Shang Zhenzhen felt as though she were engaged in a quest within a quest. Noticing her troubled expression, Qin Yechuan smiled reassuringly, saying, "Brother Yechuan isn't as terrifying as he seems. Unfortunately, I must remain here. Otherwise, I could certainly assist you." Sister Zhenzhen, you should give it a try. Best of luck. Victory is within your grasp. Shang Zhenzhen silently chuckled, realizing that her presence was subtly woven into the very fabric of their conversation. Qin Yechuan observed as Shang Zhenzhen and Yen Qingyu departed, a faintly sardonic smile gracing her lips. Sun Yinyu, ever the loquacious one, recounted tales with vivid detail, sharing an abundance of information. Although some of it she had encountered on the forum, Qin Yechuan deemed it mere hearsay. After all, the school forum was notorious for its penchant for exaggeration. Yet, Sun Yinyu insisted that the events were indeed factual. What of the young lady Shang? Possessing only a beautiful facade, she was still someone who failed to capture Yechuan's interest. Unbeknownst to her, the closer one drew to Yechuan, the more one risked inciting disdain. Today's situation, fortuitously orchestrated by Sun Yinyu and an individual named Du Yi, began with their grouping her in, followed by the creation of a bespoke electronic watch tailored for Shang Zhenzhen. Yechuan was particularly averse to photography, especially from those he disliked. A smile played on Qin Yechuan's lips as she anticipated how this individual would navigate the treasure-seeking task. Delicate purple flowers danced in the breeze, while the young man remained reclined against the tree trunk, his long legs sprawled casually on the grass, presenting a tranquil and beautiful tableau. Do you think he has brought anything with him? Shall we check his seat? Shang Zhenzhen inquired softly of Yen Qingyu. The young man possessed little beyond a jacket and a baseball cap, leaving only the clothing he wore. Isn't the hat a possibility? Securing it could earn you a prize. Yet, I believe acquiring one of his pens would be swifter than obtaining his hat. What about the photo? Yen Qingyu considered it a viable plan, prompting both to hasten towards the classroom of the third-year Class 1, only to find the door inexplicably locked. They knocked, but no response came from within. In a moment of urgency, Shang Zhenzhen hurried to a small shop, and indeed found two individuals engrossed in molding a brain axe amidst the clay section. Apart from the crooked figure of Wang, who could barely confirm their creation, the scene was rather chaotic. Zhang Ye, we have an urgent matter. You must be familiar with the pen that Qin Yechuan often uses, right? Could you assist me in locating a similar one in the store? Zhang Ye, an ardent fan of the book, despite her current predicament of being forced to withdraw her support, surely retained some memories. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "Of course, I know it well. Come, sister will lead you to it." Zhang Ye sifted through a pile of black pens and selected one with an entirely black exterior, including the cap. Qin's items are purely black or white. Are we treasure hunting? Shang Zhenzhen nodded and revealed the task displayed on her electronic watch. The third task seems rather challenging. Many were aware of this situation, and the Qin family had shares in the school, making it unlikely for such a task to arise. Yen Qingyu smiled with her eyes curving delightfully. It appears to be the only task of hellish difficulty within this assignment, which aligns perfectly. With a resigned sigh, Shang Zhenzhen remarked, "Perhaps this is simply misfortune." Zhang Ye, what task number are you on? Reflecting on the molded brain axe, Zhang Ye couldn't help but chuckle again. This is merely my second task, so I have little hope. Upon hearing you mention a dog, he has been quite insistent, so let him be. The three exchanged smiles before returning to their respective tasks. Seeing Qin Yechuan still resting in place, Shang Zhenzhen inwardly muttered, "What a sloth, sleeping for so long." However, the deeper his slumber, the more advantageous it was for her to accomplish her task. Yen Qingyu activated the camera function and gave her an OK gesture, indicating that everything was ready. Shang Zhenzhen then cautiously approached Qin Yechuan with a pen in hand. Fortunately, his baseball cap obscured most of his face. Otherwise, she feared she might not have the courage to draw near him, given his striking features. With utmost delicacy, she inched closer, even her breathing becoming soft and measured. The closer she got to Qin Yechuan, the more pronounced the refreshing scent of mint emanating from him became. Almost there. Shang Zhenzhen's objective was to stealthily place the jet black pen into the palm of his hand. Qin Yechuan's hands were clean, long, and exquisitely beautiful. With fingers as delicate as jade, an image that once seen would be hard to forget. At that moment, she bent over, mere inches from Qin Yechuan. The cool minty aroma enveloping her senses, subtle yet impossible to ignore. Holding her breath, she cautiously attempted to place the pen into his palm when, unexpectedly, his hand suddenly seized her wrist. The sudden grip of his cool hand startled her, prompting an instinctive desire to pull away. Yet, to her astonishment, his hold was so firm that not only did she remain still, but he also yanked her forward, sending her stumbling uncontrollably toward him. In her panic, she felt utterly flustered, but her mind remained surprisingly clear, realizing that if she were to fall onto Qin Yechuan, it might provoke the male protagonist's ire, jeopardizing her chances of success in this endeavor. At that moment, Shang Zhenzhen extended her unrestrained hand, firmly pressing it against the surface. Qin Yechuan had slightly raised his head, his indifferent gaze unobscured by the brim of his hat. Perhaps having just awakened, a hint of drowsiness lingered in his eyes, accentuating the enchanting beauty of the tear mole at the corner of his eye. Shang Zhenzhen, momentarily taken aback, found her mind blank and was at a loss for words. Instinctively, she glanced toward Yin Xingyu for assistance, but as she surveyed her surroundings, she realized that apart from the trees and flowers, Yin Xingyu had vanished. The official pairing's female protagonist. Did you just flee? The corner of Shang Zhenzhen's mouth twitched, and the grip on her right wrist compelled her to confront reality. When she looked at Qin Yechuan, her voice softened considerably. Qin, the handsome gentleman, I did not intend to. I was merely engaged in a treasure hunt, truly. I can show you the task. Qin Yechuan continued to regard her with indifference, then shifted his gaze downward. His voice cool and melodious. How much longer do you intend to touch? Chapter 36. Blossoming again. How much longer do you intend to touch? Touch? Shang Zhenzhen's mind struggled to catch up with his line of thought, yet she could feel her hand resting upon a surface that was both elastic and firm. Instinctively, she caressed it, and finally lowered her gaze to behold the source of her predicament. Her right hand was restrained, while her left hand rested upon his chest. The place she had just touched with Shang Zhenzhen's face instantly flushed crimson. She had unwittingly caressed several times, completely oblivious that she was touching the male protagonist's muscular chest. When administering medication to Qin Yechuan previously, Shang Zhenzhen naturally admired the male protagonist's physique, slim yet well-defined in all the right places, although not overly muscular. His figure was undeniably captivating, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist that could drive anyone to madness. However, at that moment, her mind was solely focused on completing her task, rendering her oblivious to any awkwardness. After all, she was merely using a cotton swab to apply the medication. Yet, in a twist of fate, her hand inadvertently found itself resting upon the remarkably well-defined contours of his chest muscles. Even through the fabric, Shang Zhenzhen experienced an unprecedented wave of embarrassment. Their gazes locked, and the air around them grew heavy with silence. The autumn breeze whispered through the trees, rustling the leaves. As Qin Yechuan released her hand, Shang Zhenzhen hastily rose to her feet, the warmth still lingering on her cheeks. To her surprise, she noticed that the young man had also stood up, his jacket having long since fallen to the side. He bent down gracefully to retrieve his clothing and put it on, despite the autumn air carrying a hint of warmth during the day. Qin Yechuan's demeanor radiated a cool detachment that made his wearing of the jacket seem entirely appropriate. In fact, he appeared refreshingly clean, though the absence of the second button on his jacket rendered his attire somewhat disjointed. Qin Yechuan adjusted his baseball cap, and as they stood in close proximity, Shang Zhenzhen could feel his indifferent gaze upon her, prompting her to instinctively take a step back. What task? Shang Zhenzhen's mind was in a state of chaos, believing that the task was utterly unattainable when she suddenly heard Qin Yechuan's icy voice. Instantly, she raised her wrist, where her digital watch displayed a task clearly related to him. Qin Yechuan cast a glance before proceeding toward the edge of the forest, seemingly oblivious to the footsteps trailing behind him. He turned to her and commanded, "Lead the way to the activity site." Lead the way? Shang Zhenzhen realized that she was still struggling to grasp his line of thought, yet her body instinctively responded, lifting her feet and stepping ahead of him. It's at the playground. Upon exiting the thicket, Shang Zhenzhen spotted the female protagonist, who was feigning to gaze at the sky under a nearby tree. As she emerged, her face beamed with a smile, eager to inquire if everything had been settled, only to be halted by the sight of Qin Yechuan following closely behind her. The words caught in her throat, and she approached Shang Zhenzhen in silence. Did it succeed? Yin Xingyu's voice was barely a whisper, as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Shang Zhenzhen gently shook her head. So, what is the situation now? Yin Xingyu furtively glanced at Qin Yechuan, whose countenance appeared rather discontent, his indifferent gaze emanating an aura of chilling aloofness. Shang Zhenzhen continued to shake her head, equally perplexed about the current circumstances. He instructed me to guide him to the event venue. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the immense question mark in the other's eyes, and they tacitly chose not to speak further, merely heading toward the playground. The news of Miss Shang accompanying Master Qin spread like wildfire, students passing by. Upon noticing the trio, initially displayed expressions of astonishment before observing the rather grim demeanor of the two. which swiftly transformed their expressions into that of eager spectators. Thus, the number of onlookers at the playground gradually increased. Shang Zhenzhen cast a distant glance at Shang Nanji, and indeed, her elder brother was fixating on her with an icy gaze, the chill emanating from him palpable even from dozens of meters away. When Qin Yechuan noticed Qin Yechuan approaching, a charming smile graced her face as she promptly rose from the judge's table. "Brother Yechuan, what brings you here?" Qin Yechuan exhibited no surprise at her appearance. Instead, as he drew closer, he casually removed his baseball cap and placed it on the judge's table. "My personal item, her task," he remarked, gesturing towards her. Qin Yechuan's smile faltered. The onlookers collectively gasped, astonished, as a chorus of murmurs ensued. "What is happening? Young Master Qin is actually assisting Miss Shang with her task? Wasn't he here merely to spectate? Am I dreaming?" Arguably the most taken aback was the very person being pointed at, Shang Zhenzhen herself. Upon hearing Qin Yechuan's words, she stared in shock at Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu, though surprised, seemed to comprehend the situation, winking at her. "Zhenzhen, the task is complete. Hurry and see what place you secured." Shang Zhenzhen's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the prizes for the blind box event, as Zhang Ye had mentioned, were treasures for her. "Miss Qin, have I completed my task? What about my prize?" Shang Zhenzhen leaned forward, her expression brimming with delight as she gazed at her. Qin Yechuan managed to regain her composure, her heart tumultuous, as she forced a smile. "Sister Zhenzhen, although I would very much like to be accommodating, there are simply too many onlookers. The task is quite clear. It requires a photograph. Personal belongings must be substantiated with photographic evidence confirming they are in one's possession. I am here in person. Is that not the best proof?" Suddenly, Qin Yechuan interjected, interrupting her words. Qin Yechuan clenched her hands tightly, the smile on her face fading further into an unappealing grimace. This task was designed solely to embarrass Shang Zhenzhen. Even if she managed to procure the item, a photograph would be unattainable. Even if there were a photograph, it would be impossible to capture her face, as she understood Yechuan better than anyone. He detested being photographed. Therefore, it would suffice to create a little trouble for her. However, she had not anticipated that Shang Zhenzhen would manage to summon Yechuan directly. Moreover, he even spoke on her behalf, completely derailing her plans. Of course, one could say that the rules are rigid while people are fluid. "Sister Zhenzhen, congratulations. You are the second to pass," Qin Yechuan declared with a smile. In her heart, Shang Zhenzhen exclaimed, "The male lead is incredible. So this is what it feels like to have the male lead backing you." Yet, Qin Yechuan showed no intention of leaving, merely addressing the judges' panel. "May I inquire, esteemed teachers, who provided the content for this treasure hunt?" A tremor ran through Qin Yechuan. She immediately shook her head. "I do not know. I was merely invited to serve as a judge." The teachers nearby also shook their heads. "We are unclear as well." The onlookers remarked, "It is the student union. The idea for the blind box event was proposed by them." Chapter 37. Miss Shang is quite formidable. Observing the situation, the staff of the student union hurried forward, for they dared not neglect the young master of the Qin family. "Young Master Qin, is there a problem?" Qin Yechuan cast a glance at them and spoke slowly. "Since this is a campus event, I have chosen to cooperate. However, I now wish to ascertain who initiated this task that requires my personal belongings and photographic evidence." The leader, the vice president of the student union, responded in a seemingly mild tone that nonetheless sent a chill through the boys. "It was one of our members who suggested it, as an interesting surprise. But we deemed it inappropriate and ultimately did not adopt it during our meeting." The boy fell silent, merely glaring at the girl behind him. It was then that Dui reluctantly stepped forward, her face pale and her lips trembling as she stammered, "Why, young Master Qin? I only included it to enhance the event's atmosphere. The probability of being selected is very low." Qin Yechuan remained silent, his gaze cold and unyielding upon her, until she could no longer continue. He then spoke, "Very low probability? I have heard that Shang Zhenzhen's electronic watch was specially modified, ensuring that this task will inevitably arise." His tone was resolute and frigid, leaving the onlookers exchanging bewildered glances at this dramatic turn of events. Dui's lips turned pale. This matter should have been airtight. How could it have been uncovered? Dui clenched her fists, just in time to see Sun Yinyu gesture to her and cast a warning glance. She finally comprehended the situation. No wonder Sun Yinyu refrained from intervening in these matters. Once exposed, all evidence would lead back to her. She cursed her own impatience for revenge against Shang Zhenzhen, believing such schemes to be infallible, mere probabilities. Now, she could only lament her misfortune. Who would be so idle as to inspect an electronic watch? Hand me the watch. I shall have someone look into it, Qin Yechuan remarked to Shang Zhenzhen. Promptly, she removed her wristwatch, finally grasping why she had abruptly transitioned from kicking a shuttlecock to participating in a blind box event. It was all part of a meticulously crafted plan. In their eyes, Qin Yechuan was an unattainable figure, and his indifference towards her only fueled the desire to make her a laughingstock through this task. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No wonder Master Qin assisted Miss Shang. It turned out that someone had ensnared him in their scheme as well. They audaciously sought to leverage Master Qin to fulfill their objectives. If it weren't for the irrefutable evidence, who could fathom the consequences? Our Master Qin is a scholarly genius. Attempting to outsmart him is decidedly unwise. In truth, I believe Miss Shang exhibits considerable courage, persisting even after rejection. Shang Zhenzhen. Courageous? I truly appreciate your words. Qin Yechuan adjusted his hat and declared, "Let the student council handle it." Before departing from the event, Qin Shuang yearned to follow him, yet the event was not yet concluded, leaving her to watch helplessly as he walked away. The vice president of the student council shot Du Yi another glare. He had entrusted her with this event due to his confidence in her abilities, only to find her resorting to personal vendettas. Fortunately, no significant disaster ensued. First, she needed to apologize to Miss Shang. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Du Yi once again extended her apologies to Shang Zhenzhen, yet her resentment only deepened. Du Yi, I advise you against repeatedly engaging in such futile endeavors. Behind me stands the entire Shang family. Shang Zhenzhen's words were both a statement of fact and a warning, irrespective of whether Du Yi comprehended their gravity. Nevertheless, she excitedly dragged Yan Qingyu to seek out the staff to redeem their prizes. Shang Zhenzhen received a beautifully packaged gift, enveloped in 3 layers. Exuding a substantial weight in her hands. With the gift in tow, she approached Shang Nanji with a sense of triumph. Shang Nanji merely scrutinized her expression and inquired, "Is the matter resolved?" Shang Zhenzhen nodded in affirmation. Shang Nanji refrained from further comments, lost in thoughts about Qin Yechuan's actions, wondering if he was fearful. However, Shang Zhenzhen paid no heed to such concerns. Instead, she eagerly began to unwrap her prize. Zhang Ye mentioned that gifts are delightful treasures. I have anticipated this for quite some time. Let me see what marvelous item awaits. In an instant, Shang Zhenzhen fell silent. Inside were 2 volumes of artistic collections featuring real-life imagery. In her left hand, she held the strikingly handsome Qin Ye, and in her right, the irresistibly cool Shang Xiao. The 2 men on the covers gazed at her with indifference, savoring their shared fortune, while Shang Zhenzhen was engulfed in self-doubt. She had labored for much of the day. For this? Yan Qingyu was the first to burst into laughter. Zhang Jinglan was the second to burst into laughter. And it was a rather wild kind of mirth. Shang Nanji clearly did not anticipate that she would become the prize herself. After flipping through several pages of the illustrated collection featuring others' portraits, Shang Zhenzhen nearly hurled the book at his head. What a sight. No wonder Zhang Yu signed up for this event. It is no surprise she thought she would cherish this prize. Brother, since you have taken my prize, shouldn't you also give me your homework exemption voucher? Shang Zhenzhen mused, sensing a potential rescue. Shang Nanji, with an expression of indifference, replied, "Don't even think about it." Shang Zhenzhen's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Are you serious? Once we exchange, you cannot backtrack. Yan Qingyu nodded in agreement. However, Shang Nanji's collection truly held no value. You are at a loss. Shang Zhenzhen hesitated, pondering her brother's worth, which was hardly remarkable, merely a perennial second best. And today's event had not secured his position. Nevertheless, it should fetch a decent price on the forum. Yan Qingyu chuckled softly, although Shang Zhenzhen found it somewhat peculiar. She considered the female protagonist to be a pure little angel, undoubtedly concerned for her evident disappointment. Dismissing her thoughts, she promptly proceeded with the exchange. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the school, what was the matter? Qin Yechuan finally lifted his eyelids, raising his gaze to the person approaching him. Qin Shuang wore a sweet smile, her voice laced with a playful tone. Yechuan, we haven't seen each other since the last banquet. How about dinner together tonight? I'm at a restaurant. No need, Qin Yechuan replied curtly, preparing to move to another resting spot. Qin Shuang, flustered, quickly stepped in front of him. Wait. Yechuan, I came to find you for a reason. Qin Yechuan came to a halt, gazing at her with an expression of serene indifference. Qin Shuang pointed at his clothing button, her smile radiant. Brother Yechuan, has the second button on your shirt been given away? Rest assured, I shall not speak of it to anyone. Your secret is safe with me. Chapter 38. Unexpectedly from a third perspective, Qin Yechuan's smile was bright. Yet her heart was tumultuous. I never anticipated that someone would get ahead of me in such a brief span of time. Had I known, I would have come over sooner. I wonder which shameless vixen has ensnared Brother Yechuan. Qin Yechuan belongs to me. Qin Yechuan's demeanor remained unchanged, though his voice grew colder. This is my affair. You have overstepped your bounds. Has he truly given it to someone? Or is it merely a misplaced coat that has fallen by accident? Qin Yechuan's heart was in turmoil, yet she feigned a sulky demeanor. As siblings, Brother Yechuan should not keep the identity of my future sister-in-law from me. I merely wish to meet her. Watching him depart, unwilling to concede Qin Yechuan to another, she reached out, attempting to grasp his sleeve, only for him to sidestep her touch, his gaze still devoid of warmth. Is there something more? I have no time. It is grandmother's wish. Qin Yechuan pressed his lips together. Very well. Qin Yechuan maintained her sweet smile. Then I shall report back to father. Do come over this weekend. Brother Yechuan. Until Qin Yechuan departed, Qin Yechuan's expression had darkened to a terrifying extent. She retrieved a cigarette from her bag, ignited it, and slowly exhaled a cloud of white smoke, her eyes fixated on her surroundings with an air of indifference. When Sun Yinyu and Du Yi arrived, they halted in their tracks, taken aback by the scene. Qin Yechuan released one final puff of smoke, deftly extinguishing the cigarette with her fingertips, and cast a glance at the quivering duo. Although today's endeavor was not executed flawlessly, fortunately, it bore no significant repercussions. Per Plan 3, I shall transfer 100,000 yuan to your account. Du Yi's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you, Miss Qin. By the way, who took Qin Yechuan's button? Was it Shang Zhenzhen or Yin Qingyu? Sun Yinyu hesitated for a moment before responding. I suspect it was Shang Zhenzhen. As someone saw Qin Ye give his coat to Shang Nanji after the basketball match, and then Shang Nanji handed it to Shang Zhenzhen. Qin Yechuan furrowed her brow. Why was this not mentioned earlier? I was not present at the scene, at that time. Sun Yinyu lamented, recalling how she had pursued Zhang Ye outside. Noting that Zhang Ye had been acting strangely of late, growing closer to Shang Zhenzhen instead. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yechuan stated, in the future, report any developments promptly, especially regarding Shang Zhenzhen. You will naturally reap the benefits. Understood. Sun Yinyu found it peculiar how Qin Yechuan seemed particularly invested in Qin Yechuan. If this were not under the Qin family's directive, then Qin Yechuan's unexpected interest was indeed alarming. Her heart raced as she sensed she might have stumbled upon something significant. Following the lively sports event, life resumed its ordinary rhythm of study. Early in the morning, Shang Zhenzhen awoke to the gentle patter of rain. Drawing back the curtains, she confirmed her suspicion that the abundant clouds from yesterday had indeed brought about a downpour. As she sat in the car, gazing at the curtain of rain outside, the system's voice suddenly echoed. Due to the peculiar circumstances of yesterday, I have applied to the main system, and the host has been granted an additional 50 points of fortune. Never had she anticipated such unexpected windfall. Shang Zhenzhen promptly inquired of the system, what were the special circumstances? You inadvertently touched the chest of the child of fortune, not once, but twice. The system stated with utmost seriousness. In an instant, her ears flushed with crimson. Such intimate contact was indeed rare. It was akin to the energy she had absorbed yesterday, which the system seemed quite pleased with. Therefore, dear host, I implore you to persevere. Today's task is to share an umbrella with the male lead. The longer the duration, the greater the reward. Receiving the new task, Shang Zhenzhen mused. Indeed, the system's proclamations are merely task assignments, while the benefits are but a trifling bonus. The rain continued to fall, seemingly intent on inundating the city. The droplets cascading from the eaves resembled a delicate curtain of pearls, tumbling down in a frenzied race. Some landed upon the windowsill, while others struck the leaves, sending up bursts of water droplets. Seated by the window, Shang Zhenzhen rested her chin on her hand, watching the torrential rain and the trails formed by the beads of water gliding down the glass, contemplating the task assigned by the system that morning. Shang Zhenzhen. Suddenly, she was called out, causing her to spring up from her seat in alarm. The chair emitted a sharp screech, prompting a chorus of laughter from her classmates. The mathematics teacher shot her a disapproving glance. Your grasp of mathematics is already tenuous. Must you also let your mind wander? Shang Zhenzhen lowered her head, adopting a demure demeanor, as she noticed Yin Qingyu stifling a laugh behind her hand. After a reprimand, she quietly murmured her grievances. Qingyu, not only did you fail to warn me, but you also mocked me. Yin Qingyu feigned innocence. I tugged at your sleeve several times. yet you remained utterly unresponsive. Zhenzhen, with that expression of yours, could it be that you're experiencing youthful infatuation? At this remark, Yin Qingyu revealed a knowing smile. You think I am? Yesterday, upon witnessing Qin Yechuan grasping Shang Zhenzhen's wrist, Yin Qingyu, terrified of encountering something unspeakable, hastily made her escape, fearing she would become an unwelcome third wheel. However, in her flustered state, she had inadvertently captured a photograph, which turned out to be quite beautiful. The sunlight cascaded perfectly upon the two. The young man's expression cool and detached, while he held the girl's wrist, who looked at him in sheer panic. It was utterly enchanting. Shang Zhenzhen had never anticipated that this incident would have a third perspective. Recalling the subsequent incident involving a muscular encounter, she couldn't help but gasp softly. Just then, the teacher concluded the lesson, and the classroom fell into a hushed silence. Shang Zhenzhen, the math teacher's exasperated voice shattered the stillness, prompting the class to erupt into laughter once more. After enduring a lengthy lecture from the math teacher that consumed the better part of the afternoon, Shang Zhenzhen felt utterly exhausted. Yin Qingyu, with a conciliatory smile, presented her with a small cake. It's all my fault, dear Zhenzhen. Please forgive me. As Shang Zhenzhen gazed at the familiar little cake, an idea struck her. Qingyu, could you do me a favor? The school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Shang Nanshi discovered that the person waiting beside his car was not Shang Zhenzhen, but Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu, holding a backpack, smiled at him with a hint of shyness. I have a favor to ask of you, so Zhenzhen left first. What is it? He inquired. I need to visit the hospital. My mother has not been feeling well recently, but it's raining today, and it's inconvenient for me to ride my bike. As she spoke, Yin Qingyu observed Shang Nanji's expression. Get in the car, Shang Nanji finally replied. What hospital? The first municipal hospital. Thank you. After Yin Qingyu finished speaking, she discreetly sent an OK emoji to Shang Zhenzhen. At that moment, Zhenzhen was in a corner, watching the entrance of Class 1, Senior 3. Upon seeing Yin Qingyu's message indicating the task was completed, she felt relieved. The rain continued to pour. This autumn rain was relentless, having fallen all day long, resulting in an increase in traffic on the roads, coinciding with the rush hour of leaving work and school, making it even more congested. Where did Zhenzhen go? Shang Nanshi suddenly asked. Yin Qingyu was taken aback, looking up to find Shang Nanshi observing her through the rearview mirror. Do you really think I would believe you? His gaze was devoid of warmth, clearly indicating that he was not easily deceived. Yin Qingyu forced a smile, hesitating for a moment. She had something to attend to at school. Zhenzhen was just afraid you would be upset. Shang Nanji remained silent, having nearly deduced what Shang Zhenzhen was up to. The temperature inside the car gradually dropped, and after a long pause, Yin Qingyu continued. Since you've already guessed, why didn't you refuse? It's raining. It is indeed inconvenient for you, Shang Nanji stated. Yin Qingyu lowered her gaze to the vocabulary book in her hands, a subtle smile unwittingly gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Shang Zhenzhen concealed herself in the corner, pondering whether she had overlooked someone, for she had not spotted anyone at all. After all, she had been hiding here since school ended. One by one, students departed, unfurling their exquisite mushroom umbrellas in the rain. Shang Zhenzhen quietly approached the back door of Class 3, cautiously peeking her head out, only to find the classroom utterly deserted, devoid of any presence. What was the young lady Shang doing here? Yan Hao patted his chest, nearly exclaiming like Shang Zhenzhen. Lady Shang, frightening someone could be deadly. Recovering from her surprise, Shang Zhenzhen recognized Yan Hao, and just a couple of steps behind him stood Qin Yechuan. She shot a glare at Yan Hao. How dare you say such a thing? Realizing his faux pas, Yan Hao sheepishly touched his nose. Aren't you the one sneaking around here, looking for my brother Qin? Shang Zhenzhen felt an overwhelming urge to silence the person before her. Yan Hao believed he had grasped the situation perfectly, flashing a knowing smile. It just so happens that brother Qin's umbrella seems to have vanished, so I must trouble you, Lady Shang, to escort him. I have to hurry to the shop to help out, so I'll be off now. Almost slipping up with an ill-timed remark. He felt relieved that Saw and Shang sounded somewhat alike. Yan Hao considered himself quite clever. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed away as if his bottom were on fire. Soon, the corridor was left with only her and Qin Yechuan. Seizing the opportunity that had presented itself, Shang Zhenzhen offered an awkward yet courteous smile. Did the handsome Qin forget his umbrella? If you do not mind, I can share half of my little pink umbrella with you. Shang Zhenzhen's umbrella is adorned with lace trimmings, a vivid pink that she now regrets choosing on this day. She wishes she had opted for a more conventional design. It is all the fault of the system, which issued the task too late. By that time, she was already on her way to school. The system, silently shouldering the blame, pondered, if it had not consumed energy, would Qin Yechuan's umbrella have mysteriously vanished? Shang Zhenzhen's plan was straightforward. She intended for Yan Qingyu to distract the stumbling block, allowing the system to make Qin Yechuan's umbrella disappear, while she merely needed to appear at the opportune moment. Qin Yechuan cast a fleeting glance at her delicate pink umbrella adorned with lace, uttering two emotionless words, "Do you mind?" It was merely a matter of color. It mattered little. As if to echo Shang Zhenzhen's sentiments, the autumn rain intensified, falling with cheerful abandon, drumming down like scattered beans. Qin Yechuan remained silent, merely lifting his foot to depart. Although his umbrella was also colorful, it bore a simple elegance that felt entirely appropriate. Shang Zhenzhen could only gaze at her little pink umbrella, cursing its inadequacy. The unfortunate little pink umbrella. Qin Yechuan merely shook his head coldly, then lifted the book he held above his head, striding into the curtain of rain. Shang Zhenzhen hurriedly opened her umbrella to follow. But Qin Yechuan, tall and long-legged, continued at a swift pace, even in the heavy rain. She could not keep up. And then she watched helplessly as he entered the school store. Oh no, she had forgotten the school had a store. Shang Zhenzhen held a delicate pink umbrella, standing at the entrance of the shop, deep in thought. Fortunately, she had anticipated that the male protagonist would be rather difficult to deal with and had prepared two plans. If Plan A faltered, she would resort to Plan B, should the opportunity to approach him at school prove elusive. She was ready to deliver a cake to the security guard of his residential complex, thereby infiltrating the enemy ranks before devising further strategies. Qin Yechuan emerged from the shop, carrying a pure black umbrella. Although he had been shielded by a book earlier, the rain was torrential, leaving him thoroughly drenched and his demeanor increasingly aloof. He walked ahead, holding the black umbrella, while Shang Zhenzhen followed closely behind with her pink one. The two moved forward in silence. At last, the vehicle came to a halt in front of the first hospital. Yan Qingyu promptly said, "You can stop here, thank you." With a grateful smile, she opened her umbrella to exit the car, only to discover that Shang Nanji had also alighted. Shang Nanji, holding his umbrella, addressed her. "I am also going to visit Ms. Yanping." Yan Qingyu appeared quite taken aback, especially upon seeing Shang Nanji making his way towards the shops outside the hospital. In astonishment, she stepped forward to intercept him, saying, "Shang Nanji, there is no need to buy anything. If you are visiting my mother, she would surely be delighted." Shang Nanji paused for a moment, seemingly surprised that it was the first time she had called his name. "You know?" Yan Qingyu smiled softly. "I was aware beforehand. In fact, it was at your request that my mother asked me to tutor Zhenzhen, and she insisted that I take it seriously. Her mother frequently conducts large public lectures. During one such lecture, a minor flaw appeared in the problem-solving process of the presentation, which was noticed by the audience, leading to hushed discussions among them. However, her mother remained completely oblivious. At that moment, Shang Nanji happened to be present. He raised his hand to first commend the problem-solving method before elucidating the flaw through an alternative approach, skillfully alleviating the awkward situation. Thus, the two became acquainted, and Shang Nanji occasionally sought Yan Ping's guidance on various matters. Consequently, when it came time to find a teacher for Shang Zhenzhen, Shang Nanji immediately thought of Yan Ping. Chapter 40. Do not criticize her in the hospital room. Yan Ping sat on the bed, wearing glasses and intently focused on the computer in front of her, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Despite a few strands of white hair at her temples, her face retained a youthful appearance. "Mom, I've told you to rest properly. Why have you started again?" As soon as Yan Qingyu entered the room, she rushed over and snatched the computer from her hands. Just as Yan Ping was about to protest, she noticed a young man entering with a basket of fruit, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she adjusted her glasses. "Is that Shang Nanji?" The young man was remarkably handsome. Yan Ping had taught many students, but his striking appearance left a lasting impression. Shang Nanji flashed a rare, gentle smile. "I happen to hear that you were not feeling well, so I stopped by to check on you. Coincidentally, my daughter Zhenzhen is being cared for by your daughter." Yan Ping smiled warmly. "Please, have a seat. Qingyu, go fetch a cup of hot water for our guest." Yan Qingyu noticed the rare smile in Yan Ping's eyes, which filled her heart with joy. She expressed her gratitude with a smile towards Shang Nanji before stepping outside with her belongings. Shang Nanji accepted the hot water and resumed her discussion with Yan Ping. After listening for a while, Yan Qingyu discerned the topic at hand and seamlessly joined the conversation. The elderly couple, with the grandfather supporting the grandmother, walked slowly, their faces adorned with the serene tranquility of growing old together. Upon seeing Shang Nanji in the hospital room, the grandmother greeted Yin Ping with a smile. Have we got a visitor? This young man is quite handsome. Is he the girl's suitor? Yin Ping remained composed, responding with a subtle smile. He is more of my student. He came to visit me after learning about my hospitalization. The grandmother, now seated on the bed, chuckled. I have never encountered such a dashing young man, coming all the way to see his teacher. He must be quite accomplished, I presume? Yin Ping nodded. Indeed. He ranks among the top in his class. The grandmother smiled gently. Such an outstanding young man. The girl should not let him slip away. They seem quite well matched. Yin Qingyu felt a flush creeping to her cheeks. The elderly couple, despite their amiability, were rather talkative. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she offered an excuse to step out and wash some fruit, eager to escape this uncomfortable situation. At that moment, she could not afford to draw attention to her own inappropriate thoughts, for it would render her behavior peculiarly conspicuous. Meanwhile, Qin Yechuan swiped his access card to enter the community, only to spot Shang Zhenzhen briskly approaching the security booth. With practiced ease, she rummaged through her bag, produced a small cake, and handed it to the guard before striding confidently inside. Shang Zhenzhen promptly followed Qin Yechuan, glancing around to ensure no one was in sight. And then she lifted her head, preparing to break her umbrella. The pain was so intense that she couldn't help but grimace. Was her little pink umbrella of such exceptional quality? Her hand had turned red, yet it remained intact. In a fit of frustration, Shang Zhenzhen tossed it onto the ground. And the icy cold umbrella immediately drenched her like a torrential flood, with streams of chilly rainwater eagerly burrowing into her collar, seeping into her clothes, eliciting goosebumps across her skin. She was resolved. With eyes ablaze, Shang Zhenzhen dashed towards Qin Yechuan, positioning herself before him. Suddenly transforming into a pitiable damsel, my umbrella broke unexpectedly. The relentless rain continued to pummel her, her hair now damp and disheveled. And she could envision the wretched state she was in. Qin Yechuan merely regarded her with a detached expression, then proceeded to her discarded pink umbrella, his graceful demeanor evident as he bent to retrieve it. He then stepped back in front of her, with a swift motion unfurling her umbrella, holding its handle with one hand, sheltering her from the torrential downpour. Shang Zhenzhen thought, could she strike him with this umbrella? Why would it not break? What she needed was to share an umbrella with him, not for them to each hold separate umbrellas, glaring at one another. Qin Yechuan displayed remarkable patience, maintaining his stance without moving. Ultimately, Shang Zhenzhen, in a huff, accepted the little pink umbrella from his hands, brushing back her rain-soaked hair. Taking a deep breath, she, in his presence, forcefully slammed the small pink umbrella onto the ground once more. The little pink umbrella seemed to ponder. What had it done wrong? You have followed me all this way. What is your true intention? Qin Yechuan cast a fleeting glance at the fallen pink umbrella beside him. His voice was indifferent, yet the emotions in his eyes seemed to convey something entirely different. It was all so sudden, like a blossom bursting above her head. Shang Zhenzhen was immediately filled with fear, squatting down on the spot, while hastily covering her ears with her hands. She could feel her blood coursing backward, her entire body tensing in an instant, her mind a chaotic cacophony. Please don't strike her. She merely wanted to complete a task. Yin Qingyu had originally stepped outside for some fresh air, taking the opportunity to consult a doctor regarding her condition. Primarily, it was due to a lack of rest. She had recently undergone a significant surgery and was overexerted. Yin Qingyu meticulously noted down several precautions, and after expressing her gratitude to the doctor, she received a call from Yin Ping, instructing her to escort Shang Nanji and emphasizing the importance of her assistance. Yin Qingyu hurried to the hospital room, coincidentally encountering Shang Nanji as she emerged. The two exchanged silent glances as they made their way toward the elevator. Upon their arrival, the elevator doors opened, revealing a spacious interior occupied by only a few individuals. As Shang Nanji entered, several young women's eyes brightened instantaneously, and they began whispering amongst themselves. The elevator descended slowly, and when the doors opened again, it appeared unusually crowded on that floor. As the doors parted, a surge of people rushed inside, forcing Yin Qingyu to step back, coincidentally positioning herself next to Shang Nanji. The elevator emitted an overload warning, and after a sigh from the last person who boarded, the doors finally began to close. The elevator was packed to the brim, and the noise gradually escalated. Yet, Yin Qingyu found herself involuntarily holding her breath, feeling as if it were her first time being so close to Shang Nanji. They were standing too close, occasionally brushing against each other's arms. And Yin Qingyu involuntarily recalled the art collection exchanged with Shang Zhenzhen. The artist's technique was remarkable, even rendering Shang Nanji's figure in a manner that sparked vivid imaginations. Qingyu admonished herself to avoid such thoughts, yet those images lingered in her mind. When the elevator finally halted at the first floor, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon exiting, her gaze instinctively sought out Shang Nanji, only to find several girls already gathered around her. Each girl showcased a distinct style, some exuding a bold, spicy charm. Others embodying sweetness, while a few radiated innocence. In short, they were all quite attractive. Qingyu glanced down at her own attire, realizing she was simply clad in a standard school uniform. Chapter 41. Do you look down upon the shoes you bought? Qingyu stood quietly to the side, her gaze cast downward at her feet, contemplating that since they had arrived on the first floor, it could be deemed an adequate escort. The elevator doors opened once more, and as the others inside dispersed, she stepped forward, for at home it was just her and Yin Ping. During Yin Ping's hospitalization, Qingyu had always been there to keep her company. Suddenly, she was yanked forward with considerable force and looked up, bewildered, at Shang Nanji. What was the matter? You haven't reached the entrance yet. Qingyu was momentarily speechless, pondering why a grown man would concern himself with such trivialities. It was only then that she noticed the group of girls had mysteriously vanished. Qingyu dutifully accompanied him to the hospital entrance, where Shang Nanji remarked, "I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning. It's inconvenient for you without a car." Qingyu initially intended to decline the trouble, but Shang Nanji had already departed beneath his umbrella. It was only when she witnessed his vehicle fading into the curtain of rain that she made her way toward the elevator, a gentle smile gracing her face. As she stood within the elevator, a surge of people soon crowded in, filling it to capacity as it ascended slowly. That handsome gentleman was truly striking. Qingyu's gaze fell upon the group of lovely young girls she had noticed earlier, now clutching takeout boxes in their hands. Alas, they mentioned having someone they liked. He was indeed quite charming. I noticed it too. Those girls are equally beautiful. A perfect match. Qingyu felt a flush rise to her cheeks as she remained unnoticed among the girls. The elderly couple in the neighboring hospital bed had likely gone for a stroll, leaving the ward empty. A sudden realization struck her, and a smile broke across her face. "Mom, what are you talking about? You raised me single-handedly. How could I not understand you? Nanji is a good boy, and so are you. However, I do not wish for you to traverse the same path I once did." Yin Ping spoke these words with remarkable calmness, devoid of harshness or desperation. Qingyu fell silent. "Your mother will not impede your choices. But she has walked this road before. You understand better than anyone how I am now," Yin Ping expressed with a faint smile. In her youth, she had quarreled fiercely with her mother to be with a certain someone, yet ultimately, tears nearly brimmed in Qingyu's eyes as she hurried to embrace Yin Ping, gently resting in her mother's arms. "I understand. I truly understand." Yin Ping gently lifted her head and caressed her hair, saying, "Nanji is truly exceptional. It is only natural to be drawn to him. However, for us, the world of merchants is entirely different. Unless you are prepared to be battered and bruised, you must not fall into it. This is all I can advise you." "My dear." Qingyu nodded gloomily. How could she not understand? She had been aware of everything her mother had experienced since childhood. The rain continued to fall. Shang Zhenzhen instinctively wondered if her desire to cling to the fortune of a fated individual had angered the heavens, prompting a bolt to strike her down. Thus, she unconsciously curled into a small ball, tightly covering her ears. The thunder she had imagined did not arrive, but Shang Zhenzhen sensed that the relentless rain had ceased. Simultaneously, a cheerful voice echoed in her mind. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. The timer begins now." Had the task truly been accomplished? Maintaining her posture with her ears covered, she lifted her head slightly and saw that Qin Yechuan had tilted his black umbrella halfway towards her. The young man remained silent, simply holding the umbrella for her, his eyes calm, as if the emotions she had previously witnessed were merely an illusion brought on by the rain. Observing the small figure curled up at his feet, Qin Yechuan felt no inclination to move. He finally spoke again. "Shang Zhenzhen, what exactly do you intend to do?" Curled up, she must have appeared to him as either a lunatic or someone unhinged. Shang Zhenzhen slowly rose to her feet, her stature barely reaching the shoulder of Qin Yechuan. With a playful tilt of her head, she remarked, "It was merely a wager with a classmate to share an umbrella with you, handsome Qin. Fortunately, I emerged victorious. Farewell." After speaking, she picked up her petite pink umbrella, intending to depart with an air of nonchalance. However, it let out a resounding pop and suddenly collapsed entirely. Standing in the downpour, She held the shattered umbrella frame, questioning the very essence of her existence. This marked Shang Zhenzhen's second visit to Qin Yechuan's residence, and she found herself thoroughly drenched, devoid of any umbrella. Though Qin Yechuan too was caught in the rain, it was evident that she was in a more disheveled state, standing at the entrance with droplets still cascading from her, splattering onto the pristine floor. Feeling somewhat awkward at the threshold, Shang Zhenzhen was conscious that while she didn't mind spending more time with Qin Yechuan, her current predicament of soiling someone else's home was less than ideal. Are you planning to stand there and change? Qin Yechuan had already retrieved a fresh set of clothes from his room, gesturing for her to change in the bathroom. Despite her inclination to decline, the discomfort of being soaked compelled her to hesitate momentarily before opening the shoe cabinet to swap her footwear. As she did, she found several pairs of black slippers, alongside her pink ones, but also discovered an extra pair emblazoned with an adorably charming Pikachu. She nearly stumbled as this delightful Pikachu conjured a nearly forgotten memory. After much contemplation and uncertainty over what birthday gift to present Qin Yechuan, she ultimately settled on these whimsical slippers. With Qin Yechuan's home embodying a minimalist aesthetic, she aimed to give something both practical and modestly priced, thus she deliberately chose to bestow upon him a pair of cartoon slippers. She even envisioned the moment when Qin Yechuan unwrapped the gift in silence. However, as time passed, that image faded from her mind. Now, upon suddenly encountering those incongruous slippers, Shang Zhenzhen felt an acute embarrassment, almost prompting her to flee. Not changing shoes. Disdain for her own purchase? Qin Yechuan had approached unnoticed, leaning against the wall with a bemused expression as he observed her. Shang Zhenzhen managed an awkward smile, realizing why the male protagonist had so kindly brought her inside. It was a clever ploy indeed. Resigned, she retrieved the adorable Pikachu slippers, only to discover they seemed a tad small. Stealing a glance at the size, she noted it was a 36. Wait, did Qin Yechuan really buy such a diminutive pair? These women's slippers were a birthday gift from Miss Shang herself. Could it be he had forgotten? Suddenly, Qin Yechuan spoke up. Shang Zhenzhen felt her mind go blank in an instant. Surely, she hadn't chosen her own size when gifting the slippers? The present had been wrapped directly by the store and handed to her without any unwrapping. She had simply brought it along to the banquet. Help. Chapter 42. The luck of a kiss is quite high standing in the restroom with her feet adorned in Pikachu. Shang Zhenzhen had changed into a sleek black outfit consisting of a short-sleeved top and long pants, thoroughly drying her hair with a clean towel. Once her hair was dry, she found Qin Yechuan seated in the living room, engrossed in the television. I thought your clothes would be oversized, but they fit quite well. Thank you. I'll return them tomorrow. Shang Zhenzhen had neatly packed her damp attire, ready to depart. It was indeed her middle school uniform. Shang Zhenzhen. Indeed. You're tall and slender, while she, being petite, is unworthy of wearing your current attire. Just as Shang Zhenzhen was about to depart, she heard Qin Yechuan's voice. Miss Shang, are you not still indebted to me for a birthday gift? You still require such a gift? Why would I not? With a huff of indignation, Shang Zhenzhen stormed off. She knew too well that this fellow could not possibly have such benevolence. Associating with the male lead would invariably come at a cost. How could she be so forgetful? Shang Zhenzhen, you truly have a knack for this, visiting that young scion of the Qin family and changing your attire in the process? Shang Nanji's voice was icy to the core, and Shang Zhenzhen dared not raise her gaze to meet his eyes. The umbrella is broken, and my clothes are soaked. Shang Zhenzhen murmured softly. Shang Nanji glanced down and noticed the damp school uniform she held in a bag. Remaining silent for a couple of seconds, did you bathe at his place? Shang Zhenzhen immediately shook her head vigorously. I merely changed my clothes and dried my hair. It was only when she was enveloped in the warm embrace of the bathtub, the soothing water enveloping her entire being, that Shang Zhenzhen finally felt at ease. The sensation of rain clinging to her skin was finally dispelled. Time spent holding the umbrella, 88 seconds. Reward, 40 fortune points. Congratulations, host. The system finally relayed the fortune points to her. Shang Zhenzhen sighed softly. Next time, please issue a more humane task. This one is truly too arduous. She felt on the brink of insanity. Yet, only by engaging more with the child of destiny could she glean some of that fortune. Do you truly not function as a strategy system? Shang Zhenzhen felt that she had transformed from a malicious supporting character into a lovesick and neurotic one. Reflecting on her behavior today, it was so embarrassing that one could metaphorically kick out an entire villa. Host, the strategy system is an inferior one. I am a legitimate advanced system. Why is it considered inferior? Human emotions are indeed precious, yet the strategy system forces the host to pursue the target, akin to forcibly binding two individuals together. Once the system disengages, complications often arise. Therefore, unless a strategy system is wild, it is nearly non-existent now. Our fortune system merely requires us to tap into the target's fortune to alter the host's destiny without imposing a binding connection. If the host desires, they may certainly pursue the target. A kiss could yield a substantial fortune value. The system began to coax enticingly. Shang Zhenzhen remained indifferent. Although this paper figure is quite handsome, ultimately, I am not a denizen of this world, and I have no fortune to enjoy it. She had yet to feel any stirrings of affection. She likely regarded Qin Yechuan as a mere idol who happened to be nearby, handsome, yet entirely out of reach. Thus, it would be simpler to simply absorb some fortune and maintain a friendship, which would be quite easy. The system found this somewhat regrettable, yet reasonable. Shang Zhenzhen softly acknowledged, glancing at her current fortune value, which still seemed insufficient. The next day, she was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. As she opened her eyes, a wave of weakness washed over her, and a slight headache emerged. Am I coming down with a fever? The knocking grew more insistent. And as Shang Zhenzhen attempted to rise and answer the door, her legs felt feeble. In her clumsiness, she accidentally knocked over the cup on her bedside table, tumbling to the floor. Her head felt even dizzier. Hearing the commotion inside, the person knocking on the door, in a state of urgency, announced their arrival and opened the door. Upon entering, Shang Nanji saw her sprawled at the bedside and quickly lifted her onto the bed, leaning her against the pillows while placing her icy hand on her forehead, contrasting the feverish heat emanating from her. It was indeed a fever. You should lie down and rest. I will summon the doctor, she said, retrieving the thermometer from the drawer and frowning at the reading of 38.5 degrees. Shang Zhenzhen nodded, curling herself into the blanket and soon drifting into a deep slumber. Shang Nanji immediately contacted the doctor and instructed the household steward, her gaze growing colder as she observed the discomfort etched on her face before setting off for the hospital. Yan Qingyu had received news from Shang Nanji in advance and waited a while at the hospital entrance. As soon as he arrived, Yan Qingyu inquired, "How is Zhenzhen?" Shang Nanji restarted the car, replying, "She caught a fever after getting caught in the rain yesterday. The doctor has already been notified." A silence fell within the car. Yan Qingyu bit his lip, feeling a sense of guilt. If she had insisted on not agreeing, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. "Can I visit Zhenzhen after school?" Shang Nanji eventually nodded in consent. Upon arriving at Class 3 of senior year, Shang Nanji handed the freshly laundered clothes to Qin Yechuan, then coldly regarded him, beckoning him to the rooftop. On the rooftop, under the open sky, she observed Qin Yechuan's indifferent expression and clenched her fists. Her voice sharp and icy. "Zhenzhen came to find you yesterday. Did something happen? Why was she caught in the rain?" Qin Yechuan replied nonchalantly. Why not ask Shang Zhenzhen herself? Yesterday, after taking a bath, she went to bed. Zhenzhen's physical constitution is rather frail, and I refrained from probing further, fearing she might catch a chill. When I awoke in the morning and went to check on her, she indeed had a fever. She has a fever? Qin Yechuan's eyelids lifted slightly. Upon closer inspection, one might not notice, as his gaze remained tranquil. She was with me the entire day yesterday. Our umbrella broke on the way, and she wished to share mine, but I declined. Such a foolish act, Shang Zhenzhen thought. It was exactly something Shang Zhenzhen would do. I apologize on behalf of Zhenzhen. But since he rejected her, why not dismiss her entirely? Shang Zhenzhen realized that she could not comprehend the youth before her. Why was that? A fleeting emotion, one he could not quite grasp, flickered in Qin Yechuan's eyes. Seeing Shang Zhenzhen toss the umbrella aside, he found it amusing that she could go to such lengths for that so-called task. However, witnessing her curl up into a small ball, her pale face frightened as she covered her ears, he reacted too late. His umbrella had already tilted over. Chapter 43. Even if it leads to irreparable consequences, Qin Yechuan felt he did not understand Shang Zhenzhen. Clearly, she did not harbor any affection for him. Yet, for the sake of that so-called task, she would employ every means to draw near. Once the task was accomplished, she would swiftly retreat. At times, he even maliciously pondered how far she would go before relinquishing her pursuit. Would she undertake any task, regardless? I do not know. The gentle breeze brushed past as Shang Zhenzhen, after a prolonged silence, finally heard such a statement. Her eyes narrowed slightly, recalling their previous conversation, where Qin Yechuan had emphatically declared, "I do not like her. Shang Zhenzhen is not my type." Qin Yechuan regarded Shang Nanji's gradually chilling gaze with an expression that remained composed and indifferent. "You may consider me as possessing the demeanor of a gentleman," he remarked. Shang Nanji retorted, "You, a gentleman? The Qin family, that place notorious for devouring its own, has left Zhenzhen utterly devastated. Then you must keep her away from me," Qin Yechuan interjected earnestly. Shang Nanji inhaled deeply, his eyes darkening. "I am aware the issue lies with Zhenzhen, yet she always seems to elude my sight. Have I not tried? However, Shang Zhenzhen is at the tender age of first love, brimming with mischief. I cannot possibly monitor her every moment. It is all the fault of that handsome lad from the Qin family. He is a veritable disaster. Shang Zhenzhen does not harbor feelings for me," Qin Yechuan stated flatly. Shang Nanji rolled his eyes in irritation. "If she does not like you, then why does she persist in her antics? Is she simply idle?" "She has no time for idleness," Shang Nanji replied. "Whom are you sharing these cold jests with?" Qin Yechuan asked, his tone unwavering. "I can assure you, she does not care for me. Her approach is driven by ulterior motives. Hence, I implore you to keep her at a distance." With that, Qin Yechuan reiterated his stance and turned to depart. If she were to inch closer to him, and he were to grow accustomed to her presence, then, should the worst come to pass, Shang Zhenzhen would find no escape. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Qin Yechuan's eyes, swiftly submerged beneath a veneer of tranquility. Shang Nanji clenched his fists, yet confusion lingered in his gaze. Zhenzhen approaches him with a purpose? What purpose could that possibly be? With her intellect, what could she possibly desire beyond him? In a moment of yearning to share in the male protagonist's fortune, Shang Zhenzhen found herself ensnared in a peculiar dream. She envisioned herself reclining upon a hospital bed, her left hand tethered to an foredrip, lying in serene stillness, while a vase beside her held her cherished sunflowers. In the sterile white room, the sunflowers emerged as the singular vibrant hue. She yearned to escape the confines of the hospital and discern her surroundings. Yet every attempt to venture forth proved futile. Even peering out the window offered no clarity to the world beyond. Shang Zhenzhen could only scrutinize her own reflection. Aside from sharing a name with the character from the story, she bore little resemblance to the alluring antagonist, who possessed an unforgettable beauty that captivated with a mere glance. In contrast, she appeared youthful and fair-skinned, with an impish sparkle in her eyes, exuding an aura of innocence. Having not seen her true self for quite some time, she stood by, entranced by her own image. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Shang Zhenzhen's heart raced as she looked up. A woman clad in plain garments entered. Holding a dew-kissed sunflower, her hair casually swept back, revealing strands of silver. "Zhenzhen, mother has come to see you," she said, her voice laced with warmth. "This is your 10th day of slumber. If you can hear me, please awaken soon." The woman gently placed the sunflower into the vase and sat in a nearby chair. Despite the fatigue etched on her face, she smiled tenderly as she brushed Zhenzhen's hair, the sorrow in her eyes palpable and deep. "Yesterday, the college entrance examination results were released, and my precious Zhenzhen has excelled, gaining admission to a university. Mother is so proud of you. Please awaken quickly. A new chapter of university life awaits you." Shang Zhenzhen stood beside her mother, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, her heart aching at the sight of her mother's sudden aging. "Zhenzhen, Zhenzhen, Zhenzhen, how are you feeling now?" She heard someone calling her name and, upon opening her eyes, beheld the anxious face of Shang Nanji, momentarily feeling disoriented. Upon noticing the vacancy in her gaze, Shang Nanji was further alarmed and reached out to touch her forehead. It was still slightly warm. After a whole day, she thought to herself, she was already rather dull-witted, and she hoped this fever would not render her even more so. "Zhenzhen, how are you feeling now?" Yan Qingyu leaned in from the side, her eyes filled with guilt and concern. Shang Zhenzhen attempted to speak, but her throat was dry and painful, so she merely shook her head to signify that she was fine. Yet, Shang Nanji remained uneasy. "I will call the doctor to come and check on you again. Were you having nightmares? Just now, you were shedding tears incessantly." It was then that Shang Zhenzhen became aware of the coolness on her cheeks and lifted her hand to touch the traces of her tears. Suddenly, her vision blurred again. It was not merely a dream. Why was she crying once more? "Zhenzhen, please do not cry. I promise I will not call you dull-witted." Shang Nanji, clearly at a loss, accepted the tissues offered by Yan Qingyu and hurriedly wiped away her tears. However, the more Shang Zhenzhen cried, the more violently she trembled, silent sobs causing large tears to cascade down her face. Shang Nanji, startled, rushed outside to call the doctor, while Yan Qingyu stepped forward, wiping her tears and gently stroking her head. "It's all right now, it's all right." After a prolonged bout of weeping, Shang Zhenzhen's trembling finally subsided. Her eyes and nose reddened from crying, resembling a wronged little rabbit. "Qin Ye, I wish to have some water." After a significant pause, Shang Zhenzhen hoarsely uttered. Indian Qin Ye immediately nodded with a smile, rising to fetch her a glass of warm water from downstairs. The room fell into a serene silence as Shang Zhenzhen stared blankly at the ceiling. She had been immersed in the world of her book for nearly 2 months. Yet only 10 days had elapsed in reality. Her mother had aged significantly in such a short span. It was a reflection of her own filial piety. Shang Zhenzhen paused for several seconds, contemplating whether she could expend her accrued fortune to grant her mother a dream. The system remained silent. While it is generally impermissible, I may attempt it. However, dear host, your current fortune must be halved, reducing the total from 240 points to 120 points. Very well, she responded. I simply wish to alleviate her suffering. Please convey to her that I am well, chosen to save the world, and still her proud daughter. The hospital is costly. She can care for me just as well at home. Shang Zhenzhen rambled on, gradually finding solace within herself. She had always believed that absence would diminish longing. Thus, she had refrained from inquiring about her reality. Whether it was self-deception or cowardice, she dared not confront it. The fear of returning home had indeed manifested itself in this manner. Chapter 44. A gentle pat on the 8-pack abs once the doctor arrived and administered more medication. Shang Zhenzhen succumbed to a drowsy slumber once again. Miss Shang was no longer in grave danger. She simply needed rest and hydration. Perhaps it was the aftermath of a nightmare that had caused her fever. The doctor provided several examples, assuring that such occurrences were quite common, allowing Shang Nanji to gradually regain her composure. After expressing gratitude to the doctor, Yan Qingyu prepared to depart. Zhenzhen still requires your care. The sun is shining today. I can ride my bike. Yan Qingyu prevented Shang Nanji from offering to escort her. Shang Nanji gazed at her for a long time, and upon witnessing her unwavering resolve, he nodded slightly. I understand. Yan Qingyu then offered a faint smile. It will be fine. I shall take my leave now. When Shang Zhenzhen awoke once more, she found Shang Nanji sitting beside her, lost in thought. Brother. Shang Zhenzhen shook her head. Feeling a newfound lightness throughout her body, I am hungry. I will heat some porridge that has been cooked at home. You should take a shower first. Shang Zhenzhen nodded. While bathing, she let out a gentle sigh, pondering whether she would dream of reality again, suspecting that her previous experience was merely a coincidence. After she fell into slumber a second time, she merely drifted into a hazy sleep, devoid of any peculiarities. Upon completing her bath, Shang Zhenzhen felt revitalized. And the porridge was ready, wafting a delightful aroma. Shang Nanji, also feeling hungry, sat beside her, accompanying her as she ate. It was her favorite century egg and lean meat porridge. Once she finished, Shang Nanji turned to her and said, Zhenzhen, tell me, do you still have feelings for Qin Yechuan? If you strive to rank within the top 50 in your class, I shall not interfere with your choices. However, if you do not reach that mark, you cannot act so recklessly. Shang Nanji spoke in a grave tone. Shang Zhenzhen was taken aback. Brother, did you not express disdain for the Qin family? Hadn't Shang Nanji previously emphasized several times that the Qin family was undesirable? She could only see Shang Nanji shoot her a disapproving glare. Did you even listen? In any case, if you do not make it into the top 50, do not expect to pull any tricks in my presence. Shang Zhenzhen offered an awkward smile, attempting to negotiate. Brother, what about the top 100? 50 is quite a formidable challenge. I barely managed to reach around 400 last time. I am merely informing you, not seeking your counsel. After you've satisfied your hunger, it's time to study. Yan Qingyu has already organized today's notes for you. They are on the desk. Shang Nanji huffed softly, reverting to her previous aloof demeanor as she carried the 2 plates to the kitchen. Shang Zhenzhen mused, how quintessential of Shang Nanji. Her gentleness is but a fleeting illusion. Now that her illness has subsided, she resumes her relentless admonitions for diligent study. Upon witnessing Shang Zhenzhen trudging upstairs with her head hung low, a fleeting, inscrutable emotion flickered in Shang Nanji's eyes. Oh dear, Qin Ye, do you think my brother has turned into a tyrant? Ranking in the top 50. Is that something a person would say? Early in the morning, Shang Zhenzhen began lamenting to Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingyu chuckled softly, teasingly responding, am I not the one suffering? After all, I am the one drawing a salary. Let me ponder how to elevate you to new heights in a short span. Shang Zhenzhen exclaimed, I'm terrified. Everyone insists that I must study diligently. Qin Ye, you no longer care for me. She attempted to resist, for the female protagonist is undeniably a gentle and kind angel. How could she possibly unite in animosity with Shang Nanji? Zhenzhen, I apologize. If it weren't for my agreement, you would certainly not have encountered the rain during your illness. Thus, on this occasion, I must support Shang Zhenzhen's approach. Yin Qingyu's smile vanished, her eyes filled with earnestness and remorse. Support a phantom, even without you. This situation would have unfolded. Qin Yechuan is exceedingly difficult to manage. Shang Zhenzhen shot her an exasperated glance. So, what truly transpired that day? Yin Qingyu inquired, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Yin Qingyu blinked her eyes. Her curiosity piqued. Consequently, Shang Zhenzhen's schedule transformed into an endless cycle of study, under the watchful eyes of two individuals. Fortunately, the system refrained from causing any disturbances, and thus, the weekend arrived. Early in the morning, as Shang Zhenzhen remained ensconced in slumber, the long-dormant system stirred once more, ready to create mischief. Special task: dine with Qin Yechuan for lunch or dinner, deadline today. Completion rewards 50 luck points. If satisfied with the meal, an additional reward of 5 to 20 points will be granted. Lunch was not an option, as Yin Qingyu would come for tutoring in the morning, leaving only the afternoon for a stealthy escape. It appeared that Shang Zhenzhen would be out playing basketball in the afternoon. Dinner it would be. Having made up her mind, she opened WeChat, gazing at Qin Yechuan's pitch-black avatar with a sigh. The golden beast male lead was about to make her spend her money once again. Zhenzhen, the little fairy, handsome Qin. Are you free for dinner tonight? To express my gratitude for lending me your clothes, this will conveniently serve as a belated birthday gift. How about it? The message was sent successfully. At the moment Qin Yechuan received the message, he was driving towards the Qin family's ancestral home. A red light halted his progress, and he glanced at WeChat, ultimately choosing to open the message. Is she really hoping for dinner and a gift again? She's being rather unreasonable. My money doesn't grow on trees. Qin Yechuan's mind absorbed Shang Zhenzhen's unspoken thoughts. He did not close the chat interface. The green light illuminated, and he resumed driving. Along the way, he intermittently received her musings, understanding her desires and recognizing that her health had indeed improved, prompting her to trouble him with her so-called tasks once more. Qin Yechuan gazed at the Qin residence in the distance, his expression enigmatic. With his slender fingers, he tapped on the avatar of the enchanting Zhenzhen, contemplating blocking her to prevent incessant messages. However, in a moment of distraction, his phone vibrated lightly, inadvertently leading him to send her a message. He had accidentally touched the sculpted muscles of Zhenzhen's abdomen several times. Qin Yechuan. Shang Zhenzhen. How outrageous. Fuming, Shang Zhenzhen opened the chat and typed furiously, how does it feel, handsome Qin? To her dismay, upon sending the message, a red exclamation mark appeared, indicating that it had been declined by the recipient. Chapter 45. What good is that kind of school at the Qin family's ancestral home? As soon as Qin Yechuan stepped out of the car, Qin Shuing emerged from the house like a fluttering butterfly. She had donned a blue and white fairy dress, which danced gracefully with her movements, accentuating her fair complexion and beauty. Yechuan ge, Qin Shuing exclaimed with a smile. Qin Yechuan merely responded with a grunt and continued past her towards the house. In the past, he would arrive fashionably late for meals, only showing up at mealtime. Ignoring her, he proceeded into his room and firmly shut the door behind him. Where is grandmother? Please prepare some fruits that Yechuan ge loves and place them on the table downstairs. Understood. The servant hurried to the kitchen, relieved to have eased her anxiety, as the young lady's temper had been quite unpredictable lately. In the backyard, daisies bloomed exuberantly, their petals swaying in the breeze, adorned in shades of pink, gold, and tender green, gathering in a vibrant display. Before a cluster of daisies, there lay a cushioned recliner where the matriarch of the Qin family, grandmother, was indulging in a brief respite. A servant attended to her side. Qin Shuing approached, gesturing for the servant to withdraw, and then softly called out to her grandmother. The elderly lady was not truly asleep. She had merely grown accustomed to spending a few moments in the backyard each morning, relishing the sight of blooming flowers and greenery to soothe her spirit. Upon hearing Qin Shuing's voice, she opened her eyes, her gaze calm and unruffled, and inquired, "What is it?" With a furrowed brow, she closed her eyes once more, murmuring, "Let it be." Noticing her grandmother's evident disinterest in the matter concerning Qin Yechuan, Qin Shuing offered a faint smile that quickly faded. Then, "Grandmother, please rest. I shall return shortly to keep you company." The old lady remained silent, prompting Qin Shuing to depart. She made her way to the dining table on the first floor, picked up a platter of freshly cut fruit, and approached the door of Qin Yechuan's room, gently knocking. "Yechuan, I brought you some fruits you love." However, there was no response from within. Summoning her courage, she considered opening the door, knowing that only Qin Yechuan possessed the key to his room, which was equipped with a smart lock that would notify him if anyone attempted to enter. Such an opportunity had never presented itself to her before. Just as her hand reached for the doorknob, the door opened slightly, revealing Qin Yechuan, who spoke coolly, "No need." Before she could respond, the door was shut again, leaving Qin Shuang seething, tempted to hurl the platter of fruit in frustration. Indeed, Yechuan has undergone a transformation, while he was never particularly warm towards her before. His demeanor has now become distinctly more aloof. It wasn't until lunchtime that Qin Shuang came to summon Qin Yechuan, prompting his emergence. This gathering was at the behest of the matriarch, and thus everyone was present. The matriarch took the seat of honor, with Qin Bin and Qin Shuang's mother seated on one side, while Qin Yechuan and Qin Shuang occupied the other. Qin Shuang's mother, Qin Mi, youthful and beautiful, had preserved her appearance remarkably well at the age of 40. As the only daughter of the Qin family, her marriage to Qin Bin was indeed a match of equal social standing. Qin Mi smiled and remarked, "It has been a while since we've seen Yechuan. How are you managing in your senior year?" Bin Lang mentioned that you topped the joint examination, far surpassing Shuang. Qin Shuang huffed in a petulant manner. "You always point out my shortcomings." "Humph. If only Yechuan could teach me, I would surely make great strides." Qin Mi chuckled. "Then you ought to strive harder. Your brother Yechuan is now in his senior year, so busy with his studies that he hardly has time to help you with your mess." With a slight glimmer in her eyes, Qin Shuang proposed, "Mom and Dad, I wish to transfer to Xinyu High School. Our current school lacks the academic atmosphere of Xinyu. And with Yechuan there, I could seek his guidance whenever I encounter difficulties." Qin Mi frowned disapprovingly, but refrained from voicing outright opposition, instead glancing at Qin Bin. Qin Bin smiled in response. "Xinyu indeed boasts a wealth of talent. I graduated from there myself. Are you truly keen on attending, Shuang?" Seeing potential in this conversation, Qin Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes. I am only in my first year. I believe that with diligent study, I can achieve significant improvement." Qin Bin pondered for a moment, about to acquiesce. What school could possibly compare to hers? Granny Qin wiped her mouth and spoke slowly. Qin Shuang grew anxious. She was currently enrolled in the finest aristocratic school, where, in addition to academics, she was also learning the nuances of noble etiquette. Regardless of her grades, the wealth of the Qin family made it effortless for them to send her abroad for further studies. Yet, she simply wished to attend the same school as Qin Yechuan. While her grandmother deemed her unsuitable for an ordinary high school, just as she had once resisted Qin Yechuan's admission into her current prestigious institution. "Grandmother, I genuinely want to study diligently. Brother Yechuan is so talented. He can certainly assist me," she implored. "I'm busy," Qin Yechuan replied after sipping some warm water, his tone clearly dismissive. Qin Shuang's expression shifted, her head bowed as she said, "I merely wish to improve myself and get along well with Brother Yechuan. I aspire to be a better person." Her voice trembled, almost breaking into tears. Qin Mi felt a pang of sympathy, hesitant to speak to Granny Qin. She turned to Qin Bin. "Shuang only wishes to become better. She has grown up and is doing this for the family." Granny Qin nodded slightly. Upon witnessing her grandmother's approval, Qin Shuang was instantly filled with excitement. "Grandmother is the best to me. I will surely study hard." Qin Bin feigned a stern demeanor, however. "Your brother Yechuan is in a crucial year, so do not disturb him too often. Understand?" "Understood." Qin Shuang replied cheerfully, her face beaming with joy. "Yechuan, I must ask you to look after Ing Er, but do prioritize your own studies. If Ing Er becomes a distraction, do not hesitate to inform me," Qin Bin remarked to Qin Yechuan. Qin Yechuan nodded quietly. The five of them continued their meal in silence, occasionally exchanging a word or two. Chapter 46. Truly a sister-in-law. The elderly lady did not frequent forums, and naturally, Qin Bin would not be so indiscreet. So, who was it whispering in her ear? Without even needing to employ telepathy, Qin Yechuan was already well aware. If it were a matter of affection, the merchant's daughter could indeed be deemed worthy of the Qin family. The elderly lady spoke again, causing Qin Shuang to feel anxious. Could it be that grandmother considered her suitable? Would all her previous efforts merely serve to dress the bride for Shang Zhenzhen? "Grandmother is overthinking," Qin Yechuan stated. The elderly lady softly affirmed, "As the eldest son of the Qin family, you will represent us in the future. Even your partner must align with your standing." Qin Yechuan slightly nodded. The elderly lady's expression was serene. Upon finishing her words, she departed early. Noticing her leave, Qin Yechuan also prepared to exit. Qin Bin called out to him, speaking calmly. "Yechuan, if you have someone you hold dear, You must express it soon. Recently, several families have approached the elderly lady. It seems she wishes to play matchmaker for you. Qin Yechuan's gaze remained indifferent. He simply nodded in acknowledgement, devoid of anxiety or anger, only tranquility. Qin Bin nodded in understanding. After all, Yechuan is now of age, and naturally, there are many who have already made their plans. Qin Shuang was unaware of such news. Suppressing the jealousy within her, she smiled and remarked, "Of course, many people in the Qin family will pay attention. Especially since brother Yechuan is quite handsome. However, he has just reached adulthood. I wonder if I will be treated the same way when I come of age. I desire to experience love freely." Qin Bin chuckled. "Our Inger is so wonderful that there are already people inquiring about you with daddy. But he certainly wouldn't want you to marry so early." Chunmi smiled gently. "Neither would I." After dinner, Chunmi and Qin Shuang strolled in the backyard. The words spoken by the elder today seemed to indicate her intention to find a suitable marriage partner for Qin Yechuan. If he were to truly marry into a well-matched family. A flicker of resentment flashed in Chunmi's eyes, clearly displeased. "Mummy, there's no need to worry. I will soon transfer to Xingyu, and will work hard," Qin Shuang whispered. Chunmi lightly patted her hand. "Inger is the most obedient. As long as you win over Qin Yechuan, I shall take care of everything else. Men are not so complicated. You must employ every means to make him indispensable to you, but do not forget your own identity." Qin Shuang bit her lip and nodded. She was not a true child of the Qin family. She had known this since childhood. Everything before her was merely an illusion, a reflection in the water. Chunmi had repeatedly whispered these words into her ear since she was young, like an incantation. Finally, a smile emerged on Chunmi's face. Yet it was a sinister one, chilling to the bone. This could not be blamed on her. It was the retribution that the Qin family deserved. She had waited far too long for this moment. Shang Zhenzhen stared at the myriad red exclamation marks on WeChat, engulfed in helplessness. How could she still be on his blacklist? It was merely a playful touch on his chiseled abs. She bore no ill will. Yet the male protagonist had blocked her without a moment's hesitation. As night approached, Shang Zhenzhen resolved to storm over to his residence. A faint smile adorned her lips as she strode into the neighborhood. Arriving at the familiar room 1603, she pressed the doorbell and knocked. But there was no sign of life within. Was he not home? Gazing at her still-blocked WeChat account, she fixated on the relentless red exclamation marks. Cursing the male lead once more. Aside from Qin Yechuan, she was unfamiliar with his circle of friends. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She opened her messages and found a recent text from an unknown number. Although perplexed as to how Yin Hao had acquired her phone number, she realized she now had a means to contact him. Was this not a sign of divine intervention on her behalf? After a brief wait of over 10 minutes, the elevator doors swung open, revealing Yin Hao, who hurried towards her with enthusiasm. Upon spotting her, his eyes sparkled as he approached and inquired, "If I manage to lure Qin go out for dinner, will you, Miss Shang, be footing the bill?" Shang Zhenzhen nodded affirmatively. "Whatever you wish to eat. It's on me. A gentleman's word is his bond. I shall see to it. After all, I owe you a favor. And this minor task is certainly within my capabilities." He felt a surge of gratitude for the previous incident involving Zhang Ye. Although he hadn't expressed his thoughts at the time, watching Zhang Ye now made it all worthwhile. Yin Haoxing eagerly entered the room after inputting the code, fully aware of the password. Typically, he would knock before entering, but today was different. He had a task at hand. As soon as he closed the door, he locked eyes with Qin Yechuan, who sat on the sofa. Habitually, he reached for the shoe cabinet to find his slippers, only to be startled by a striking pair of Pikachu-themed women's slippers. "Qin Ge, is this sister-in-law's slippers?" He hadn't visited in a while and was taken aback to discover that the young lady from the Shang family had reached such a level of intimacy with Qin Ge. She even had her own pair of slippers at his place. Truly remarkable for a sister-in-law. It is noteworthy that even the esteemed Miss Qin was not permitted to enter this realm. The only pair of women's slippers in Qin Ji's cabinet belonged to his mother. After changing into the slippers, Yin Haoxing plopped down onto the sofa beside Qin Yechuan. "Are you really not going?" Yin Haoxing flashed a grin. "Then I shall invite a few more brothers to join us for dinner, as it would be rather inappropriate for me, a lone man, to dine alone with the young lady from the Shang family." Qin Yechuan shot him a cold glance. "Have you never eaten in your life?" Feigning ignorance, Yin Haoxing replied. "Qin Ge, if someone offers an invitation for a meal without conditions, how could one possibly decline?" Qin Yechuan sensed Yin Haoxing's ulterior motives. Yet the discomfort within him began to surface. Noticing Qin Ji's silence, Yin Haoxing felt a pang of uncertainty. Could it be that he had tacitly agreed? Goodness. Would he meet his doom before even embarking on his mission? The young lady from the Shang family was still waiting for him at the door. Previously, during a basketball match, I had the pleasure of meeting some individuals from the esteemed class of Miss Shang, one of whom was named Yuhang. His exuberance suggested that he would undoubtedly respond at the slightest call. Qin Yechuan's gaze was as icy as a blade, prompting Yin Hao to immediately silence himself. Brother Qin is truly terrifying, he thought, feeling a sense of dread. Chapter 47. Initially believing in a pure persona, Shang Zhenzhen anticipated a lengthy wait, yet to her surprise, Yin Hao emerged from the room after merely 5 minutes. Upon exiting, he shot her a playful glance, his demeanor an amusing blend of pride and feigned seriousness, nearly eliciting a laugh from her. Following closely behind Yin Hao was Qin Yechuan. How vexing. Yes, indeed, at home. It seems the female supporting character cannot summon the male lead. As the elevator descended slowly, the numbers ticking down, Yin Hao found the enclosed space excessively quiet. In an attempt to break the silence, he engaged Shang Zhenzhen in a conversation about where to dine. Within the confined area, their voices mingled with gentle laughter. While Qin Yechuan's indifferent eyes betrayed a hint of irritation, he had never before perceived the duration of an elevator ride as so interminable. Upon reaching the first floor, as the elevator doors opened, Qin Yechuan stepped out first. However, as Yin Hao and Shang Zhenzhen followed suit, they were greeted by an unexpected guest. Shang Zhenzhen could hardly fathom that what was intended to be a simple meal for two had transformed into a veritable battlefield for four. Qin Yechuan, smiling as she twirled her hair, remarked, "I hope I'm not intruding. What a coincidence. I happened to come to find Brother Yechuan for dinner. It seems Miss Shang will be treating us today." Shang Zhenzhen forced a smile, replying, "It's no trouble at all. After all, whether one mouth or several, they all consume the same." Yin Hao struggled to maintain his composure. The words spoken were as if one were discussing the rearing of pigs. Qin Yechuan was momentarily taken aback, yet she continued to smile as she remarked, "I never expected the bond among the three of you to be this strong. Brother Yechuan seldom dines out with others." Yin Hao, feeling that it was time to intervene, had always harbored a sense of disdain towards Qin Yechuan. "Is that so? Brother Qin often dines with me." Qin Yechuan was once again left speechless. Did these two individuals truly possess conversational skills? She merely sought to lighten the atmosphere, yet they had rendered the discussion utterly lifeless. "So, what brings the three of you together for a meal? Sister Zhenzhen seems to be in her second year of high school, right?" Qin Yechuan adopted an inquisitive stance, determined to get to the bottom of things. Yin Hao, mimicking Qin Yechuan's indifferent tone, replied, "What other reason could there be for dining together? We were all simply hungry, and it happened that someone was treating us, so we naturally obliged." After speaking, he cast a look at Qin Yechuan that conveyed a sense of incredulity, as if to say, "How could you be so naive as not to understand such a simple rationale?" Qin Yechuan. Shang Zhenzhen struggled to suppress her laughter, forcing herself to appear oblivious to the unfolding situation. Once the food arrived, Qin Yechuan reopened the conversation. "Brother Yechuan, I came here today to ask if I could stay with you. I'm transferring schools soon, and the Qin residence is quite far." Both Shang Zhenzhen and Yin Hao paused in their eating. Yin Hao exclaimed, "What? This troublesome person is transferring here?" Shang Zhenzhen was equally astonished. How could Qin Yechuan choose this moment to transfer? In the original narrative, she had been directing Sun Yinyu's actions and only transferred later. However, Qin Yechuan misinterpreted Shang Zhenzhen's expression as one of jealousy, and she huffed disdainfully to herself. Qin Yechuan cast her a fleeting glance and said, "You need not transfer schools." To her surprise, he urged her against such a decision. She would not be a mere pawn for another. Qin Yechuan was hers, forever hers. Yin Hao immediately displayed an incredulous expression. "Miss Qin, are you truly considering dedicating yourself to your studies?" Qin Yechuan glared at him, questioning his conversational skills. "Of course. I must strive to match up to Brother Yechuan." Yin Hao smirked slightly. "No matter how hard you try, it seems unlikely you'll ever reach Qin Ji's level." Shang Zhenzhen suddenly coughed, choking on her soup, while desperately stifling a laugh. It proved to be quite the challenge as she clumsily reached for the tissue that had appeared before her, only to discover that the hand offering it was long and elegant. Following the graceful hand, her gaze met a pair of calm and attractive eyes. Qin Yechuan had handed her the tissue and resumed his meal, seemingly indifferent to the gesture. Qin Yechuan shot another glare at Yin Hao, who feigned ignorance, burying his head in his food, although the upward curl of his lips betrayed his good spirits. He was eager to seek praise from Qin Ge and his sister-in-law later. He truly was remarkable. A loud noise suddenly broke through. allowing her agitated emotions to gradually settle. Today, she had sought out Qin Yechuan with the intention of moving into his residence, believing that proximity would grant her an advantage, ideally leading to a more intimate relationship. She needed to devise a solid plan. Miss Shang, consider my favor repaid, but should there be any future gatherings, be sure to invite me. Did she think herself a mere victim of circumstance? Certainly not. Miss Shang should be seen as a stunning beauty, albeit a victim of her own charm. Shang Zhenzhen laughed and rolled her eyes before inquiring after a moment, "How are things between you and Zhang Ye?" Yin Hao immediately cleared his throat. "Miss Shang, why do you ask this?" "Oh, I have a friend who finds Zhang Ye quite beautiful and wishes to pursue her. But I am uncertain about the nature of your relationship." Shang Zhenzhen's skill in fabricating lies had become increasingly proficient, even conjuring friends from thin air. As expected, Yin Hao grew anxious. "Miss Shang, you must not burn bridges. I am wholeheartedly supportive of your relationship with Qin Ye. So what is your relationship now?" Shang Zhenzhen conveniently ignored the latter part of his statement. After all, no one would believe she harbored no feelings for Qin Yechuan, and she had grown weary of explaining. Yin Hao remained silent for 2 seconds. "I wish to wait until after the college entrance examination. If she accepts me, I will enroll in a university with her. If she does not, then you will distance yourself and bless her?" Shang Zhenzhen suddenly realized that Yin Hao was, in fact, a pure-hearted individual. For example, Yin Hao turned to glance at her, who sat in the back seat with an expression of curiosity, and coldly remarked, "Miss Shang, the following content is for paid subscribers only. Minors are prohibited from viewing." What is wrong with being a minor? Haven't we all been minors at some point? Initially, she thought he was a pure-hearted character, but it turned out he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. It was no wonder he could become good friends with the male lead. Yin Hao is certainly no innocent lamb. Chapter 48. You'd better stay away from me. The warm water cascaded from the showerhead, enveloping him in a steamy embrace that filled the entire bathroom with mist. The youth possessed broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his figure exhibiting a striking aesthetic grace. Qin Yechuan swept back his damp bangs, revealing his captivating eyes and brows as steam enveloped him, accentuating even the tear mole at the corner of his eye with a hint of allure. He raised his hand to his chest, feeling a slight discomfort, akin to the feeling of a child witnessing someone snatch away his toy. He was aware of Shang Zhenzhen's arrival, having stood silently by the shoe cabinet, merely a door away from her. He had resolutely decided not to step outside, yet he found himself unsettled by Yin Hao's clumsy jest. A hint of unrecognized obsession flickered in Qin Yechuan's gaze before vanishing. "Shang Zhenzhen, it would be best if you kept your distance from me." A whisper, barely audible, lingered in the bathroom, mingling with the sound of water. Shang Nanji's gaze sliced through the air like a blade of ice as she directed it at her. "Shang Zhenzhen, I warned you, if you do not rank within the top 50, do not attempt any tricks in my presence. Do you take my words so lightly?" Instantly, Shang Zhenzhen displayed a pitiful expression. "Brother, I was merely hungry and went out to forage. Do you believe our household would let you starve? Is foraging something that necessitates venturing outside?" "Brother, I apologize. I assure you, I will study diligently," Shang Zhenzhen pleaded, blinking her large eyes in a playful manner. Instead of anger, Shang Nanji responded with a smile. "I eagerly anticipate your next examination results. The second round is approaching next week. Do not let me down." In that moment, Shang Zhenzhen felt the malicious intent of the world within the book. Navigating through a narrative was far more challenging than she had anticipated. After enduring the arduous Gaokao examination, she had finally received the acceptance letter from a university. Yet, she was now faced with the prospect of starting anew. Was this endeavor meant to transform her into a prodigy, proficient in both the arts and sciences? The already meager fortune had been further strained, prompting Shang Zhenzhen to rebel. Why was there dissatisfaction? She had already invested a considerable amount of money. This situation was evidently calculated based on the sentiments of the fated child. As Shang Zhenzhen reclined on her soft bed, she pondered for a moment before realizing that it must be the influence of Qin Yechuan, the antagonist, on the male lead's mood. Was the male lead's family one that she could easily access? Surely, it was her presence in Qin Yechuan's sensitive territory that caused this predicament. Qin Yechuan acted swiftly, almost immediately transferring to Xingyu High School, her arrival causing quite a stir, given that she was the sister of the esteemed Qin. Many young women sought her friendship. Upon learning of this, Shang Zhenzhen merely shook her head. How could these young girls comprehend the malicious intentions of the wicked female antagonist? Qin Shuang's heart was wholly devoted to Qin Yechuan. How could she genuinely wish to befriend them? However, it seemed that Yin Qingyu was entirely indifferent to Qin Yechuan. displaying no signs of the magnetic connection typically found between the protagonists. Each day was consumed with solving problems, as she dragged Yin Xingyu along to do the same, to the point where she felt mentally exhausted. Perhaps it was her influence that rendered Yin Xingyu a bit peculiar, particularly in relation to Shang Nanji. She hoped it was not the case. With this thought, Shang Zhenzhen couldn't help but let out a sigh. Yin Xingyu looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Why the sigh? I find myself in quite a predicament, under the watchful gaze of my brother at home and your scrutiny at school. If my grades do not improve, it would be an affront to justice. Yin Xingyu immediately displayed a sweet smile. Yet her words were starkly different. This is merely the beginning. Your foundation in the sciences is too weak. Currently, you can barely manage the recent monthly exam. But when the comprehensive review in your senior year arrives, it will be the true test of endurance. Shang Zhenzhen. All right, here is a candy for you. But you must finish the test before you can take a break. Yin Xingyu coaxed her like a child, retrieving a milk candy from her pocket. Shang Zhenzhen begrudgingly consumed the candy before continuing her battle of wits with the physics exam. Soon, the second round of examinations approached. Shang Zhenzhen finally exited the last examination room, feeling quite accomplished, especially with the academic prodigy Yin Xingyu guiding her through the key points. She believed this time she would undergo a transformation. After completing the final English test, Shang Zhenzhen eagerly rushed towards the last examination venue, and upon spotting Yin Xingyu, she joyfully proclaimed, "Xingyu, I should score around 580 this time." Yin Xingyu smiled and gave her a thumbs up. "Let us go. I'll treat you to milk tea." Shang Zhenzhen immediately linked arms with her. "Great. Xingyu, you must have performed well too, right?" "Not bad, though there were some tricky questions on the paper." Shang Zhenzhen thought the heroine was being modest. After all, since transferring to Xingyu, she had achieved an impressive score of 710. Nevertheless, this would not dampen her spirits. This time, her performance would surely earn her respect from Shang Nanji, allowing her to rise above her previous obstacles. As she was on the cusp of embarking on a brilliantly illuminated path ahead, the system is currently undergoing maintenance, thus rendering it incapable of issuing new tasks. Do you require further maintenance? Indeed, I engage in self-maintenance monthly, and typically, the duration is brief, often resolved by the time the host awakens. However, this occasion has encountered a minor issue. What issue? The system fell silent for 2 seconds. There have been some anomalous fluctuations in this world, and the cause remains undetermined. Nevertheless, do not worry, host. It will not affect you. Since there is no impact, Shang Zhenzhen dismissed the concern and happily took Yin Xingyu to buy bubble tea. At the other end of the corridor, Qin Yechuan observed Shang Zhenzhen and Yin Xingyu vanish into the distance, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Indeed, everything was merely a so-called task. Without the task, she might not even notice him. Brother Yechuan. Qin Shuang had merely come to try her luck and was pleasantly surprised to encounter Qin Yechuan. She quickly approached him, exclaiming, "How did you do on the exam this time? Was the paper difficult? Our first-year papers are exceedingly challenging." Qin Yechuan immediately stepped back a few paces, saying, "Stay away from me." Unable to reside in Qin Yechuan's home, Qin Shuang had persuaded Qin Bin to rent her the apartment 1602. Now, they were neighbors. Chapter 49, Collaborative Cheating. Qin Yechuan chose to ignore Qin Shuang and, along with Yin Hao, proceeded to the office, where Old Yu awaited them to calculate their scores. Qin Shuang clenched her fists, realizing that the situation could not persist. Her relationship with Yechuan was deteriorating by the day, and she needed to devise a solution. In a quaint tea shop, Shang Zhenzhen and Yin Xingyu occupied a corner table, 3 cups of strawberry milk pudding set before them. The atmosphere buzzed with students, animatedly discussing their recent examinations, some rejoicing while others lamented. Suddenly, the chair beside them scraped against the floor as Zhang Ye plopped down with an air of disdain. Her tone laced with irritation. "It's so noisy here. Can't you two find a quieter spot?" Shang Zhenzhen chuckled mischievously, sliding one of the cups of strawberry pudding toward her. "Yet here you are, having seated yourself. Quite the hypocrite." Zhang Ye flicked her sleek, short hair, maintaining her condescending tone as she retorted, "If someone's treating, why wouldn't I come?" Shang Zhenzhen's lips twitched. This girl and Yin Hao were indeed 2 peas in a pod, their thoughts mirroring one another. Yin Xingyu's eyes sparkled with amusement. "I treated you to tea because I'm in a good mood. Can you guess why I'm feeling so cheerful?" Shang Zhenzhen regarded Zhang Ye with eager anticipation. Zhang Ye sipped her strawberry pudding, responding with an air of indifference. "You must have done well on the exam." Shang Zhenzhen replied, "Well, for you, doing well is certainly worthy of celebration. For us, it's merely a routine accomplishment. Something we've grown accustomed to." Zhang Ye flashed a smile that conveyed, I'm the exemplary student, yet I too face challenges. I cannot fathom the thoughts of underachievers. How infuriating. The people around her were all top scholars, and even Zhang Yu consistently ranked around 20th in their grade. Frustration welled up within Shang Zhenzhen as she quietly sipped her strawberry milk pudding, yearning for a moment of solitude. Do not inquire about the identity of her desired peace. Across from her, Zhang Ye and Yan Qingyu exchanged knowing smiles. In the sweet-scented bubble tea shop, amidst the bustling crowd, the corner bathed in the gentle embrace of the setting sun reflected a serene warmth. The clean glass window mirrored the silhouettes of the three friends, where the seeds of camaraderie quietly began to sprout. Soon, the day of results arrived. This time, Shang Zhenzhen was prepared to check her scores. As she had breakfast, she silently recited various incantations, then clicked on her name. Total score, 588. Class rank, 25. Year rank, 88. Chinese, 133. Mathematics, 109. English, 148. Comprehensive science, 198. Shang Zhenzhen let out a piercing scream. It was unexpectedly better than she had anticipated. Shang Nanji regarded her as if she had lost her mind. What madness is this so early in the day? I scored 588. Shang Zhenzhen exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Is it so thrilling not to make the top 50? I wasn't this ecstatic even when I ranked second. The disdain from her academically gifted brother stung. You eternal second. In an instant, Shang Zhenzhen's excitement waned, despite her progress. In the eyes of those around her, she remained a mediocre student. Sensing her despondency, Shang Nanji cleared his throat. Overall, there has been progress. At least you've made it into the top 100. What would you like to eat tonight? Brother will treat you. Really? Have I ever deceived you? Shang Nanji glared at her. Aside from his sharp tongue, when had he ever misled his sister? Then may I invite a few more people? Qing Yu should have performed well too. Jinan paused for a brief moment, gently murmuring in acknowledgement. Zhenzhen entered the classroom in high spirits, nearly humming a tune. But upon crossing the threshold, she found herself confronted by Yu Hang, who spoke with a sense of urgency and unease. Zhenzhen. Teacher Li said to find her in the office as soon as you arrive. Bewildered, Zhenzhen responded, All right. Observing Yu Hang's demeanor, she sensed that it was not a good omen. Before she could comprehend the situation, a series of jarring remarks echoed around her. Yu Hang. You truly have a penchant for pursuing someone who has resorted to cheating in exams. Miss Shang, after all, has her affections for Lord Qin. You should refrain from getting too close. Du Yi strode forward, exuding the air of a nouveau riche, a triumphant smile adorning her face. It was no wonder that their grades had surged so dramatically. It was evidently the result of dishonesty. How could one possibly experience such an extraordinary leap in academic performance? It was, in fact, a collaborative act of deceit. The audacity of cheating without employing any semblance of intellect was astonishing. Scoring an astonishing 710 was certainly an overreach. And Yang Qingyu had truly begun to see herself as a scholar of divine caliber. Zhenzhen's gaze gradually turned frigid, her voice dropping several notches. Whom do you allege conspired in cheating? A nearby girl, startled, then boldly asserted, You and Yang Qingyu colluded in cheating. We have the evidence. What further excuses can you offer? Oh, Miss Shang will undoubtedly deny any wrongdoing. Yet it is unfortunate that the evidence has not been thoroughly obliterated. Du Yi chuckled mockingly, her gold chain glimmering conspicuously around her neck. Yu Hang, at a loss for words amidst the collective outcry of his peers, appeared visibly anxious. Shang Zhenzhen. You should quickly go check on Teacher Li. Yan Qingyu has already gone, he urged. Shang Zhenzhen cast a cold glance around the gathering, murmuring her gratitude to Yu Hang before promptly heading towards the office. As soon as she departed, Yu Hang found himself besieged once again by the girls. Yu Hang, do you have feelings for Shang Zhenzhen? The evidence of cheating is irrefutable, and yet you still defend her? Perhaps he aspires to be the devoted admirer of Miss Shang. Considering her surname is Shang. Truly, there are all sorts of people. With the evidence so compelling, could there still be any denial? Dewey scoffed, expressing her disbelief that this would not bring Shang Zhenzhen down. They merely discovered items from their drawers. The school is an open environment, and anyone could have planted evidence to frame another. A tremor coursed through Dewey as her words grew sharper. A sycophant is a sycophant. Their twisted reasoning is plentiful. Let us simply go to the office and ascertain the truth. Some people simply refuse to accept the outcome. Yu Hang attempted to interject, but a classmate patted him on the shoulder, shaking his head softly. In this situation, further discussion is futile. Let us go and see for ourselves. Justice will prevail. I reiterate, I did not cheat, nor did Shang Zhenzhen. As for this so-called evidence, it was merely found in our desk. as Shang Zhenzhen entered the office. She was greeted by the composed voice of Yen Qingyu. Lifting her gaze, she saw Yen, with her high ponytail, surrounded by 7 or 8 teachers, yet exhibiting not a trace of anxiety. Upon noticing Shang's arrival, she offered a slight smile, the sunlight perfectly illuminating her expression. Yen Qingyu's first words were, "Zhenzhen, congratulations, you performed exceptionally well." Chapter 50. Is this considered self-detonation? In the office, the vice principal, the academic director, Teacher Li, and others were seated in a circle, while Shang Zhenzhen and Yen Qingyu stood side by side at the forefront. A stranger, a girl, also stood nearby. Outside the office, numerous students had gathered, peering in with curious anticipation. Shang Zhenzhen's gaze fell upon several test papers laid out before her, meticulously inscribed with problem-solving processes that bore a striking resemblance to Yen Qingyu's handwriting. These papers had been retrieved from Yen Qingyu's drawer. They were marked sample papers intended for review by the academic office, thus rendering them incapable of circulation. Teacher Li furrowed his brow and addressed the unfamiliar girl. "You claim that Shang Zhenzhen instructed you to steal these test papers from the academic office. Where is your evidence?" The girl trembled as she opened her phone, accessed QQ, and played a voice message. "When the academic office was empty, I went in and took the sample papers, then handed them over to Yen Qingyu. Don't worry, I am associated with the Shang family. Even if we are discovered, it won't be a significant issue." This was Shang Zhenzhen's QQ number, known to many as her friend, as she had previously been active in the forum using this account. "I am filled with trepidation. I can only comply." After stealthily extracting the examination paper, I handed it over to Yen Qingyu. "I still yearn to pursue my studies. I dread the prospect of expulsion." As the girl spoke, her voice quivered with the onset of tears. The vice principal adjusted his glasses and exclaimed sternly, "Shang Zhenzhen, the evidence is irrefutable. This account belongs to you. The voice is unmistakably yours. And the examination paper was indeed retrieved from your possession. Moreover, both you and Yen Qingyu have achieved particularly excellent results. What further defense can you muster? You have even threatened your classmates. This constitutes bullying. Such actions warrant severe consequences." Shang Zhenzhen merely smiled softly. "Firstly, my commendable results are a product of my own diligence. Secondly, I have not accessed this account in quite some time. It may very well have been compromised. Furthermore, with the advancements in voice modulation technology, fabricating another voice is hardly a challenge. Even if we entertain the notion that I did engage in such behavior, what motive would I have? Even if I were to abandon my studies, my family's business stands as my most formidable support, and pursuing education abroad is a mere trifle for me. She is the cherished daughter of the Shang family, a fact that remains immutable. Why would she jeopardize her integrity for the sake of a trivial score? You claim that you merely wish to enhance your grades, that it is merely a number, and the school would not hold it against you. Shang Zhenzhen, why do you shy away from acknowledging your own actions?" The girl's eyes brimmed with tears, as if she had suffered great injustice. "Though the reasons behind your actions remain unclear, mere eloquence will not suffice," the academic affairs director interjected. Teacher Li sighed, expressing his trust in them, yet lamenting the lack of sufficient evidence from the two. "So, all I need is to present other evidence?" At this moment, Shang Zhenzhen interjected, visibly flinching, yet continuing to speak in a fragmented manner. "You must be planning to commit perjury. That is undoubtedly your intention. You're about to take revenge on me." I'm finished. Shang Zhenzhen smiled again, undeterred by her words, and her retorts became increasingly incisive. "You claim your words constitute legitimate evidence, while my actions are mere forgery. Is this not a baseless slander against me? Vice principal, faculty members, you all just heard this. I shall accuse her of defamation. You are making unfounded allegations." "Apologies, but I recorded our previous conversation. Would you care to listen to what you just said?" She produced her phone, the recording still ongoing. The girl's face turned ashen as she glanced at the vice principal and the academic director. I merely. The vice principal furrowed his brow at the girl and reassured her, "Rest assured, with us here, we will ensure you receive justice." Turning to Shang Zhenzhen, he said, "Present the evidence you mentioned. We shall clarify this matter." Suddenly, several individuals entered through the door, led by Shang Nanji, followed closely by a few police officers. Upon their entrance, the teachers became visibly unsettled, exchanging glances, yet it was the vice principal who maintained his composure and greeted them. Shang Nanji smiled. To falsely accuse the Shang family, one must possess the courage to face the consequences. Vice principal, this is the most formidable officer from our local police department, skilled in counter-surveillance. I kindly request that you provide him with a computer. I believe this matter is rather straightforward. By tracing the IP address that accessed this QQ account, we can uncover the truth. Which is why I have enlisted the expertise of a professional. After speaking, Shang Nanji exchanged a reassuring glance with Shang Zhenzhen and Qin Ye. One of the officers stepped forward, presented his credentials, and took a seat at one of the computers. After inquiring about the QQ number, a complex array of codes began to materialize on the screen, mesmerizing all who gazed upon it. The attention of everyone present was fixated on the monitor, while the young woman's complexion grew increasingly pale. The moment she spotted the officer, panic set in. What if they discovered? The office was enveloped in silence. Soon, the counter-surveillance officer ceased his actions, and the computer screen displayed the chat records they had just seen. Is this the time the voice message was sent? The officer inquired before clicking on the voice clip, causing the previous statement to resound once more. Enter the academic affairs office when no one is around. Steal the sample paper, and then hand it to Qin Ye. Don't worry, I am from the Shang family. Even if we are found out, it's not a grave matter. Shang Zhenzhen immediately responded, yes, officer. The officer then placed his hand over the voice clip and right-clicked, revealing a map. I feared you might not comprehend the IP address, so I transformed it into a map format. This message was sent from the following address: Fuchin Community, Building 18, Unit 1, Room 301. As soon as the address was revealed, Du Yi, who had initially been watching the drama unfold outside, turned pale and instinctively retreated, only to be blocked by Gu Jinglan, who promptly dragged her into the office. Fortunately, Nanji had instructed me to keep an eye on the crowd outside, or else she would have made her escape. Gu Jinglan signaled an okay gesture towards Shang Nanji, who nodded slightly in response. Upon seeing Du Yi, the girl immediately looked at her with fear and helplessness, while Du Yi broke into a cold sweat. Although this is my family's address, it does not necessarily prove my involvement. Qin Ye's lips curled into a slight smile. Is this what one might call a self-incrimination? We have no way of knowing who resides there. With a hint of resignation, Du Yi remarked, I merely heard my family's address and found it perplexing. I know nothing at all. Well then, there is another piece of evidence. This voice recording has been processed, but I have restored it. Would everyone like to listen? The officer adjusted his glasses as he spoke. Chapter 51. Do not flirt before me. When Du Yi heard her voice being played back, she erupted into a frenzied scream. How can it be my voice? You must be deliberately slandering me. You wealthy individuals must be colluding with the police. I will sue you all. The officer beside her merely looked on with indifference and replied, we are simply acting with impartiality. The law is extensive and thorough, and there is no wall that does not let the wind through. You are the one slandering. The evidence clearly points to Shang Zhenzhen, and you are merely complicit. Du Yi was completely unable to absorb this information. Shang Zhenzhen chuckled softly. Du Yi, my recording is still running. Be cautious with your words, lest you find yourself imprisoned. Du shot her a fierce glare. You must be framing me. What would I gain from framing you? You are merely harboring resentment from our previous encounter. You wicked woman with a heart of venom. Shang Zhenzhen retorted with a cold laugh. It seems I was overly lenient with you last time. I chose not to settle the score, yet here you are, stirring trouble once more. One of the officers interjected. Moreover, there are 2 suspicious transactions in Du Yi's financial records. I suspect illicit monetary dealings. Du Yi's face turned ashen in an instant, realizing that her secrets had been laid bare. The computer screen displayed a detailed statement. Recent records revealed that on a certain day, 100,000 yuan had been deposited into Du Yi's account, followed by another 100,000 2 days prior, with an expenditure of 20,000. However, the account from which the funds were deposited had erased all traces belonging to an overseas entity. The first deposit of 100,000 followed the conclusion of the sports event, while the second came after the recent examination. Notably, the account associated with the expenditure matched that of the unfamiliar girl. The girl, sensing her predicament was irretrievable, stood up in agitation and accused her. You deceitful Du Yi. You promised me a foolproof, lucrative venture, yet you collected 200,000 and gave me a mere 20,000. I have not. It is they who slander. Shang Nanji let out a cold laugh. You remain incorrigible. You now insult the police, falsely accuse your classmates, forge evidence, seek out witnesses to perjure themselves, and even engage in dubious financial transactions. Du Yi slumped to the ground, bewildered by the whirlwind of events that had transpired in such a short span. Who is the one orchestrating these dealings behind your back? Why target our business? Are we so easily provoked? Du Yi struggled to articulate her thoughts, recalling Qin Shuang's threatening words, and contemplated that perhaps Qin Yechuan might come to her rescue. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and replied, "That is my own money." Shang Zhenzhen, far from being angered, chuckled, "It matters not. Our business has weathered many storms to reach its current standing. You would do well to keep your accomplices hidden, lest I uncover their identities and show you no mercy. Who it is does not matter. He will ensure the safety of Shang Zhenzhen and our business. Having crossed me, do you still dare hope for favorable outcomes? I will make you acquainted with the true meaning of incarceration. Not even your benefactor will be able to save you." Shang Zhenzhen's voice was icy, each word crystal clear. Dee's complexion turned ashen as both she and that girl were taken to the police station. With the involvement of the business and Dee's own culpability, her chances of redemption were slim. Consequently, the school solemnly emphasized various issues over the intercom, and those who had been incited against her came forth to apologize upon learning the truth. Shang Zhenzhen rested her head on the table, letting out a soft sigh. "Honestly, my cheerful mood for the entire day has been shattered." Yin Qingyu smiled. "Wasn't it said that there would be delicious food tonight?" With a newfound spirit, Shang Zhenzhen resolved to deplete Shang Zhenzhen's wallet. That evening, she invited Yin Qingyu and Zhang Ye, while Shang Zhenzhen only called upon Jiao Jinglan. The five of them joyfully gathered around a hot pot. Jiao Jinglan was quite surprised, exclaiming, "Zhenzhen, when did you become so close with Zhang Ye?" Zhang Ye rolled her eyes in response. "What? Do I need to report my friendships to you? You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating." Jiao Jinglan retorted, "Oh dear, you're all here. Zhang Ye, how could you indulge in a secret feast behind my back? Weren't you saying you don't eat much at night?" Suddenly, Yin Hao appeared from nowhere, pointing at Zhang Ye and exclaiming loudly. Zhang Ye continued to roll her eyes. "Is it a crime to want to eat? Why are you here?" Yin Hao gestured toward the person behind him. "Qin Ge said he wanted to try this hot pot, so the two of us came." However, upon seeing Shang Zhenzhen, Yin Hao realized that it wasn't merely Qin Ji's craving for hot pot. He was clearly eager to see someone special. Following the recent plagiarism incident, it was evident that Qin Ge must be concerned. He was rather perceptive. Zhang Ye was momentarily taken aback. She turned her head to discover that Qin Yechuan was standing right behind Yin Hao, a detail she had overlooked initially. She lowered her head and smiled softly, realizing how completely she had forgotten. In the past, seeing Yin Hao would instinctively prompt her to search for Qin Yechuan's presence, yet now, she felt no trace of sorrow at all. How curious indeed. After a brief hesitation, Shang Zhenzhen suggested, "Shall we share a table? We just received our dishes." Though reluctant to utter those words, as the host, he felt obliged to extend such polite gestures. Then, without a hint of self-awareness, Yin Hao promptly pulled up a chair and seated himself at the table, exclaiming, "Just in time. I'm famished. Let's share the table, brother Qin. You join us too." Shang Zhenzhen thought to herself, he is merely being polite. The group settled around a round table, ordering the largest hot pot available. After Yin Hao took a seat beside Zhang Ye, the only vacant spot remained beside her. Upon noticing this, Shang Zhenzhen forcibly exchanged seats with Qin Yechuan, positioning him next to the protagonist, Yin Qingyu. Is this the beginning of the main storyline? Shang Zhenzhen couldn't help but steal a few glances, only to be sharply nudged by Shang Zhenzhen. Shang Zhenzhen shot her an indignant glare. Shang Zhenzhen silently conveyed, "If you didn't rank within the top 50, spare me the flirtations." "Flirtations, my foot." As Shang Zhenzhen buried her head in her meal, the long-dormant system suddenly reactivated. "Long time no see, host. Have you missed me? Your current task is to serve food to Qin Yechuan, with a reward of 30 luck points. Are you trying to get me killed by my brother?" The system feigned ignorance, claiming to know nothing, merely a soulless machine issuing tasks. The hot pot bubbled and steamed, releasing the enticing aromas of spicy beef tallow and chicken with pig's stomach. Shang Zhenzhen bit her chopsticks, contemplating how to accomplish the task without causing discomfort. Failing to devise a plan, she resorted to her phone to search for ways to serve food to one person without creating an awkward situation amidst a group. The top comment read, "It's simple, serve food to everyone." Shang Zhenzhen had an epiphany. Chapter 52. He is an understanding ally in an effort to alleviate any awkwardness. She served food to everyone, demonstrating the remarkable wisdom of the crowd. Shang Zhenzhen abruptly rose to her feet, and under the curious gazes of those around her, she retrieved all the cooked items from the hot pot, meticulously distributing them into each person's bowl. Shang Zhenzhen furrowed her brow and inquired, "What are you doing?" "I noticed you all were struggling to serve yourselves, so I decided to embody the spirit of helpfulness." "Please, do not thank me too profusely," she replied. The table fell silent. Only Qin Yechuan, who comprehended Shang Zhenzhen's thoughts, remained composed, aware that she was not in the best of moods and was, for once, cooperating. Have you heard? It seems the school is planning an educational trip. With the recent developments in the Northwest, there are concerns that the college entrance examination might include related topics, so our senior year may also have the opportunity to participate. Suddenly, Zhu Jinglan interjected. I've heard the same. It appears they are planning a trip to the Northwest. I truly hope our senior class can go. I would like to unwind a bit. Despite their words, it was evident that these two were not genuinely committed to their studies. As anticipated, on the following day in class, Teacher Li announced the news regarding the educational trip. Given the large number of participants, the school had divided the journey into 3 routes, with each class determining which route to take, and the school would then arrange the accompanying classes based on their selections. This educational excursion would, of course, benefit from the financial support of prominent families, with a benefactor facilitating the arrangements. Classes one of the senior, junior, and freshman years collectively chose the route to Dunhuang and Qinghai. There is no alternative. The requirement for assistance from Shang Ba is that she must be with her brother. Naturally, Qin Shuang is determined to remain close to Qin Yechuan, prompting the Qin family to extend considerable support. This back and forth has ultimately gathered both the main characters and their respective companions. The 3 classes fortuitously boarded a single aircraft. And as Shang Zhenzhen and Yin Qingyu stepped into the cabin, they overheard Qin Shuang imploring Yin Hao to swap seats with her. Yin Hao, brimming with delight, met her gaze and greeted her warmly, as if to take credit for something. Almost at the moment of takeoff, Qin Yechuan and Shang Nanji entered together, and the appearance of these 2 handsome figures raised the temperature of the cabin several degrees. Standing side by side, they were indeed a feast for the eyes. One exuded an icy demeanor, while the other was utterly aloof, and their combined presence was simply electrifying. As the plane ascended smoothly, Shang Zhenzhen intended to indulge in a restful sleep, but Yin Qingyu rummaged through her bag and frantically produced 2 sets of examination papers to toss at her. Complete these 2 sets. If you meet the standard, you may rest. If not, continue working. I have prepared only 20 sets, which may not suffice, she lamented. The research study plan spans 5 days, including weekends, meaning Shang Zhenzhen's tutoring sessions for this week are in jeopardy. Shang Zhenzhen inquired, "What is the passing score?" Zhang Ye, seated beside her, observed her despondent expression and curiously asked. "Mathematics, 120, Shang Zhenzhen lamented. Yin Qingyu, displaying a modicum of mercy, replied, "If it were me, you wouldn't be allowed to sleep if you scored below 130. Shang Zhenzhen responded, "Let me express my gratitude, because of you. The seasons feel warmer." Upon noticing Zhang Ye's furrowed brows, a sense of delight washed over her, prompting her to rummage for her sleeping mask. To her dismay, she discovered that she had not packed it. How could this be? Without the mask, the brightness was unbearable, rendering sleep impossible. Zhang Ye searched her backpack once more. Yet the elusive mask remained absent. Just as Shang Zhenzhen contemplated teasing her about this misfortune, she caught sight of Yin Hao extending a sleeping mask towards Zhang Ye. With a hint of disdain, Zhang Ye remarked, "Pink? Yin Hao, why would a grown man purchase a pink sleeping mask?" Yin Hao feigned an attempt to reclaim it, saying, "If you don't want it, then return it to me." Zhang Ye scoffed, sniffed the mask for any unpleasant odors, and finally placed it on her head, ready to drift off to sleep. Meanwhile, Shang Zhenzhen observed Yin Hao gazing at Zhang Ye with an infatuated look, sending a shiver down her spine. The unmistakable scent of young romance. Just as the scene settled, and while Shang Zhenzhen was only halfway through her exam paper, Qin Shuang began her antics once more. "Yechuan, this is my bento, featuring your favorite sushi and shrimp." Qin Shuang, peering past Yin Hao, opened her bento box. The sushi within was visually appealing, adorned with cherry blossoms, embodying the essence of youthful charm. Yet, Qin Yechuan did not even lift his eyelids. Instead, he adjusted his baseball cap further down. Yin Hao erupted into laughter. "Qin Gu is truly remarkable. He refuses to engage with Qin Shuang, yet subtly signals that he is awake." Qin Shuang immediately shot a glare at Yin Hao, exclaiming, "Yin Hao, why are you so annoying?" Yin Hao grinned widely in response, "Miss Qin, you are well aware of Qin Ji's temperament. Since you know, it is better to refrain from comparisons. After all, distance creates beauty." Qin Shuang was once again driven away in frustration. Shang Zhenzhen took a moment to glance at Yin Qingyu, who, upon noticing, looked up at her and then cast a fleeting gaze at her exam paper, questioning her lack of understanding. Shang Zhenzhen mourned silently for the male protagonist for a few seconds, shook her head at Yin Qingyu, and resumed her struggle with the questions. As the plane touched down, Shang Zhenzhen gazed at the distant sunset, which bathed the entire sky of Gansu Jiuquan in a breathtaking beauty. The fatigue of the journey seemed to dissipate in an instant. Upon arriving at the hotel, the two shared a room, with Shang Zhenzhen naturally choosing to stay with Yin Qingyu. After placing their belongings down, Shang Zhenzhen called for Shang Nanji and Zhang Ye, secretly reserving a private room in the hotel to indulge in the local delicacies. Zhang Ye summoned Yin Hao, who brought along Qin Yechuan, while Shang Nanji introduced Gu Jingluan. Thus, the seven of them gathered once more. This peculiar scene almost made Shang Zhenzhen question whether she had entered the wrong door. Yin Hao shot her a flirtatious glance, expressing gratitude for Miss Shang's hospitality. Surely she wouldn't be selfish and dine alone, right? Shang Zhenzhen immediately donned a cold expression, reminding him that he was expected to split the bill. Yin Hao retorted, feeling slighted, stating that despite his diligent efforts to bring Qin Gu along, she still insisted on sharing the cost. He sighed, conceding to the arrangement, especially since Qin Yechuan was such an understanding supporter. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang discovered that Qin Yechuan was neither in their room nor in the dining hall preparing dinner at school. After inquiring with the supervising teacher, she learned he had gone out to dine with Shang Zhenzhen and her companions. Infuriated, Qin Shuang hurled the prepared bento directly into the trash bin. She even went so far as to store it in a preservation box, yet it failed to garner even a glance from him. Qin Shuang gnawed at her fingernails, pondering whether Qin Yechuan truly harbored feelings for Shang Zhenzhen, thus deliberately creating distance between them. Shang Zhenzhen could only belong to Qin Yechuan. In terms of precedence, she was the first to stand by his side. Chapter 53. Let him protect her. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, everyone dispersed. Yin Hao shared a room with Qin Yechuan. Upon finishing his shower, Qin Yechuan emerged clad only in a towel around his waist, diligently drying his hair. Yin Hao whistled at his physique. Brother Qin, your figure is truly enviable, slim when clothed, yet muscular when undraped. You are the dream of countless young women. Qin Yechuan retaliated by tossing the towel at Yin Hao's face. Fortunately, Yin Hao, quick on his feet, raised his hand to block it, chuckling as he tossed it back. I was just teasing. By the way, Brother Qin, why has Qin Shuang been hovering around you so much lately? Qin Yechuan continued to dry his hair, taking a moment before he replied, no need to concern yourself with her. Yin Hao hesitated for a couple of seconds before leaning closer to Qin Yechuan. Even though they were alone in the room, he lowered his voice. Brother Qin, don't you think Qin Shuang is being a bit too enthusiastic towards you? Qin Yechuan looked up at him, indicating for him to continue. Initially, I thought she was just a little noisy, but recently her behavior has felt rather peculiar. If it weren't for her blood relation to you, I would almost suspect her intentions. Yin Hao felt as though Qin Shuang had set her sights on Qin Yechuan. She is undeniably the legitimate young lady of the Qin family, and everyone within the household treats her with utmost kindness. On the other hand, Qin Gu has only recently been acknowledged as a child of the Qin family by the matriarch. Why then does she go to such lengths to curry favor with Qin Yechuan? It is quite perplexing. Perhaps your suspicions are indeed valid. Qin Yechuan replied nonchalantly. Are his suspicions correct? Yin Hao was taken aback and immediately looked up. Qin Gu, do you already know something? Qin Yechuan responded with a simple acknowledgement. That is a matter concerning the Qin family and does not pertain to me. After a long while, Yin Hao finally processed this revelation. Qin Gu, what do you intend to do? Rest assured, I, Yin Hao, will always stand by your side. Having finished drying his hair, Qin Yechuan stood by the window, gazing out at the myriad of lights in the homes below. I must first locate my mother. I have no interest in anything concerning the Qin family. Has there been any news about her? Qin Yechuan shook his head. During his adolescence, he had suffered a severe fever that left him in a prolonged state of unconsciousness. Occasionally, when he felt slightly better, he would once again succumb to a high fever at night. His mother, already struggling to make ends meet, found their situation dire after this illness. Upon awakening, he discovered he possessed the ability to read minds, and beneath his mother's forced smile, he unearthed a staggering secret. He had a father, one who had not perished. He was an unacknowledged child of the Qin family. His mother's lack of social standing had led to their estrangement, for they had met and fallen in love during their university years, preparing for marriage after graduation. However, the matriarch of the Qin family had ruthlessly intervened, shattering their union. His mother, prideful and believing herself above seeking favor from affluent families, had felt wounded by his father's subsequent weakness, leading her to decisively end their relationship. Little did she know that she was already carrying him at that time. She had always been frail, And with her initial pregnancy compounded by the distress caused by the Qin family affairs, her condition became precarious. The doctor advised her to terminate the pregnancy, warning that it would not only jeopardize her health but might also render her unable to conceive again. It was only after much deliberation that her mother, gritting her teeth, decided to bring the child into the world, enduring immense hardship in the process. Yet, she never displayed her vulnerabilities before her. This time, however, she found herself at the end of her rope, utterly alone, and thus reached out to Qin Bin, pleading for him to save his child. From that moment on, the Qin family became aware of his existence. His features bore a striking resemblance to his mother, while his facial structure closely mirrored that of Qin Bin. Perhaps it was fate's retribution. After the matriarch of the Qin family had torn apart a pair of lovers, Qin Bin, under duress, wed a new wife, Qin Ye. However, after giving birth to Qin Yechuan, Qin Ye was unable to conceive again, leaving the Qin family without an heir. His mother lived in constant fear, terrified that the Qin family might take her child away, which took a toll on her health, leading her into a state of melancholy that ultimately caused her to fall ill, sometimes even coughing up blood, and eventually slipping into unconsciousness. It was at this critical juncture that the matriarch of the Qin family came to him, offering to procure the finest physician to treat his mother, contingent upon his acknowledgement of his lineage and a vow to never see her again. Qin Yechuan gazed tenderly at his mother, who lay in a state of oblivion, and gently kissed her forehead, acquiescing to her demands. This time, he would be the one to protect her, even if they could not meet again in the future. He held on to the belief that as long as she lived, there would be a day they would reunite. Strangely, however, aside from the Qin matriarch, no one knew where she had taken his mother for treatment, and he found himself unable to penetrate the matriarch's thoughts with his mind-reading abilities. They proved ineffective against her. Fortunately, every month, the elderly lady would send him a handwritten letter from his mother, assuring him that her health was gradually improving. Qin Yechuan gazed out the window, knowing that they would eventually reunite. Thus, he resolved to work diligently to provide his mother with a carefree home. Shang Zhenzhen, meanwhile, was compelled to complete a set of physics exercises before she could finally rest. The arid weather of the northwest prompted her desire to apply a facial mask. Yet despite rummaging through her luggage, she found none. Previously, she had mocked Zhang Ye for not bringing any supplies, only to face swift retribution as she discovered her own lack of masks. "Qingyu, did you bring any facial masks?" she inquired. Yan Qingyu, who was in the midst of bathing, responded, "There's one in my suitcase. Just open it, and you will see." Shang Zhenzhen opened Yan Qingyu's suitcase, which contained very few items. Her eyes were immediately drawn to a box of facial masks. Upon picking it up, she noticed something familiar nestled beneath it. To her astonishment, the unmistakable name Shang Xiao boldly proclaimed itself to her gaze. Goodness, Yan Qingyu had not only refrained from selling it, but had also brought it with her. How could it be that her brother had truly captured the female lead's heart? This defied all logic. What had Shang Nanji done? Was it merely his appearance that had won her over? Only after Yan Qingyu finished her bath did she recall what lay within her suitcase, and panic surged within her. She hurriedly donned her pajamas and emerged, only to be greeted by the sight of Shang Zhenzhen, holding the art collection, her expression brimming with confusion. Upon seeing Yan Qingyu, Shang Zhenzhen immediately apologized. "Qingyu, I did not mean to rummage through your belongings. This was simply lying beneath the mask." Yan Qingyu bit her lower lip, feeling as though she had been seen through. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, leaving her at a loss for words. Seeing her silence, Shang Zhenzhen mistakenly assumed that she was upset and hurriedly thrust the hot-off-the-press art collection into her hands. "I was wrong, Qingyu. I never expected you to carry it with you. My brother, really, how could he possibly deserve the favor of the stunning beauty that is you? Perhaps it's because his lovely sister saved the world in a past life." Yan Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle. "Why are you flattering yourself so?" Shang Zhenzhen breathed a sigh of relief. "Please don't be angry." "I'm not angry. I just..." Yan Qingyu paused for 2 seconds, gazing at her. "I simply don't know how to express this to you." Chapter 54. Shang Zhenzhen is special. Shang Zhenzhen and Yan Qingyu lay side by side on the bed, both adorned with facial masks, engaging in conversation. "TSK. Shang Nanji is unworthy of you, Qingyu. Don't be deceived by his looks. He is both aloof and sharp-tongued, neglects to wash his hands after using the restroom, and doesn't shave on weekends. His dirty socks are strewn all over the room, and he is picky with his food, living like a rough man. He only tidies himself up enough to be presentable when going out. He even has bad breath, foot odor, and body odor. What is so appealing about someone like that? Shang Zhenzhen spared no effort in disparaging Shang Nanji, her words flowing effortlessly, even rhyming at times. Yan Qingyu laughed so hard that her mask nearly slipped off. She carefully adjusted it back into place, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she looked at Shang Zhenzhen. Well, what would happen if Shang Nanji heard what you just said? Shang Zhenzhen made a face at her, declaring, after all, he can't hear. Shang Nanji suddenly sneezed, prompting Mu Jinglan to assume it was due to the air conditioning being too cold, and she silently adjusted the temperature upward by 2 degrees. Yan Qingyu offered a gentle smile, confessing, to be honest, I don't quite understand it myself. I never believed in love at first sight. Yet I find myself experiencing it now. However, I shall not utter a word about it. Shang Zhenzhen had initially intended to persuade the female lead, asserting that her entire premise was indeed love at first sight, albeit with a regrettable misalignment of affection. It was regrettable that she had brought her to find Shang Nanji for car repairs. After all, Shang Nanji's visage was undeniably compelling. However, upon hearing Yan Qingyu's final low remark, she couldn't help but inquire, why not express it? Don't you have feelings for my brother? Having affection does not necessitate being together. Yan Qingyu replied, as you mentioned, I may merely be momentarily entrapped by superficial attraction. Ultimately, I am profoundly different from him, and I wish to spare myself the burden. Much like my mother, who lived a life fraught with exhaustion and sorrow. At that moment, Shang Zhenzhen recalled Yan Qingyu's background in the book, and her indignation surged as she comforted her. You are so exceptional and remarkably beautiful. It is my brother who is unworthy of you. Yan Qingyu laughed so heartily that her face mask became dislodged, necessitating its removal as she grinned with her eyes alight. And what of you? How are things progressing with Qin Yechuan? I sense he treats you quite differently than he does Qin Shuang. Yan Qingyu deftly shifted the topic. Shang Zhenzhen displayed a peculiar expression. Is it truly so different? Qin Shuang is his sister. Perhaps their interactions are simply more casual behind closed doors. Yan Qingyu shook her head, remarking, those involved are often oblivious, while onlookers possess clarity. Though I have not been particularly attentive, it is evident that Qin Yechuan exhibits a certain indifference towards others, yet seems rather accommodating towards you. Her intuition hinted that Qin Yechuan harbored a distinct sentiment towards Shang Zhenzhen. Despite his lack of overt expressions, he appeared to resist Qin Shuang. In this regard, Shang Zhenzhen was indeed exceptional. Shang Zhenzhen felt an unprecedented astonishment, accommodating. Is that truly the case? Was it not merely a result of her incessant annoyance? System. Host, you have discerned the truth. The following morning, the team prepared for departure. Seizing the opportunity presented by the cool weather, the students journeyed to the Dunhuang Research Institute to plant trees, thereby safeguarding the ecological environment of the Mogao Caves. They utilized discarded wheat straw, spreading it upon the sand, and then pressed it into the ground with shovels. After toiling for the entire morning, the meal that followed was even more delectable. Shang Nanji looked at Shang Zhenzhen disdainfully as she devoured 2 bowls of rice, clutching a large cup of milk tea. I have only eaten 1 bowl. Are you a pig? Shang Zhenzhen huffed in response. This merely indicates your lack of dedication to your tasks. You are slacking off. After finishing, she let out a contented burp, which only soured Shang Nanji's expression further. Eat less. It's both hot and cold. Be cautious not to upset your stomach. Shang Nanji was merely concerned about her health, recognizing that such gluttony was not beneficial. However, fate had a different plan. In the afternoon, in pursuit of a deeper understanding of Dunhuang's intangible cultural heritage, they accompanied artisans to learn the craft of clay sculpture, which resulted in Shang Zhenzhen experiencing a stomachache. In her mind, she scolded Shang Nanji before hastily seeking out a restroom. Upon hearing her plight, Zhang Ye followed suit, inquiring with the staff. After winding through numerous corridors to arrive at the women's restroom, Shang Nanji awaited outside. Yan Qingyu and Zhang Ye entered, but after searching thoroughly, they were unable to locate Shang Zhenzhen. A shiver ran through them, and they quickly emerged to inform Shang Nanji. Zhenzhen is not inside. We have confirmed this individually. There are only 2 individuals in the restroom, and neither of them is her. Shang Nanji cursed under his breath, urging Yan Qingyu and Zhang Yu to prioritize their safety. He instructed them to call him once connected and to search elsewhere while he would investigate the surveillance footage. However, the cameras only captured Shang Zhenzhen entering, with no record of her exit until the 3 of them appeared, and she had yet to emerge. Repeated checks within the restroom confirmed that Shang Zhenzhen was indeed absent. The footage revealed a figure, entirely shrouded, pushing a garbage cart in and out, seemingly aware of the camera's position, maintaining a lowered gaze. Teacher, Qin Ge is also missing. I saw him here not long ago. and now he has vanished as well. Another one gone. Panic enveloped the surroundings, with some students even reduced to tears. Do not be afraid. Do not act alone. Since they were here earlier, they must be searching for someone. Students remaining here are not permitted to leave without authorization. Return promptly. Teacher, I must find Qin Ge. Yan Hao was anxious. With his sister-in-law missing, Qin Ge must be searching for her, and he felt compelled to assist. Host, please awaken. You are in grave danger. Host, if you do not awaken soon, you may meet an untimely demise. Host. Finally, Shang Zhenzhen emerged from her stupor, her eyelids heavy, feeling as though she had collapsed to the ground, tasting sand in her mouth. Cough. Spit. Shang Zhenzhen instinctively expelled the sand from her mouth. To her astonishment, she had awakened. Initially, she had wished for a painless demise. Yet fate now compelled her to endure the torment of life's fleeting existence. If blame were to be assigned, let it fall upon the one who had purchased her life. A coarse, chilling voice, resonating with malice, echoed through the air. Summoning all her strength, Shang Zhenzhen lifted her gaze, only to behold a man shrouded in darkness. His eyes gleaming with menace. In his grasp, he wielded a cold, glinting knife. Chapter 55. As if emerging from the abyss, the man unleashed a guttural, sinister laugh, pressing the icy blade against her chin, demanding she lift her head. You possess quite the striking beauty, young lady. Were it not for my employer's insistence on prompt action, I would be tempted to savor your allure. Shang Zhenzhen regarded him with a frigid stare. Her hands were bound behind her, and her feet appeared similarly restrained. She was oblivious to her location, save for the knowledge that she was ensconced in a dilapidated warehouse, with sand strewn across the floor. Perhaps incited by her defiance, the man's laughter grew increasingly malevolent. Indeed, the daughter of a wealthy family is breathtaking. Just one glance from you ignites a restless yearning within me. Perhaps you should consider serving me well, and I might grant you a chance at survival. At that moment, Shang Zhenzhen curved her lips into a sardonic smile. Villains often meet their demise through excessive talk. I trust you have heard this saying before? A grotesque expression flickered across the man's face as his withered, dark hand lunged toward her collar. Shang Zhenzhen's body tensed, and as the rope frayed, she seized her opportunity, delivering a forceful kick that struck true, landing squarely on the man's vulnerable spot. Caught off guard, he crumpled in agony. Shang Zhenzhen swiftly grasped the knife and sprinted towards the warehouse door, her petite face ashen with terror. She had never encountered such a harrowing experience. The system spoke. Host. My energy has dwindled significantly since the last transmission, and I can only assist you in loosening the ropes. Aware of her predicament, Shang Zhenzhen resolved to exert every ounce of strength to escape. Yet, the door remained obstinately shut, impervious to her frantic tugging. The voice behind her slithered like a venomous serpent, instilling dread. Hiss. You wretched woman, dare you defy me? Today, I shall make you beg for mercy. The man swiftly regained his footing, spat upon the ground, and advanced towards her. If this door were so easily opened, it wouldn't be my preferred locale for murder. Serve me well, and do not attempt any tricks. As the man approached with deliberate steps, Shang Zhenzhen pressed the knife against her own neck, the cold blade grazing her delicate skin, sharpening her awareness. The effects of the drug still lingered. Her willpower alone sustained her. Threaten me, will you? My dear beauty, even in death, I shall relish the warmth of your body. A kick from you would hardly be worth the effort. A wave of profound nausea surged within her. And just as she prepared to embrace oblivion, the adjacent door was forcefully kicked open, crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. The outside was somewhat dim, yet faint traces of light could still be discerned. Against the light, Shang Zhenzhen beheld a youth entering alone, unarmed, yet his brow and eyes radiated an intimidating chill as he stepped onto the fallen door. The creaking sound sent shivers down one's spine. Shang Zhenzhen could hardly fathom that the visitor was Qin Yechuan, and judging by his appearance, he seemed to have arrived solo. The man was initially startled, but upon realizing it was merely a frail boy, he scoffed at the contrast to his own robust frame. The man burst into laughter. Little beauty, your lover is indeed audacious, thinking he can face us alone. I shall make him aware of the folly of his bravado. How delightful it would be to have him as an audience. Qin Yechuan's cold gaze was akin to that of a man staring at a corpse. Before the man could react, the boy had already lunged at him, delivering a punch directly to his mouth. The force of the blow, imbued with a fierce wind, caused blood to gush forth immediately. Qin Yechuan offered no respite, advancing with a flurry of relentless strikes. The man was nearly beaten into a pulp. Yet Qin Yechuan's strength remained unwavering, his eyes dark as an abyss. It was only upon hearing a faint thud of the man collapsing that Qin Yechuan paused. Turning to glance back, he noticed Shang Zhenzhen had seemingly succumbed and fallen to the ground, the once fierce girl now curled up in a fragile heap. The darkness in Qin Yechuan's eyes gradually receded. With a look of disdain, he kicked the barely conscious man aside, then approached and effortlessly lifted the unconscious Shang Zhenzhen into his arms. After he stepped outside, the police finally arrived at the scene. Observing several individuals sprawled haphazardly on the ground outside the warehouse, they were taken aback when they saw the young boy emerging alone, cradling an unconscious girl in his arms. Rushing forward, one officer inquired, "Did you call the police?" The boy merely cast a fleeting glance at him, replying, "I need to take her to the hospital now. These individuals are alive, but the one inside is hard to say." The questioning officer seemed momentarily stunned by the boy's cold demeanor. It was only after the boy had placed the girl into the police car that he instructed the driver to take her to the hospital first. The remaining officers surveyed the scene, swiftly apprehending numerous suspects. Was this all the work of that solitary boy? The assailants outside had fallen almost effortlessly, while those inside barely clung to life. One officer felt a shiver run down his spine. He had witnessed gruesome sights before. Yet the recent scene was one he wished never to behold again. "Look at this door. It should have been easily kicked open," remarked the first officer to exit the vehicle, gazing at the deeply indented door made of a peculiar material, his brow furrowed. The boy from earlier had initially appeared as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. Had this not been a society governed by law, he might have struck someone down on the spot. "Doctor, why hasn't my sister awakened yet?" The physician replied, "The patient's diet was laced with medication, and coupled with the trauma of being kidnapped, it is only natural for her to require additional rest. It is of no concern. The doctor has just assured me that Zhenzhen is in perfect health. She merely wishes to rest a bit longer." "Shang Nanji, you have almost gone an entire day without eating. It is all my fault. I should have been more attentive." Before they departed, "My parents urged me to take good care of Zhenzhen." Upon finishing her words, Shang Nanji, filled with frustration, struck the wall with such force it seemed as if she wished to punish herself. "Brother." A soft call broke the tension, and Shang Nanji abruptly lifted her gaze to see the pale-faced Shang Zhenzhen offering a faint smile. "I am still alive. Do you intend to starve yourself?" Tears welled up in Yan Qingyu's eyes, but she quickly wiped them away, forcing a smile as she stepped forward. "Zhenzhen, are you feeling unwell anywhere?" "I am hungry," Shang Zhenzhen replied, giving Yan Qingyu a gentle wink. Shang Nanji had silently taken a seat beside her bed, tenderly smoothing her disheveled hair, and after a long pause, finally spoke, "Do not frighten your brother any longer. Had it not been for Qin Yechuan this time, I shudder to think of what might have transpired." Chapter 56. The fighting stance is quite handsome. The aroma of century egg and lean meat congee wafted through the hospital room. Though Shang Nanji was not particularly fond of it, seeing Shang Zhenzhen relish her meal brought him some comfort, and in truth, he was quite hungry. They both finished everything that Yan Qingyu had purchased. "Qingyu, aren't you hungry?" Yan Qingyu smiled softly. "I had a little something earlier. Are you still hungry?" Shang Zhenzhen shook her head. Yan Qingyu nodded, concerned that Shang Nanji might not endure if he continued to forgo meals. Since receiving Qin Yechuan's call and rushing to the hospital late at night, Shang Nanji had eaten nothing but sipped some water. "Brother, you truly have no idea where I was taken. Was it Qin Yechuan who informed you?" After her hunger was satiated, Shang Zhenzhen leaned against the headboard and inquired. Shang Nanji was reluctant to admit it, but had to concede the truth, nodding with difficulty. "It's my brother's fault for being inept." Qin Yechuan did not appear to be in a state of panic, even though he was unarmed at the time. His entire being was focused on Shang Zhenzhen, and he paid little attention to anything else. In hindsight, it was evident that something was amiss with Qin Yechuan during that moment. Nevertheless, it was indisputable that he played the most significant role in this matter. Shang Zhenzhen recognized that Shang Nanji was thoroughly frightened and could only manage a wry smile, even though she herself had not been truly scared. As she nestled into the blankets and closed her eyes, she seemed to glimpse that young man stepping into the light. And in that moment of despair, when she was prepared to face dire consequences, Qin Yechuan's arrival undoubtedly alleviated her unease. His ferocity in combat was formidable. His strikes executed with reckless abandon, casting shadows on the wall that were almost unbearable to witness, yet they dissipated her anxious heart. The male protagonist was indeed captivating. She found herself inexplicably drawn to this handsome figure. The classic trope of a hero rescuing a damsel was undeniably compelling. As Shang Zhenzhen's thoughts wandered in a hazy reverie, She drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, she could not help but disdain herself internally. Could the male lead truly be a figure within her reach as a mere supporting character? Such thoughts were futile. Provoking the male lead would leave her without even a friend. Better to embrace the joy of being a good friend and bask in the shared fortune. Thus, after her discharge from the hospital, the study trip concluded rather ambiguously. Shang Zhenzhen was informed by Zhang and that the man who had intended to kill her was a person with a criminal record. After being released, he began recruiting lackeys to engage in kidnapping activities in this tourist area to acquire wealth. The man had confessed, claiming he perceived her as a wealthy heiress and subsequently devised a plan to abduct her. However, due to her resistance, he failed in his murderous intent. Yet, Shang Zhenzhen understood that the situation was far from this narrative. It was a plot she had encountered in a novel, where the protagonist was the original female lead. Not her. She had been vigilantly watching Yen Qingyu, fearful that she might be abducted, only to find herself ensnared instead. Thus, the primary storyline concerning the romantic development between the male and female leads was unwittingly usurped by her, albeit she was compelled to do so. Qin Yechuan had audaciously regarded her as an eyesore, hastening the demise of her role as a mere supporting character. Before departing, Shang Zhenzhen resolved to express her gratitude to Qin Yechuan. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Yechuan had saved her. As she knocked on the door, Yen Hao opened it and, upon seeing Shang Zhenzhen, especially with a bag in her hand, exhibited an unprecedented enthusiasm. "Sister-in-law, are you here to see Brother Qin? He is inside. And I was just about to take a stroll. Please come in." With that, Shang Zhenzhen was warmly ushered into the room by him, while Yen Hao discreetly withdrew. Though her mind was a flurry of questions, when she turned and locked eyes with Qin Yechuan, seated on the sofa, Shang Zhenzhen ceased to pay any attention to Yen Hao. Qin Yechuan appeared to be as he usually was, yet he felt markedly different from the day before. Shang Zhenzhen stepped forward, placing the bag in her hand onto the coffee table before him. With a tone that was both formal and measured, she said, "A small token of my regard, though it is but a humble gesture. I hope you will accept it." Qin Yechuan cast a fleeting glance at her, uttering not a word, before slowly lowering his gaze to the book in his hands, his fingers delicately turning a page. His demeanor was so aloof that it bordered on the unapproachable. Shang Zhenzhen felt she had done all that was required of her and noticed that he seemed engrossed in his reading. Considering he was in his final year of high school, she thought it prudent not to intrude further. A simple expression of gratitude should suffice, right? Though she wished to commend the male protagonist for his striking fighting stance, she decided against interrupting him. Qin Yechuan's fingers faltered slightly as he turned the page. His eyes cast down, emotions swirling in the depths before settling into an unsettling calm. He had expected that she would be frightened. Upon hearing the news of Shang Zhenzhen's disappearance yesterday, he sensed something was amiss. It was only after employing his telepathic abilities that he gleaned some information from Qin Yechuan. As he hurried to Shang Zhenzhen's side, he felt a flicker of relief that his abilities spared him from wandering aimlessly like a headless chicken. However, upon hearing the repugnant words of a man, he lost control of his actions. By the time he regained his composure, he fled. When Shang Nanji arrived, he left almost immediately, terrified that upon awakening, she would look at him with fear and trepidation. Just as Shang Zhenzhen prepared to take her leave, the previously silent figure finally spoke. Stunned for a moment, she quickly responded, "All right." The air once again fell into a hush, and Shang Zhenzhen hesitated for 2 seconds before inquiring, "Qin Dashuai, how did you know I was there?" Could it be that the male lead is aware it was Qin Shuang's doing? Surely, she would not be so careless. As a notorious female antagonist, her role extends far beyond this. Just passing by, the seemingly casual 4 words ignited a peculiar thought in Shang Zhenzhen's mind. The male lead must not have merely wandered past that secluded warehouse, so was he passing by the ladies' restroom? The male lead certainly possesses a unique character. Distinctive Qin Yechuan. Chapter 57. The wild strategy system. Qin Yechuan opened the door for him. Yen Hao first scrutinized Qin Yechuan's expression, noticing that his brother seemed to be in good spirits. Only then did he close the door while smiling and asking, "Brother Qin, is it true that sister-in-law has come to express her gratitude for your heroic rescue?" Yen Hao could not help but admire Qin Yechuan. To venture forth alone to rescue someone, though his combat prowess was formidable, it remained an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Yen Hao attributed it solely to the power of love. The image of Qin Yechuan in the act of saving someone must be strikingly gallant. Qin Yechuan cast a fleeting glance at him, merely retrieving the bag from the coffee table. "I'm leaving." "All right." Seeing his brother pick up the gift bag, Yin Hao displayed a smile reminiscent of an uncle and then hurried off to retrieve his suitcase. While the two engaged in pleasantries, Qin Yechuan approached with a concerned expression. Sister Zhenzhen, are you all right? For the first time, Shang Zhenzhen did not even feign a smile. She simply regarded her with calmness. Thank you for your concern. I am in good health. Managing 8 meals a day poses no issue. Qin Yechuan felt somewhat uncomfortable under the gaze directed at her, as if her very soul were being scrutinized. After Shang Zhenzhen finished speaking, she ceased to engage with Qin Yechuan and, along with Zhang Ye and others, proceeded towards the airplane. Qin Yechuan remained rooted to the spot, her brow furrowed. This matter had been entrusted to her strategy system, and it was inconceivable that any evidence could remain. Could it be that the system had left traces? At that moment, her system coldly interjected, Host, this task consumed a significant amount of my energy, thus it is infallible, no one can trace any evidence. However, you have chosen the wrong individual, squandering my energy while failing to capture the target's attention. Utterly futile, Qin Yechuan bit her lip in silence. Upon entering this world, she had been captivated at first glance by Qin Yechuan's appearance, which surpassed that of any star she had ever seen. His ethereal, otherworldly charm deeply enchanted her. It was then that she was selected by the strategy system, and without hesitation, she chose to pursue Qin Yechuan as her target. Having read the literature, she knew that Qin Yechuan shared no blood relation with him, and since there was none, coupled with her own affection for Qin Yechuan, she felt increasingly unrestrained. I have already stated that Qin Yechuan is the destined child of this world, making him exceedingly difficult to conquer. Should you fail to earn his favor, I will sever ties with you. The voice of the strategy system was chillingly detached. Upon hearing the word sever, Qin Yechuan grew anxious and quickly replied, I will devise a plan. I am determined to fulfill this task. The strategy system coldly remarked, as long as your intimacy with Qin Yechuan increases, I will be able to absorb more energy, allowing your charm to continuously elevate. Remember, I have already expended an excessive amount of energy on you. Do not forget the previous bank transfer incident. I gained not a single benefit from it. What is this mission? Find a way to stay overnight at Qin Yechuan's residence. You truly are inept. Despite moving out, you still cannot approach him. As for men, one must devise some strategies. Qin Yechuan's current soul belongs to a woman in her 20s, having transmigrated due to her role as a mistress to a wealthy man, only to be brutally murdered by the man's legitimate partner. Fortunately, she has been reborn into a wealthy family and has even regained her youth. Is this not her path to a comeback? She has always relied on her youthful beauty to thrive. This is her forte, and she is certain of her success. As the airplane ascended gently, the weather was splendid, with azure skies and fluffy clouds, a truly picturesque scene. Qin Yechuan occupied the window seat. Yet instead of admiring the enchanting view outside, he fixated on a gift bag placed before him. He remained in this trance for an hour. Yen Hao repeatedly suspected that Qin Ge had fallen asleep, but each time he stole a glance, he found Qin Ge with his eyes wide open, fixated on the bag. Eventually, Yen Hao grew anxious. What could possibly be contained within such a small bag? His curiosity was piqued. However, Qin Ge remained silent, showing no inclination to tear open the bag. Is this akin to the emperor being unhurried while the eunuch frets? Bah, he is certainly no eunuch. Qin Yechuan gazed at the gift bag for a considerable time before finally extending his slender hand to unveil its contents. He retrieved a pair of gloves, seemingly hastily purchased, their design rather unremarkable. Shang Zhenzhen had even included a note, apologetically stating, Dear Qin, I know you favor black, so please bear with the style of these gloves. I am immensely grateful for your generous support, hence I procured these gloves to protect your exquisite hands. Qin Yechuan glanced at the note, then at the gloves, which were indeed quite plain, merely a standard pair of black gloves likely found in any shop. Yet, to his surprise, he found himself captivated by them. Increasingly enchanted with each passing moment, examining them closely from various angles, even caressing them thoughtfully. Was he truly handsome when fighting? Did his hands possess an alluring quality? In a pleasant mood, Qin Yechuan donned the gloves, which fit him rather well. Yen Hao was taken aback by Qin's seemingly infatuated behavior, which was a revelation for him. Upon disembarking the plane, a throng of welcoming faces awaited outside the airport. Shang Zhenzhen was astonished to see her mother there to greet her, and she was enveloped in a warm embrace. When Qin held her tightly, and then cast a gentle smile towards Shang Nanji, saying, Nanji, you did wonderfully. Even the most meticulous plans can have their oversights. There is no need for excessive self-reproach. Our Zhenzhen is quite fortunate. Shang Nanji nodded softly. Wen Qing then affectionately ruffled her hair and remarked, "It seems you have indeed lost some weight. I was quite alarmed when I received the news, but thankfully, it was all without peril. Are you feeling unwell at all?" Wen Qing smiled as she playfully pinched her nose, addressing Shang Nanji. Was it Qin Yechuan from the Qin family who rescued Zhenzhen? The chauffeur of the Qin family awaited the young master and miss. Yet Qin Yechuan chose not to board the vehicle. Instead, he opted to ride with the Yin family. Qin Shuang watched Qin Yechuan's departing figure, her teeth clenched in frustration. Her charm level had already risen by 2 tiers, an enhancement earned at her previous school. Ordinarily, those who beheld her would find her exceedingly approachable. But Qin Yechuan remained oblivious. Chapter 58. The first step in winning over the brother-in-law. Initially, she had intended to expedite her charm upgrade. But the emergence of Shang Zhenzhen compelled her to arrive at Qingyu High School ahead of schedule. Qin Yechuan was her target. At this moment, her strategy system chimed in. The more challenging the target, the greater the energy. If you can capture Qin Yechuan, your charm will elevate by 5 levels. At that point, every man who gazes upon you will feel an undeniable affection, and our energy will become boundless. Qin Shuang nodded, convinced that this was merely a matter of time. For she now possessed the script of the leading lady. Wen Qing had initially intended to visit the Qin family to express her gratitude, but was halted by Shang Nanji. "Mother, as you know, the relationship between Qin Yechuan and the matriarch of the Qin family is strained, and he does not reside there. Moreover, he is rather peculiar. It would be best if you refrained from going. Then why not send him a gift? We should convey our appreciation, after all. He did assist Zhenzhen, and it is only right to express our gratitude." Wen Qing remained resolute in her desire to thank the young man. Although Qin Yechuan appeared excessively aloof during their previous encounter, he now seems to be a kind-hearted individual. Shang Nanji and Shang Zhenzhen exchanged glances, and Zhenzhen fell silent. Despite having given a small gift, she deemed it inappropriate to express this in front of Shang Nanji and Wen Qing. Ultimately, Shang Nanji acquiesced. Qin Yechuan was toying with a pair of black gloves when his phone screen suddenly illuminated. "Fairy Zhenzhen, Qin, handsome, are you at home? At the behest of my esteemed mother, I have come to deliver a small gift." "Oh, it actually sent. Has she been removed from the blacklist? I wonder if he is at home. It would be best if he isn't. Having to deliver gifts alongside Shang Nanji makes me dread the possibility of a disagreement between them." As Qin Yechuan read the message, he felt a surge of luck. In a moment of impulse, he tapped the input box. "Qin Yechuan, yes." Zhenzhen stared at the cold, solitary word in the dialog box, feeling a mix of shock and confusion. Was this an invitation for her to come, or a subtle deterrent? Her thoughts entangled. She and Shang Nanji eventually gathered their bags and made their way to Qin Yechuan's residence. The doorman greeted her warmly, to which Zhenzhen could only respond with an awkward smile. Under the chill of Shang Nanji's gaze, she hurriedly urged him inside. Shang Nanji's sarcastic voice echoed, "Zhenzhen, it seems you are quite the regular here." "Zhenzhen, I find myself at a loss for words." At the entrance of room 1603, Shang Nanji raised her hand to knock, but the door did not open. Instead, the door next to the elevator swung open. To her surprise, Qin Shuang had already moved in here, and the plot of the book had progressed significantly. With her hand resting on the doorknob, she smiled at them and greeted. "I heard the noise and thought someone was knocking at my door. Are you here to find Brother Yechuan?" Both Shang Zhenzhen and Shang Nanji remained silent, enveloping the atmosphere in an eerie stillness. Just then, with a click, the door to room 1603 swung open, and Shang Nanji pulled Shang Zhenzhen inside without hesitation. Qin Shuang hesitated for a moment, contemplating following them in. However, as she approached, she spotted Qin Yechuan standing at the entrance and abruptly halted, watching helplessly as the door closed behind them. Qin Yechuan's gaze was exceedingly indifferent, leaving her too intimidated to advance. Qin Shuang's nails dug painfully into her flesh as she cast a resentful glare at the now-closed door. Shang Nanji, disregarding the furrow in Qin Yechuan's brow, unceremoniously piled her belongings in the entryway. While retrieving a pair of slippers, she naturally laid eyes on a pair of striking Pikachu slippers. With a cold glare, Shang Nanji pulled out the Pikachu slippers, checked the size, and found it to be a size 36. Immediately, her laser-like gaze turned toward Shang Zhenzhen, who instinctively lowered her head, feeling as though she had been caught by her own brother. In truth, this was merely a charming misunderstanding. Shang Nanji huffed, tossing the slippers at Shang Zhenzhen, while she casually grabbed a pair of black slippers and began to explore the house. Her eyes scrutinized every corner, leaving no detail unexamined. as she sought any remnants of her younger sister's presence. Meanwhile, Qin Yechuan's brow remained furrowed as he urged them to leave. You've collected your things. You may go now. After confirming that there was nothing of significance belonging to Shang Zhenzhen, Shang Nanji calmly settled onto the sofa. Have our guests arrived? Yet there is not even a glass of water? Shang Zhenzhen responded, Brother, you are quite brave. Qin Yechuan rummaged through the refrigerator, tossing a bottle of mineral water to him. Shang Nanji caught it with steady hands and muttered, Drinking cold water in such chilly weather. No wonder you wear a perpetually frosty expression. Shang Zhenzhen's lips twitched. They were equally matched in their demeanor, both sporting icy faces. My mother's intentions have been conveyed, and Zhenzhen is cherished in our household. Regardless, I must thank you for your timely assistance. Shang Nanji had inquired how he had come to know, but Qin Yechuan merely stated that he happened to be passing by, taking a seat on the opposite side. Qin Yechuan continued to usher them out. You may take your leave. Shang Nanji had no intention of lingering, having delivered his belongings and words. But his gaze fell upon a paper resting on the coffee table. Oh, you completed this problem? Without hesitation, Shang Nanji seized a sheet from the pile of books, his expression turning serious as he scrutinized it. Qin Yechuan cast a glance and grunted in acknowledgement. They were classmates. And this paper was an assignment given prior to their research study, a daunting math competition problem that the mischievous old you had unearthed from some obscure corner. It was exceedingly difficult. Next semester, they would participate in a provincial math competition, and old you had vowed to provide their class with a challenging math paper each week, proclaiming that those who secured first place in the competition would be exempt from math homework the following semester. There are a total of 10 first prizes, igniting the fervor for mathematics among the students of Class 1 in their final year. However, old you's exam paper is notoriously challenging. Even he found himself cursing in frustration. After laboriously completing the paper, the final question appeared like a monstrous enigma, utterly incomprehensible. Now, having finally glimpsed the solution, he wonders about the derivation of this method. Despite having seen the approach, he still struggles to fully grasp it, as Qin Yechuan's explanation remains as succinct as ever. Yet, after a brief clarification from Qin Yechuan, Shang Nanji experienced a sudden epiphany. The two engaged in an animated discussion about the problem, while Shang Zhenzhen quietly sat on the sofa, contemplating her departure. Chapter 59, She is not a pawn in your game. Once Shang Nanji comprehended the problem, she could not help but acknowledge that Qin Yechuan's reservoir of knowledge surpassed her own. Have you truly mastered all university-level concepts? To which Shang Nanji replied, You are certainly not being modest. As the hour grew late, following their departure, Qin Yechuan prepared to tidy the clutter at the entrance when another knock echoed at the door. Initially believing it to be the return of the two siblings from the Shang family, he peered through the peephole, only to find Qin Shuang. It seemed she had waited for the perfect moment, anticipating their exit, and stubbornly continued to knock. Recalling the day Shang Zhenzhen was abducted, a shadow clouded Qin Yechuan's gaze. Due to the complexities surrounding the Qin family, particularly concerning his mother, he felt compelled to refrain from confronting Qin Shuang for the time being. Even after organizing the items, Qin Shuang persisted in her knocking. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling Qin Shuang, who quickly raised a smile and gazed at Qin Yechuan. Brother Yechuan, have you not had dinner yet? I brought some of your favorite dishes. May I come in? Qin Yechuan's eyes were deep and exuded an irresistible allure, nearly ensnaring Qin Shuang. Yet, the chilling aura hidden beneath that dark gaze sent shivers down her spine. If you knock again, I will call the police. We are not acquainted, Qin Yechuan replied coolly, his words colder than ever before. Qin Shuang felt a profound hurt. But you are my brother. I have no sister. My mother bore only me, he interrupted. Biting her lip, Qin Shuang implored. Why have you grown so distant? You used to tolerate me. Did someone speak ill of me? Are you referring to Shang Zhenzhen? Is she not the cause? Qin Yechuan's icy stare lingered on her for a moment. So, this is your justification for hiring someone to harm? The gravity of his words struck her like thunder, yet she feigned calm. Brother Yechuan, what are you saying? How could I ever do such a thing? Wasn't it said that a kidnapping gang was responsible? Qin Shuang, I know that there are ways to uncover the truth. There are no secrets that remain hidden in this world. Furthermore, she is not someone you can manipulate. With that, Qin Yechuan shot her one last frigid glance before slamming the door shut. System, how could Qin Yechuan possibly know? Qin Shuang, in a fit of exasperation, questioned the strategy system. It is said that he is the favored child of destiny, with the entire celestial order revolving around him. His knowledge is not surprising. Yet he undoubtedly lacks evidence. Had he possessed any, he would have presented it long ago. Qin Yechuan suddenly erupted into laughter, a disconcerting sound as nightfall approached. Her smile somewhat twisted and her laughter eerily unsettling. Is it not within her power to act? He is merely a character from a book. Yet he truly believes himself to be significant enough to contend with her. He must possess some skill for that. Host, my current energy is insufficient to exchange for that special item. Shall you undertake a few simple tasks first? The system suggested smoothly. Isn't there a senior who has been persistently pursuing me? Didn't you mention he could be of use? Indeed, he can. As long as the character's future prospects are bright. I can absorb energy from him. Moreover, the closer you become to him, the more energy will be garnered. Qin Yechuan furrowed her brows. But do not overexert yourself. The last one nearly met his demise due to your excesses. The system fell silent, though it held a sense of disdain internally. Reasoning that it was merely due to her poor choice of subjects, a slight increase in energy absorption was evidently too much for them. A determined smile graced Qin Yechuan's face as she dialed the number of the senior who had been pursuing her, preparing herself before stepping out. Since fate has granted her a second chance at life, she is resolute in believing she will become the protagonist of her own resurgence. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, winter silently approached. Shang Zhenzhen, particularly sensitive to the cold, adorned herself with a hat, scarf, and warm handbag, wrapping herself snugly, leaving only her petite face visible, which rendered her exceptionally endearing. Qingyu and Zhang Ye, upon seeing her, couldn't help but gently pat her head, only to be met with a fierce glare from Shang Zhenzhen, who admonished them, "No touching. It won't help me grow taller." Zhang Ye chuckled. "Not touching won't make you taller either. Your height is not insignificant. I wish to reach 170 centimeters. Shang Zhenzhen sighed. It's merely a dream. Accept reality. Look. Not only is she surrounded by the sharp-tongued Shang Nanji, but also a group of mischievous friends. It's infuriating. How do you plan to spend New Year's Eve in a few days? Zhang Ye inquired. I'll be home studying, Shang Zhenzhen replied softly. Qingyu's pile of test papers was increasing exponentially. She barely had time to watch the New Year's gala. I suppose I will be studying too, Qingyu added. Zhang Ye looked at them with incredulity. Who exactly is the senior? I, as a high school student, do not possess such ferocity as you two. Study, study, study. Missing one night of study won't be the end of you. But I haven't even entered the top 50 yet, Shang Zhenzhen lamented. The top 50 in this school must be lunatics. Despite my efforts, my best ranking was only 55. I wish to break into the top 50, so that completing tasks won't be such an obstacle. Do you think studying for a night will get you there? Shang Zhenzhen, wrapped in her scarf, shook her head after a moment of silence. It's too difficult. Why did I choose science? Is it too late for me to switch to the humanities? It's too late. Accept reality. A balance between work and rest is essential. So, shall we celebrate the new year together? Qingyu chuckled softly, with nothing much to occupy my time. I naturally found myself contemplating on practice questions. Do you have any ideas? Every year, I host a gathering to count down the seconds, but this year, I yearn for something simpler, a small affair with just our familiar circle at Yen House shop. The rooftop there is splendid. We could indulge in barbecue, engage in games, and even set off fireworks. Zhang Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly indicating her meticulous planning. Upon hearing about the rooftop, Shang Zhenzhen felt a sudden chill and timidly suggested, could we possibly stay indoors? Watching television and snacking together would be quite delightful as well. Zhang Ye rolled her eyes in response. Youth. What kind of decorum is it for a group of 17 or 18-year-olds to huddle together watching television? Reluctantly, Shang Zhenzhen acquiesced, clutching her hand warmer tightly. As the cold was biting, and it seemed snow was on the horizon, classes, practice questions, exams, such was the life of high school, where even a rare afternoon break spent gossiping or munching on snacks felt like a luxury. Finally, the last day of the year had arrived, December 31st. Chapter 60, Truth or Dare. On this final day, which fortuitously fell on a Friday, the students, rarely animated, resumed their lively spirits. Gift givers and those planning evening activities buzzed with excitement, filling the air with the joyous anticipation of the new year. Shang Zhenzhen had prepared 2 gifts, a berry-colored lipstick for Zhang Ye, perfectly suited to her unique queenly aura, and a gentle milky tea shade for Qingyu, befitting her angelic, rabbit-like charm. Regarding the female protagonist, Shang Zhenzhen can only lament that the plot has diverged increasingly from its original course. Qingyu harbors affections for Shang Nanji, displaying no interest in Qin Yechuan. However, the system insists that this world remains unaffected, advising her to take things as they come. If the system is perplexed, Shang Zhenzhen finds herself even more bewildered, resigned to adapt to the present and strive to accumulate fortune to safeguard her life. At noon, the three individuals commenced the exchange of gifts. Shang Zhenzhen eagerly unwrapped her present, revealing 5 years of examinations, 3 years of simulations. A twitch at the corner of her mouth ensued as she opened the second gift, which contained complete past exam papers, in 2 volumes of red and blue. Alas! The 2 conspirators burst into uncontrollable laughter. Zhang Ye patted her shoulder, exclaiming, "Study hard, Zhenzhen, and catch up." Shang Zhenzhen felt a mix of indignation and despair. This must surely be Zhang Ye's scheme. She has successfully led the innocent Qin Ye astray. As the school bell rang, the teacher cheerfully announced that the homework could be submitted next year, wishing everyone a happy new year. Joyous laughter filled the air as students began to gather their friends to celebrate the New Year's Eve. Shang Nanji drove, ferrying Shang Zhenzhen, Yin Qingyu, and Zhang Jinglong to Yinhao's shop. Upon arriving at the rooftop, they discovered Yinhao and Zhang Ye already bustling with activity. The rooftop was indeed a sight to behold, surrounded by a variety of flowers and plants, including blooming camellias and beautiful begonia. A circle of lights illuminated the area sufficiently to reveal the long table and several chairs, accompanied by a few electric heaters. Nearby stood a large outdoor umbrella, beneath which enchanting lights cast a warm glow over the tables and chairs. Shang Nanji and Zhang Jinglong stepped forward to assist in setting up the barbecue grill, while Shang Zhenzhen and Yin Qingyu busied themselves with preparing the food. To their surprise, Qin Yechuan also arrived. As Yin Qingyu uttered these words, she cast a meaningful glance at Shang Zhenzhen. Yinhao immediately chuckled, patting his chest. "Of course, this is all thanks to me. It's lively with so many people. I dragged Brother Qin over as soon as class ended." Shang Zhenzhen couldn't help but twitch her lips in response, truly grateful for his effort. With Qin Yechuan present, she feared the system might suddenly act up and issue a task. The system, known for its unpredictable whims, let out a huff and promptly began its work. Take a photo with Qin Yechuan to earn 60 luck points. If it's a solo shot, the reward is doubled. Indeed, the system was up to its usual antics. Shang Zhenzhen rolled her eyes at the system. That entity detested having its picture taken, yet consistently issued such tasks. After releasing the task, the system feigned ignorance, completely indifferent to its host's affectionate salutations. As nightfall gradually enveloped the surroundings, the lights shimmered brighter, and the tantalizing aroma of grilled food wafted through the air. The 7 of them raised their glasses of juice and fruit wine together, exclaiming, "Happy New Year!" The rooftop was somewhat chilly. Shang Zhenzhen sipped her fruit wine, attempting to warm herself. They had known each other for a considerable time and shared a close bond, creating a delightful atmosphere. Laughter, conversation, and the clinking of glasses filled their little realm. After satisfying their appetites and thirst, with some time left before the New Year countdown, Yinhao tidied up the table and brought out a deck of truth or dare cards. "No one is allowed to leave. There are already so few of us, and it would be less enjoyable if someone exits," Yinhao exclaimed, directing his words primarily towards Qin Yechuan. Fortunately, Qin Yechuan did not counter his suggestion, and since they were all acquaintances, no one voiced any objections. Thus, the game commenced. To clarify the rules and ensure that not everyone opted for truth, the game would alternate between truth and dare to enhance the excitement. Moreover, failure to complete the task on the card would result in a self-imposed penalty of 3 drinks. And since it was a punishment, it would undoubtedly involve real alcohol. Yinhao pointed to a box of fruit wine he had just brought, affirming the authenticity of his statement. Shang Nanji frowned and suggested, "Let us reduce it to 1 drink for the girls. We'll take 3 drinks." Yinhao nodded in agreement. "All right. Are there any other opinions?" After everyone shook their heads, the first round of the game began. 7 cards were dealt. The highest was the 7 of hearts, and the lowest was the ace of hearts. The player who drew the lowest card, the ace of hearts, became this round's fortunate one, while the highest card holder would select the task card. It did not take long for the lucky player to be determined, as Shang Zhenzhen stared silently at the ace of hearts in her hand. Indeed, it seemed that bad luck followed her. She had been kidnapped during her study trip and now found herself the first to suffer misfortune in a game. "I choose truth," she declared. The highest card, the 7 of hearts, belonged to Yinhao. He casually drew a card, revealing a mysterious smile as he spoke while displaying his card. "What type of partner do you prefer?" In that moment, many glanced at Qin Yechuan, some intentionally and others unconsciously. Truth indeed. If she were to speak honestly, she is not particularly fond of the type represented by Qin Yechuan. Although he is undoubtedly handsome, She finds herself disinterested. His unpredictable nature leaves her feeling incapable of managing such a person. Suddenly, the air around them seems to grow noticeably colder. She prefers someone who is both charming and gentle, with a delightful smile that instills a sense of security, ideally someone who can bring joy to her heart. Yin Hao awkwardly chuckles, realizing that aside from being good-looking, his sister-in-law's description hardly aligns with Qin Ge, which explains why Qin Ge has instantaneously transformed into a chilling presence. He can only cast a helpless glance at Shang Zhenzhen, urging her to proceed. Come on, let us move on to the next round. Unfortunately, this round also falls to Shang Zhenzhen. The highest score belongs to Yen Qingyu. However, following a round of truth, a dare must inevitably follow. Yen Qingyu cautiously selects a dare card, and, upon reading its contents, casts a look of helplessness toward Shang Zhenzhen. Sing a love song with a member of the opposite sex present. Shang Zhenzhen contemplates her options. Is it too late for her to withdraw? Chapter 61. All romance will blossom. Among the 4 available males, she quickly dismisses Shang Nanji and Yin Hao. Naturally, Qin Yechuan is not an option for a duet of love, leaving only the amiable Jing Shanlan as her best chance. When she tentatively inquires, Jing Shanlan readily agrees, saying, I cannot let my dear Zhenzhen drink alone. Allow me to assist you. His willingness stems purely from a gentlemanly disposition, and singing is a mere trifle for him. Yet, upon his agreement, he notices that the gazes of those around him have taken on a subtly peculiar quality. Jinglan, caught in a moment of realization, pondered, had he erred in some way? Yin Hao retrieved a portable speaker from below, and since Shang Zhenzhen was not particularly adept at singing, the two of them sifted through selections, ultimately choosing a song she was relatively familiar with, Warmth. The lyrics conveyed a delicate affection, reminiscent of a heavy blanket, sun-kissed and imbued with a familiar sense of security, sharing warm soup, 2 spoons in one bowl. The left atrium, a comforting fullness. Coupled with Jinglan's voice, which was evidently more practiced, the youthful timbre resonated with a magnetic clarity, harmoniously blending with Shang Zhenzhen's vocals. Yet, for some, the melody began to grate on the ears. Qin Yechuan, with downcast eyes, drained his cup of fruit wine in one swift motion, then gradually lifted his gaze towards the duet, his eyes swirling with unspoken emotions. Shang Zhenzhen, gradually loosening up, was enveloped in her scarf and hat. Her nose reddened from the cold, yet her face radiated a distinct joy, her eyes sparkling like stars. This brilliance was somewhat blinding, prompting Qin Yechuan to divert his gaze, feeling as though something within his chest was being torn asunder. It was only when the accompaniment faded, signaling the end of the song, that his tumultuous feelings began to settle. The game resumed. In the 3rd round, the lowest score did not belong to Shang Zhenzhen this time, but rather to Yin Hao, while the highest was claimed by Shang Nanji. A round of dares followed by a round of truths, and thus, this round was a truth. Shang Nanji casually drew a card, glanced at its contents, and revealed a half-smile. Please disclose the identity of your first love? A truth indeed. In that instant, 6 pairs of eyes silently turned towards Yin Hao. After a brief moment of silence, Yin Hao managed a wry smile, conceding, I admit defeat. I'll take my punishment. I never anticipated that I would be the first to face this consequence. Consuming 3 cups in quick succession, Yin Hao successfully bypassed this round of questioning. Zhanya, munching on snacks, curiously inquired, is there someone you like that you haven't mentioned? Perhaps we could assist you with some strategies. After knowing you for so many years, I can't believe I never noticed. Let me think. Could it have been the class beauty from our middle school? It seemed you were always seeking her out back then. Yin Hao quickly interjected, No, don't jump to conclusions. I've already accepted my punishment. Let us leave it at that. Internally, Yin Hao sighed in resignation. It was indeed the class beauty who had harbored feelings for him, and he, in turn, frequently visited Zhang Ye's class to catch a glimpse of her, which is why he was often pursued by the class beauty. Over time, he had heard whispers and rumors. Yet he remained unperturbed, believing that one with a clear conscience need not fear distorted shadows. Zhang Ye, however, was even more intrigued, having grown up alongside him. She had not noticed any signs of affection from Yin Hao towards anyone. Soon after, Yen Qingyu found herself in a predicament as well, after drawing a card. Zhang Ye cast a casual glance at Shang Nanji, cleared her throat, and read aloud. This round is a daring adventure. Invite a member of the opposite sex present to dance a minute-long waltz, with no choice but to drink. Yen Qingyu smiled helplessly as she lifted her glass, saying, Please spare me the dancing. I'll take a drink instead. Zhang Ye crossed her arms with a mischievous grin, taunting. With so many handsome gentlemen around, is there truly not one willing to dance with you? Yin Qingyu tightened her grip on the wine glass, subtly glancing at Shang Nanji. Just as she was about to refuse, Gu Jinglan interjected, "Shall I take the lead? As long as you don't tread on my toes, I can accept it." Noticing the lack of response from the others, he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. Shang Nanji sat quietly, seemingly detached from the unfolding events. Yet his hand resting on the table gradually curled inwards. Yin Qingyu offered Gu Jinglan a friendly smile, saying, "In that case, I fear I might tread on you so thoroughly that you won't be able to walk tomorrow. It seems I must drink this wine after all." With that, she decisively consumed the drink before Gu Jinglan could intervene. "Just a bit of playful banter," he remarked, but then he felt a chilling gaze directed at him. And when he turned to look, it appeared to be merely a figment of his imagination. Gu Jinglan pondered if he had erred once again. After several more rounds, it seemed the Ace of Hearts had a particular fondness for Shang Zhenzhen, and she found herself ensnared once more. Nervously, she turned her gaze to Qin Yechuan. He drew a card marked with a daring challenge, his indifferent eyes betraying no emotion. With a delicate flick of his fingers, he revealed the card, proposed to a member of the opposite sex present, kneeling, for 2 minutes. Shang Nanji immediately shot a warning glance at Shang Zhenzhen, his eyes conveying a clear message. If you dare to kneel and confess to Qin Yechuan, you are doomed. Faced with such a mortifying challenge, without needing Shang Nanji's threat, Shang Zhenzhen would have chosen to drink instead. The icy liquid slid down her throat, and though she frowned, she managed to finish the drink. The game continued unabated. They played until the late hours of the night, with everyone largely subjected to the punishment of drinking, save for Qin Yechuan, who had only been selected once. And that for a rather trivial question. The most unfortunate were Shang Zhenzhen and Yin Hao, who, by the end, were quite tipsy. Shang Zhenzhen, her cheeks flushed from the alcohol, appeared even more endearing, her eyes hazy as she sat in her chair beside a warm stove. Suddenly, a flurry of white descended upon her nose, a chilling sensation prompting her to look up. It was snowing. Those tinkering with fireworks also glanced upward, and indeed, delicate white flakes drifted from the sky. This was the first snowfall of the year. How exquisite. Yin Qingyu reached out to catch a snowflake, which quickly melted away. Cool yet delightful. The first snow signifies the onset of winter, and it is said that on this day, all romance takes root. Abruptly, Shang Zhenzhen rose from her seat, striving to regain her clarity, and exclaimed, "Shall we take a photo to commemorate the first snowfall this year?" "Take a photo? Of course. Just a moment while I set things up." Yin Hao, having indulged a bit too much, was the first to agree. He busily rearranged the nearby begonia and camellias, and then, seemingly from nowhere, produced a phone stand, adjusting the angle before drunkenly beckoning the other 6. "Hurry, get into position." "Yes, stand behind those flowers, Zhu Qinglan." "Are you ready to light the fireworks?" Zhu Qinglan responded with an enthusiastic thumbs up. As the ground fireworks ignited, they burst forth like pearls springing up and then cascading down, shimmering brightly, resembling resplendent gems in their beauty. Yin Hao activated the delayed shutter and promptly ventured among the crowd. Perhaps influenced by the alcohol, he seized the reluctant Qin Yechuan for a photograph, capturing the moment in time. The fireworks danced in the background, while Shang Zhenzhen pulled Yin Qingyu and Zhang Ye to stand in the center, their laughter illuminating their faces. To the left, Yin Hao forcibly included Qin Yechuan in the frame, the boy's indifferent gaze softened by the brilliance of the fireworks. To the right, Shang Nanji and Zhu Jinglan struck a charming pose, adding to the scene. Snowflakes gently descended upon the heads and garments of the group, and against the tranquil night sky. The first photograph of the season's initial snowfall was immortalized that evening. The snow fell abundantly, and in half an hour, the new year would arrive. Noticing that Shang Zhenzhen seemed cold and her thermos of hot water had been depleted, Shang Nanji took it upon herself to fetch some more, with Yin Qingyu and Zhang Ye accompanying her under the pretense of needing the restroom. Yin Hao, alongside Zhu Jinglan, descended to retrieve some snacks. The rooftop terrace soon grew quiet, and when Shang Zhenzhen became aware, only she and Qin Yechuan remained. Leaning against the railing, Qin Yechuan appeared lost in thought, dressed lightly yet seemingly unfazed by the chill. This presented a splendid opportunity, Shang Zhenzhen mused hazily, with everyone absent. Capturing a photo of the two of them would make her day. Resolving to seize the moment, she stood up and swayed slightly as she walked towards Qin Yechuan. Qin Yechuan leaned against the railing, enjoying the breeze, when he heard a commotion and turned his gaze lazily, only to see a girl with hazy eyes approaching him. Her fair cheeks were slightly flushed from intoxication, yet her lips bore a pallid hue, likely due to the chill in the air. Shang Zhenzhen was undeniably beautiful. Yet she seemed particularly sensitive to the cold, wrapping herself snugly in layers, which rendered her appearance endearing and elicited a sense of pity. Pity? Qin Yechuan was taken aback by the use of such a descriptor, lingering in thought for a few moments until he realized the girl had staggered right in front of him. However, unsteady on her feet, she stumbled and fell into his embrace. The scent of her breath, mingled with the faint aroma of alcohol, enveloped him as he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, only to be startled by the warmth radiating from her body. Shang Zhenzhen, still mindful of her mission, fought to maintain clarity in her thoughts. Feeling a surge of support beneath her, she lifted her gaze to meet his, presenting him with a charming smile. "Qin, handsome, shall we take a photo together?" Her smile was obedient and endearing. Perhaps the warmth of the embrace made her feel cozy as she instinctively nestled closer. Qin Yechuan tightened his hold slightly. His lowered gaze fixated on her delicate features, the darkness in his eyes slowly unfurling. In a husky voice, he inquired, "Shang Zhenzhen, why do you wish to take a photo with me?" Why? Surely, it was to fulfill her task. Suddenly, even in her inebriated state, Shang Zhenzhen could sense that the person holding her seemed to be upset, as she felt a chill wash over her. Instinctively, she nestled closer into his embrace. "If the task were not assigned to me, would you embrace others in the same manner, sweetly pleading for a photograph?" Qin Yechuan's voice was laced with an anger he himself had yet to recognize. To what extremes would she go to fulfill those tasks? If on some day, that so-called task were to be transferred to another, would she then smile charmingly at other men, offering her affection so freely? The thought stirred something deep within Qin Yechuan, an emotion slowly fermenting, and he found himself unable to quell it. Would she act thus if he were not the one? Shang Zhenzhen tilted her head in contemplation for a long while before responding, "No, I would not." In her drunken state, what she meant to convey was that the task could not possibly exclude him. He was the favored child of destiny here, and she needed to align herself with that fortune. Consequently, the object of her task must undoubtedly be him. However, Qin Yechuan interpreted her words to mean that she would not behave in such a manner with others, suggesting that he held a special place in her heart. Fearing the turmoil of his own thoughts, he refrained from using his mind-reading abilities, concerned that this inebriated individual before him might drive him to madness. Regardless, he was resolute in not letting Shang Zhenzhen slip away from him. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Yechuan was lost in his own musings. While she noted that he seemed to have ceased opposing her request for a photograph, without hesitation, she pulled out her phone, the haze of intoxication making it a struggle to open the camera, and she promptly raised the device. However, her lack of strength nearly caused the phone to tumble to the ground, only for Qin Yechuan to swiftly catch her hand, ensuring the phone remained steady. Shang Zhenzhen's hands were delicate and soft, akin to a layer of fine cream, possessing a tenderness that seemed almost ethereal. Although this was not their first encounter, he found himself momentarily entranced. This form of contact felt more intimate than an embrace through layers of fabric. However, Shang Zhenzhen remained blissfully unaware of such nuances. Instead, beaming at the screen and promptly pressing the shutter button, with a sense of satisfaction, she tucked her phone away, having successfully completed her task. What if Shang Nanji caught sight of it later? She had yet to secure a position in the top 50, and his wrath would undoubtedly be unleashed. Even inebriated, Shang Zhenzhen remained under Shang Nanji's dominion. Qin Yechuan showed no signs of releasing her. He merely leaned slightly closer, whispering softly in her ear, "What is it, Miss Shang? Do you intend to use it and then discard it?" Shang Zhenzhen, puzzled, inquired, "What do you plan to do?" Qin Yechuan's gaze darkened, as one hand glided gently across her cheek, eventually resting upon her lips. "I possess a method to warm your body swiftly." Chapter 63. The light that will accept him. I possess a method to warm your body swiftly. By this moment, Qin Yechuan's eyes had been entirely engulfed in darkness, a deep and rich black, as he softly coaxed the person in his embrace. What method? Shang Zhenzhen tilted her head in confusion, her vision blurring, rendering him indistinct. Qin Yechuan tenderly caressed the corners of her lips, noting how their pallor contrasted with the rosy hue of her intoxicated cheeks. He yearned to leave a mark upon them. "Shang Zhenzhen, regardless of the burdens you carry, you have gradually drawn closer to me. It was you who first stirred my interest." Before reuniting with his mother, he had never contemplated allowing someone into his life. A person entrenched in darkness fears the light, apprehensive that their shadowy side will be unveiled, leading to unbearable repercussions. During that fateful rescue, he was overwhelmed with anxiety, nearly losing control and inflicting fatal harm on that individual. It was only after regaining his composure that fear began to seep in, fear of witnessing the terror in her eyes. Yet, she did not exhibit such fear. In that instant, it felt as though a soul cloaked in darkness had discovered a ray of light willing to embrace him. He was acutely aware of his heart racing violently. Snowflakes continued to descend gently, one by one, upon the two figures entwined in embrace. Qin Yechuan gazed at the faint hue of her lips, unable to restrain himself. Lowering his head slightly, as his lips were about to brush against her softness, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching from afar. Having spoken, Shang Zhenzhen keenly noticed snowflakes resting on Shang Zhenzhen's hat. However, she had been seated beneath the sunshade outside. How could she have gotten snow on her? Did the wind carry it? Shang Zhenzhen raised his hand to brush the snowflakes away. Rubbing her eyes, Shang Zhenzhen lifted her head, recognizing Shang Zhenzhen standing before her, and smiled mischievously. I have 3 brothers. This one, that one, and heiress another. Shang Zhenzhen shook her head. The countdown is about to begin. I want to stay here. Jinan poured her a cup of warm water, allowing her to drink and warm herself. Then she spotted Qin Yechuan standing at a distance and called out, "Would you like a cup of hot water?" Qin Yechuan gently shook his head, gazing at the girl as she sipped her drink, reminiscing about the warmth he had just held in his embrace. At this moment, he did not feel cold at all. Suddenly, Yan Hao shouted, "The countdown is approaching. Where are the fireworks? Bring out the grand fireworks quickly." He hurriedly rushed over, preparing to launch the magnificent fireworks into the sky. Zhang, both complaining and assisting, scolded, "I told you to come up earlier, but you wouldn't listen. We only have 2 minutes until the new year. Move faster." The group quickly arranged the fireworks and aligned 7 chairs in a row. The countdown had already begun. Yan Hao, are you ready to set off the fireworks? Zhang's phone was blaring the countdown. Prepare yourselves. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. The cheers of the group were instantly drowned out by the sound of the fireworks. Each of the 4 boys ignited a firework. And at the moment the new year arrived, the rooftop sky erupted into a spectacular display of light. I will surely be accepted into the physics program at the university. Yan Hao suddenly shouted into the night sky. I too will definitely be admitted to the finance program. Zhang joined in, raising her voice. Zhu Jinglan formed her hands into a trumpet shape, wishing aloud, may I get every question right. Aside from the 2 aloof school heartthrobs, the group remained on the rooftop, marveling at the myriad of lights below and exuberantly shouting with joy. As she gazed upward, the sky was ablaze with fireworks, while distant stars twinkled brilliantly. Lowering her gaze, she saw her comrades standing shoulder to shoulder, their faces radiant as they welcomed the season's first gentle snowfall. When Shang Zhenzhen awoke, she found herself in her room. After a restful night, she felt invigorated. While brushing her teeth, she scrolled through her social media feed, admiring the vibrant New Year's celebrations of her friends, diligently liking each post. Upon reaching Yan Hao's post, she saved the group photo of 7 and prepared to share her first post of the new year. However, when she opened her photo gallery, a sudden jolt coursed through her, her eyes widening in surprise as her finger trembled, clicking on the second image. It was an unexpected photograph. In the image, she beamed with a smile that lit up her face, revealing a perfect set of pearly whites, exuding sweetness. Behind her stood a young man, towering over her by a significant margin, gazing at the screen with an air of calm. A beauty mark at the corner of his eye accentuated his already striking features. System, congratulations, host, on completing the task. Your rewards have doubled, granting you 120 fortune points. The system announced, broadcasting the results. Fragments of forgotten memories surged forth, yet she could only vaguely recall, with a hint of embarrassment, that she had bravely approached Qin Yechuan for a photo while intoxicated. Did I really do that? Indeed, without a doubt, the system confirmed. Did I also embrace him? Yes, indeed. The host and the Son of Fortune shared an embrace lasting approximately 7 minutes, thus earning an additional 300 fortune points. A look of despair etched across Shang Zhenzhen's face. The 2 words, "It's over," clearly visible. After the system finished speaking, it felt a twinge of regret. It was so close, just a hair's breadth away from the fated child of destiny, kissing its host. Such a pity. A mere kiss could have easily transmitted several hundred fortune points. It would have been a tremendous gain. This is a legitimate fortune system, essentially designed to assist the child of fate or establish a friendly rapport, thus allowing it to benefit from the fortune. However, it must not be a deliberate act. Human emotions are truly a wondrous phenomenon. The more amicable relationships the child of fate cultivates in the world, the stronger their own fortune will become. This is a mutually beneficial endeavor. Yet, it was unexpected that the child of fate would develop feelings first. This is uncertain, a double-edged sword. On one hand, it may facilitate the completion of tasks, but the system side, unsure of how things would ultimately unfold. It cannot forcibly manipulate human emotions. It must proceed cautiously, taking one step at a time. Shang Zhenzhen remained oblivious to her system's profound turmoil, her mind consumed with the recurring phrase, "Drinking disrupts affairs." She longed to escape the confines of this narrative. Chapter 64. The Little Pink Scarf. Due to an embarrassing incident on New Year's Eve, Shang Zhenzhen had been quite subdued lately. Fortunately, Qin Yechuan had not sought her out for trouble, and her WeChat remained eerily quiet, which brought her some relief. Perhaps the male protagonist dismissed her drunken antics, and for that, she was grateful. This winter was exceptionally frigid. A recent snowfall made outdoor physical education classes a torturous ordeal for Shang Zhenzhen. She was not particularly adept at sports, and with the biting cold and layers of clothing, the news that they would be running 800 meters today was met with outright resistance. Qingyu exhibited a gentle demeanor akin to that of a caregiver as she half-guided, half-pulled Shang Zhenzhen into her sports attire before leading her to the playground. The ginkgo trees lining the sides of the field stood bare, their branches stripped of leaves, and a chill of winter's desolation enveloped the scene. Shang Zhenzhen wrapped her down jacket tightly around herself, wishing she could swathe her entire head in her scarf, adorned with both a hat and a scarf. She presented a unique sight on the playground. Suddenly, her hat was yanked away, leaving her feeling a sudden chill on her scalp. She shot an angry glare in the direction of the perpetrator, only to find Shang Nanji casually holding her fluffy pink hat with one hand. Mother had indulged her with numerous delightful items, all in soft pastel shades. In her mother's eyes, she was the cherished little princess of the Shang family. As Shang Zhenzhen stared at Shang Nanji, her anger dissipated somewhat, for the cold made her frown as she called out, "Brother." Shang Nanji gave her a cool glance and remarked, "I told you to exercise regularly. Now look at you, shivering even though it's not yet freezing." Shang Zhenzhen scrunched her rosy little nose in protest, "But I really am cold. Give me your scarf and go warm up. Otherwise, you'll find running even more unbearable later," Shang Nanji insisted, reaching out for her to relinquish the scarf. Having already lost her hat, Shang Zhenzhen vehemently refused, quickly retreating behind Qingyu. "I'll take it off while running. I'm too cold right now. Why do you keep watching me? Just go to your class." Understanding her aversion to the cold, Shang Nanji ultimately refrained from forcing her to remove it, and instead carried her little pink hat to join his class's lineup. He occasionally glanced back at Shang Zhenzhen, only to see her squatting on the ground, curled up like a ball, half of her face obscured by her scarf, utterly neglecting her warm-up exercises. Shang Nanji's brow slightly furrowed. After Qingyu completed her warm-up exercises, she attempted to pull Shang Zhenzhen for another round. But Shang Zhenzhen vehemently shook her head. If she expended her energy now, how could she manage the upcoming run? Qingyu was at a loss. The first class of the senior year was engaged in timed laps, while Shang Zhenzhen huddled in a corner, observing Shang, Nanji, and Qin Yechuan, clad in long-sleeved athletic attire, sprinting with remarkable speed. She felt an urge to scold them for their audacity. Not only were they scantily dressed, but they also ran with astonishing swiftness. It was evident that they were not merely running the boys' 1,000 meters, but rather sprinting the entire distance. Despite the biting cold, the fervor of the onlookers remained undeterred, their enthusiastic cheers nearly overturning the winter's stillness in the campus. Stealing a glance at Qingyu, Shang Zhenzhen noted that Qingyu's gaze was fixed on the two most dazzling figures in motion. Surely, she was not admiring Qin Yechuan, but rather focusing on Shang Nanji. Shang Zhenzhen rested her chin on her hand in contemplation. In truth, it would be quite delightful if Qingyu were to become her sister-in-law. However, she pondered whether such a shift would bear any implications. If there were to be any blame, it should be directed at Shang Nanji. If only she had been less attractive, such matters might have been avoided. Were Shang Nanji aware of Shang Zhenzhen's thoughts, her internal monologue would surely be, "I truly appreciate your sentiments." As Shang Zhenzhen indulged in her daydreams, it was already their turn to be called for the run. In that moment, even before the race had commenced, Shang Zhenzhen felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her legs already growing weak. Once she secured the timer to her wrist, she reluctantly positioned herself at the starting line. Concerned, Qingyu approached her side. "Zhenzhen, let me run alongside you. This way, if you struggle, I can assist you for a while." Shang Zhenzhen shook her head in refusal, saying, "This is meant to record the usual quality points. If you deliberately accompany me in running, I will be quite upset. After all, This isn't my first time running 800 meters. Just wait for me at the finish line. I assure you, I won't be able to walk afterwards." Fearing that Yin Qingyu might genuinely accompany her, Shang Zhenzhen hastily declined. She nodded at her and made an okay gesture, yet she showed no intention of removing her scarf until a tall shadow suddenly appeared beside her. Sensing the fervor of the girl beside her, Shang Zhenzhen quickly deduced the identity of her visitor and promptly took off her scarf. The cold air gradually enveloped her skin as she bore the chill and handed the scarf to the person beside her. "Brother, it's not that I don't want to take it off, it's just—" Her words abruptly faltered. To her astonishment, the figure that had materialized next to her was not Shang Nanji, but Qin Yechuan. Qin Yechuan calmly accepted the small pink scarf from her hand, and an unexpected sense of guilt washed over Shang Zhenzhen. When Qin had enjoyed purchasing such items for her, and she held no aversion to the soft pink hue, thus she had never felt it inappropriate to use it. How infuriating! "What are you doing? Give it back!" As she felt the eyes of many upon them, whispering and observing, Shang Zhenzhen felt particularly embarrassed. The cold, aloof youth, clad in a pure black autumn-winter sports outfit, with his neat, refreshing short hair paired with his captivating dark eyes, stood there like an elegant ink painting. Yet, here he was, holding a small pink scarf. If it were Shang Nanji holding it, she wouldn't feel embarrassed. After all, he was her brother. But Qin Yechuan was different. He was the male lead. He ought to maintain his image. "Shang Zhenzhen and Zhang Ye were summoned by the teacher, which is why they entrusted me to retrieve your scarf," Qin Yechuan explained. Only then did Shang Zhenzhen survey the surroundings, confirming that Shang Nanji and the others were indeed absent from the playground. She recalled the moment she had intended to share her little pink umbrella with him, only to be met with Qin Yechuan's cold indifference, as though to say, "Do not approach me." Shang Zhenzhen coldly shook her head in refusal, adding provocatively, "I am not the only one wearing a down jacket in such frigid weather. I have no intention of removing it. If you have the audacity, do it yourself, and I shall certainly cry out that Qin the Handsome is assaulting me." Chapter 65. Lord Qin accompanies for an 800-meter run positions. Ready, go. Shang Zhenzhen's face flushed crimson as she yearned to complete the run promptly and find a hole to hide in. She had deliberately uttered those words, fully aware that Qin Yechuan would not act upon them, which is precisely why she dared to provoke him. However, she never anticipated that Qin Yechuan would indeed take action. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly stripped her of her jacket. Amidst the astonished gasps of onlookers, she found herself utterly disoriented by the wind. Who was she? Where was she? Was the Qin Yechuan before her possessed by someone else? Qin Yechuan stood there, unfazed, with a delicate pink scarf and a white jacket in hand, calmly explaining, "I am merely fulfilling Shang Nanji's request." Shang Zhenzhen nearly sprang into action at the sound of the starting whistle, her first sprint marked by astonishing speed. As she dashed ahead, fearful of being overtaken from behind. However, the pleasant moment was short-lived. After running a lap, Shang Zhenzhen began to falter. Long-distance running demands a steady pace, allowing one to conserve energy for a final sprint, but she lacked endurance and had surged ahead for the majority of the race. Gradually, her speed diminished. Because Shang Zhenzhen had initially run swiftly, Yin Qingyu maintained a steady pace behind her. Upon noticing her friend's evident slowdown, she quickly encouraged her, "Zhenzhen, keep going. There's just one lap left." Shang Zhenzhen observed that others had already surpassed them and smiled at Yin Qingyu, saying, "I will do my best. Qingyu, you should hurry ahead. I will reach the finish line shortly." Yin Qingyu, feeling uneasy, was compelled to dash toward the finish line, her friend's stubborn gaze leaving her little choice. Shang Zhenzhen forced herself to run a bit longer, but her stamina was clearly waning. One by one, competitors overtook her, and she lacked the energy to pursue them. Her breathing became increasingly labored, and a dull ache began to throb in her abdomen. Frowning, she gritted her teeth and pushed on for a little while longer, but the pain in her stomach intensified, pulsing uncomfortably. "Zhenzhen, are you feeling unwell?" A sudden voice broke through her thoughts. Turning her head, she was surprised to see Sun Yinyu, someone she had almost forgotten due to their long absence from her sight. Had Sun Yinyu changed for the better? Was she genuinely expressing concern for her well-being? Noticing Shang Zhenzhen's silence, Sun Yinyu continued with a smile, "If you're not feeling well, just slow down. It's merely a matter of points. If it's too much, it's no big deal." Shang Zhenzhen could not decipher Sun Yinyu's intentions and could only respond coolly with a non-committal Indeed. When did Master Qin and your brother's relationship become so amicable that he entrusted Master Qin to retrieve something for you? Upon hearing this, Shang Zhenzhen finally comprehended why Sun Yinyu sought her out for a conversation. She understood that such concern was never without motive. However, she was currently suffering from abdominal pain and was disinclined to engage. You ought to inquire with the two of them. Sun Yinyu, taken aback by Shang Zhenzhen's retort, chose to refrain from further discussion and darted past her towards the finish line. Were it not for her desire to gather more information to relay to Qin Yechuan, she would not have deliberately slowed her pace. Her initial interaction with Qin Yechuan was, of course, aimed at drawing closer to Master Qin, thereby transforming herself into a wealthy matron. Yet, upon realizing Qin Yechuan's intentions, she promptly abandoned such aspirations. Who would wish to vie for a man with a transformed individual? Sun Yinyu was filled with regret. One misstep led to another. She should have firmly grasped Shang Zhenzhen's hand from the outset, but it was too late for remorse now. Regarding the Du Yi incident, she had also devised strategies, and the memory still sent shivers down her spine. Despite Qin Yechuan's considerable efforts, she had yet to extricate the individual. Thus, during the recent academic excursion, when she administered the medication provided by Qin Yechuan into Shang Zhenzhen's meal, she was consumed by unease. Presently, she was in the same boat as Qin Yechuan, compelled to partake in certain actions. Fortunately, they had navigated through the ordeal unscathed, without being discovered for their machinations. As those around her surged ahead, Shang Zhenzhen gradually transitioned to walking. She glanced at the finish line, noting that only half a lap remained. Not feeling well? Qin Yechuan had approached her at some point, matching her stride. Shang Zhenzhen nodded slightly. She decided not to run anymore and headed towards the school infirmary. Qin Yechuan observed her pale complexion. She, who was usually so sensitive to the cold, now had beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, clearly indicating her discomfort. Shang Zhenzhen immediately shook her head. I ran the first lap too quickly. That's why I feel this way. I certainly don't want to endure another 800 meters. It's simply too torturous. Qin Yechuan pressed his lips together, his attractive thin lips forming a straight line, his jawline taut. He refrained from persuading her further and quietly walked beside her. His tall stature and long legs made it seem as though he was merely strolling leisurely beside her, while she felt as if she were racing for her very life. Shang Zhenzhen scolded herself for a brief moment before starting to run again. At that moment, Yan Qingyu also approached. Upon seeing Qin Yechuan standing to her right, she silently moved to her left. Just a little more. Zhenzhen, keep pushing. Qingyu, what are you doing here? I've already finished, Shang Zhenzhen replied. Yan Qingyu had completed her run first. After merely sipping some water, she approached as if nothing had happened. Shang Zhenzhen felt a wave of despair wash over her. Here were two individuals who had finished the long run and secured first place, flanking her as they continued to run. She sensed the overwhelming malice of the world. Failing at exams was one thing, but struggling in running as well? Why must she, this insignificant being, endure such trials? Was it merely to highlight the brilliance of the protagonists? Transforming her frustration into determination, Shang Zhenzhen suddenly gathered her strength, disregarding her physical discomfort, gritted her teeth, and sprinted towards the finish line. As she crossed the finish line, darkness enveloped her vision, and she felt herself on the verge of collapsing to the ground. No. Stay steady. I must not fall. Yet, no matter how resolute her willpower, it could not withstand the discomfort of her body, and ultimately, her weakened legs succumbed as she descended to kiss the earth. History often exhibits a remarkable resemblance. What might this campus forum write about this time? Astonishing. Lord Qin accompanies an 800-meter run, and the young lady from the Shang family, in her excitement, inadvertently strikes her head against the ground. Shang Zhenzhen had already anticipated the outcome. However, unexpectedly, she found herself in a cool yet somewhat familiar embrace. Her mind went blank for several seconds. And just before losing consciousness, she was acutely aware of who was holding her. Qin Yechuan, recognizing Shang Zhenzhen's discomfort, had been jogging alongside her. Seeing that she was on the verge of fainting, he swiftly gathered her into his arms. Ignoring the chorus of astonished gasps surrounding them, he handed Shang Zhenzhen's clothing and scarf to Yan Qingyu beside him, then adeptly lifted her horizontally, striding toward the infirmary. Yan Qingyu, momentarily stunned by the sudden task, soon revealed a grin of delight, happily following along. Chapter 66. Are you avoiding me? Upon awakening, Shang Zhenzhen discovered herself once again lying on the infirmary bed. She seemed to have a peculiar affinity for this place. Seated in the infirmary was a female doctor clad in a white coat. Shang Zhenzhen was uncertain if this was the same one as before. Noticing her awakening, the doctor offered her a mysterious smile. Ah, the young lady is awake? Fortunately, it appears the matter is not serious. The handsome gentleman who brought you in must be your boyfriend. He seemed quite anxious while carrying you. Startled, Shang Zhenzhen bolted upright. Has time reversed? Or has she entered another story? Do not be afraid. There is nothing serious. Remember to engage in more physical activities in your daily life, and ensure you perform adequate warm-up exercises before running. This is merely a manifestation of your lack of exercise. The school nurse gently concluded her words as the door to the infirmary swung open. Yin Qingyu cautiously peered in. Upon seeing her awake, she stepped inside, followed closely by Shang Nanji and Zhang Ye. The presence of the three quickly made the infirmary feel exceedingly cramped. Shang Zhenzhen, covering her face, spoke from behind her palms. Her voice muffled. I am fine now. I merely fainted after running 800 meters. Please do not look at me. It is too embarrassing. As soon as she finished speaking, laughter erupted. Shang Nanji scoffed. Oh, my dear sister has learned to feel shy. When I advised you to warm up, where were you? Zhang Yu continued to chuckle. You were quite amusing. You have only run the 800 meters twice this semester, and both times you ended up in the infirmary. Shang Zhenzhen was left speechless. Although she was reluctant to admit it, the reality was undeniable. The infirmary returned to its tranquil state, and the school nurse gently reminded her a few more times before Shang Zhenzhen had drifted back to sleep. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, until a peculiar sensation of being observed stirred her awake. This feeling was palpable, compelling her to rouse from her drowsiness. As her blurred vision cleared, she opened her eyes to find Qin Yechuan seated in the chair beside her, silently watching her. In an instant, she was fully awake and sat up quickly, only to realize that the school nurse, who should have been present, was nowhere to be seen. Am I dreaming? Shang Zhenzhen murmured softly, gently pinching her thigh. A sharp pang of pain surged through her, affirming that this was not a dream. When her gaze met Qin Yechuan's, her thoughts blurted out. Is it my brother who sent you? To be honest, ever since New Year's Eve, Shang Zhenzhen had scarcely encountered Qin Yechuan, or rather, she had deliberately avoided him. Just moments ago on the playground, surrounded by classmates, her mind was solely focused on running, leaving no room for distractions. But the circumstances had changed. In the confined space of the school infirmary, faintly infused with the scent of disinfectant, only the two of them remained, uncomfortably close, and she could almost detect a hint of a familiar mint fragrance. She nearly forgot to express her gratitude to the dashing Qin for his efforts in bringing her to the infirmary. Attempting to shatter the strange atmosphere, she initiated conversation once more. Qin Yechuan regarded her with a calm demeanor, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Shang Zhenzhen, are you avoiding me? His voice was deep and husky, laced with an unsettling chill that reverberated in the quiet infirmary, carrying an unspoken allure. Shang Zhenzhen's heart fluttered slightly. How was she to respond to such a question? Qin Yechuan interrupted her insincere words, cornering her once again. You are lying. Instantly rendered speechless, she found herself at a loss for words. She gazed out the window at the winter sky, a hazy expanse that mirrored her current emotional turmoil. It is my fault. I should not have acted inebriated, yet I was unaware that I would behave in such a manner. As for the photographs, I can delete them immediately. Dear Qin Dashuai, I sincerely apologize for my indiscretion that night. Ultimately, Shang Zhenzhen voiced her thoughts, and in that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief. If all else fails, is it not simply a matter of spending a little money? After all, she had long categorized Qin Yechuan as a lavish spender, and at worst, it would merely cost him a bit of pocket money. Qin Yechuan, perceiving her innermost thoughts, fell silent for a few moments. Is that all? Did something else transpire that evening? Upon hearing such a question, Shang Zhenzhen belatedly realized and began to ponder deeply. Could it be that she had engaged in some indiscreet behavior while intoxicated? If so, why had no one mentioned it to her? The memories of that night remained painfully vague. All she could faintly recall was insisting on a photograph with Qin Yechuan, while the rest eluded her completely. System. The system feigned ignorance. I was asleep at that time. Do you require sleep, dear system? Having lingered beside the host for too long, the system, influenced by her, began to concoct a fabricated tale. Host, you were intoxicated and lacked clarity of mind. I was in your consciousness, thus I knew nothing. That does seem somewhat plausible. Shang Zhenzhen continued to contemplate, while Qin Yechuan was left unsure whether to feel relieved or disheartened. He observed the color of Shang Zhenzhen's lips. Despite being in a warm room, they appeared rather pale. A delicate pink, tinged with a hint of allure, tempted him to wish for their hue to deepen to a rich crimson. Hey, you seem lost in thought. Shang Zhenzhen raised her delicate hand and waved it before him, her fair fingers dancing in the air, while he restrained himself from reaching out to touch them. Qin dashing. Did something happen that night? She inquired once more. Eventually, Qin Yechuan shook his head and uttered a single word, photo. Indeed, it was a matter of a photograph. It was common knowledge that Qin Yechuan had an aversion to being photographed. Without hesitation, Shang Zhenzhen pulled out her phone, preparing to delete the photo right before his eyes. Swift and decisive, she thought to herself, let me handle this. Qin Yechuan spoke again, prompting her to halt her actions. With great courtesy, she handed her phone to him. The photo is right here. Once you delete it, it will be permanently removed from the cloud. Qin Yechuan took the phone and fiddled with it for a moment. As she remained seated on the hospital bed, unable to discern his actions, he suddenly turned the screen toward her. Is this the photo? Upon seeing the image on the screen, Shang Zhenzhen's face flushed crimson. What on earth? The photograph displayed was undeniably enchanting. Sunlight cascaded perfectly upon the two of them. The young man's expression cool and detached as he grasped the girl's wrist, while she appeared utterly flustered, gazing at him in alarm. This was a candid shot inadvertently taken by Yin Qingyu, who had thoughtfully sent it to her with the advice to cherish it. In Yin Qingyu's eyes, Shang Zhenzhen harbored feelings for Qin Yechuan, thus it was only natural to keep the picture safe. At the time, she had not elaborated further and had merely saved the image, believing the matter to be settled. Little did she expect to be caught in the act now. Why hadn't she deleted it? At this very moment, Shang Zhenzhen was on her hospital bed, playfully crafting a Barbie castle with her toes. In a fit of indignation, she glared at him and exclaimed, "What are you doing rummaging through my photos? This is a violation of my privacy." How infuriating. With an exaggerated roll of her eyes, she thought to herself that such a clumsy excuse was utterly unbelievable. Return my phone. Qin Yechuan ignored her, merely glancing at the photo on her phone. So, you've been secretly taking quite a few pictures without my knowledge? Stop right there. Your words make me sound like a lecherous voyeur. That was an accidental capture. If you're going to delete it, do it quickly and give me back my phone. Shang Zhenzhen huffed, momentarily forgetting her earlier embarrassment. Qin Yechuan continued to fiddle with her phone for a bit longer before looking at her with a contemplative gaze. Miss Shang, shouldn't we settle my appearance fee? Shang Zhenzhen exclaimed, the gluttonous beast has awakened. Are you expecting me to treat you to a meal? Qin Yechuan remained silent. What if I pick out a gift and you cover the cost? Just make sure it's not too extravagant. I fear my allowance won't suffice. Once again, he did not respond, and Shang Zhenzhen felt a shiver run down her spine, realizing he was still unsatisfied. Then tell me, how do you propose we settle this? Resigned. She decided to hear him out. Qin Yechuan instinctively glanced at her soft pink lips and, in a calm voice, suggested, how about you cook me a meal this weekend? A large question mark appeared in Shang Zhenzhen's mind, and she briefly wondered if she had misheard him. Had the male lead lost his senses? Shang Zhenzhen gazed at Qin Yechuan with a look that suggested he was somewhat unhinged. What did you just say? Let's have a meal this weekend, Qin Yechuan replied. His words were remarkably succinct, devoid of any ambiguity that a reasonable person could misunderstand. Isn't dining out a better option? Shang Zhenzhen's lips twitched at this peculiar suggestion, one that seemed implausible without a decade's worth of cognitive impairment. Miss Shang, is this your notion of sincerity? I have assisted you on numerous occasions. Shang Zhenzhen had never anticipated that Qin Yechuan would resort to emotional appeals, but upon reflection, considering that he had both saved her and offered his aid, her behavior of indulging in drunken antics before her benefactor did seem rather inappropriate. However, but my cooking is rather subpar. Why must I prepare a meal? If it's absolutely necessary, I could fetch some of your favorite dishes instead. I dislike dining out. Typically, my meals are pre-ordered from the restaurant and delivered. But this weekend, they are closed. I only consume their cuisine, Qin Yechuan explained in an indifferent tone. Shang Zhenzhen felt exasperated. Serving such a discerning individual was beyond her capabilities. She resolved to appeal to his emotions in hopes of dissuading him from the idea of cooking. When suddenly the system's voice chimed in, special task, prepare a meal for Qin Yechuan this weekend. Reward, 100 luck points. Should Qin Yechuan be pleased with the meal, an additional reward of 20 to 50 points will be granted. Host, this reward is particularly generous. Shang Zhenzhen exclaimed in disbelief. Are you jesting? Is this even permissible? The system fell silent after issuing the task. Contemplating the rare opportunity for such a lucrative luck task, Shang Zhenzhen reluctantly redirected her earlier statement. So, preparing a meal is all that is required? I must clarify, my culinary skills are merely mediocre. Qin Yechuan uttered a sound of acknowledgement and tossed his phone to her, saying, I shall await the arrival of Miss Shang. With that, he departed. Shang Zhenzhen held the phone, resting her chin on her hand, pondering the true purpose of his visit. Was it genuinely just to compel her into cooking? If so, that was rather ludicrous. Just moments ago, he had startled her, leaving her to wonder if she had acted inappropriately while intoxicated. Cooking seemed trivial. After all, it wouldn't be fatal, and she could fulfill the task. What was there to lose? Yet, Shang Zhenzhen had overlooked the presence of an obstacle named Shang Nanji beside her. Thus, when the weekend arrived, her attempts to concoct excuses for sneaking away were effortlessly unraveled by Shang Nanji. "Oh, off to study at Yin Qingyu's house? I just inquired with Madame Yanping, and she mentioned that Yin Qingyu rarely misses tutoring at our home, as she has taken her to the hospital for a follow-up." The perfect excuse she had devised crumbled before her, exposing her flawed reasoning. "Brother, you've infiltrated Yin Qingyu's inner circle already? What a schemer." Shang Nanji stood leisurely at the entrance of the Shang residence. "Are you off to see Qin Yechuan again?" Shang Zhenzhen hesitated for a moment, then, in resignation, nodded dejectedly. "Huh, I knew it all along. You thought you could hide it from me. I'm coming with you." Shang Nanji playfully delivered a light blow to her head. Shang Zhenzhen's face reflected shock. "Brother, what are you saying? You're going too? Is that a problem?" It was not that it posed an issue. In fact, she felt a sense of security with Shang Nanji accompanying her. Perhaps she was overthinking it. But she couldn't shake the feeling that the male lead had been acting strangely that day. "How did you find out?" Shang Nanji, driving along, hummed a tune, remarking, "There exists a phenomenon known as eavesdropping. I happened to overhear the conversation between you and Yin Hao. Otherwise, would I have spent my morning waiting at the door to catch you?" Shang Zhenzhen replied, "One need not fear an opponent as formidable as a deity, but rather dread a teammate as foolish as a pig. It appears the issue lies with Qin Yechuan and Yin Hao." At the entrance of room 1603, Shang Zhenzhen hesitated before knocking, uncertainly inquiring once more, "Are you truly coming? I am here to cook only because Qin Yechuan has assisted me greatly. Are you certain you wish to partake?" Shang Nanji cast her a sidelong glance and retorted, "I have never cooked for my own sister. So how could I possibly extend such a courtesy to that Qin lad? I shall taste it even if it be poisoned." With that, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. Upon the door opening, Shang Nanji, having visited before, entered with familiarity, greeting Qin Yechuan with ease and adeptly switching into slippers. Conversely, Shang Zhenzhen, upon entering, first examined Qin Yechuan's expression. Noticing his lack of surprise and absence of anger, she felt a slight sense of relief, fearing a confrontation might erupt at the threshold. Chapter 68, The Strategy to Win Over the Brother-in-Law. Step 2. Returning to Qin Yechuan's residence, Shang Nanji navigated the space effortlessly, promptly settling onto the sofa in the living room. She casually picked up the paper resting on the coffee table and exclaimed, "Indeed, you have completed it. Let me see. Oh, it turns out an additional auxiliary line is required. Are there other methods?" Qin Yechuan cast a mild glance at Shang Nanji and began to elucidate the problem. Observing the two engrossed in a discussion about the various solutions to the problem, Shang Zhenzhen finally comprehended why Shang Nanji had chosen to accompany her. With a tone of indignation, she declared that even if poisoned, he would consume it. How absurd. Shang Zhenzhen, having brought ingredients, decided it was time to prepare and slipped into the kitchen. Once she closed the kitchen door, Shang Nanji leaned back on the sofa, casting a cold glance at Qin Yechuan. "You seem utterly unfazed by my presence." Qin Yechuan was well aware that he had not come merely to inquire about problem-solving methods. Responding to the question, he slowly replied, "I knew you were there that day." Shang Nanji furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating his words for quite some time. "So you deliberately made sure I heard that, Qin Yechuan. Don't tell me you are serious now." Despite his silly sister's affection for him, the thought of the Qin family sent a wave of discontent through Shang Nanji. How could his naive sister possibly contend with the formidable figures of the Qin family? Qin Yechuan understood the turmoil in Shang Nanji's mind. Yet he remained resolute. "I am serious." The evolution of his feelings, from initially dismissing Shang Zhenzhen as not his type, to uncertainty, and finally to earnestness, was evident. If he failed to comprehend this transformation, he would indeed be foolish. "You mentioned that her approach had ulterior motives. What could they be? You don't mind?" Shang Nanji had always been concerned about this aspect. At the mention of motives, a chill flickered in Qin Yechuan's eyes. Shang Nanji noticed this and smiled faintly. "Qin Yechuan, have you ever considered that you might not actually like Shang Zhenzhen? Perhaps her frequent presence has merely created an illusion for you? I am aware of the strained relationship you have with the Qin family, which is why you reside here alone. In moments of solitude, one is most susceptible to illusions. You do not strike me as someone who would take a liking to Zhenzhen. Although Shang Nanji wore a smile, his voice carried an unusual chill, as he endeavored to help Qin Yechuan confront his true feelings. How could someone like Qin Yechuan suddenly develop affections for another? The air hung heavy with silence for a time before Qin Yechuan finally spoke. In times of solitude, one yearns for light the most. I am no saint, nor have I renounced all desires. I previously held no affection, yet now, I am acutely aware of my own heart. Crash. Shang Zhenzhen flinched as she witnessed the shattered plate, her mouth twitching. She certainly had not intended to wreak havoc in the male protagonist's kitchen, merely a moment of clumsiness. As the kitchen door swung open, she spotted Qin Yechuan approaching and quickly explained, I didn't mean to. I was just trying to tidy up. Shang Nanji soon arrived, noticing her intent to gather the fragments. He swiftly intervened, pulling her away with an irritable tone, whether it was intentional or not. Breaking a single plate hardly bankrupts the vast Qin family. Be careful not to cut yourself. Shang Zhenzhen stared in disbelief. Brother, what devilish rhetoric is this? How can you be so brazen? Was their discussion truly so contentious? She glanced at Qin Yechuan, searching for some indication, yet found him to be as composed as ever. The plate holds little value. Shang Zhenzhen was left bewildered. Once Shang Nanji had finished clearing away the fragments, he spoke with a sarcastic tone. Make sure the meal is exquisite. It should be so delightful that one bite leaves an indelible impression. Do you understand? Shang Zhenzhen realized that Shang Nanji was distinctly displeased. Although the reason eluded her, she decided it was best to comply and nodded obediently. Shang Nanji reached out to pat her head before exiting the kitchen. Noticing Qin Yechuan still lingering there, he coldly remarked, What are you standing there for? You're not cooking, so don't be a hindrance. Shang Zhenzhen thought to herself, has Shang Nanji consumed explosives? Why isn't the male lead angry? Following his instructions, Qin Yechuan retreated from the kitchen, closing the door behind him. Shang Nanji sat on the sofa, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Qin Yechuan. Zhenzhen is still a minor, as her older brother. I have both the right and the duty to intervene. Keep your thoughts to yourself, no matter what. Since Qin Yechuan dared to admit his feelings, Shang Nanji was less incensed. A true man stands by his convictions. He despised those who cowered. However, he felt a deep displeasure at the thought of his cherished younger sister being targeted while still underage, a sentiment any protective brother would share. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yechuan silently retrieved a bottle of herbal tea from the refrigerator and tossed it to him. Shang Nanji accepted it, gritting his teeth as he drank half the bottle. The cold tea soothed the fiery turmoil within him. It was winter, and he felt chilled to the bone. How could he not be irate? Let me warn you once more. Until Zhenzhen reaches adulthood, you are to say nothing, or I will make you regret it. Shang Nanji reiterated in a grave tone. Qin Yechuan glanced at his clenched fists, assessing his martial prowess. Though he deemed it insignificant, he still nodded obediently. However, seeing Qin Yechuan's docility stirred a sense of unease within Shang Nanji. How could Qin Yechuan possibly be so harmless? Could it be that he had deceived that foolish girl? Shang Fool Zhenzhen remained blissfully unaware of these machinations, yet fearing a confrontation between the two, she deliberately traversed between the refrigerator and the kitchen, hoping to glean insight into their activities. Ultimately, she found Shang Nanji incessantly sipping on Wanglaji, leaving Shang Zhenzhen utterly baffled by his grimacing expression. Why? In the dead of winter, would he indulge in such a cold beverage, especially when he had never shown an inclination for it? Today, Shang Nanji was exceedingly peculiar. When Shang Zhenzhen finally prepared 3 dishes and a soup, Shang Nanji surveyed the spread and felt a significant alleviation in his spirit. The table was laden with dishes that Qin Yechuan loathed. To investigate this matter, he had even consulted Zhang Ye, a former fan club member, who had provided him with invaluable first-hand information. This meal was destined to be an unforgettable one for Qin Yechuan. Chapter 69. Attempting to consume unfavorable fare. Shang Zhenzhen had never encountered such an enigmatic dining experience. 3 familiar faces gathered around the table. Yet an eerie silence enveloped the room. As Shang Nanji ate, he scrutinized Qin Yechuan, who proved to possess a remarkable ability to endure. Despite being presented with food he detested, Qin Yechuan appeared to consume it with apparent normalcy, betraying no signs of discomfort. Could it be that Zhang Ye had deceived him? Shang Nanji's eyes narrowed slightly. If he were not feigning, then Qin Yechuan's patience far exceeded his expectations. That foolish girl still delightedly adored this man, who was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. He hoped she wouldn't end up devoured by him. Shang Nanji found the food in his mouth lost its flavor and decided to unveil his trump card, insisting that Qin Yechuan reveal his true colors. He turned to Shang Zhenzhen and inquired, Where's the century egg and lean meat porridge I requested? Shang Zhenzhen cast him a peculiar glance. Do you truly prefer porridge over rice? Nonetheless, she dutifully prepared the porridge, though she did not anticipate that he genuinely desired it. Well, serve an extra bowl. Qin Yechuan claims he wants some too. Shang Zhenzhen glanced at Qin Yechuan, noticing his lack of dissent, and then she turned towards the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, she presented the aromatic century egg and lean meat porridge. It was her favorite, making her adept at its preparation. The 3 dishes and soup before her were merely palatable. Qin Yechuan maintained his composed demeanor, calmly accepting the steaming bowl of porridge, its enticing aroma wafting through the air, yet it stirred a tumult in his stomach. He was not fond of strongly flavored foods, nor did he enjoy fish. The table was adorned with stir-fried meat with shredded carrots, braised fish, minced meat eggplant, and fish head tofu soup, all dishes he detested, each garnished with cilantro. Qin Yechuan suppressed the intense discomfort in his stomach, revealing no signs of distress. Shang Nanji had witnessed him vomit uncontrollably after consuming the porridge, so when he observed Qin Yechuan spooning it down, he fell into a contemplative silence. If he truly harbored genuine affection for Zhenzhen, and she reciprocated his feelings, it is likely that even the Qin family would not stand in their way. After dining, Shang Nanji observed that Qin Yechuan's expression was rather grim, as if he were suppressing something. She promptly took Shang Zhenzhen away, despite Zhenzhen's intention to tidy up the kitchen. Nanji shot her a disapproving glance, saying, "You've already prepared the meal. Why are you still concerned about the aftermath? Does Qin Yechuan lack hands or feet?" Qin Yechuan remarked that he would handle the cleanup, leaving Shang Zhenzhen no choice but to follow Shang Nanji out. As the door closed, Qin Yechuan dashed to the bathroom, his stomach churning violently, nearly expelling everything he had just consumed. After cleaning himself up, he raised his gaze to the mirror and beheld his disheveled reflection, a pale visage that was somewhat alarming, his lips devoid of color. Even the tear mole at the corner of his eye appeared dimmer, reminiscent of someone recovering from a severe illness. Gazing at his reflection for a considerable time, he eventually trudged back to the kitchen. The rice cooker was still on, maintaining warmth. He opened it and served himself another bowl of century egg and lean pork congee. The dining table, usually a solitary place, felt unusually desolate. Sitting alone, he consumed the congee spoonful by spoonful, his expression impassive. This was the congee that Shang Zhenzhen had prepared, and thus he could not afford to waste it. It was a flavor she relished, and he needed to acclimate to it. His stomach, unaccustomed to such fare, reacted instinctively, prompting nausea, though he endeavored to overcome it. He found himself rushing back to the bathroom once more, caught in this relentless cycle, until the congee with century egg and lean meat in the rice cooker was finished. Qin Yechuan barely suppressed the urge to vomit, yet discomfort still lingered in his stomach. With his eyes closed, he sat on the sofa, his expression frail and disheveled, attempting to calm his uneasy stomach. Suddenly, a WeChat notification chimed on his phone. This distinctive sound signified a message from Shang Zhenzhen. Qin Yechuan instantly opened his eyes, took his phone, unlocked it, and opened the message. "Dear handsome Qin, I didn't mean to withhold your favorite dishes today. I was wrong. I only realized that you do not enjoy those things." Help. That villainous Shang Nanji actually claimed that all the dishes were ordered by Qin Yechuan himself. If it weren't for Zhang Ye's gossiping inquiry about today's events, she would have remained blissfully unaware. What should I do? Qin Yechuan tapped on his phone a few times, sending just 2 words. Like? What a joke. The satisfaction rating of the task hasn't even been met. And the male lead is brazenly lying. Is he trying to lower her guard before striking again? Help. Qin brazen liar Yechuan. It's rare to tell a lie, yet it has been exposed. Do I truly like it? If you wish to eat next time, remember to pay, dear handsome Qin. Claiming to like something he dislikes. Is this the male lead's pride refusing to admit the truth? I shall seize every opportunity to prepare more dishes he detests, teaching him the treachery of human nature. At that moment, however, Qin Yechuan gently curled the corners of his lips into a smile. Surely, there will be opportunities ahead. Thus, he resolved to earnestly attempt consuming things he disliked. Very well. A mere illusion. It must be an illusion. Could it be that he truly enjoys eating? Shang Zhenzhen could not comprehend it, and ultimately, she decided to abandon her thoughts and focus intently on her preparations for the final examinations. She was determined to place within the top 50 in this semester's finals. As the second snowfall of this frigid winter descended upon them, the time for the final exams arrived. Wrapped snugly in a thick plum-colored lamb's wool coat, complemented by a matching hat and a white scarf, she appeared both charming and radiant. Her complexion as fair as snow, Did anyone notice how much more beautiful Miss Shang has become? Moreover, her academic performance has been steadily improving. She had even advanced to the second examination room. Could this be the legendary power of love? Upon entering the examination hall, Shang Zhenzhen removed her heavy outerwear and immediately heard whispers circulating around the room. Though the voices were deliberately subdued, she still caught snippets of conversation. Ever since Qin Yechuan had carried her to the school infirmary, such occurrences had become commonplace. The entire student body was astounded. Miss Shang had apparently captured the affections of young Master Qin. He had always disregarded her, and this instance of being swept off her feet had caused quite a stir. Currently, the hottest topic on the school forum was a countdown of the days they had supposedly been together, though it was not in the spirit of shipping. Rather, the entire school was simply awaiting their breakup. However, Shang Zhenzhen felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. They had never actually been together, which was utterly exasperating. Chapter 70. Selling Shang Zhenzhen out. When the results were released, Shang Zhenzhen anxiously clicked on the link. Upon seeing her placement at 71st, she let out a resigned sigh. The recent final examination in the sciences proved to be exceedingly challenging, particularly in physics. Although the content seemed familiar, upon closer inspection, it appeared utterly perplexing, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. After completing the exam, she realized her chances of ranking among the top 50 were bleak. Yet, despite the daunting nature of the test, Yin Xingyu secured the top position with a commendable score of 700 points. She glanced at her report card and gently patted her head, declaring, "During the winter break, we shall practice diligently, and I will ensure you stay on track." Shang Zhenzhen understood that her delightful winter vacation was slipping away, yet she could hardly fathom that the true essence of her holiday would unfold in ways beyond her imagination. On the first day of winter break, when Shang Nanji escorted her to the doorstep of Qin Yechuan, Shang Zhenzhen was utterly bewildered. If Yin Xingyu's guidance was akin to a difficult mode, then Qin Yechuan's tutoring was nothing short of a hellish challenge. "Brother, where is Qingyu?" Shang Zhenzhen tugged at Shang Nanji, perplexed by the sudden shift from having her angelic tutor to this. She grasped the situation initially, but the latter part left her in confusion. "What did you say? You're studying with me? Who are you studying with?" Though she often teased Shang Nanji for being perpetually second, his prowess was undeniably formidable. Hadn't he mentioned a provincial-level mathematics competition? However, the paper assigned by Old Yu was exceedingly difficult. Yin Hao sought to earn a reward and persuaded Qin Yechuan to provide him with additional help, to which Qin Yechuan acquiesced. Shang Zhenzhen remained bewildered, questioning, "What does this have to do with you?" Shang Nanji cast a fleeting glance at her companion, pondering why only Yin Hao was permitted to receive special attention. Thus, she and Shang Jinglan inquired, and to their surprise, Qin Yechuan acquiesced. "And what about me?" She mused. "Whoever is available among us will teach you." Shang Zhenzhen realized with a twinge of discomfort that they were truly in love, while she was merely an unexpected presence. What Shang Nanji did not disclose was that Qin Yechuan's agreement to assist in their studies hinged upon the condition that he would bring Shang Zhenzhen along. As such, Shang Nanji inadvertently sacrificed her friend, reassured by the notion that with him overseeing the situation, all would be well. A knock echoed at the door, which soon swung open to reveal Zhang Ye, who impatiently pulled her inside. "Why so slow? Hurry up, we've been waiting for you." Before Shang Zhenzhen could fully comprehend the situation, she was ushered in, only to find Qin Yechuan's home particularly vibrant. Yin Hao and Shang Jinglan had already arrived. They sat comfortably on the warm floor, while Qin Yechuan reclined on the sofa, merely casting a cool glance in their direction upon their entrance. With a bemused smile, Zhang Ye presented her with a pair of Pikachu slippers. "Miss Shang, your exclusive slippers. Truly one of a kind amidst this dreary shoe cabinet." Embarrassment flooded through Shang Zhenzhen as she snatched the slippers, utterly unprepared for what was to come. She quickly shifted the conversation. "What brings you here?" "Since Yin Hao is making an effort, I couldn't allow him to outshine me. I asked him to bring me along, rest assured. My sole focus is on learning." Shang Zhenzhen. The living room was not particularly spacious. Initially, she had been seated in a corner, diligently reviewing her practice exams. However, the cacophony produced by her companions rendered concentration impossible. They could argue over a single question. Upon receiving permission, she covered her ears and retreated into Qin Yechuan's study. The moment the door closed, a profound tranquility enveloped her. Shang Zhenzhen remained focused while tackling a comprehensive science examination, only stretching her limbs after completing a full set. Exiting the study with her test paper in hand, she was greeted by a transformed scene in the living room. Zhang Ye, Yin Hao, Zhu Qinglan. and Shang Naji were now seated at the table, scratching their heads in perplexity as they grappled with their own problems. Qin Yechuan lounged casually on the sofa, beside which stood a whiteboard densely populated with intricate formulas. Upon her emergence, her peers merely glanced at her before returning to their tasks. Even Shang Naji disregarded her presence. Shang Zhenzhen thought to herself, wasn't it agreed that whoever was free would assist her? In that moment, she found herself yearning for her little angel. At that moment, Qin Yechuan rose and approached her, effortlessly snatching the exam paper from her hands and glancing over it. Come here, he instructed, before striding towards the study. Aware that her companions were engrossed in their own work, she followed Qin Yechuan into the study with utmost care. Leaning against the desk, he did not even inquire about the answers to her exam. Instead, he picked up a red pen and began to grade her paper at a remarkable pace. Witnessing the study habits of a genius for the first time was utterly infuriating for her. The glaring score of 172 appeared on her test paper, instantly disheartening her. Her performance in the comprehensive science exam was solely buoyed by her biology and chemistry scores, while her physics results were abysmal. Shang Zhenzhen assumed that Qin Yechuan would explain the problems to her like Yenqing did. To her surprise, he calmly withdrew a blank sheet of paper and bent down to swiftly inscribe a series of formulas. Qin Yechuan's handwriting was indeed exquisite, robust, and vigorous. These formulas correspond to the mistakes you've made. Memorize the formulas, apply them, and redo the erroneous problems. I shall return in an hour to assess your progress. With that, Qin Yechuan exited the study, leaving Shang Zhenzhen standing there, questioning her very existence. No wonder the whiteboard outside was filled with densely packed formulas. And the few people in the living room appeared so distressed. It dawned on her that one must independently devise the correct methods to solve their mistakes. Suddenly, the characters on the paper seemed less appealing, and all she wished for was to scream for help. Seated at her desk, Shang Zhenzhen pondered deeply. Although uncertain of her correctness, she persevered and managed to work through all the erroneous problems. Only the final physics problem remained. Even with the formula before her, she was at a loss as to where to begin. No insights on this problem? A sudden voice startled her, prompting her to look up and breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing Qin Yechuan, though she was unaware of when he had entered. It's a bit unclear. Qin Yechuan's explanation of the problem-solving process was remarkably lucid, devoid of unnecessary verbiage, and each step was executed with precision. However, the clarity of his reasoning left Shang Zhenzhen feeling somewhat dim-witted. There were still aspects she did not fully grasp, and she timidly inquired, "How did you arrive at this step?" As she inquired, Shang Zhenzhen suddenly realized how remarkably close the two of them were. So close that the refreshing scent of mint lingered delicately around her. In Chapter 71, titled Ambition's Frenzy, when Shang Zhenzhen turned her head, she became acutely aware of their proximity. Her gaze fell upon his extraordinarily handsome features. Being so near allowed her to perceive the dark hue beneath his indifferent eyes. A hue that seemed to spread and layer, echoing the tear mole at the corner of his eye, as if it were drawing her in. She sat while he stood. And to explain the problem to her, Qin Yechuan nearly enveloped her from behind, one hand resting on the table while the other held a pen as he elucidated the topic. The invigorating mint aroma enveloped her, subtle yet profoundly enchanting. "Did you understand? I didn't catch that." Shang Zhenzhen hesitated for a few seconds before admitting, inwardly chiding herself for being so beguiled by his allure. Then, she heard a barely audible chuckle, a sound she would have missed entirely were it not for their close proximity. In that instant, Shang Zhenzhen felt as if her face were ablaze, as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Yechuan lowered his gaze slightly, noticing the faint blush on the girl's cheeks and the vivid redness of her earlobes. His throat involuntarily tightened, and he quickly averted his eyes, steadied his mind, and sidestepped her question. "Did you not understand this part?" Shang Zhenzhen nodded. "I understand." Qin Yechuan glanced over her corrections once more, finding her comprehension quite satisfactory. After providing her with the formula, she managed to solve most of the problems. "This is incorrect, it should be." After meticulously addressing her mistakes, Qin Yechuan finally stepped back, standing upright, which allowed Shang Zhenzhen to exhale in relief. "Stop. This is merely a cardboard cutout. Do not overthink." A peculiar look crossed Qin Yechuan's eyes. "Would you care for a drink?" Shang Zhenzhen was just about to tackle another physics paper when she realized Qin Yechuan had not yet departed. "Is there coffee?" "Black coffee. That would be splendid. Could you please add a touch of sugar?" "Certainly." After Qin Yechuan entered with a steaming cup of coffee and noticed her engrossed in her work, he refrained from interrupting. placing the cup down before quietly exiting. He also served black coffee to the 4 individuals in the living room, with Yin Hao being the first to grimace. This is exceedingly bitter. Qinggu, where's the sugar? Only Shang Nanji sipped without flinching, while the other 2 frowned, suppressing the urge to spit it out. Qin Yechuan calmly replied, there is no sugar. It is meant to invigorate. The 4 of them. Then let us continue with the problems. Qin Yechuan wiped the whiteboard clean and began explaining the new questions. In a remote town, the snow from last time had melted. Yin Qingyu was helping her grandmother pick vegetables in the field. After a busy spell, her grandmother handed her a crisp, tender radish, which Yin Qingyu promptly set down her tools to accept and tasted immediately. The sweetness, tinged with a hint of radish's spiciness, makes the vegetables grown by Grandma the most delectable. Observing her granddaughter's joyful eating, Grandma's face creased into a smile, accentuating her wrinkles, weighing. Are you not happy in the city? Yin Qingyu was taken aback, suddenly feeling that the once delightful radish had lost its flavor. She forced a smile, replying, Grandma, the city is quite fun, and I even ranked first in my finals. Grandma never worried about Yueying's grades, for in her eyes, Yueying was the epitome of an excellent child. Yet, she sensed that there was something weighing heavily on Yueying's heart. Is it that aping has been too strict with you? Yin Qingyu quickly shook her head. Mom is very good to me, Grandma. Truly, I am fine. The elder feigned anger. Is it that Yueying thinks I am old and easy to bully? You clearly have something on your mind, and there are not many with whom you can share your thoughts. Keeping it bottled up will only make you feel worse. Each word struck deep within Yin Qingyu's heart, prompting her to rush forward and embrace her grandmother, quietly weeping. Only then did the elder reveal her smile again, allowing her to cry for a while. After releasing your emotions, do you feel much better? Yin Qingyu nodded silently. Thank you, Grandma. No need for thanks between us, dear. You have grown up alongside me. I can certainly tell when you are feeling down. As for aping, she has always been quite stubborn. If only she could be a little more flexible, things would not have turned out this way. The elder sighed softly, reflecting on past events. While the man had his faults, it was also Yin Ping's stubbornness that led to Yueying enduring hardships from the moment she was born. Mom treats me very well. It is I who am inadequate. There is no need for you to worry, Grandma. The elderly woman removed her soil-stained gloves and gently patted the girl on the back, saying, if you have any troubles, you can always come to your grandmother. My dear Yuyue is the most understanding. Tears welled in Yin Qingyu's eyes as she tightly embraced the elderly figure before her, memories of the tattered art collection flooding her mind. The collection by Shang Nanji had been discovered, despite her having carefully placed it in the drawer, only to be found by Yin Ping. This marked the second time Yin Ping had struck her. The first was when she had deliberately failed an exam in her youth, and the second was upon uncovering the art collection. Yin Qingyu, are you intent on following in my footsteps? Those families are not ones we can aspire to. Do you truly understand? The woman continued, I am a living example of this. Do you not see? The mother of that man scrutinized me at every turn, even bringing along a young lady from a noble family to mock me, deriding me as vulgar, belittling my lowly birth, and ridiculing my lack of table manners. And your biological father did not defend me even once, insisting that I learn those so-called rules. Throughout history, it has always been about matching social standings. Our identities are inherently destined for modesty. Your mother merely hopes for your success, wishing you to find a suitable partner in the future. Why must you choose such a path? Yin Qingyu did not utter a single word in response. The remnants of the slap lingered on her cheek, and at her feet lay the cherished, yet now irreparably damaged, art collection. She sat on the cold ground, head bowed, allowing Yin Ping to unleash a torrent of reproach upon her. In a bid to sever her ambitions, Yin Ping took it upon herself to cancel Yin Qingyu's winter tutoring, subsequently taking her on an overnight train to this remote town where she had spent her childhood. It seems to convey the notion that an insurmountable chasm exists between her and Shang Nanji. Yet, Yin Ping forgets that she herself is a stubborn individual, with the same blood coursing through her veins. In her youth, Yin Ping was relentless in her desire to be with her father, just as she was equally resolute in her departure from him. The more she sought to prevent it, the more her ambitions grew wildly. The seed that quietly germinated within Yin Qingyu's heart was burgeoning into a vivid red mole, aptly named longing. Chapter 72. This object represents longing. Red beans grow in the southern lands. When spring arrives, they sprout a few branches. I hope you gather them abundantly, for this object embodies the deepest yearning. In my youth, I did not comprehend Wang Wei's poetry. Now, I find myself a character within his verses. Yin Qingyu experienced an instant infatuation with Shang Nanji, not due to the incident with the car repair, but rather because of her mother Yin Ping's public lecture. She too noticed the errors in her mother's presentation. Seated among her peers, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as she overheard their whispers. Torn between concern and urgency, she was at a loss for how to proceed. She longed to point out the mistakes. Yet she was acutely aware of the nature of a public lecture. Amidst her anxiety, the youth beside her cast a glance in her direction before rising to address the issue. Shang Zhenzhen, with his striking appearance, exhibited calmness, effortlessly transforming the blunder into a beautiful misstep, earning resounding applause. The remarkable presence of Shang Zhenzhen etched a profound impression upon her heart, planting a tiny seed at the dawn of her budding emotions. The unexpected encounter took her by surprise. Yin Xingyu never anticipated that Shang Zhenzhen was his sister. When she learned that their mother, who was supposed to tutor Shang Zhenzhen, could not attend, it was she who had taken the initiative to shoulder this responsibility. Perhaps it was merely a desire to be closer to him. The young girl leaned against her grandmother's shoulder, her soft sobs mingling with the frigid winter wind. Drifting through the sky of this remote town, it felt like a sweet dream, yet the moment to awaken had arrived. Nevertheless, within her heart, emotions surged uncontrollably. As if the more they were suppressed, the more impossible they became to ignore. As the relentless grind of practice questions continued, the new year approached swiftly. Only 2 days remained until the celebration, marking the last day for their small group to gather for tutoring before the holiday. Yin Hao, among them, was the one with relatively weaker math skills, yet he was the most reluctant to part ways. I can't believe the new year is arriving so soon. After the festivities, school will start again, and I'm not quite ready to leave you all, he lamented. Zhang Ye rolled her eyes in disdain. As long as nothing changes, we'll still be in the same class. What is there to be sad about? Aren't you a grown man? I meant the camaraderie we share while studying together. I'll miss that. Yin Hao replied, muttering to himself, after school starts. I want to be able to openly spend time with her anymore. Why is this woman so dense? Qin Yechuan cast him a sidelong glance before speaking with indifference. After school begins, we can still study together in the evenings. The mock exams will be soon. Yin Hao's eyes lit up. Really? Qin Yechuan nodded slightly. Then his dark gaze shifted towards Shang Zhenzhen, his intentions unmistakably clear. After several days of diligent effort, he was confident that he could handle the competition effortlessly, which is why he would not allow Qin Yechuan to continue his interactions with Shang Zhenzhen. Being a minor, he felt a sense of responsibility to protect her. However, Shang Zhenzhen received a task from the system, to remain at the home of the Son of Fortune for study, dedicating over an hour each day to earn 10 points of luck. This was a task that could be accomplished daily, potentially accumulating around 300 points within a month. Shang Zhenzhen's eyes lit up at the prospect. This would allow her to rapidly gather luck. She feigned ignorance of Shang Zhenzhen's murderous gaze, inquiring, could I join as well? Studying alone seems rather dull. Yin Hao, as if he had found a kindred spirit, eagerly nodded in agreement. Exactly. Studying together would be so much more enjoyable. And my family can provide unlimited late-night snacks. Qin Yechuan nodded, casting a fleeting glance at Shang Zhenzhen. It seemed Shang Zhenzhen perceived the provocation in his gaze. After glancing at the disappointing Shang Zhenzhen, he huffed in reluctant agreement. Since Shang Zhenzhen wished to join, he felt compelled to participate as well. He could not allow the two of them to be together unmonitored. Following this agreement, the new year arrived. When Qing presented both siblings with New Year gifts, Shang Zhenzhen received a beautiful pink cape coat adorned with a white fur trim at the cuffs. The garment was exquisite, yet upon seeing the pink color, Shang Zhenzhen recalled several embarrassing incidents, leaving her somewhat exasperated. When Qing always treated her like a little princess, and although she and Shang Zhenzhen were only a year apart, Shang Zhenzhen received a tailored suit, while she was bestowed with this adorable outfit. In stark contrast to the festive atmosphere that envelopes the merchants during the new year, the celebration at the Qin household appeared rather dull. Qin Yechuan sat before a sumptuous spread, yet he found himself devoid of interest, even preferring the meals prepared by Shang Zhenzhen on a previous occasion. Although he seldom resided in the ancestral home of the Qin family, he chose to remain there on New Year's Eve. Grandmother Qin wiped her mouth and cast a glance at Qin Yechuan, stating, in a few days, guests from the Chu family will be visiting, and you must be present. The moment her words fell, a hush descended upon the dining table as everyone turned their attention to her. Qin Bin was the first to inquire, which Chu family? How many Chu families can there be? Grandmother Qin replied with a glance at Qin Bin. The Chu family was esteemed guests, and one must not be negligent in their treatment. Establishing a good rapport with the Chu family would undoubtedly benefit our own Qin family. Qin Shuang felt a jolt of surprise, realizing that Grandmother Qin's statement signified her firm intention regarding the Chu family. The Chu family did not engage in commerce, rather. They were a true noble lineage, renowned for their military accomplishments and steadfast loyalty to the nation, with generations having served their country honorably. Countless families aspired to forge connections with the Chu family, yet their integrity rendered them difficult to approach. If we can befriend the Chu family, I will allow you to meet your mother, Grandmother Qin remarked with a stern expression, clearly indicating that this decision was non-negotiable. Qin Yechuan remained silent, merely nodding in acquiescence. Meanwhile, Qin Ye clenched her fists, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. She had been assured that the woman would never set foot in the Qin household. Yet here they were, discussing meetings and healing as if she were of no consequence. Qin Ye shot a glance at Qin Shuang, who understood and lowered her gaze. Tonight may very well be her final opportunity, and she finds herself compelled to take a bold risk. System, exchange the special medicine for me. Understood, host. For this moment. She has waited an exceedingly long time, reflecting on the immense effort she has invested for this special remedy. Her charm level has finally ascended once more. The outcome hinges on this singular moment. Chapter 73. Climbing trees in a skirt. The Qin family estate was enveloped in tranquility. After a deliberate bath, Qin Shuang approached Qin Yechuan's door, cradling a warm glass of milk. As was customary, even within the confines of his room, Qin Yechuan did not open the door for her. Yechuan, please open the door. Grandmother instructed me to bring you a cup of milk, Qin Shuang called out. Her voice neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to the occupant within. After a brief pause, she heard footsteps, and the door swung open to reveal Qin Yechuan. Qin Shuang gazed at him, utterly captivated. Indeed, this man was extraordinarily handsome. The characters from her books were simply more enchanting than those of the real world. No need, Qin Yechuan stated, preparing to close the door, which left Qin Shuang feeling a twinge of disappointment. Her charm level had evidently increased. Yet it appeared to have little effect on Qin Yechuan. She had tested her allure on other boys, and without exception, they would blush and falter upon seeing her. Some had even developed a fondness for her. Yechuan, please do not make this difficult for me. It is grandmother's insistence that I ensure you finish it. Qin Shuang feigned reluctance, as though she were the reluctant party in this exchange. Qin Yechuan regarded her with a piercing gaze. Did grandmother send you? Qin Shuang was solely preoccupied with the events of the evening, oblivious to the chilling gaze of Qin Yechuan, to whom she merely nodded. Qin Yechuan reached for the milk, intending to close the door after taking it. When Qin Shuang attempted to voice her thoughts, he coldly retorted, I have accepted the items. The rest is none of your concern. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, inciting Qin Shuang's fury to the brink of explosive rage. Fear not. For this is a potent aphrodisiac. Should he come into contact with even a trace, its effects will inevitably manifest, and all that is required of you is to wait. The words of the strategy system gradually calmed Qin Shuang's tumultuous thoughts. Outside, snowflakes gently descended. At this moment, Shang Zhenzhen was joyfully building a snowman with Shang Nanji in the yard. Shang Nanji had constructed a large, yet utterly grotesque snowman, causing Shang Zhenzhen to laugh so hard she could scarcely breathe, prompting her to quickly snap a photo and send it to Yen Qingyu. Zhenzhen the fairy, look at the snowman Shang Nanji made. It's hilarious. I once thought my brother was capable of anything, but it seems he has a talent for creating laughably hideous snowmen. Yen Qingyu was at home, diligently working through practice problems, as only this could soothe her mind, diverting it from chaotic thoughts. Upon opening the image, Yen Qingyu, who had not laughed in days, suddenly burst into laughter. It's truly hideous, she mused, gently caressing the screen with her hand. The snowman in the picture was impressively large, towering to the height of a person, yet its shape was remarkably crude. The body resembled a small hill. The head was awkwardly tilted and far from spherical. The proportions were exceedingly disproportionate, and the eyes were mismatched, one larger than the other, rendering it exceedingly unattractive. Perhaps there is still a chance for redemption. Shang Nanji cast a glance at the phone screen raised by Shang Zhenzhen, and due to her incessant laughter, the screen swayed intermittently, making it difficult for her to discern the contents at first. With an expressionless demeanor, Shang Nanji let out a hum, initially reluctant to continue the endeavor of crafting a snowman. Yet at this very moment, she began to contemplate it anew. Shang Zhenzhen, feeling her body warmed by laughter, was suddenly interrupted by a message from the system. Host, please make haste to the Qin residence. The main system has detected an anomalous magnetic field in proximity to the Child of Fate, which may indicate the presence of a wild system, posing potential danger. The system delivered its message swiftly, leaving Shang Zhenzhen in a state of stunned silence for several seconds. A wild system? Is it truly existent? She had not anticipated that this world, derived from literature, would harbor such a phenomenon, especially since it had not appeared in the original text. She sensed that the narrative of this world was increasingly diverging from the plot she was familiar with, likely linked to the earlier unusual fluctuations. The wild system was bound to Qin Yechuan. Logically, she should have been able to perceive its existence. However, despite Qin Yechuan's multiple appearances, she had not sensed anything at all, which suggested that the previous fluctuations had disrupted the magnetic field of this world. The fate system, reflecting on its oversight, felt vexed for not having detected it sooner. What should I do? Shang Zhenzhen inquired hesitantly of her system. Proceed to the Qin residence. This is my oversight, and I will assist the host in completing this task. Upon completion, you shall earn fate points. Should you choose not to go, there may be uncontrollable consequences. Please make a decision. Fate points are not to be squandered. Besides, Qin Yechuan has also come to my aid. Shang Zhenzhen sighed, likening her situation to the whimsical door of a blue, rotund character as she gazed upon the grand estate of the Qin family. What should she do now? The system conveyed a map to her mind, a secure route leading to the chamber of the Son of Fortune. Fearing detection by the wild system, she hesitated to utilize her energy. They needed to approach stealthily and strike while it was unsuspecting. Nodding in agreement, Shang Zhenzhen followed the indicated path, scaling the lowest fence to enter the Qin residence. Was there truly no security system in place? Once inside, she dared not breathe too loudly, only proceeding further once she felt assured of her safety. The system boasted, "Of course there is, but it's quite simple. I've shielded it." Shang Zhenzhen could only respond with silence. Qin Yechuan's room was located on the second floor, and as Shang Zhenzhen examined the route laid out by the system, she was dismayed to find that it required climbing a tree. "You expect me to ascend this tree to reach the second floor?" she questioned. "Otherwise, do you plan to enter through the front door?" After a moment of mutual silence, she began her ascent. This tree proved far more challenging than the fence, with footholds only on the protruding branches, made slippery by the recent snow. As she struggled upward, she lamented that had she known this expedition would demand such physical exertion, she would have chosen a different outfit, clad in a dress and a charming pink cloak. She found herself surreptitiously traversing another's yard and climbing their tree on a snowy evening, a truly unique experience. Cautiously, she reached a point comparable to the second floor, gently parting the leaves to peer towards the lit room. The chosen destination of the system indeed lives up to its reputation, offering a broad perspective. Shang Zhenzhen observed Qin Yechuan seemingly unconscious on the bed, while beside him stood Qin Yechuan, clad in scant attire, reaching out as if to remove Qin Yechuan's clothing. What audacity! What does that supporting character, Qin Yechuan, intend to do? Chapter 74. The beauty rescues the young man from her vantage point. Shang Zhenzhen had a clear view of all that transpired within the room. The malicious supporting character, Qin Yechuan, actually intended to enact a forceful seduction, despite her own status as a minor. Unbeknownst to Shang Zhenzhen, Qin Yechuan was also a victim of transmigration, her soul belonging to an adult woman who had previously relied on her looks to navigate life. Dressed in an exceedingly revealing, form-fitting garment, Qin Yechuan wore a triumphant expression, her lips moving as she spoke, though Shang Zhenzhen could not discern her words. Perhaps it was for the best. She wished to avoid tainting both her vision and her hearing. As Qin Yechuan prepared to make her move on Qin Yechuan, Shang Zhenzhen inwardly cursed the male lead for his lack of resilience. How could such an intelligent individual fall for such a ruse? Must she traverse great distances to rescue him? They say heroes save beauties, yet here, it appeared as though the beauty was to rescue the young man. Feigning unconsciousness, Qin Yechuan caught wind of Shang Zhenzhen's silent thoughts and, hidden from Qin Yechuan's view, curved his lips into a smirk. Though he was fully aware of Qin Yechuan's intentions, he possessed no evidence to substantiate his claims, nor could he proclaim his ability to read minds. Thus, he played along, concealing hidden cameras and recording devices within the room. Once everything was in place, Qin Yechuan planned to deliver a grand surprise to both Qin Yechuan and Chunmi. Yet, he had not anticipated the arrival of Shang Zhenzhen. Upon hearing Shang Zhenzhen's voice, Qin Yechuan felt his heart race, subsequently deciding to await developments. Since she intended to rescue him, he might as well acquiesce to her efforts. Just as Qin Yechuan's hand brushed against the button of Qin Yechuan's garment, an unexpected sound of something striking the floor-to-ceiling window interrupted the moment. The abrupt noise prompted Qin Yechuan to glance up, only to find the outside enveloped in darkness. After a brief pause, her unease compelled her to approach the window, whereupon she opened it and stepped onto the balcony, discovering the object that had struck the glass. As she lifted her gaze towards the tree adjacent to the balcony, a gust of wind sent a few dry leaves cascading down. The Qin family's garden was adorned with evergreens, yet even in winter, it was not immune to withered branches and fallen leaves, likely due to the wind's influence. The system urged her to act swiftly, cautioning that missing this opportunity would yield regrettable consequences, assuring her that no one was present. Qin Yechuan, dressed lightly, felt somewhat foolish after hearing the system's warning. She resolved to focus on the task at hand. Once the floor-to-ceiling window was closed, Shang Zhenzhen exhaled in relief. System, what should I do now? It was evident that the wild system had meddled, and in order to sever its connection with Qin Yechuan, she needed to seize the chance to absorb it. Are there any repercussions to consuming it? I have no desire to ingest anything unclean. The main system will purify it. I merely transfer it to the main system, which will in turn provide me with the corresponding energy. Shang Zhenzhen nodded in understanding. As long as I refrain from utilizing energy, the wild system will remain oblivious to my presence. Therefore, host, you must now thwart her subsequent actions. This is a wild system, designed to commandeer the energy of targeted individuals through intimate encounters, which subsequently results in the siphoning of considerable fortune, impacting the progeny of destiny. Their formal system seeks to harness fortune by cultivating amicable relationships or assisting the progeny of destiny, a protracted endeavor. In contrast, the wild system is solely aimed at energy absorption to augment its own strength, often resulting in excessive extraction that may even pose a mortal threat to the target. Upon entering the room, Qin Yechuan drew the curtains, completely obstructing the view from the outside. Shang Zhenzhen, concerned that Qin Yechuan might again lay hands on Qin Yechuan, found herself at a loss for an effective strategy. After gauging the distance, she leaped from the tree onto the balcony. Fortunately, the male protagonist resided on the second floor. Even if she were to fall, there remained a chance of survival. Had it been any higher, she would not have dared to attempt the climb. The sound of her landing resonated with pronounced clarity in the stillness of the night. Upon hearing another noise, Qin Yechuan's heart tightened. Her gaze fixed intently on the area where the curtains had just been drawn. Her instincts were not misguided. Indeed, something was amiss. Just as Qin Yechuan donned the coat she had discarded, she heard the sound of the sliding door being pulled open. When the cold wind stirred the curtains, she caught sight of a figure standing there. Who could it be? Qin Yechuan's hand instinctively reached for the folding knife in her pocket, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on the shadowy form. Shang Zhenzhen, lifting the curtain, feigned surprise upon seeing Qin Yechuan. Qin Yechuan, how is it that you are here? Qin Yechuan did not anticipate that it would be Shang Zhenzhen who climbed through the window, nor did she expect her to take the initiative. This is the Qin residence. Miss Shang, it is you who ought not to be here. Do you think I wanted to come? It was Qin Yechuan who summoned me. It's freezing out here at this late hour. Shang Zhenzhen began to speak with a serious air, spouting nonsense. Miss Shang, you are trespassing. Qin Yechuan replied with a chilling smile. I was called here by him. How can that be considered trespassing? However, Qin Yechuan, you and Qin Yechuan are siblings. What is your intention dressing like this? Although she had donned a coat, it was evident that her attire beneath was scant. Qin Yechuan saw through her pretense and smiled ominously. Miss Shang, you must have witnessed what was happening outside. Can you guess what I intend to do? Qin Yechuan, you cannot possibly be, but you are siblings. And what of that? Besides, he and I are not truly siblings. Miss Shang, I advise you to depart swiftly. Otherwise, I would not mind if you stayed to observe our intimate encounter. Qin Yechuan sat at the edge of the bed, seemingly tenderly reaching out to touch his face. Shang Zhenzhen paused for a moment, realizing that Qin Yechuan was not a child of the Qin family. Had she overlooked this detail in her reading, or had she simply failed to grasp this part of the narrative? Now was not the time to ponder such matters. Dismissing the chaotic thoughts in her mind, Shang Zhenzhen raised her phone. Qin Yechuan, I have recorded our earlier conversation. If you continue in this manner, this will serve as evidence. Recording is indeed a useful tool, and Shang Zhenzhen was becoming increasingly adept at utilizing it. Qin Yechuan's hand paused momentarily, and she revealed a sinister smile. Heaven has its paths which you refuse to tread, while hell lacks doors, yet you wander in. Shang Zhenzhen, do you believe I possess the ability to eliminate you without arousing suspicion? Upon finishing her words, Qin Yechuan seized a gleaming folding knife and charged directly at Shang Zhenzhen. With the system at her disposal, she felt invincible. Initially, she had no intention of engaging with her adversary. After all, as long as she secured a night with Qin Yechuan, her future would be smooth sailing. This particular drug was not merely an aphrodisiac. It boasted a 100% conception rate. Yet, Shang Zhenzhen insisted on courting disaster, and thus, Qin Yechuan resolved to escort her on her perilous journey. Unprepared for the sudden assault, Shang Zhenzhen turned to flee, but after only a few paces, she heard a thud as someone collapsed. Turning back, she was astonished to find that Qin Yechuan had tripped and fallen. Splayed on the ground, her coat had slipped aside, revealing a tantalizing fabric. Just as the door to the room swung open. Chapter 75. Qin Yechuan's exit. Inger mentioned she was going to ask Yechuan about a math problem. Despite the festive season, her earnestness was noteworthy. Shall we bring them some food? Chun Mi suggested, her smile gentle and her words flawless. Qin Bin, in good spirits, readily agreed, and together with Chun Mi, they headed toward Qin Yechuan's room, blissfully unaware of the fleeting glimmer of vengeful delight in Chun Mi's eyes. Qin Yechuan had intentionally left the door ajar, hoping that Chun Mi would witness the absurd scene upon entering with Qin Bin. However, Chun Mi was taken aback when she opened the door to find a scene far from her chaotic expectations. At this moment, Qin Yechuan stood before the wardrobe, casting a cold glance at their entrance, clearly unaffected by the situation. Meanwhile, Qin Yechuan had ungracefully collapsed onto the floor. What was happening? Startled by the arrival of others, Qin Yechuan trembled in fear and hastily scrambled to her feet, weeping as she exclaimed, "Daddy, I don't know. I simply came to ask Brother Yechuan about a question I couldn't solve, but he suddenly grabbed my coat, and I couldn't break free. Mommy, you must stand up for me." Qin Yechuan, displaying remarkable composure, observed her theatrical performance while retrieving an antibacterial wipe, meticulously cleansing the areas recently touched by Qin Yechuan. Sensing her malicious intent, he swiftly tripped her, and upon hearing the approaching footsteps of Chun Mi and Qin Bin, he concealed Shang Zhenzhen within the vacant wardrobe. He rarely resided in the old Qin family home, and the garments within the wardrobe were but a few. Qin Bin, taken aback by Qin Yechuan's words and further agitated by Chun Mi's remarks, widened his eyes in shock. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand, exclaiming, "You wretched child! She is your sister. How could you?" Qin Yechuan discarded the wipe into the trash and firmly grasped Qin Bin's wrist with his right hand, preventing the impending slap. For the first time, Qin Bin realized the astonishing strength of his son, a force that even he, as an adult male, found nearly impossible to resist. He gazed at him with an icy indifference, stating, "Firstly, she is not my sister. Secondly, she attempted to drug me. But I was aware of her intentions, so I did not consume that glass of milk. You may have it tested. Thirdly, I did not harm her. I merely tripped her as she brandished a knife with the intent to injure someone. Fourthly, I recorded everything. The complete sequence of events is documented within this footage." This fluid and articulate delivery left the individuals present utterly astounded. Concealed within the wardrobe, Shang Zhenzhen pondered, why then is she so concerned about Qin Yechuan? The male protagonist is entirely capable of resolving matters on his own. The luck system opted for silence. Qin Bin found himself bewildered by this sudden turn of events. His heart raced and his hands trembled, sensing that once the video on his phone was played, everything would irrevocably change. Qin Yechuan was rendered speechless by fear. Casting a helpless glance at Qin Mi, who responded with a disdainful look towards Qin Yechuan, deeming her utterly incompetent, unable to manage even this trivial matter. A single man was beyond her grasp. As the video began to play, hearing her own voice emanating from it sent a chill down Qin Yechuan's spine. She realized that all was lost. No, wait, she still had the system. System, speak to me. The strategy system coolly replied, "Host task failed, energy depleted." The system is about to detach from the host. Upon hearing that the system intended to abandon her, Qin Yechuan panicked, "You cannot leave me. Surely you possess some means to assist." "I promise to obey. I can strategize with anyone." The strategy system stirred a sense of intrigue within. Yet upon contemplating the woman's sheer folly, a decision was made to relinquish her. After expending so much time, ultimately yielding nothing, the strategy system, harboring resentment, resolved to secure a benefit for itself upon severing ties. "System, you cannot forsake me. It was you who instructed me to pursue Qin Yechuan. And you failed to warn me about the surveillance. You bear responsibility as well." The strategy system listened with an air of calm to her frantic tirade. For when it bound itself to her, it was a mutual agreement, and how could it be deemed solely at fault? Had she successfully seduced Qin Yechuan, such trivial matters would not have arisen. The crux of the issue lay in her own inadequacies. It was best to part ways sooner rather than later. As the strategy system endured her incessant, chaotic wails within her consciousness, it grew weary and resolved to disengage immediately, simultaneously claiming Qin Shuang's soul as a form of interest for its prolonged service. The strategy system bore a sinister grin, for its sustained strength was not solely derived from mere energy. Souls were indeed nourishing treasures. The wild system was on the verge of liberation, and it sought to devour her. Host, you may experience some discomfort. Discomfort? Shang Zhenzhen was bewildered, only to be suddenly besieged by excruciating pain in her mind. What the hell? This is merely discomfort? However, compared to Shang Zhenzhen's torment, Qin Shuang's suffering was evidently far more severe. As she suddenly clutched her head and emitted a piercing scream of anguish. Ah, you cannot leave. You cannot leave. Ah, Qin Ye was taken aback, attempting to embrace Qin Shuang, yet it seemed she was charged with an electric current, forcing Qin Ye to withdraw her grasp. Qin Shuang writhed in agony on the ground, while Qin Bin merely observed the scene with a cold gaze, his hand trembling around his phone. Was Qin Shuang not his child? Shang Zhenzhen felt a wave of intense pain wash over her mind, nearly causing her to collapse, prompting her to slowly sit down. Qin Yechuan glanced at the wardrobe, aware that Shang Zhenzhen had suddenly experienced pain, yet he could not discern the relevant details. It was as if they had been obscured. Host, it has succeeded. Are you all right? The voice of the system conveyed a hint of fatigue. It was then that Shang Zhenzhen sensed her consciousness gradually returning, the pain lessening. What will happen to Qin Shuang? She inquired. Wild systems often devour the souls of their hosts. The recent wild system had attempted to consume Qin Shuang's soul, resulting in her sustaining damage, but at least her life was preserved. Binding to a wild system typically unfolds this way. The fortune system expressed a sense of familiarity with the situation, noting that this wild system had likely devoured souls on multiple occasions, its initial energy even capable of countering it. At this moment, Qin Bin fixed a frosty stare upon Qin Ye, whose child is Qin Shuang. Did you claim her as your own, or shall I arrange for a paternity test? Chapter 76. Are there any desired New Year gifts? Qin Ye understood that everything was over. Looking at Qin Bin, she suddenly displayed a chilling and peculiar smile. After raising a daughter for over 10 years, only to discover she is not your biological child. Qin Bin, how does it feel to be an unexpected father? If it were not for your choice years ago, I would have married that person, bearing children and growing old together. It is solely due to your choices that my parents joyfully sent me to your bed, merely to exchange for their immediate gains. The Qin family is indeed one that many aspire to marry into, yet I do not wish for that. I long for companionship with him until old age. Thus, I made a daring decision. Shortly after our marriage, you departed abroad for an inspection. That night, he and I reveled passionately upon our bed, and lo and behold, fate smiled upon me, granting me his child. How effortlessly the hospital altered the records, as she easily gained Qin Bin's trust. Such a pitiful soul. For all these years, the daughter he cherished so dearly carries the blood of another. Qin Ye chuckled several times, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Yet when she met Qin Bin's gaze, one filled with both anger and pity, her voice instinctively rose several octaves. What kind of look is that? Do you pity me? Qin Bin, it is you who should feel pity for yourself. Qin Bin gazed at the delirious Qin Shuang, letting out a gentle sigh. After all, she was the child he had raised for so many years. How much do you truly know about the events of that time? The reason I chose the Qin family was because your father begged the old lady, who owed the Qin family a favor. The Qin family faced a financial crisis and required substantial economic support. The man you admire is, in fact, the very culprit responsible for the economic woes of your family. Qin Ye, you have lived in the dream he wove for you. Your parents concealed the truth from you, fearing it would distress you. Yet they did not anticipate that after all these years, your in-laws would still keep you in the dark. Ultimately, Qin Ye, you are the true pitiable one. Your inability to discern character has led you to mistakenly believe you have found a worthy partner. Like a flower nurtured in a sheltered greenhouse, you remain oblivious to the perils of the world. Those deserving of pity often harbor their own detestable traits, and those who are contemptible invariably endure sorrowful afflictions. Qin Ye sat there, her once radiant beauty seemingly aged in an instant. It cannot be. You are deceiving me. He loves me so dearly. He cherishes me. Upon learning of my impending marriage, he was heartbroken. It was you who drove him away, you who forced him to leave. The truth of the matter can be ascertained from your in-laws. I possess some information as well. That man is affiliated with a fraudulent organization, specializing in gaining the trust of women only to extract substantial funds. When his schemes were uncovered, he was apprehended and remains imprisoned. After Qin Bin finished speaking, he disregarded her turmoil, no longer willing to engage with her madness. If only he had been a touch more resolute in the past, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Alas, there are no alternatives. He could never forsake the Qin family, burdened as he was by his obligations to Yechuan and his mother, which is why he has faced this retribution. Shang Zhenzhen, concealed within the wardrobe, dared not utter a sound, merely sighing softly. Though she could not see, she could hear the unfolding drama, never anticipating such a spectacle. Qin Yechuan gazed at Qin Bin. I am indifferent to Qin Mi's fate, but I have no desire to encounter Qin Shuang again. I am aware that the Qin family aided our grandmother, yet Qin Shuang's actions. Qin Bin had yet to devise a suitable way to address the elderly matriarch, fearing it might upset her, when unexpectedly, she appeared, having overheard the commotion. Mother, what brings you here? I have been here for quite some time, burdened by the transgressions I committed in my youth for the Qin family. You shall find a way to resolve this, for ultimately, it is I who have wounded your hearts. Qin Bin fell into silence for a brief moment, and then said, Mother, you should rest. I will manage the rest. As for the events of the past, I too share some blame. The elderly lady merely nodded gently, casting a glance at Qin Yechuan and lightly tapping her cane. Come with me, with a sense of unease. Qin Yechuan glanced at the wardrobe, but chose to follow the elderly lady. The study was bathed in warm light, and Qin's matriarch settled onto the sofa, gesturing towards the seat opposite her. Please, sit. As for the matters of should you wish to learn about them after your college entrance examination, I shall divulge the truth. The Qin family is a vast lineage, and some matters are far from the placid surface they appear to be. Qin Yechuan observed the frail figure of the elderly lady before him. She had always been resilient, and even now, with her hair as white as snow, she maintained an upright posture. In a few days, the Chu family will visit. You need not remain at home, she stated as he prepared to leave, offering her final words. She did not wish to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. Let them navigate their own tumultuous paths. The elderly lady sighed heavily, standing in the study as she gazed out at the luminous moon. The snow had long ceased falling, and the winter moon was both cold and exceptionally bright. Old man, you departed with such grace, leaving the weight of the vast Qin family upon my shoulders. In the name of the family's progress, I have committed numerous unforgivable acts. A gentle sigh melted into the crisp moonlight, the silvery glow enveloping her, casting a solitary shadow upon the ground. He opened the cabinet door and was taken aback to find Shang Zhenzhen curled up, sound asleep against the cabinet, her petite face flushed with a rosy hue. Qin Yechuan, unable to bear the thought of waking her, gently lifted her out. Perhaps sensing the warmth of another, Shang Zhenzhen's eyes slowly fluttered open. Happy New Year. Qin Yechuan glanced at the clock on the wall. The time had just passed midnight, and outside, fireworks illuminated the night sky. The new year had arrived. This new year was one they shared together. Shang Zhenzhen, just roused from her slumber, paused for a moment, then replied, Happy New Year. She had not anticipated that the first Happy New Year of the year would come from Qin Yechuan. It suddenly dawned on her that she was being cradled in his arms like a princess. A deep blush spread across her cheeks as she hastily jumped down from his embrace. Ever since her system had absorbed the wild system, she had felt increasingly fatigued, to the point where she could not even recall how she had fallen asleep. Watching Shang Zhenzhen scurry away, Qin Yechuan's lips curved into a gentle smile. Zhenzhen, this is our first new year together. Happy New Year. His soft voice mingled with the celebrations of the night, while outside, the fireworks dazzled in brilliant colors. Chapter 77. Welcome to my world. As Shang Zhenzhen awaited Qin Yechuan's arrival in the car, she discovered the rear door would not open. A gust of cold air swept in, prompting her to swiftly enter through the passenger side. The interior of the car was warm and inviting. After fastening her seatbelt, they set off. Perhaps due to the recent snowfall, the vehicle did not speed along the road. The tranquil night was punctuated only by the continuous bursts of fireworks, illuminating the dark expanse above. How come you are here tonight? Shang Zhenzhen had assumed he had forgotten about their plans and had entertained a glimmer of hope. But the more she wished for something, the more it seemed to manifest. Qin Yechuan inquired nonetheless. I have come to inquire. What do you wish to ask? Did you specifically climb through the window to pose your question? Shang Zhenzhen, alas, I completely overlooked that detail. She did not enter his home through conventional means. Shang Zhenzhen found herself at a loss for how to justify her actions. Reflecting upon it now, her late-night escapade of scaling walls and peering in felt utterly absurd, akin to that of a thief. Thus, she decided to feign ignorance like her system. It is the system's fault for asserting that the male lead was in danger. Who would have thought he would refute that notion with such clarity? System. Shang Zhenzhen had long since grown accustomed to the idea of spending money on the voracious gold-devouring beast, and she continued, "Is there anything you desire?" Qin Yechuan responded without a moment's hesitation, "I lack for nothing. Prepare another meal, and I shall cover the expenses." Cooking again? Is he perpetually starved in his previous life? Shang Zhenzhen cast him an incredulous glance. "The last dishes I prepared were all to your disliking, and yet you dare ask me to cook again?" The vehicle gradually came to a halt at the entrance of the Shang residence. Qin Yechuan, with a gaze deep as the abyss, looked into her eyes and stated, "You are well aware of what I do not enjoy. Thus, you can prepare what I like." Shang Zhenzhen felt her heart leap unexpectedly, silently unbuckling her seatbelt. And with a swift motion she fled. It felt as if this enigmatic figure was playfully teasing her. Upon witnessing her sudden retreat, a smile gradually spread across Qin Yechuan's face, the amusement in his eyes intertwining with the dark hues and the beauty of the night. "Shang Zhenzhen, welcome to my world," Qin Yechuan murmured softly, as if the profound shadows in his gaze sought to draw her fleeing silhouette back into his realm. Shang Nanji was still in the yard, constructing a snowman. At that moment, the grotesquely hideous snowman had taken on an even more fearsome appearance, having been transformed into a snow monster by Shang Nanji's playful hands. Despite his lack of skill in snowman crafting, Shang Nanji felt a sense of satisfaction as he took a photograph to send to Yan Qingyu, hoping to showcase his snowman building prowess. At the dawn of the new year, Yan Qingyu received an image from the boy she admired, a rather peculiar one that could ward off evil spirits. After gazing at it for a while, she surprisingly found it rather appealing. With a resigned smile, she saved the image just as fireworks erupted outside her window. Shang Nanji suddenly felt a sense of alertness and walked towards the car parked at his doorstep, only to see Qin Yechuan emerging from it. Their eyes locked momentarily. As Qin Yechuan approached the yard where Shang Nanji was, he glanced at the large mound beside him and uncertainly inquired, "Are you shoveling snow?" With an impassive expression, Shang Nanji replied, "I'm building a snowman." Qin Yechuan, observing the absurdly ugly creation, found himself at a loss for words. "How did you end up with Zhenzhen?" he teased. Ignoring the jibe, Shang Nanji continued to inquire with a stoic face, "Is this the lament of a lonely soul?" "So, the young master has resorted to playing with this pile of snow monsters?" With a cold demeanor, Shang Nanji noticed the seemingly triumphant expression on Qin Yechuan's face and, seizing a broom from the side, shooed him away. However, even after driving him off, Shang Nanji felt unsatisfied. How could this person dare to provoke him in front of his future brother-in-law? This was intolerable. Thus, he hurried to Shang Zhenzhen's room, attempting to brainwash her. Exhausted and weary, Shang Zhenzhen forcibly pushed the incessantly chattering Shang Nanji out of her room, finally gaining a moment of peace. With that, she collapsed into a deep sleep. It was only then that Shang Zhenzhen recalled the phone call she received from Zhang Ye on the first day of the Lunar New Year, where she mentioned a newly released film that had received outstanding reviews and was highly praised, inviting everyone to join her for a viewing. "Are you free?" "Certainly. The Starry Sky Cinema, 8 o'clock tonight. Don't be late, and remember to bring Shang Nanji along," Zhang Ye said hurriedly before abruptly hanging up. Shang Zhenzhen had no choice but to inquire about Shang Nanji, even though she seldom frequented the cinema. "Who else is going?" "I don't know, probably just us few. Zhang Ye will definitely be there, and since she is coming, Yan Hao will likely join, and if Yan Hao attends, it's probable that Qin Yechuan will also show up." Upon mentioning Qin Yechuan, Shang Nanji's expression turned cold as she remarked, "I will go too." At the Starry Sky Cinema, Shang Zhenzhen rolled her eyes in annoyance upon seeing Shang Nanji, who had started to tease her the moment they met. "I'm just wearing more because it's cold." As they stepped inside, Shang Zhenzhen immediately spotted Qin Yechuan, clad in a black baseball cap, leaning against the wall. The young man was tall and handsome, drawing the attention of nearly every girl who passed by. Although Yan Hao and Zhu Jinglan were also quite attractive, they evidently lacked the same captivating allure as Qin Yechuan. As time approached for the film to begin, Zhang Ye prompted, "Let us go buy some popcorn." "Does anyone want any?" The few boys remained silent, clearly uninterested in popcorn. The two girls cheerfully purchased 2 buckets of popcorn and made their way into the theater. However, As soon as they entered, Shang Zhenzhen received a special task from the system to ensure that Qin Yechuan eats popcorn during the movie. Given that Qin Yechuan was not particularly fond of sweets, it remained uncertain whether this task was a challenge for her or for him. Zhang Ye purchased 6 consecutive movie tickets, seating herself with Shang Zhenzhen in the central position, while Shang Nanji took a seat beside Shang Zhenzhen, leaving a deliberate gap between them and Qin Yechuan. Observing the 2 vacant seats separating her from Qin Yechuan, Shang Zhenzhen pondered how to discreetly accomplish her task when, unexpectedly, Qin Yechuan initiated a conversation. "May I try some popcorn?" Chapter 78, Rare Initiative from Master Qin, seeking initial subscriptions. "May I try some popcorn?" Shang Zhenzhen was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Regardless of Qin Yechuan's motives for wanting the popcorn, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence for her. Elated, she promptly extended the popcorn bucket, only to have it intercepted by the smug Shang Nanji, who snatched it away and flashed a taunting smile at Qin Yechuan. "Sorry, but there is only 1 bucket of popcorn, and I want some too." At that moment, Shang Zhenzhen felt an overwhelming urge to remove this hindrance from her path. Shang Nanji, reveling in her triumph, huffed in satisfaction and thrust the popcorn bucket back into Shang Zhenzhen's arms, sternly warning her not to pass it to Qin Yechuan before finally settling down to enjoy the film. Caught in the middle, Shi Jinglan sat uncomfortably, lamenting her choice of seat. With the popcorn in hand, Shang Zhenzhen fell into a reverie, regretting her decision to invite Shang Nanji along. Truly a case of shooting herself in the foot. Zhang Ye, observing from the side, suppressed a laugh, casting a sympathetic glance at Shang Zhenzhen, who found herself thwarted just when Master Qin had finally shown such initiative. Upon witnessing the irate Shang Zhenzhen devouring a mouthful of popcorn, Zhang Ye reached out for her own, only to inadvertently graze another hand, startling her. Turning to investigate, she found Yin Hao gazing at her with an expression of innocence. As the film had already commenced, Zhang Ye was compelled to lower her voice and, with a hint of indignation, exclaimed, "You are pilfering my snacks. Consuming such a quantity will surely lead to weight gain. Allow me to share the burden." After uttering this, Yin Hao seized another generous handful of popcorn, prompting Zhang Ye, incensed, to pinch him. Despite their aloof demeanor when asked if they would like some, they were now surreptitiously indulging in her treats. Yin Hao grimaced in pain, pleading for mercy in hushed tones, which led Zhang Ye to relent. Once the discomfort subsided, Yin Hao resumed his culinary thievery, igniting Zhang Ye's irritation to the point of deciding to settle the score after the film concluded. The movie, a narrative chronicling the journey of childhood sweethearts from their educational endeavors to their professional lives, featured a pair of currently popular stars whose charm and acting prowess captivated the audience. As the film reached its midpoint, a call interrupted Shang Nanji, revealing the caller to be Old Yu, which signaled an urgent matter. Shang Nanji had no choice but to leave his seat to take the call outside. Once he departed, the chilly air seemed to envelop Zhu Qinglan, causing her to momentarily question whether the cinema's air conditioning was malfunctioning. Meanwhile, Shang Zhenzhen remained engrossed in the film, which was at a particularly thrilling juncture. The girl lamented the burdensome nature of her work, while the boy watched her drunken antics with a smile, only leaning in to plant a soft kiss on her brow once she succumbed to slumber. "Oh my, how sweet." Shang Zhenzhen smiled, her eyes curving with delight, as she habitually reached for a piece of popcorn. However, a gentle grip on her wrist from the person beside her halted her motion. Anger surged within her as she glared at Shang Nanji, questioning his intentions. The cinema was dim, yet she distinctly caught sight of a pair of cold, dark eyes where Shang Nanji's seat should have been, now occupied by Qin Yechuan. Just as she was momentarily taken aback, Qin Yechuan lowered his head, his icy lips claiming the popcorn she had just grasped. How could it be Qin Yechuan? Shang Zhenzhen glanced aside, noticing 2 empty seats. Shang Nanji and Su Jinglan had vanished. Where had those 2 gone? Taking a moment to calm herself with some popcorn, she suddenly realized her hand had likely brushed against Qin Yechuan's lips. Shang Zhenzhen froze. Oh no, her hand felt tainted. Meanwhile, the instigator remained composed, continuing to lower his head to consume a second piece of popcorn. Shang Zhenzhen felt her fists clench, but being in a cinema, she could only lower her voice and ask, "What are you doing?" "Eating popcorn. Can't you get it yourself?" With an innocent expression, Qin Yechuan looked at the bucket of popcorn cradled in her arms. "I can't reach it." With a cold demeanor, Shang Zhenzhen shoved the popcorn bucket into his hands. After all, her hand felt sullied, and she no longer wished to eat. She could feel her cheeks flush, not quite sure if it was from anger or embarrassment. Qin Yechuan stifled a chuckle, taking a piece of popcorn and placing it into his mouth. The sweet flavor was slightly cloying, not to his taste. Yet he found it acceptable. "Aren't you going to eat?" Qin Yechuan inquired. Shang Zhenzhen glanced at the seemingly inquisitive individual and retorted, "How did you end up sitting here? If you were so eager to indulge, why didn't you express it earlier?" This interruption left Shang Zhenzhen bewildered, as she found herself struggling to comprehend the film. It inexplicably shifted to a scene of conflict between two characters, while she had just witnessed a delightful narrative unfold. Qin Yechuan, clutching a bucket of popcorn, turned his head slightly, allowing the dim light to cast a soft glow upon Shang Zhenzhen. The young woman was intently absorbed in the film, oblivious to his gaze upon her. Her long eyelashes gently curled, framing a pair of bright, crystalline eyes. His gaze gradually descended, ultimately resting upon her delicate, rosy lips. Perhaps his stare was too fervent, for the young woman seemed to sense it, turning her head, prompting Qin Yechuan to avert his eyes just in time. Feigning interest in the film screen, only he was aware of the effort it took to divert his attention. He delicately licked his lips, reminding himself that the moment to reveal his feelings had not yet arrived. A swirl of dark emotion stirred within his eyes. She did not yet harbor affection for him. Hence he mustn't frighten her away. Shang Zhenzhen felt the weight of someone's gaze upon her, reminiscent of the sensation she experienced that day in the school infirmary. Yet, upon turning her gaze, she found Qin Yechuan not looking at her. Was it merely an illusion? As she became increasingly engrossed in the film, just as the lead characters seemed poised to share a kiss, her vision was abruptly obscured by a long, elegant hand. As the audience erupted in satisfied gasps and shrieks, all Shang Zhenzhen could see was that hand. She immediately shot an incredulous look at its owner, Qin Yechuan. "What on earth are you trying to accomplish? Who is the childish one here?" Shang Zhenzhen exclaimed in frustration. At the age of 17, what is so wrong with a simple kiss? Chapter 79, Affection Cannot Be Concealed. Just as Shang Nanji was about to end the call, he inquired, "Why was I chosen for this singular opportunity in the physics examination?" The physics program at the University of Science and Technology is renowned, and it has always been his aspiration. Each year, the university holds an internal examination, where each prestigious institution recommends its most outstanding senior student. The top 10 candidates receive bonuses towards their physics major. His comprehensive scores have never matched those of Qin Yechuan, leading him to believe that this opportunity would never be his. On the other end of the line, Lao Yu expressed his astonishment. "I just received a message from Qin Yechuan, stating that he discussed this with you and decided to allocate the spot to you, as he intends to pursue computer science. I needed to confirm with you quickly, just agree, and I will report it immediately." After Lao Yu hastily ended the call, Shang Nanji held his phone and huffed softly. "Do not think this will secure my consent. Given his capabilities, gaining admission to the physics program would pose no challenge. Yet the top student at the University of Science and Technology has the privilege of learning from the finest instructors and accessing the laboratory ahead of time, an opportunity he has long coveted." But how did Qin Yechuan come to know of this? Qin Yechuan glanced at him nonchalantly. "During the winter break, you clearly sought my help with physics problems under the pretense of preparing for the mathematics competition." Shang Nanji let out a soft huff. "Clever of you. But do not presume that this will sway my decision. Your journey is still long." With that, he bypassed him and took his seat. Until the conclusion of the film, Shang Jinglan was oblivious to the sudden appearance of Shang Nanji, who frowned and inquired, "Where have you been?" Just moments ago, he had been absent. And now this person was also nowhere to be found. One could only wonder if Qin Yechuan was as honest as he seemed. Shang Jinglan felt a deep sense of frustration. After Shang Nanji departed, Qin Yechuan simply rose and took his seat, casting a frosty glance in his direction. Startled, he quickly opted for another vacant seat. The film was truly delightful, stirring feelings of romance. Even a younger brother seemed appealing. In the movie, the childhood sweethearts had a 2-year age difference, with the male lead being younger than the female. Yin Hao immediately disagreed, stating that is merely a film, a fictional narrative, not reality. One cannot conflate the two. Zhang Ye shot him a sharp look, exclaiming, "I have yet to settle the matter of you stealing my popcorn." Yin Hao scoffed. "How petty. It's just a few bites of your popcorn." "Just a few bites? You devoured nearly an entire bucket." Zhang Ye began to chase Yin Hao around the cinema, only stopping when he begged for mercy. "Why is it that the lovely childhood sweetheart in the film is gentle and kind, yet I end up being the feisty one?" Zhang Spicy Plum Ye retorted. "Say that again?" Yin Hao immediately gestured for silence. Upon exiting the cinema, Shang Zhenzhen nearly collided with a young man distributing flyers at the entrance of the mall. Fortunately, Zhang Ye was quick to grasp her arm and pull her aside. "Zhenzhen, are you all right?" Upon hearing her name, the flyer boy glanced up and, upon seeing the tightly wrapped young girl, felt his cheeks flush and gasped in surprise. It was then that Shang Zhenzhen realized the familiar face before her was none other than her class's sports committee member. What a coincidence, she remarked. Due to the basketball matches of the sports meet, Yan Hao recognized him as well, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. Isn't this Yu Hang? What brings you here? Working a winter break job? He then snatched the promotional flyer from Yu Hang's hand. Yu Hang smiled lightly. What a coincidence. Are you all here to hang out? This is my sister's new shop, and I'm helping out during the winter break. Would you like some milk tea? It's on me. At the mention of a treat, Zhang Ye's eyes sparkled with interest as she seized the flyer from Yan Hao. A milk tea shop? Should we go take a look? Shang Nanji glanced at the blushing Yu Hang and coldly interjected, No need. Drinking milk tea this late will make you gain weight. Zhenzhen has already put on some pounds over the new year. Shang Zhenzhen immediately protested, I haven't gained weight. It's just the clothes. I'm not interested in it either. I won't go, Qin Yechuan added promptly. Zhang Yu quickly grasped the situation and smiled at Yu Hang, saying, It really isn't good to drink this late. I'll take the flyer. Maybe I'll order takeout from your place another time. Yu Hang felt a twinge of disappointment. He glanced at the lovely girl, sensing a cold gaze fixed upon him, before averting his eyes. Perhaps another time then. As they were about to leave, someone stepped forward, saying, I had no idea Yu Hang was so generous. Why didn't you invite me for a drink? Sure, what would you like? Forget it. I can see you're fond of Miss Shang. Didn't you defend her during the cheating incident? That individual is also a student in Class 2 of the second year, and shares a close bond with Yu Hang. Today, he came to assist him in distributing flyers. Yu Hang's face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly remarked, I am not. I merely. There is no reason to feel embarrassed. Who among us does not harbor a secret affection? However, Miss Shang, you ought to relinquish such aspirations. She is involved with Master Qin, as you are well aware. Just moments ago, the way Master Qin looked at you is quite intimidating, my friend. It would be wise to dispel such thoughts post-haste. Yu Hang cast his gaze downward, acknowledging, I understand. He was aware that it was an impossible desire. Yet youthful infatuation is not easily concealed. On the return journey, Shang Nanji departed with Shang Zhenzhen and He Jinglan, while on the other side, Yan Hao drove, accompanied by Qin Yechuan and Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye resolved to lend a hand to Shang Zhenzhen and began to stir the pot. Yan Hao, are you quite familiar with that Yu Hang? Does he have feelings for Zhenzhen? In that instant, Yan Hao felt the piercing gaze of Brother Qin upon him. He glanced at Zhang Ye, who had unwisely broached the subject, and silently mouthed, Please, do not say another word. Zhang Ye feigned ignorance. It is evident. Zhenzhen is indeed quite popular, looking all soft and adorable. Although Shang Zhenzhen possessed a striking beauty, her personality was exceedingly endearing. Feeling the temperature in the car plummet with each passing moment, Yan Hao had no choice but to remain silent, fearing that further provocation might render Brother Qin as cold as ice. As the new school term approached, Shang Zhenzhen busied herself preparing for the upcoming examinations, diligently solving problems to make up for the revelry of the new year. It was not until she received a message from Qin Yechuan that she remembered an important detail. She still owed him a meal. How was she to explain this situation to Shang Nanji? As Shang Zhenzhen wore a troubled expression, she learned that Shang Nanji was scheduled to attend a physics examination at the University of Science and Technology that very day. Although the university was located within the city, it lay quite far from the city center. Shang Nanji would need to leave early and return late to await the results, which indeed alleviated Shang Zhenzhen's immediate concerns. Brother, may you achieve resounding success. As the perennial second place, all you need is to perform steadily. Shang Nanji shot her an exasperated glance and replied, Behave yourself at home and strive to enter the top 50 soon. Watching Shang Nanji's vehicle vanish from sight, Shang Zhenzhen seized the opportunity to make her discreet exit. Well behaved? Not a chance. Chapter 80. Feeling as though she had worn a false book as the elevator doors slid open, Shang Zhenzhen noticed that the door to room 1602 was ajar. Glancing inside as she passed, she observed the emptiness. It appeared to have been cleared out. Chen Shuang was currently in a rather unstable state of mind, incessantly babbling about being the protagonist, claiming she possessed a system, and asserting that Qin Yechuan would eventually be hers. The Chen family held a deep disdain for Chen Shuang. Her father was a con artist, and they suspected she had lost her sanity. Moreover, Chun Mi sat vacantly in her room, looking gaunt and lifeless, which suffocated the Qin family. Though they had proposed a marriage based on connections, the Qin family, out of respect for the elderly matriarch, had chosen to handle the matter with indifference. Nevertheless, the Qin family faced evident obstacles in their business dealings. Ultimately, they sent Qin Ye and Qin Yechuan to a secluded rehabilitation center abroad, allowing them to spend the remainder of their lives in a foreign land. After knocking on the door, Shang Zhenzhen received a message on WeChat. A series of numbers sent by Qin Yechuan, 221014. Shang Zhenzhen gazed at the series of numbers, then glanced at the keypad, attempting to enter the password, which resulted in a soft beep as the door unlocked. She stood momentarily in disbelief. The code for Qin Yechuan's home was unexpectedly different from that in the book, which should have aligned with his mother's birthday. Previously, she had always entered through the door opened by Qin Yechuan or someone who had arrived before her. This was her first experience inputting the code herself. Examining the numbers once more, 221014, did it signify October 14th of this year? What event had transpired on that day? Shang Zhenzhen was at a loss. As she stepped back into Qin Yechuan's home, an unusual chill enveloped her. The once vibrant living room, where everyone would gather before the new year, now contained only Qin Yechuan, who sat alone on the sofa. He paused his writing, lifting his gaze to her. "Come here." Instinctively, she approached, not even realizing how obediently she complied. It was still early. Complete this exam paper. Shang Zhenzhen stared in silence at the paper he handed her, bemused that even cooking had succumbed to the pressures of competition. Her purpose in being here seemed to be to cultivate herself into a polymath. Resigned, she glanced at the paper again and noticed something amiss. After a thorough examination, she looked up in astonishment and asked Qin Yechuan, her eyes wide, "Did you create this exam yourself?" The paper she held was a physics test, not printed but rather in familiar handwriting. The vigorous script was something she had encountered numerous times during her tutoring sessions earlier in the year. Qin Yechuan calmly replied, "Based on your academic progress, I devised a set of questions you might encounter at the start of the term, encompassing these knowledge points. Is this the realm of academic prodigies? While I am still immersed in solving problems, they have already progressed to predicting examination topics." Shang Zhenzhen murmured to herself, increasingly fascinated by the handwritten test paper in her hands. A fleeting smile danced in Qin Yechuan's eyes, only to vanish just as quickly. "Shouldn't we focus on solving problems? Is this still a study room?" Shang Zhenzhen, undeterred by the raucous group nearby, decided she could study in the living room. Qin Yechuan then rose to serve her a cup of hot coffee, sweetened to her taste. Gratefully, Shang Zhenzhen accepted the cup and noticed that Qin Yechuan had also seated himself, seemingly engaged in writing problems on a blank sheet. Curiously, she inquired, "What are you doing?" Qin Yechuan replied with a casual hum, "With some idle time on my hands, I thought I would assist you by crafting a set of mathematics problems." Such a nonchalant statement left Shang Zhenzhen speechless, compelling her to silently resume her work, clueless about the world of academic geniuses. In an instant, the living room fell into a serene quietude, with only the ticking of the wall clock, the sound of the pen gliding across paper, and the gentle rhythm of their breathing breaking the stillness. Shang Zhenzhen's focus on her problems was unwavering, while Qin Yechuan cast a subtle glance in her direction, observing her intense concentration as her brow gradually furrowed. Had the problems become too challenging? After contemplating for a few moments, he glanced at the half-completed mathematics paper before him, retrieved a fresh sheet, and resolved to create simpler problems. Finally finishing her test paper, Shang Zhenzhen stretched languidly, eager to seek Qin Yechuan's feedback on her work, only to realize he was no longer in the living room. Scanning her surroundings, she heard some commotion from the kitchen. Rising, she made her way there, only to discover Qin Yechuan skillfully chopping vegetables, his movements surprisingly adept. Shang Zhenzhen stared in astonishment, her eyes wide open. In the book, Qin Yechuan had not demonstrated any culinary skills. His daily meals were almost exclusively ordered from restaurants. Yet, it was evident that this was not his first time engaging in this endeavor. As footsteps approached, Qin Yechuan, clad in a sleek black apron, glanced at her and remarked, "The answer is on the paper at the bottom." Shang Zhenzhen nodded in acknowledgement, only to realize, "Wait, are you asking me to cook? Continue working on it. You should check the answers and circle any areas you don't understand. We'll discuss it after dinner," Qin Yechuan stated, his tone remarkably composed, not lifting his gaze. Shang Zhenzhen felt as though she were wearing a facade of a scholar. Qin Yechuan's answers were meticulously detailed, with each key point clearly marked. The exam was worth 110 points, and she had scored 78, significantly above the passing line, which left her quite content. "Not bad," a low, cool voice suddenly echoed, startling Shang Zhenzhen. She looked up to find Qin Yechuan, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, still donning his black apron, now bending down to retrieve her paper. This test presents a challenge. You've performed admirably. Upon receiving the compliment, Shang Zhenzhen felt elated. Does that mean I could potentially score 80 in the upcoming semester? That would surely place me in the top 50. She had previously struggled with a mix of mathematics and physics, and while her math scores had improved, her weaknesses in physics were glaringly evident. Why aim for the top 50? Qin Yechuan's dark eyes bore into her with intensity. Alas, it is still Shang Nanji. Shang Zhenzhen almost revealed the truth before the main character, but fortunately, she reacted in time. One cannot afford to let their guard down even for a moment in front of the male lead. It was so close to being said. If I can secure a position within the top 50, I can finally rid myself of Shang Nanji, that stumbling block, and proceed with my tasks without hindrance. But can this be voiced? Certainly not. Shang Zhenzhen's mind raced, and a sudden inspiration struck her. With a deliberate sigh, she lamented. It is indeed Shang Nanji who insists that I must place in the top 50. Otherwise, she threatens to cut off my allowance and force me into 24-hour tutoring sessions. I am utterly helpless. Her heartfelt expression was so convincing that even Shang Zhenzhen herself nearly believed it. Qin Yechuan ceased his inquiries and remarked, "Let us eat. The meal is prepared, though I am unsure if it will suit your taste." Only then did Shang Zhenzhen catch the delightful aroma of the dishes. Ah, how fragrant. Chapter 81. He yearns to absorb her essence. Gazing at the enticing spread before her, Shang Zhenzhen was taken aback. "Qin, the handsome gentleman, you can actually cook?" Her voice brimmed with astonishment. Could this be a skill that the protagonist acquires effortlessly? The alluring scent of the meal wafted through the air. A world apart from the dish she had prepared the other day. Qin Yechuan handed her a pair of chopsticks and calmly explained, "I have grown up outside since childhood. Thus, cooking is certainly not foreign to me." Shang Zhenzhen accepted the chopsticks and sat down, refraining from further conversation, wary of treading on his sensitive territory. From a young age, Qin Yechuan had only his mother by his side, who represented his emotional minefield. She dared not tread carelessly in his realm, for she possessed no protagonist as halo. During their meal, Qin Yechuan prepared 3 dishes and a soup. Astonishingly perfect replicas of the very dishes she had made that day: stir-fried shredded carrots with meat, braised fish, minced eggplant, and fish head with tofu soup. Instead of white rice, the bowl contained perfectly cooked century egg and lean meat congee, rich and fragrant. Reflecting on her previous culinary creations and observing the spread before her, she felt a profound sense of shame, for even her specialty, the century egg and lean meat congee, paled in comparison. Help? As the male lead, Qin Yechuan not only excelled in cooking but also in making congee. She once again sensed the stark disparities in this world. Didn't you claim to dislike these dishes? Shang Zhenzhen recalled Zhang Ye's words, who had once been Qin Yechuan's #1 fan and was undoubtedly aware of such matters. If he disliked them, why recreate them? With wide, curious eyes, Shang Zhenzhen scrutinized his expression, hoping to glean some insight. Yet, Qin Yechuan's demeanor remained perpetually cool and indifferent, revealing no cracks in his facade. "I like them," he replied succinctly, then scooped a spoonful of century egg and lean meat congee, blowing gently to cool it before tasting. It must be said that Qin Yechuan's hands were exceptionally graceful, long and elegant. Even the act of consuming congee appeared aesthetically pleasing. Observing his composed demeanor, she felt that had it not been for the satisfaction rating from her previous task, she might have been completely deceived by him. The words of a man can often be misleading. Shang Zhenzhen, filled with indignation, picked up a chopstick full of shredded carrots and mixed it with her porridge before putting it into her mouth. In that instant, she felt as though she were savoring a dish crafted by a master chef from a renowned culinary school, accompanied by an orchestra of delightful sounds. The flavors that danced on her palate were nothing short of extraordinary. "Qin Dashuai, your culinary skills are truly exceptional," Shang Zhenzhen exclaimed from the depths of her heart. Realizing that Qin Yechuan's cooking surpassed that of many professional chefs, it had been a long while since she had stepped into the kitchen, and it seemed his talents had not waned. "Why don't you cook for yourself?" It was only now, at this moment, that she discovered Qin Yechuan possessed the ability to cook, yet he chose not to. After he spoke, he returned to his meal, leaving Shang Zhenzhen to ponder. She understood now. In the past, with his mother by his side, he had honed his culinary skills, but after her absence, he had lost the desire to cook. Whether it was reluctance or an aversion to reminders of his past, perhaps only Qin Yechuan truly comprehended. Having consumed 2 bowls of porridge and nearly emptied the dishes on the table, Shang Zhenzhen relished in the delightful meal, grateful for the absence of any hindrance from Shang Nanji. Now I finally understand why you insist on preparing identical dishes. I concede that my cooking skills pale in comparison. Could we perhaps change the requirements for the meals? Shang Zhenzhen felt a sense of self-awareness, only grasping his implication after tasting his cooking. Was he subtly indicating that her culinary endeavors were lacking? Qin Yechuan, having discerned her true thoughts, merely pressed his lips together and remarked, I actually believe the last meal I prepared was even more delectable. Shang Zhenzhen smiled awkwardly. Please, spare me the flattery. I am not a child of 3. Qin Yechuan. He merely intended to convey that he would earnestly endeavor to embrace every aspect she cherished. He yearned to become acquainted with the essence of her preferences. He longed to be infused with her essence. Individual palates vary, and naturally, so do preferences. I genuinely found the flavors delightful. Perhaps Qin Yechuan's earnestness in uttering this statement led Shang Zhenzhen to feel as though she had transformed into a master chef. A mere illusion. It was all merely a ruse employed by the male protagonist to extract her labor. At the university, on the first floor of the comprehensive building, a lively chatter filled the air before the electronic screen. In the hall, 50 exceptional talents from esteemed institutions across the nation congregated. Having concluded their morning examination, they eagerly awaited the announcement of scores and rankings, many hastily consuming their meals while anticipating the results. Shang Nanji stood solitary in a corner, leaning against the wall, showing no inclination to engage with those around him. An aura of coldness enveloped him, deterring anyone from approaching, though a few daring souls were undeterred by his demeanor. Among the 50 candidates, only about 10 were girls, and a few of them were rather attractive, already captivated by Shang Nanji's appearance. Unsurprisingly, this September, they would all become classmates. Thus, facing such a remarkable male figure, the principle of seizing the initiative was well understood. Several girls exchanged glances, and finally, a bold girl with long hair took the first step. Hello, classmate. Shang Nanji opened his eyes, which had been closed in contemplation, and found a shy girl standing before him. Is there something you need? The long-haired girl couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, what a lovely voice. She quickly offered a more radiant smile and said, Hello, my name is Song Yiling. I wonder if it would be convenient to add each other as friends. You are also aspiring to study physics at the University of Science and Technology, aren't you? We shall soon be classmates. The 50 individuals gathered here were all exceptional, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would all gain admission to this program. It was merely a matter of ranking. With unwavering confidence, Song Yiling thought, who could possibly refuse a bright, beautiful, and charming girl? Not convenient, replied Shang Nanji coldly. Song Yiling appeared momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled, I want to disturb you. I simply wish to get acquainted beforehand. If we encounter any challenging problems, we could discuss them together. Suddenly, a booming voice erupted, What? There's actually a perfect score this year. Who is this Shang Nanji? The exams at the University of Science and Technology are notoriously difficult. It has been several years since a perfect score was achieved. The entire hall erupted in excitement. It seemed that a perfect score had not been seen in 4 or 5 years. The physics exam was deliberately challenging to gauge everyone's capabilities. Shang Nanji glanced up at the screen and was astonished to see her name at the top. You must be Shang Nanji. I reviewed your paper, and it was exceptionally well written. Your reasoning is clear and your ideas are quite innovative. An elderly professor approached her with a warm smile, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. It's Elder Zhou. The crowd buzzed with excitement as they turned their gazes toward the newcomer. Zhou Changhe is a distinguished professor of physics at the University of Science and Technology, aged 50, renowned for his wisdom and amiable demeanor. He has published numerous works and is highly esteemed in the realm of physical research. Shang Nanji was pleasantly surprised by Zhou's unexpected appearance. He promptly stood up, greeted him politely with a handshake, and offered a slight bow, saying, Professor Zhou, it is a privilege to finally meet you. I have had the honor of reading your work, Cosmology and Physics, and it has greatly enriched my understanding. Zhou Changhe smiled warmly, patting his shoulder, and replied, I look forward to your presence this September. Zhou was genuinely delighted to engage with such promising youth. After Zhou departed, a crowd naturally gathered around Shang Nanji, forming an eager circle. Song Yiling appeared quite astonished. She had not anticipated that this young man would be so striking and accomplished. Initially, she assumed he was merely standing in the corner, disheartened by a poor exam performance. Song Yiling herself scored 92 on her physics exam, ranking 6th, an impressive achievement. but in comparison to Shang Nanji's perfect score, she felt rather inadequate. "Ah, you are from Xingyu High School, my friend. Your score is truly remarkable," exclaimed a chubby boy, having gleaned relevant information. Someone suggested they all dine together, but Shang Nanji politely declined, stating, "I have matters to attend to at home and must take my leave. Enjoy yourselves, and I shall see you in September." With that, he took his leave. Shang Nanji is undoubtedly destined to be the heartthrob of the university. It seems he is quite affluent as well. I noticed he arrived in a car worth no less than $1 million. Initially, I assumed he was merely a privileged heir, but it turns out he is far more impressive. Unfamiliar with the local scene, they were unaware that he was the young heir of a prominent merchant family. Having secured second place in the recent citywide examination, one student from another school remarked. Song Yiling's ears perked up, and she inquired, "Surely someone so remarkable must be a prominent figure at school?" "Indeed, he is the campus heartthrob," came the reply. However, Shang Nanji is different. He maintains his integrity and remains single. You all should strive diligently. He represents a promising prospect. A glint of determination sparkled in Song Yiling's eyes, embodying an unwavering resolve. In the tranquil living room, the soft glow of the lights enveloped the two individuals, casting a gentle radiance. Shang Zhenzhen was diligently working on the mathematics paper assigned by Qin Yechuan, who continued to guide her through the questions. They sat at opposite ends, refraining from disturbing one another, yet their companionship was remarkably harmonious. Shang Zhenzhen set down her pen, stretched languidly, her voice seemingly seeking affirmation. "I've finished. I feel quite confident about this paper." Qin Yechuan glanced up at her, perhaps fatigued from the examination, his eyes partially closed, reminiscent of a languid cat. His voice was soft to an almost delicate degree. His gaze deepened as he accepted the paper she handed him, steadying himself to provide feedback. The difficulty of the questions was moderate, perfectly suited to her capabilities. Shang Zhenzhen, cradling a cup of coffee, quietly leaned closer to Qin Yechuan, admiring the exquisite beauty of his hands as he graded her paper. Truly, such beautiful hands make marking the corrections all the more delightful. Shang Zhenzhen pouted, watching him unflinchingly deduct points, her heart growing increasingly uneasy. At last, a striking score of 120 appeared on her examination paper, eliciting a sigh of relief from her. This result was quite commendable in her eyes. If she maintained this state, there would be no issues with the upcoming school examination. Qin Yechuan was confident in the questions he had devised. Achieving this score on these two papers assured him that the forthcoming school examination would pose no challenges. Shang Zhenzhen's eyes instantly brightened, sparkling like they reflected the vastness of the stars. "Really? Can I make it into the top 50? Qin Yechuan restrained the impulse to draw her into his embrace, forcing himself to avert his gaze. His voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. "Let me explain the reasoning behind these problems to you." Shang Zhenzhen promptly seated herself beside Qin Yechuan, causing the sofa to sink slightly under her weight. Qin Yechuan felt his body stiffen, yet the person beside him appeared oblivious, leaning closer instead. "This question, I actually approached haphazardly. I had no clear thought process at all." Shang Zhenzhen leaned forward, pointing at a question marked with a large red cross. A particularly devastating result yielding no points whatsoever. Qin Yechuan felt a slight itch in his throat, the fragrance of the young girl wafting towards him, sweet and elegant, reminiscent of citrus blossoms. "What's wrong?" Shang Zhenzhen inquired, noticing his prolonged silence as she turned her head. Qin Yechuan quickly gathered his thoughts and began to elucidate the reasoning, his deep, cool voice resonating beautifully. Shang Zhenzhen always found it a pleasure to listen to him explain. However, an inexplicable sense of loss gradually enveloped her entire being. "I'll give you a ride. I need to find Yin Hao," Qin Yechuan stated. The university is situated in the suburbs, requiring an hour's drive to reach the city center. As Shang Nanji was waiting at a traffic light, she happened to catch sight of Yin Xingyu emerging from the direction of the train station. It had been quite some time since they last met, and upon glancing at her, Shang Nanji noticed that Yin Xingyu seemed to have lost some weight. Despite being bundled in thick winter clothing, she appeared somewhat frail. Yin Xingyu carried a backpack, her hands laden with various items, fresh vegetables grown by her grandmother, as well as farm-fresh eggs and pickled vegetables. Yin Ping was also burdened with several bags, and the two of them made their way to the bus platform, presumably waiting for public transport. The sound of a horn pierced the air, prompting Yin Xingyu to look up, initially thinking she was obstructing the road. However, as she raised her gaze, the car window rolled down, and she was startled to see Shang Nanji. Yin Xingyu thought she was mistaken, staring in disbelief for a while until Shang Nanji spoke, dispelling the illusion she had been contemplating day and night. "Get in, we can't stop here," Shang Nanji urged, opening the trunk, feeling a twinge of unease. Yan Qingyu glanced at Yin Ping, only to find her regarding her with a look of skepticism. The bustling train station was hardly a conducive environment for conversation. Yin Ping said little, placing her belongings in the trunk before settling into the back seat. It was only then that Yan Qingyu felt a sense of relief, hurriedly arranging her things before joining her in the rear. The vehicle promptly departed from the station, heading into the distance. Chapter 83. Gently adjusting her scarf, the interior of the car was pleasantly warm, instantly alleviating the chill that had clung to them while waiting at the station. "Nanji, thank you for your help. I never expected to run into you like this," Yin Ping remarked as she settled into her seat. A seemingly ordinary remark caused Yan Qingyu's heart to tighten, prompting her to glance at the driver, Shang Nanji, ahead. "It is indeed a coincidence. I happened to pass by while heading to the exam at CheatCode today," Shang Nanji remarked. Yin Ping's initial doubts began to dissipate. Did the exam at CheatCode take place earlier than scheduled? How did it go? "I recall that results are typically announced on the spot, correct? It was moved up, and I performed quite well, ranking first," Shang Nanji replied with a calm demeanor. Had it not been for the final 3 words, one might have assumed he struggled. "Congratulations," Yin Ping exclaimed genuinely. The physics exam at CheatCode is notoriously challenging, closely aligned with university-level physics. Achieving the top rank is quite an accomplishment. In response to her praise, Shang Nanji's tone softened. "I was fortunate." The last question was similar to one I had practiced during the winter break. The question he referred to was one he had previously consulted Qin Yechuan about. Although not identical, the solution bore a striking resemblance, a stroke of good fortune for him. "Luck is also a form of skill. Do not underestimate yourself. You are exceptional, and I look forward to hearing good news about your college entrance examination." "All right," Shang Nanji replied, and a silence enveloped the vehicle. Just then, the traffic light turned red, prompting him to apply the brakes and glance at the rearview mirror. Throughout the journey, Yan Qingyu had remained silent, sitting quietly with a notably pallid face, devoid of color, as if she were unwell. "Zhenzhen often mentions you during the new year, lamenting that she did not spend it with you," Shang Nanji suddenly interjected, clearly addressing Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingyu gently clenched her hand, a faint smile gracing her face. In just 2 days, school would commence, and they would meet again. Shang Nanji narrowed his eyes slightly, observing as the red light turned green, prompting him to resume driving. He sensed something was amiss with Yan Qingyu, having not seen her for an entire winter break. She appeared somewhat apprehensive around him. Noticing her evident pallor and her restrained demeanor, he surmised that the issue likely stemmed from Yin Ping. He recalled how Yin Ping had previously informed him that Yan Qingyu could not assist Zhenzhen with her studies. It seemed that trouble had brewed at that time, though he had failed to perceive it then. Silence enveloped the car as Yan Qingyu leaned against the door, watching the scenery outside rush past in a blur. She allowed her mind to wander until the streets outside became increasingly familiar, at which point she realized they were almost home. Once Shang Nanji parked the car. Aware that they were laden with numerous items, he alighted to assist. Yan Qingyu resided in an old-style apartment building on the 6th floor with no elevator. Initially, Yin Ping had hesitated to let him exert himself but Shang Nanji insisted that a few flights of stairs were no burden, and he proceeded to carry everything up the stairs. After Yin Ping opened the door, Shang Nanji placed all the items inside. "Nanji, come in for a cup of tea," Yin Ping invited warmly. "It's a fortunate coincidence to run into you today. You must be weary from your journey." She offered him a pair of slippers, hoping to persuade him to stay and rest for a while. Shang Nanji shook his head, saying, "No need. I merely happened to pass by and lend a hand. You both carry on with your tasks. I shall take my leave now." Yan Qingyu was taken aback when Shang Nanji suddenly brought up the matter. Instinctively, she glanced at Yin Ping, who was looking at her with a calm demeanor. Although Yin Ping said nothing, her eyes conveyed an abundance of unspoken emotions. "I might not be able to go for the time being. If Zhenzhen has any questions, she can ask me on WeChat," Yan Qingyu said, suppressing the bitterness in her heart. "All right, I will pass on the message," Shang Nanji replied, confirming her suspicions and choosing not to linger any longer before turning to leave. However, as she departed, her icy gaze was filled with confusion. Why did Yin Ping wish to prevent Yan Qingyu from tutoring? Yan Qingyu had always been at the top of her class. Tutoring had never hampered her academic performance. If finances were a concern, it seemed that Yan Qingyu would benefit more from the extra help, suggesting that money was not the underlying issue. as Shang Nanji descended the stairs. She glanced up at the top floor, harboring a vague suspicion that she could not quite articulate. Meanwhile, Yin Ping meticulously organized her belongings before casting a glance at Yin Qingyu. I have a colleague whose child is in the 3rd year of junior high and struggles with science. Would you be willing to help? Yin Ping sighed softly. You should go. Engaging in other activities will help divert your attention. I don't want you to worry your mother. Upon hearing this, Yin Qingyu lowered her head. All right. I understand. Yin Ping approached and embraced her, saying, Listen to me. Do not tread the same path as I did. Our future will be bright. And while I don't wish to hinder your friendships, I know, you need not worry, Yin Qingyu reassured her. Yin Qingyu's heart was tumultuous, yet she endeavored to suppress her emotions little by little. She understood that Yin Ping had always treated her with kindness from childhood. She had single-handedly nurtured her through countless adversities, never once abandoning her. Even in times of illness, she remained by her side day and night. Yet at times, her affection felt overwhelmingly heavy, akin to an invisible shackle binding her spirit. She was uncertain of the implications such circumstances might have for the future and yearned for a foolproof strategy, but it seemed an arduous task. As Qin Yechuan parked in front of the establishment, he noticed Shang Zhenzhen leaning against the car door, half of her face ensconced in her scarf. With each breath, the fabric quivered slightly, revealing that she was in a deep slumber. Her defenseless demeanor while asleep made it difficult for anyone to rouse her. A flicker of darkness crossed Qin Yechuan's gaze as he raised his hand, inching closer to her, poised to caress her cheek. However, he diverted his motion, gently pressing down her scarf instead. This revealed a small portion of her face nestled within the fabric, along with her soft pink lips that seemed to beckon him to taste their sweetness. He felt entranced, ever since that fateful New Year's Eve. He had been inexplicably drawn to the idea of kissing her, often dreaming of the moment that had not continued. Suddenly, the blaring of a horn shattered the tranquility. Qin Yechuan looked up to see Shang Nanji's car parked in front of his. The abrupt sound startled Shang Zhenzhen awake from her slumber, and she blinked groggily at the window, realizing they had arrived home. At this moment, Qin Yechuan sat upright, gazing at the car parked before him, and casually remarked, If you have any questions about the exam, feel free to ask me on WeChat, utilizing the time she spent solving problems. Qin Yechuan prepared questions for her in chemistry and biology. Knowing that Shang Zhenzhen excelled in English and Chinese, he focused solely on mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. Shang Zhenzhen yawned, nodded, tightened her scarf, which had inexplicably loosened, and exited the vehicle. As she stood in the cold breeze, her heart skipped a beat upon spotting a familiar car nearby. The moment she saw Shang Nanji alight from it, she sensed impending trouble. The expression on Shang Nanji's face was frigid, colder than the winter ice itself. He slammed the car door shut and strode over with long strides. Feeling a surge of fear, Shang Zhenzhen instinctively opened the car door and slipped back inside. Qin Yechuan was about to leave when he heard the sound of the door opening and saw Shang Zhenzhen trembling as she re-entered, her gaze fixed anxiously on the window. Upon noticing Shang Zhenzhen had once again sought refuge in Qin Yechuan's car, Shang Nanji's expression turned as frigid as the frost itself. He quickly approached the car door, raising his hand to pull it open. The car door was locked. Shang Zhenzhen jumped in surprise at the sound of the locking mechanism, her racing heart finally easing. Knock, knock, knock. Shang Nanji angrily tapped on the window. He was her older brother. What was she doing climbing into another man's car? Stealing a glance at Qin Yechuan, she found him composed, watching her with a slight lift of his brows, and he calmly inquired, Miss Shang, are you reluctant to part with me and wish to accompany me? The term elopement lingered on Qin Yechuan's lips, yet he refrained from uttering it, fearing it might alarm the person before him. Shang Zhenzhen hastily shook her head, oblivious to the sudden danger that glimmered in Qin Yechuan's gaze. The sound of knocking on the window grew louder, resembling an imminent breach. If Miss Shang wishes to accompany me, I shall drive right away. Qin Yechuan's expression darkened, his tear mole at the corner of his eye appearing even more enchanting, akin to a blooming black lotus that captivated the onlooker. Shang Zhenzhen lacked the courage to leave with him. Should she truly depart, Shang Nanji would likely explode with fury on the spot. Qin Yechuan sensed her unspoken thoughts, feeling as though something heavy pressed against his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He fought against the urge to whisk her away, exerting considerable effort to unlock the car door. As the lock clicked open, the door swung wide, allowing a rush of frigid air to invade the warmth inside. Shang Nanji, with a stern expression, yanked Shang Zhenzhen out and forcefully shut the door. As the vehicle pulled away, Qin Yechuan glanced in the rearview mirror, catching sight of the obediently bowed head of Shang Zhenzhen, her gaze inscrutable. Shang Zhenzhen lowered her head in a plea for forgiveness. I was going to study, I swear. Here are 2 papers I completed. I can show you. Shang Nanji regarded her coldly. Then why were you hiding in the first place? Shang Zhenzhen replied. He had just stormed out with an air of righteous indignation. How could I not hide? Finally, stepping into the warmth of home, Shang Zhenzhen inhaled deeply, feeling revived. Brother, how did you fare in the exam? It must have been good, right? Shang Nanji responded with an aloof hum. Second place? Shang Zhenzhen observed his calm demeanor amidst both praise and criticism, suggesting that he had indeed secured the second place, a result of enduring trials as the perennial runner-up. Shang Nanji raised her hand and unceremoniously delivered a playful headbutt. Can't you wish for your brother to achieve something great? Shang Zhenzhen's large eyes darted around before widening in disbelief as she inquired, Did you actually come in first? This particular segment of the narrative was etched in Shang Zhenzhen's memory. The physics examination had initially been destined for Qin Yechuan, who effortlessly claimed the top spot with a perfect score. Consequently, before even registering at the university, Qin Yechuan had garnered considerable fame, thanks to his remarkable appearance and outstanding achievements. Was it possible that Shang Nanji had usurped the male protagonist role? Noticing Shang Zhenzhen's incredulous expression, Shang Nanji was compelled to glare back. What do you think I was doing during the early part of the winter break? Is it so strange to come first? Shang Zhenzhen hesitated, her thoughts momentarily silenced. This was no longer a matter of strangeness. Her own brother seemed destined for greatness, having not only captured the affections of the original heroine, but also appropriated the male protagonist's narrative. This was indeed a form of fortune appropriation. Suddenly, the system interjected, explaining that such occurrences were often unconscious. For instance, if the son of luck had been discussing the exam questions before the test and subsequently relinquished his chance, then those who tapped into that fortune would naturally find success more easily. After a moment's contemplation, Shang Zhenzhen's eyes sparkled with realization. From this, it can be inferred that the questions Qin Yechuan provided me must be useful, as he is undoubtedly the most fortuitous individual in this realm. The system was momentarily at a loss for words. Was that indeed the case? Congratulations, my dear brother. You have finally emerged from the depths of servitude to sing your song. With a cheerful smile, Shang Zhenzhen poured him a cup of warm water in celebration. Is our little angel not in good spirits? It was only upon returning to school that Shang Zhenzhen comprehended what Shang Nanji meant by not too good. This was far beyond mere inadequacy. It was indeed quite alarming. Yan Qingyu, possessing a striking beauty that is pure and pristine, is the kind of visage that lingers in one's memory. Yet, her once lovely oval face had thinned significantly, and although her petite features remained attractive, it was evident that she had become excessively slender. After a prolonged absence, Yan Qingyu finally revealed a long-awaited smile. Zhenzhen, it has been such a long time. I have missed you dearly. Yan Qingyu feigned distress, saying, I too am puzzled. I eat quite a lot, yet I continue to lose weight. Shang Zhenzhen replied, Little angel, this will inevitably provoke her wrath, for she has indeed gained weight. Chapter 85. The heart was heavily knocked. Are you not going to help me with my studies anymore? Why not? Is it because you think I'm too foolish? Upon hearing Yan Qingyu's declaration of her inability to assist, Shang Zhenzhen felt as though she had been struck by frost. Although it was inconceivable that the little angel would disdain her, she could conjure no other explanation. A relative of mine also requires tutoring, and since they are family, it would be impolite to refuse. Yan Qingyu smiled gently, seemingly concerned that she might be upset, and pulled a piece of milk candy from her pocket, offering it to her. You are deceiving me. Shang Zhenzhen gazed at the candy in a daze. Indeed, as Shang Nanji had suggested, the little angel was experiencing some troubles. Yan Qingyu's family ties were remarkably straightforward. Apart from her grandmother from her hometown, only Yin Ping remained, thus making her particularly cherish her blood relations. She had no other relatives, so where could the children of relatives come from? Perhaps it was merely a fabrication crafted by the little angel to spare her from worry. Shang Zhenzhen unwrapped the candy, placing the milk candy into her mouth, and smiled at her. Then I shall reluctantly forgive you. But remember, whenever you wish to regret it, I shall always forgive you. Yan Qingyu smiled back. All right. On the second day of school, the entrance examination was conducted. Shang Zhenzhen sat in the examination hall, experiencing a surge of excitement while completing the test for the first time. What kind of divine being possessed the male protagonist? She had encountered more than half of the questions on the comprehensive science paper before, and the experience of answering the exam felt exhilarating. After swiftly finishing the entire paper, Shang Zhenzhen felt confident she could score a solid 250. At that moment, the number seemed quite pleasing to her heart. As the bell signaling the end rang, Shang Zhenzhen was the first to submit her paper, then hurriedly made her way to the first examination room, eager to share her joy with Yan Qingyu, only to catch sight of Yan Qingyu's slightly fatigued expression. A quick thought crossed Shang Zhenzhen's mind. As Yan Qingyu stepped out of the examination hall, she immediately perked up and greeted Shang Zhenzhen. "How did you fare?" Shang Zhenzhen grinned widely. "Not bad. I'm certain this time I'll rank within the top 50. Such confidence? Of course. Qin Yechuan explained similar questions to me during the winter break." Yan Qingyu playfully blinked her eyes, remarking, "It seems your relationship has improved significantly." A pang of anxiety gripped Shang Zhenzhen's heart, as she initially thought Yan Qingyu was feeling down. She quickly reassured her, "It's all because of that fellow, Shang Nanji. A few of us have been studying together, and we intended to invite you, but you were away during the winter break." Yan Qingyu, aware that Shang Zhenzhen had yet to grasp the situation, chuckled softly, thinking to herself that Qin Yechuan still had much to endure. The winter streets appeared desolate, with withered branches and fallen leaves scattered about. The overcast sky cast a dreary pall, rendering even the evergreens lackluster. The lights were dim, seemingly shrouded by the gray heavens above. The sounds of laughter seemed to cascade from the 6th floor, where two families resided, one being hers and the other a blissful trio, a newlywed couple with an adorable daughter. Perhaps it was their joyous voices that echoed through the air. Yan Qingyu lingered in the stairwell on the 5th floor for a while before ascending further. As she approached the 6th floor, the sounds of merriment grew increasingly pronounced. She paused for a moment, standing at her doorstep, only to realize that the laughter was emanating from her own home. Were guests visiting? She retrieved her key, turned it, and as the door swung open, the joyous sounds rushed forth, mingled with familiar voices. Standing at the threshold, Yan Qingyu was taken aback to see so many people in her home: Shang Zhenzhen, Shang Nanji, Zhang Ye, and Yan Hao for individuals inexplicably gathered in her abode. As Yan Qingyu began to utter a few words, she was abruptly interrupted by Shang Zhenzhen, who winked at her and stated, "My brother mentioned he was struggling with a problem and happened to pass by. Noticing the lights on, he couldn't resist intruding upon you all. We simply came to observe for a while." Hearing this rather clumsy excuse, Yan Qingyu could not help but smile. Although she was puzzled by their intentions, she chose not to expose the ruse. "So, how did your inquiries fare?" "Of course, we managed to resolve it. Teacher Yinping is truly remarkable." Shang Zhenzhen pointed towards the living room where Yan Qingyu observed Yan Hao dramatically expressing his astonishment, while Zhang Ye stood nearby, teasing him, which elicited continuous laughter from Yinping. Nodding, Yan Qingyu intended to pour some tea but was halted by Zhang Ye, who said, "There's no need for such formality. We've already resolved our issues and are ready to take our leave." Yinping nodded, her smile warm as she remarked, "Should you encounter any further questions in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. You are all diligent learners, each one exceptionally bright. You're too kind, Auntie. It is Qingyu who is the real academic prodigy. We often discuss problems together. We won't impose any longer today. We shall take our leave now." After Zhang Ye spoke, she promptly ushered the reluctant Yan Hao away. Shang Nanji also rose, adding, "We truly apologize for the disturbance today." Yin Ping accompanied them to the door, exchanging a few pleasantries before finally closing it, restoring the home to its usual tranquility. Only then did Yan Qingyu, with a hint of apprehension, voice, "Mom, I am uncertain why they came. None of them mentioned anything to me." Despite her skepticism toward Shang Zhenzhen's words, she found herself bewildered, pondering the oddity of their sudden appearance and equally abrupt departure. Yan Qingyu felt a heavy thud in her heart. "If you wish to study with them, Mother will no longer impede you. They are all good children, and I should not sever your friendships. However, Qingyu, I do not want you to tread the path I once walked. I simply hope for your health and happiness as you grow." Yan Ping approached and enveloped Yan Qingyu in her embrace. With a pang of emotion, Yan Qingyu tightened her hold on her mother. "I understand, Mother. I know you have my best interests at heart." Her choked words, laden with anxiety accumulated over many days, poured forth with her tears. Outside, darkness enveloped the world, yet the moon shone exceptionally bright, illuminating the silhouettes of the two as they embraced. Chapter 86. Infamous double-standard spokesperson. Recently, Qin Yechuan discovered that his living room seemed to have acquired an additional inhabitant. These individuals had already familiarized themselves with the code to his home, arriving punctually every day. In the past, they would linger at the entrance for a while. Now, they simply waltzed in. Qin Yechuan reflected on whether he had been too lenient with them. As the raucous group that had previously filled the air with noise gradually quieted down upon his arrival, did it seem as though Qin Yechuan wished to cast them all out? "What are you all arguing about?" he inquired, effectively shattering the silence that had settled in the room. Yan Hao immediately chimed in. "Aren't we having a math competition this weekend? Since we are competing in the neighboring city, we are discussing where to stay." Zhang Ye rolled her eyes dramatically. "Stay at some countryside hot spring eco-hotel? You must be out of your mind. It's so far from the city center. Are we going on vacation or taking an exam? Regardless of the fact that the examination lasts merely 2 hours, what does it matter? Once we complete it, we can indulge in leisure for half a day or even a full day, reveling in the picturesque countryside and soaking in hot springs. Does that not sound delightful?" Yan Hao insisted. Yet, there are numerous hot spring hotels within the city filled with trendy spots for social media. You dare to stay at those popular hotels? With all their beauty filters. The two engaged in yet another quarrel, each unwilling to concede. Just as the tension escalated, Qin Yechuan calmly interjected. "My family owns a hotel nearby. It is quite close, and the environment is pleasant, complete with hot springs." In an instant, the others burst into laughter, the previously tense atmosphere dissipating. Shang Zhenzhen turned to Yan Qingyu, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Qingyu, let us join in. While they take their exams, we can enjoy the hot springs and perhaps do some shopping. The commercial street in the neighboring city is also quite splendid. In this frigid winter, the thought of luxuriating in a hot spring for half an hour, followed by a delightful outing with friends, felt profoundly blissful." Shang Nanji glared at Shang Zhenzhen, her expression stern. "No, you shall stay home and diligently study." Shang Zhenzhen instantly bristled. "I ranked in the top 50, just today." The results of the entrance exam were released, and upon seeing my rank, I nearly wept with joy. 20th place. 20th. A high score of 670 points. Teacher Li praised my remarkable progress. "You promised me that if I made it into the top 50, you would leave me be. How can you, an adult, go back on your word?" Shang Zhenzhen exclaimed indignantly. "If it weren't for Qin Yechuan guiding your studies, do you truly believe you would have improved so swiftly?" Shang Nanji remarked, her expression one of knowing. "The process is inconsequential. It is the outcome that truly matters. Currently, I stand among the top 50 in my grade, and I have not engaged in any underhanded tactics. How can this not be acknowledged?" Yan Hao was taken aback, his mouth agape as he glanced between Shang Zhenzhen and Qin Gu, overwhelmed by sorrow. He too had sought Qin Ji's assistance in predicting exam questions, only to be met with a resolute refusal, as Qin Gu insisted that practicing more questions was far superior to seeking shortcuts. In that moment, he engaged in deep self-reflection and dedicated himself to diligent study for an extended period. Qin Gu, indeed, epitomizes the essence of double standards. Shang Nanji's expression darkened significantly. "Akin to the bottom of a pot, there's no place for you to stay." Qin Yechuan interjected once more. "I can reserve an additional room. It would be just right for 2 more people." Shang Nanji shot him a glare, aware that his sudden suggestion concealed ulterior motives. He was not oblivious to the inappropriate thoughts swirling in Qin Yechuan's mind. Shang Zhenzhen stuck her tongue out at him. "If you won't let me go, I will go anyway. I'll pay for myself if necessary." Ultimately, Shang Nanji acquiesced, albeit occasionally casting a dagger-like glance at Qin Yechuan, who remained unfazed and simply smiled back at him. What a laugh. Shang Nanji was infuriated, her teeth grinding in annoyance. Even as they drove to the neighboring city on Saturday, her demeanor was far from amiable. Passing by Yan Qingyu's residence, she made a point to exit the vehicle and discuss their itinerary with Yan Ping. Standing still, Yan Ping watched the car recede into the distance, letting out a soft sigh before slowly ascending the stairs. Perhaps Shang Nanji was different. She hoped that one day, should these two find themselves together, they would not tread the same path she once did. On that day, when she opened the door and beheld the beaming children crowded at her doorstep, it would be disingenuous to claim she was not astonished. Much like the first day Shang Nanji arrived, their eyes sparkled with light, determination, tenacity, and dreams, embodying the vivacity and exuberance of their youth, devoid of the unpleasant glances that often accompany adult interactions. Qingyu had forged bonds with good friends. Surely, she should feel happiness for her daughter, should she not? Would living perpetually under her protective wing truly ensure her child's joyful growth? At that moment, Yan Ping came to a realization. Her child was maturing, perhaps developing her own perspectives. Although she wished to shield her from the entanglements of the affluent, it was not her place to impose authoritarian control. Not everyone was like that man, weak and ineffectual. She had failed to provide Yin Qingyu with a complete home, leaving her with a sense of debt towards the child. It was time to let go, hoping only that her daughter would no longer suffer harm. This was the most ordinary wish of a simple mother. At the Hot Springs Holiday Hotel, the Qin family's business operations were extensive within the country, and hotels were among their ventures. Since Shang Zhenzhen and Yin Qingyu had come together, the 4 boys occupied 2 suites while the 3 girls shared a spacious suite with 3 rooms, a perfect arrangement. The suite featured an outdoor hot spring, where the trio luxuriated in the warm waters, indulging in fruits and discussing their futures. Just as they were reveling in this delightful moment, Shang Zhenzhen was startled by the sound of a system notification in her ear. She had captured an image of Qin Yechuan clad in a yukata, earning herself a reward of 80 luck points. The recent tasks issued by the system had been relatively easy, delivering pins and meals, which she had completed one after another. But now, the task had morphed into something absurd that made her wish to simply flutter away in a flurry of flowers. How could she possibly capture a photograph of Qin Yechuan clad in a bathrobe? Although they were at a hot spring hotel, they resided in a suite that boasted its own private outdoor hot spring, ensuring their solitude. How could she accomplish such a feat? Was it through some sort of clairvoyance or an audacious intrusion into the male quarters? Shang Zhenzhen pondered the feasibility for a moment. It seemed this task might indeed be within her grasp. Chapter 87. Mistaking the rival for a sister-in-law, the provincial mathematics competition was set to commence tomorrow morning. After arriving at the hotel around noon, everyone had rested the entire afternoon, only to reconvene that evening in the suite shared by Qin Yechuan and Yin Hao. Qin Yechuan gazed at the uninvited guests, as if it had become customary for them to congregate at his place, even when they ventured outside. The suite had a living room, yet lacked a soft, pristine carpet, leaving everyone uncomfortable on the sofa. Yin Hao, with a decisive wave of his hand, ordered a large piece of carpet, identical in color to that in Qin Yechuan's home, jet black, and had it promptly delivered and laid out. They were elated. Qin Yechuan felt speechless. Shang Zhenzhen could only feel a twinge of regret. Ideally, they should have been discussing the problems for the next day, and she and Yin Qingyu need not have attended. Nevertheless, clinging to a flicker of hope to complete her task, she accompanied Zhang Ye. Upon seeing Qin Yechuan in a sleek black casual outfit, she felt a profound disappointment despite his continued allure. How can I persuade the male protagonist to willingly don a bathrobe for a photograph? As if reading Shang Zhenzhen's inner thoughts, Qin Yechuan suddenly found himself choking on his coffee. Cough, cough. Sudden coughing interrupted the atmosphere, with Shang Nanji being the first to notice something amiss. While others turned their gaze towards Qin Yechuan, he directed his attention to Shang Zhenzhen. Qin Yechuan coughed. His face flushed with embarrassment. Those around him perceived it as mere discomfort, yet only he understood the true source of his reddened cheeks. He had not brought a bathrobe. Even for the hot spring, he had merely donned swim trunks. The thought of Shang Zhenzhen capturing his image while bathing in the spring led Qin Yechuan's mind astray, resulting in his unfortunate choking episode. Throughout the night, aside from a few earnestly discussing academic matters, Shang Zhenzhen pondered on how to accomplish her task, while Qin Yechuan found himself lost in thought. His distracted state culminated in a night filled with unmentionable dreams, leaving him with a sense of longing upon waking. Why had he not yet come of age? Shang Zhenzhen's birthday was on July 30th, meaning he would not reach adulthood until summer vacation. There was still a long way to go. Qin Yechuan's soft murmur was inadvertently overheard by Yin Hao, who, perhaps just awakening, scratched his head in confusion. What do you mean you're not an adult? Brother Qin, you are already of age. Qin Yechuan cast a glance at the door that had been left ajar during the night, silently dressing and rising to be the first to enter the bathroom. Ahead of Yin Hao, observing Qin Yechuan's seemingly hasty retreat, Yin Hao became increasingly alert. Among those around them who were still minors, aside from Yin Qingyu, only Shang Zhenzhen remained. Yin Qingyu certainly had no connection to Brother Qin, leaving only his sister-in-law. So Brother Qin had indulged in a spring dream? How surprising it was to see him in such a predicament. The provincial mathematics competition attracts a multitude of participants, some seeking to challenge themselves, while others arrive with youthful dreams. Among them, Shang Zhenzhen and Yin Qingyu are merely cheerleaders, stationed not far from the examination venue at a hotel, as they escort several candidates to the entrance. Good luck with the exam, brother, since the esteemed Qin University deity is present. You merely need to maintain your long-standing second-place advantage. Shang Nanji rolls her eyes dramatically, playfully pinching her cheek, while disregarding the icy glare from Qin Yechuan. Is he truly a member of the Shang family? Even before she has married into the Qin family, her allegiances seem to have shifted. Yan Qingyu covers her lips with a smile. Everyone must do their best. Today is a wonderful day. On this winter morning, the rare sunshine dispels the lingering chill of late winter, ushering in the warmth reminiscent of early spring. Much like seeds that have lain dormant through the winter, they now await the first rays of sunlight, poised to break through the earth. Shang Nanji, I see you again. Are you here for the mathematics competition? Suddenly, a clear and unexpected voice breaks the air, causing the 7 individuals to turn in its direction, only to find an unfamiliar girl approaching. Shang Zhenzhen immediately casts an indescribable look towards Shang Nanji. I can't believe you are such a brother. You dare to openly climb the wall in front of the little angel. Song Yiling, having just arrived at the examination venue, scans her surroundings and, as expected, spots Shang Nanji. She knew that with such a large-scale mathematics competition, he could not possibly abstain from participation. Given his exceptional prowess in physics, it stands to reason that his mathematical abilities would also be remarkable. The fact that she spotted him so easily must be a stroke of divine intervention. However, Song Yiling sensed danger as several beautiful young women surrounded Shang Nanji, one of whom seemed particularly close to him. She strode over with an impeccable smile gracing her face, exclaiming, "Long time no see." Her demeanor exuded an enigmatic confidence as she cast a condescending glance at Shang Zhenzhen. Faced with such a provocative gaze, Shang Zhenzhen felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Someone like her would barely last 2 episodes in a television drama, unable to even distinguish her adversaries. It was evident she did not recognize them, yet dared to flaunt herself, revealing just how naive she was to think she could intimidate the little angel. Shang Zhenzhen began her theatrical performance, pointing at Song Yiling and interrogating Shang Nanji. Who is this woman? Ru Jinglan nearly burst into laughter, quickly averting her gaze while silently chuckling. Only Miss Shang would dare to jest with Shang Nanji in such a manner. Shang Nanji, clearly disinterested in participating in this trivial charade, responded coldly, I don't know her. Song Yiling's previously cheerful expression froze on her face. You truly do not recognize me? Shang Zhenzhen instantly transformed into a dramatic actress. Oh, you, Shang Nanji, dare to pretend you don't know her. Pray tell, who are you? How do you know Shang Nanji? Song Yiling, brimming with confidence, straightened her chest and tossed her hair. We met during the last exam at the university. It was a hurried encounter, and we only exchanged a few words. This statement held a degree of substance. Zhang Yu was the first to laugh aloud. Shang Nanji, I've never seen you speak so curtly to an outsider before. Those acquainted with him are well aware that, despite his somewhat aloof demeanor, Shang Nanji possesses a gentle disposition. His irritability seems to stem solely from Shang Zhenzhen. Song Yiling's complexion fluctuated between hues of green and purple as she realized that these individuals were indeed familiar with one another, rather than mere infatuated admirers. We are destined to be classmates. Why must you speak of me so? She protested. I merely approached to greet someone I recognized. Shang Nanji chose not to engage with Song Yiling, instead addressing Shang Zhenzhen and Yan Qingyu. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed inside. Do not stray, and be mindful of your safety. With that, he stepped ahead, followed by the others, except for Qin Yechuan, who stifled his laughter. Song Yiling cast a resentful glance at Shang Zhenzhen before hastily following suit. Observing her, Shang Zhenzhen turned to Yan Qingyu and mused. I wonder what expression she would have if she realized that the rival she envisions is, in fact, her little sister-in-law. Chapter 88. When do you plan to win over my brother? Yan Qingyu concealed her unease and smiled at Shang Zhenzhen. If she were to uncover the truth, she would undoubtedly regret her assumptions. Instantly, Shang Zhenzhen raised her hand, mimicking Shang Nanji's gesture to deliver a playful tap on Yan Qingyu's head. Do not overthink it. My brother is as straightforward as they come. Green tea cannot ensnare him. Yan Qingyu chuckled softly. It is not that I am concerned about that particular girl. Rather, I reflect on how Shang Nanji is becoming increasingly remarkable, attracting more and more female admirers. The previous girl did not cause her anxiety. There lay another reason for her disquiet. She feared that despite expending all her efforts, she might never reach the same heights as Shang Nanji. So, when do you plan to win over my brother? Shang Zhenzhen teased, observing the sudden blush on Yan Qingyu's face. Who could possibly refuse to assist a little angel? After all, The system had declared that the current deviations were unaffected. Why not perform a kind act? Even if it meant adorning Shang Nanji with a pink bow and delivering him to the little angel's residence, she could certainly lend a hand. Seated in the examination hall, Shang Nanji inexplicably sneezed. Could it be that Shang Zhenzhen was plotting against him again? By the time the 5 of them completed their exams and emerged, it was nearing noon, and the 7 of them headed out for lunch. As they listened to their complaints about the difficulty of the test papers, Shang Zhenzhen's mind wandered to the peculiar task she had received the previous day. Once the meal was finished, they would embark on their journey home. She knew her task was likely unattainable. Throughout the meal, Shang Zhenzhen was distracted, while Qin Yechuan cast a casual glance her way. This test paper has drained my brain cells. Can we perhaps delay our departure this afternoon? I wish to soak in the hot springs for a while longer. Yin Hao pleaded. Zhang Ye regarded him with disdain. Knowing your weaknesses in mathematics, yet you fail to exert yourself. Do you think soaking in hot springs will somehow enhance your intellect? Gu Jinglan raised both hands in agreement. After completing the exam, one should certainly relax. The suite is quite expensive, so we might as well indulge. Gu Jinglan fell silent. For the first time, Yin Hao began to ponder why he was drawn to such a feisty childhood friend. Was he a masochist? With precisely 7 of them present, they raised their hands to vote, adhering to the principle that the minority shall follow the majority. Upon concluding his statement, Shang Nanji exhibited no intention of raising his hand. In his view, the utmost priority was to swiftly escort Shang Zhenzhen away. Yin Hao and Zhai Jinglan promptly elevated their hands, fervently gesturing for Qin Ge to join them. Yet, Qin Yechuan remained immovable. The two, feeling rather powerless, exchanged glances that conveyed a shared sentiment of melancholy. Amidst the throng, they alone remained sober. Just as they contemplated surrender, Shang Zhenzhen quietly raised her hand, expressing her desire to rest a while longer, having grown weary from her morning shopping excursion. Yin Qingyu immediately followed suit, affirming her agreement. In that fleeting moment, the tides turned dramatically. Yin Hao and Zhai Jinglan immediately yearned to envelop Shang Zhenzhen in a heartfelt embrace, exclaiming, "Sister Zhenzhen, you are truly wonderful. You are our savior." However, scarcely had the words left their lips when they were swiftly whisked away, one, by others. Shang Nanji grasped Zhai Jinglan, while Qin Yechuan took hold of Yin Hao, leading them towards the hotel, accompanied by Shang Nanji's icy admonition. "We are heading to the hot springs now. You shall not emerge until you are thoroughly immersed." Yin Hao and Zhai Jinglan could only ponder. Is it still possible to flee at this juncture? Shang Zhenzhen stealthily approached the door of Qin Yechuan and Yin Hao's suite. The outcome hinged on this pivotal moment. A 50% chance. Knock, knock, knock. As the sound of knocking resonated, Yin Hao languidly soaked in the outdoor hot spring, unwilling to budge, calling out to the individual who had just departed, "Qin Ge. Someone is at the door." At that moment, Qin Yechuan sat on the sofa in the living room, fully aware of the identity of the visitor outside, yet surprisingly reluctant to rise and open the door. A 50% chance? It mattered not who it was that stood beyond the threshold. What does it matter what one sees? The youth lowered his gaze to his well-defined physique. Was there any aspect of his form that paled in comparison to Yin Hao's? Suddenly, Yin Hao felt a chill descend upon him, causing him to retreat further into the warmth of the hot spring. Why had it grown so cold all of a sudden? Despite the tempest of emotion swirling within, Qin Yechuan rose to open the door. The moment the door swung open, Shang Zhenzhen was struck by the ethereal beauty before her. The water-kissed youth stood at the threshold, droplets clinging to his hair, cascading down from the tear mole at the corner of his eye, tracing a path along his exquisite jawline before falling softly into the slight opening of his bathrobe. The droplets followed the lines of his alluring physique, enticing curiosity yet halting at the icy aura he emanated, igniting a yearning that was both tantalizing and frustrating. Steam wafted gently from his skin, a testament to his recent emergence from the hot spring, his gaze both aloof and captivating. Shang Zhenzhen stole a glance, only to quickly avert her eyes. Very well, she had lied. She had stolen several glances, nearly entranced. Fortunately, her reason intervened just in time. Otherwise, she might have considered relocating to another planet. This paper-thin figure is simply too exquisite, perfectly aligned with her aesthetic sensibilities. The turbulence of irritation and vexation that had surged within Qin Yechuan dissipated in an instant, replaced by a pleasant smile. What is it? Help? She finds herself utterly defenseless against handsome, cheerful men. Qin Yechuan lowered his brows slightly, concealing the delicate smile that flickered within him. It seemed he was utterly defenseless against her current demeanor. Perhaps he should seize more opportunities to explore this. He suddenly realized that mind reading was indeed a remarkably convenient skill, allowing one to directly uncover another's true thoughts. For instance, although Shang Zhenzhen's expression remained calm and unruffled, her heart was tumultuous beneath the surface. Upon hearing Qin Yechuan's uncontrollable laughter, she became acutely aware of her own words, her ears flushing crimson in response. Her ears, as red as if stained with blood. She glared fiercely at him. "What are you laughing at? Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman. In ancient times, one would be subjected to the punishment of being submerged in a pig's cage. Do you understand?" Qin Yechuan laughed unabashedly. Unbecoming of a gentleman? Indeed. He only desired to disregard such decorum concerning her. After a considerable time, he managed to suppress his laughter, fearing he might frighten away the blushing young lady before him. He adjusted the bathrobe he had just donned, noting its slight ill fit. As Shang Zhenzhen observed the black bathrobe draped over Qin Yechuan, she suddenly recalled the purpose of her visit. With a swift motion, she activated the camera function on her phone, feigning nonchalance as she snapped pictures haphazardly, maintaining an air of casualness. "I came to inquire when you all will be returning," she stated. Chapter 89. I can bend down after several rounds of idle chatter. Shang Zhenzhen finally heard the system's notification indicating task completion, which brought her a sigh of relief. Thanks to Yan Hao's suggestion, what seemed an impossible task had been inexplicably accomplished. Qin Yechuan's eyes gradually grew colder as he observed her completing her task and preparing to depart. He narrowed his gaze slightly and raised his hand to grasp the one holding her phone. In response to her astonished expression, he enunciated each word deliberately. "Miss Shang, have you taken my photograph in secret to evoke memories of someone?" Shang Zhenzhen's pupils widened in an instant, unsure of when she had revealed her slip, caught red-handed. "I didn't. You mustn't speak nonsense." "Then show me your album," Qin Yechuan insisted, leaving her no room for rebuttal. Shang Zhenzhen contemplated the haphazard photographs she had taken and surrendered. "I merely accidentally pressed the button. I shall delete them now." Releasing her wrist, Qin Yechuan chuckled softly and turned the tables. "If you wish to take my picture, I would not mind being your model. However, Miss Shang, are you not harboring a fondness for me by sneaking such candid shots?" Shang Zhenzhen immediately shook her head, but quickly nodded again under his suddenly icy gaze. "I am certainly not one to waver in my affections. Qin, you are so exceptional that you inspire my admiration, yet I feel unworthy and can only look up from afar." Silently sighing, Shang Zhenzhen reflected on the lengths she must go to for her own safety. "There is no need for distant admiration, Shang Zhenzhen. I can bend down." Qin Yechuan leaned closer, his low voice whispering tantalizingly in her ear, imbued with an irresistible allure. The blush that had finally faded returned to scorch her earlobes. Shang Zhenzhen instinctively fled. Oh dear, the charming figure was once again teasing her. The young lady from the Shang family wore a radiant expression, yet something extraordinary had transpired. Shang Zhenzhen's cheeks were still flushed, but she feigned ignorance, saying, "I merely ran too quickly and was startled by a dog." Zhang Ye raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Does this hotel have dogs?" Shang Zhenzhen nodded earnestly. She was not lying. After all, a dog is still a dog, regardless of its owner. Zhang Ye and Yin Qingyu exchanged glances, each discerning the other's thoughts, and they shared a resigned smile without further inquiry. However, it was evident that when exiting the elevator, Shang Zhenzhen made a concerted effort to stand as far from Qin Yechuan as possible. As soon as the elevator doors opened, she dashed out and promptly squeezed herself into Shang Nanji's car. Shang Zhenzhen's peculiar behavior not only confirmed Zhang Ye and Yin Qingyu's suspicions but also caught Shang Nanji's attention, prompting him to cast a chilling glare at Qin Yechuan. It was undoubtedly related to that fellow. Shang Nanji's instincts were always sharp, and Qin Yechuan comprehended his thoughts, accepting the icy stare with an air of calm. Yet, his little girl was indeed too timid. A mere gentle probe had sent her scurrying away like a frightened rabbit. Patience was required. There was plenty of time ahead, and he did not mind the slow simmering of Shang Zhenzhen's feelings, akin to boiling a frog gently. It was only when she settled into Shang Nanji's car that Shang Zhenzhen released a sigh of relief. Qin Yechuan's words echoed in her mind. "There is no need to look up, Shang Zhenzhen. I can bend down." This statement was glaringly obvious, leaving Shang Zhenzhen with no choice but to escape. She had once entertained the thought that as a mere supporting character, she might one day acquire the protagonist's script. However, she gradually came to the realization that she was just an ordinary person. Each day, she was consumed by anxiety over her tasks, and it took considerable effort for her to barely secure a position within the top 50, even under the pressure of answering questions. Although she understood that those around her were mere characters from a book, they now possessed flesh, blood, and emotions, and at times, she could scarcely discern whether this was reality. When Qin Yechuan uttered such words, Shang Zhenzhen recognized that she was perilously close to the truth. The system fell silent for 2 seconds. Indeed, host. There exists only one most powerful child of destiny in this world. A truth that the system had known since the day it was bound to her. The heavenly path would not neglect its own progeny, since Yin Qingyu had strayed. It was only natural to set her back on track to rectify the world's issues. Thus, she had been persistently targeted, believing her misfortunes stemmed from bad luck, attributing the peculiar occurrences in her life to mere chance. Upon reflection, the implications were chilling. At that moment, the system finally spoke. In truth, it is not as you perceive, host. There is something I have long wished to convey to you, but I feared you might find it difficult to accept, which is why I have remained silent. What is it? This begins from the moment I detected the anomalous fluctuations in this world. It is no longer the world of the book. It has now evolved into a realm with its own consciousness. In simpler terms, this world has come to life. Shang Zhenzhen was evidently unprepared for such a revelation. What does it mean to have come to life? The literal meaning reveals that this place is no longer the world depicted in the book. It is an entirely new realm, the reasons for which remain unknown for now. However, the main system suggests that it may be related to the child of destiny in this world. Such occurrences transpire once every few millennia, and as long as it operates normally, it has truly established a self-sustaining system, thereby becoming a new world. Host, have you not noticed that Qin Yechuan consistently deviates from the plot? Shang Zhenzhen immediately nodded. It is not merely a deviation from the storyline. The male protagonist has developed feelings for a supporting female character, while the original female lead has fallen for a supporting male character. This is because Qin Yechuan has awakened his self-awareness. The main system has not even determined when this self-awareness began to manifest, seemingly predating your arrival. The system spoke with a hint of melancholy. Shang Zhenzhen. She finally comprehended why the male protagonist continually disrupted her narrative. Oh no. This individual is no longer a mere paper character. He is alive. Chapter 90. How wonderful it would be if we were just friends. This world is no longer the one from the book. The concepts of male and female leads have dissipated, though the child of destiny still exists. It has evolved into a new world, primarily due to the awakening of the child of destiny's personality and consciousness. The system endeavored to simplify its explanation. Shang Zhenzhen understood. Yet she felt even more bewildered. If the paper character has come to life, then he is no longer bound by the plot. His affections for her are genuine. She suddenly felt overwhelmed, even a bit guilty towards Qin Yechuan. He is indeed Qin Yechuan, a solitary moon hanging in the night sky, quietly gazing down upon the world. Regardless of how lively the human realm may be, he remains the luminous moon, detached and independent. She never anticipated that this resplendent solitary moon, Qin Yechuan, would truly be moved, which left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable, as if her heart were being tightly grasped by unseen hands. Host, do you not harbor feelings for Qin Yechuan? The system inquired about her innermost thoughts for the first time. Did she genuinely adore Qin Yechuan? She questioned herself, and the answer was a resounding no. Shang Zhenzhen fell silent. This was a deadlock. Host, is this world not to your liking? The system could not comprehend, for she seemed to find joy in this realm. Is this world truly unsatisfactory? Shang Zhenzhen pondered within, and the answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Here, there was Wen Qing, who wished for her to become a fairy tale princess. There was her taciturn yet loving father, Shang Ba. There was her older brother, who, despite his sharp tongue, dotes on her. There were the little angels who always stood by her side, and there was Zhang Ye, whose harsh words belied a tender heart. So many individuals treated her with kindness. A feeling she seldom experienced in her previous existence, a truly wondrous emotion. Like Yin Qingyu, she had grown up with her mother. However, her parents had not divorced. Tragically, her father departed from their lives due to an unexpected accident when she was in elementary school. Her mother, raising her alone, endured a life of hardship and scarcity. Yet she always smiled at her, encouraging her to face life with courage and optimism, assuring her that their Father in heaven would watch over them. Her mother consistently reserved the best for her, never allowing misfortune to turn her words harsh. In front of Shang Zhenzhen, the memories of the dream she had during her last fever surfaced. Her mother gently called out to her, appearing much more haggard and aged. yet still recalling her favorite sunflowers. She felt an overwhelming reluctance to part from this place, and even more so from her mother. Unable to feign ignorance and continue with her tasks, knowing Qin Yechuan's feelings seemed too cruel to him. How wonderful it would be if they were merely friends. Something was amiss, very amiss. Thus, Shang Zhenzhen pulled Qin Yechuan once more to the rooftop terrace. Did you say something to Zhenzhen? Qin Yechuan's expression was indifferent. But upon closer inspection, one could discern his own discontent. Perhaps he had frightened her. What did you do? I did nothing. I promised you. She is still underage. Perhaps my words revealed some thoughts, and she was startled and is now ignoring me. In dreams, he may not wield control, yet in reality, he had remained within bounds. Qin Yechuan felt equally vexed. Shang Zhenzhen was directly avoiding him, and he was at a loss for what to do. Pressing his lips together, he finally said, "All right." Previously, she had shown an overwhelming affection for him, deceiving him and pretending to be faint, going to great lengths to evade his presence. Yet now, she acted like an ostrich. Could it be that women are such capricious creatures? Shang Zhenzhen thought of Qingyu, wondering if her prolonged association with Zhenzhen would influence her as well. Why else? It was all for the sake of completing the tasks. Qin Yechuan's gaze turned even colder. Despite his cooperation in the tasks, this little girl showed not a hint of being moved. To her surprise, she had even specially requested a brand new bathrobe from the hotel. Yet, as soon as she completed her task, she vanished without a trace, showing no signs of nostalgia. Shang Zhenzhen remained oblivious to the fact that Shang Zhenzhen had discussed this matter with Qin Yechuan, believing she was successfully evading him, and thus had not encountered him much at all. Days passed in a haze, until one morning when she entered class one of the second year of high school and noticed an unusual excitement permeating the classroom. It turned out to be the school's anniversary celebration, which explained everyone's exhilaration. Shang Zhenzhen had an epiphany. Another classmate approached her, exclaiming, "And there will be a masquerade ball. I can't wait. A masquerade ball. A masquerade ball." Suddenly, Shang Zhenzhen recalled a scene from a book she had read. Although the world was no longer following that narrative, she distinctly remembered this moment, as it was where the protagonists shared their first kiss. Chapter 91. Speak of the devil, and he appears. As the bell rang, the students promptly took their seats. Upon entering the classroom, Mr. Li announced the upcoming anniversary event set for 2 weeks later. Instantly, the class erupted with excitement, bombarding him with questions. The drama presented will be a modern campus story provided by the school, and students were encouraged to sign up enthusiastically. As time was of the essence, this afternoon, we will draw lots to determine the roles. Once Mr. Li firmly established this, he commenced the lesson, unaware that the students' minds had already wandered. Even Yin Qingyu discreetly winked at her, suggesting, "Shall we sign up as well? The seniors cannot participate. Do you wish to go?" Shang Zhenzhen inquired. "I've never tried it before. I'm quite curious." With a nod, Shang Zhenzhen replied, "Then let us register. You should be lived without regrets." Yin Qingyu smiled at her and, after class, eagerly dragged Shang Zhenzhen to sign up. During the afternoon study session, Teacher Li arrived with the registration forms and slips for the lottery, explaining the necessity of adhering strictly to the results for fairness and impartiality. The script for the campus play, a collaborative effort by the school's faculty, had garnered numerous awards and revolved around a series of tales depicting the youth of high school students, typically performed annually, with an invitation for innovation this year. After outlining the details, Teacher Li displayed the main characters of the story on the large screen and prompted everyone to begin the lottery. Quick-witted, Shang Zhenzhen grabbed 2 slips and encouraged Yin Qingyu to choose as well. Upon unfolding her slip and seeing the name Lin Mingming, Shang Zhenzhen's lips twitched. She contemplated discreetly swapping with Yin Qingyu. However, to her surprise, Yin Qingyu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Zhenzhen, I've got the role I desired most." Shang Zhenzhen's expression darkened as she glanced at the words "venomous female classmate" on Yan's slip. "Little angel, have you been possessed? Is playing the venomous female classmate truly your aspiration?" Sensing Shang Zhenzhen's incredulity, Yin Qingyu promptly clarified, "Performing different roles is what makes it interesting. Besides, as the venomous female classmate, I can openly torment the protagonist. I need to ponder how to portray it well." Shang Zhenzhen was left speechless. Who drew Lin Mingming? Teacher Li was registering the lottery results, but when he called out Lin Mingming's name, no one reacted, prompting him to raise his voice. Shang Zhenzhen resolved that as long as she kept quiet, no one would discover that she had drawn Lin Mingming. She owned to be merely a background figure, while Lin Mingming, as the protagonist, would undoubtedly have a plethora of lines to memorize. rather than spending time rehearsing lines. It would be far more beneficial to diligently practice mathematics. It was impossible. The number of draw lots equaled the number of participants. And each of you had drawn a lot, which assuredly meant someone must have drawn Lin Mingming. As everyone exchanged glances at the lots in their hands. Did anyone misread theirs? Teacher Li, believing it inconceivable that no one had drawn a winning lot, urged everyone to reconfirm. Knowing she could not evade the situation, Shang Zhenzhen reluctantly raised her hand and said, "Teacher, I just realized I drew it." In an instant, all eyes turned towards her, some filled with envy and others with regret. After confirming that the slip of paper bore Lin Mingming's name, Teacher Li smiled at her, saying, "You truly fit the role." Shang Zhenzhen's lips twitched in response. When Yu Hang's voice rang out, "Teacher, I drew it," many let out a collective gasp. It seemed the lots had conspired against them, as the leading roles were claimed by the most aesthetically pleasing in their class. Yu Hang's heart raced like a drum. Upon drawing the characters, Zhou Zhili, he secretly wished that it was Shang Zhenzhen who had drawn Lin Mingming, knowing this was but a foolish fantasy. Thus, when he saw Shang Zhenzhen raise her hand, his heartbeat quickened dramatically, almost threatening to leap from his chest. Was this their destined connection? Once Teacher Li had recorded all the roles, he began to explain the general premise of the script. "I believe many of you have seen this play, but each year we strive for innovation. So what you may witness this time could be somewhat different. The original version of this story revolves around two girls and a boy. The two girls have been close friends since childhood, sharing similar interests, and as they reached high school, they both found themselves secretly enamored with the same boy. Determined to compete fairly, Lin Mingming and Li Jing embarked on different approaches to win his affection. Lin Mingming opted for a more subtle method, often engaging the boy with questions and studying together, while Li Jing chose to express her feelings through heart-shaped bento boxes and accompanying him for basketball practice after class. As time passed, the boy found himself in a relationship with Li Jing, leaving Lin Mingming heartbroken. Nevertheless, true to their agreement, she offered her blessings to the couple. However, their happiness was short-lived as they soon quarreled, plunging into a cold war. Caught in the middle, Lin Mingming attempted to mediate, but to no avail. Eventually, she discovered that the reason behind their conflict was her. It turned out the boy had always harbored feelings for Lin Mingming but mistakenly believed he was enamored with Li Jing. This misunderstanding led to an irreconcilable dispute. Li Jing, convinced that Lin Mingming was at fault, caused a rift in their friendship that had endured for over a decade. The narrative unfolds around this central conflict, ultimately leading to reconciliation among the characters. A recent adaptation, Li Jing's Revenge, has also received positive acclaim. Shang Zhenzhen learned of this play because Yan Qingyu had originally been cast as Lin Mingming, portraying a character who sacrifices love for the sake of friendship, aligning perfectly with the ideals of the angelic protagonist. After Teacher Li's departure, the group began to engage in lively discussions, which soon veered off course. Suddenly, someone quipped in a teasing tone, wondering if young Master Qin would attempt to silence Yu Hang upon hearing that Miss Shang would portray Lin Mingming. The entire school is aware that Miss Shang and Master Qin are together, although they are both reluctant to admit it. Yu Hang felt a tremor in his heart and quickly glanced at Shang Zhenzhen before awkwardly saying, "You all mustn't speak nonsense. This was merely decided by a draw." "Ha. Yu Hang, you seem nervous." "It's all right, Master Qin isn't even here." As the group chatted and laughed, a figure suddenly passed by their classroom, a chilling gaze sweeping through the window, enveloping them in an overwhelming pressure, causing the laughter within the classroom to feel as though it had been paused. It was not until the figure drifted away that they regained their senses. Oh my! Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. For some unknown reason, Master Qin happened to stroll past their class, his frosty gaze seemingly attuned to their conversation. Chapter 92. Gentle light fills the classroom. She was in charge of riding the bike, with Yan Qingyu sitting on the back seat. They were taking a route that sharply contrasted with that of Qin Yechuan's home, and since she sometimes deliberately avoided encounters, the two rarely crossed paths. Shang Zhenzhen couldn't shake the feeling that Qin Yechuan was intentionally passing by. A series of intertwined traps, how thrilling. It was indeed quite novel. Yet it felt as though Zhou Zhilin had transformed into a callous playboy, unable to distinguish between those he genuinely liked. A scoundrel is unworthy of a girlfriend. How about? Upon discovering that the true owner of the letter was Li Jing, she ultimately refused to be with Zhou Zhilin in favor of her long-standing friendship with Lin Mingming. A second plot twist. Another girl chimed in. Agreed. Suddenly, a chorus of enthusiastic agreement erupted, causing Yu Hang, who portrayed Zhou Zhilin, to tremble in trepidation. "Girls, don't go too far," one of Yu Hang's friends exclaimed. How did our admirable male lead suddenly transform into a notorious scoundrel? The sentiment echoed in the air. As it seemed permissible for two girls to harbor secret affections for a boy, yet they could not unite as sisters to abandon a rogue. Among those who endorsed this version was a girl seated in front of Shang Zhenzhen, named Wu Shan. Wu Shan, spirited and assertive, happened to portray the character Li Jing. Her eyes widened dramatically, and her voice rose several octaves, silencing the boy who had just spoken. "A good man does not engage in quarrels with women," he murmured. Wu Shan, filled with self-satisfaction, replied with a triumphant hum, "I find this plot twist quite agreeable. I shall join Miss Shang in the endeavor of discarding the scoundrel." As the crowd cheered, Yu Hang sighed internally. He had hoped to seize this opportunity to draw closer to Shang Zhenzhen, but to his dismay, he found himself cast as the villain. Indeed, it seemed they were destined to be apart. He stole a glance at Shang Zhenzhen before lowering his gaze, while his friends offered a comforting pat on his shoulder. Soon, the teacher approved the plot twist, and Wu Shan, brimming with excitement, stayed up late crafting the revised script, which was presented to everyone the following day. In the classroom after school, the setting sun bathed the room in a warm glow. The students began to familiarize themselves with their lines, initiating the rehearsal for the first act. "Yu Hang, you must keep your gaze fixed on Shang Zhenzhen. You are portraying the aloof school heartthrob, not a shy and timid character. Shang, your lines should convey a sense of secret admiration. Qin, your tone of sarcasm lacks sufficient intensity. Give it another try. Or have all the ensemble performers gone?" Wu Shan's irritable voice has not ceased since the rehearsal commenced. It is evident that she is deeply invested in this matter, perhaps driven by a desire to avoid any regrets during the final school celebration of her high school years. Yet, some voices of discontent have emerged. "We are not professional actors. This is not a film shoot. Is it really necessary to be so demanding? We are doing our best. Indeed, I am merely an ensemble performer, with only one line to deliver. Why must it be so stringent?" Wu Shan earnestly nodded in response. "Everyone plays a crucial role, which is why I am so serious. I aspire to achieve first place. That may be your ambition. Wu Shan, I merely wish to enjoy myself. If you insist on such rigor, perhaps you should inform Teacher Li to find a replacement." The girl with the high ponytail scoffed disdainfully before departing, accompanied by two other ensemble performers. After Wu Shan concluded her statement, she hurriedly exited, leaving the remaining individuals exchanging glances before gathering their belongings to leave. Wu Shan seems rather peculiar today. Indeed, it feels like she is taking this matter too seriously. The preparation for the school celebration should be a delightful experience, yet this atmosphere is quite pressuring. However, if we choose not to participate, Wu Shan is bound to feel disheartened. The group continued their hushed conversations about the recent events. While Yu Hang furrowed his brow slightly, she may just be a bit anxious. Her script is akin to her own child. We should simply focus on performing our parts well. As Yu Hang finished speaking, the murmurs gradually subsided. On the road, Shang Zhenzhen rode with Qin. When Yin suddenly spoke, "Zhenzhen, I might have discovered a little secret, but I need to confirm it." The next day after school, it was evident that several students had chosen to stay behind for rehearsal. On the third day, the number dwindled further. By the fourth day, only Wu Shan, Qin, and Shang Zhenzhen remained in the classroom. With the school celebration fast approaching, Wu Shan felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that they had yet to gather enough participants for practice. "Perhaps I should withdraw," she sighed. "My recent performance seems to have faltered. We had all intended to enjoy this together, yet it feels like it's all on me. You are the most familiar with this script. If you leave, what will the rest of us do?" Qin replied gently, smiling and affectionately stroking her head. As the warmth of Yan's touch enveloped her, Wu Shan's eyes glistened with tears. "But because of me, everyone is reluctant to come. What will happen to our celebration? I was looking forward to winning the first prize. And then we could all revel together after graduation. How could we know if you don't speak up?" Suddenly, a voice laced with a hint of disdain broke through, as a girl with a high ponytail entered, backlit by the warm glow of dusk that flooded the room as the door swung open, filling the classroom with a gentle light. "I am well acquainted with the script, even though I have only 2 lines. Could you not have written me a few more? If it weren't for the dark circles under your eyes from working so hard, I would never forgive you." A multitude of individuals gradually entered the classroom, each adorned with an unkind demeanor, yet they all stepped into the room, illuminated by the remnants of the setting sun. Wu Shan gazed at this scene, the sunlight directly illuminating her figure, rendering it somewhat blinding. Nevertheless, her eyes sparkled with joy. "Thank you," she exclaimed. "For what?" A voice retorted. "You, dear Wu, have been negligent. Time is fleeting, and you must take care to ensure success. If you fail to secure first place, you shall be solely responsible." Wu Shan's eyes brimmed with tears once more. All right. Chapter 93. Strategies for Winning Over the Brother-in-Law. Step 3. Today's rehearsal proceeded exceptionally well. Perhaps the recent gentle sunset had fostered a sense of unity among the participants. Congratulations on our first successful rehearsal. My sister's milk tea shop is quite timely for a little advertisement, Yuhang proclaimed, instantly lifting everyone's spirits. The warm milk tea felt particularly comforting on this early spring evening. By the way, I remember you prefer strawberry flavor, so here is a cup for you, Yuhang said, handing a vibrant pink cup of strawberry milk tea to Shang Zhenzhen, which stood out among the array of beverages. Immediately, some began to tease, "Zhou Zhili, you've given Lin Meiming a special treat." Yuhang's face flushed slightly. "No, it's just that I mentioned treating you last time." "Then I want strawberry milk tea too." The playful banter left Yuhang feeling exasperated. Just as he was about to clarify with Shang Zhenzhen, he noticed someone swiftly snatched the milk tea from her hands. The individual quickly inserted a straw and took a large sip, mumbling, "I was just thirsty, thank you." Shang Zhenzhen gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of her brother, Shang Nanji. "Brother, do you have no shame? You actually stole my strawberry milk tea." Shang Nanji, oblivious to her indignation, waved the cup in his hand. "If I don't seize my own sister's milk tea, who should I take? I've waited for you for so long. Surely, I deserve some recompense." Shang Zhenzhen fell silent. Shang Nanji cast a cold glance at Yuhang before continuing. "The rehearsal is over, correct? I'm taking her with me." Wu Shan promptly replied, "It has concluded." Yin Qingyu stifled a laugh, then waved her milk tea at everyone before jogging to catch up with the two ahead. Upon reaching the parking area, Shang Nanji noticed the milk tea still clutched in Yin Qingyu's hand and snatched it away, tossing it to the startled Zhu Jinglan in the car. "This is for you." Zhu Jinglan hurriedly accepted it, taken aback. Shang Zhenzhen rolled her eyes. "That was Qingyu's milk tea. If you want something, I'll go buy it. Don't act like you've never had milk tea before. A single cup can't possibly enchant you girls so completely." Shang Nanji scoffed disdainfully and slammed the car door shut. Zhu Jinglan immediately felt the milk tea in his hands was exceedingly hot. He was now quite conflicted. Not drinking it would be a waste, yet consuming it made him feel like a mere trash bin. Shang Zhenzhen pondered for a moment before leaning toward Yin Qingyu and whispering, "I suspect my brother has intermittent insanity." "Shang Zhenzhen, I'm not deaf." Shang Zhenzhen quickly straightened up and made a face at Yin Qingyu, as if to say, "Today, Shang Nanji must have ingested explosives. It's best to avoid provoking him." Yin Qingyu merely suppressed her laughter. "Drink up." Shang Nanji tossed the milk tea to the two individuals seated in the back. Shang Zhenzhen gazed at the beverage, unable to suppress her doubts regarding Shang Nanji's intellect, wondering how one could exhibit such childlike folly. Lin Jinglan, the personified trash bin, remarked, "How is it that you are waiting for me at school today? Shouldn't you be engaged in studies together?" As Shang Zhenzhen sipped her milk tea, she inquired. Shang Nanji shot her a fierce glare, while Jinglan innocently blinked in response, taking a hearty sip of milk tea and dutifully playing the role of the trash bin. "You are aware that you are still a minor," Shang Nanji huffed, omitting a crucial detail from Shang Zhenzhen. This was a pact he had forged with Qin Yechuan, the latter having provoked Shang Zhenzhen to such an extent that she now wished to avoid him entirely. Yuhang's thoughts were exceedingly transparent. The boy, merely in his teens, were his concerns upon his visage. Given their joint rehearsal for a play, it was no wonder Qin Yechuan was anxious, and thus, Shang Nanji found himself agreeing to Qin Yechuan's request. In return, Qin Yechuan promised to help him organize knowledge pertaining to physics at the University of Science and Technology. A temptation he found impossible to resist. Aware of Shang Nanji's desires, Qin Yechuan's offer was exceedingly difficult to decline. Moreover, having previously sold out Shang Zhenzhen once, he felt no pangs of guilt in doing so again. Unbeknownst to Shang Zhenzhen, the scales had already begun to tip in favor of Qin Yechuan, leaving her to silently sip her milk tea and roll her eyes. Subsequently, each day, Shang Nanji transformed into a frigid statue, reporting punctually to her classroom to play the role of an audience member. As long as Yuhang was close to her, Shang Nanji's gaze, cold as a blade, would fall directly upon him, leaving Yuhang utterly helpless. Yet, he could still pose several incisive questions, which Wu Shan found profoundly accurate, elevating him to the status of a deity in her eyes. She warmly welcomed his presence and guidance. At last, the time arrived for the school's anniversary celebration in April. The gentle warmth of spring enveloped the earth, and Shang Zhenzhen finally shed her heavy outer garments, as if reborn. The campus in spring was a tapestry of colors, with towering pink cherry blossom trees in full bloom, bestowing a poetic ambience upon the celebration. Wait, did Wushan harbor feelings for Yuhang? Shang Zhenzhen's eyes widened in disbelief, her large, watery orbs brimming with incredulity. She had truly perceived nothing of the sort. Such supporting characters were merely glossed over in literature, lacking detailed exploration. Qingyu smiled confidently, asserting that one cannot conceal their affection in their gaze. Wushan believed she was adept at hiding her emotions, fearing rejection if she spoke her feelings aloud, thus keeping them locked within her heart. Why was she so invested in this drama? Perhaps there existed a secret known only to her, akin to Li Jing in the play. She adored Zhou Zhilin, yet she was painfully aware that Yuhang's heart belonged to another. Yet what? Shang Zhenzhen inquired curiously. Qingyu chuckled and rephrased, yet she dares not voice it. Therefore, I intend to assist her. Perhaps unexpected rewards await. The fervor and purity of youthful affection are well understood by Qingyu, which is why she wishes to help convey such sentiments with care. Chapter 94. 2 vessels of vinegar. Twice the sourness. The performance costumes arrived, and everyone gathered around to select their sizes. As the play was set against a youthful campus backdrop, Teacher Li had rented school uniforms for the students. The girls donned fresh and vibrant sailor suits, while the boys wore shirts and blazers. In the changing room, Shang Zhenzhen had just put on her outfit and was adjusting her white knee-high socks when she heard Wu Shan's astonished voice. Shang Zhenzhen, you look absolutely stunning in that sailor suit. Shang Zhenzhen, perplexed, replied, really? She believed her current appearance leaned towards a more striking style, and she worried that such an outfit might not suit her. The sailor suit was something she had never attempted before. Wu Shan immediately nodded, her eyes sparkling. Your legs look amazing. They are like a dream come true. The sailor suit accentuated her figure entirely, particularly her legs, which were straight, fair, slender, and beautifully proportioned, resembling a piece of luminous jade. Rarely receiving such compliments, Shang Zhenzhen felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. If you weren't a woman, I'd be tempted to throw you out for saying that. Wu Shan giggled and dashed away, not forgetting to loudly proclaim, everyone, come and see these beautiful legs. Miss Shan's legs are undoubtedly the finest I have ever seen. Feeling the eyes of those in the changing room upon her, Shang Zhenzhen was suddenly overwhelmed with embarrassment and instinctively tugged at her knee-high socks, attempting to pull them up a bit to cover her legs. Hearing Wu Shan's words, Qingyu also approached, pausing for a moment before smiling and saying, indeed, those legs are striking. Shang Zhenzhen exclaimed, little angel, you've gone astray. The girls participating in the performance donned matching sailor uniforms, and Shang Zhenzhen admired how lovely everyone looked, particularly the pure and beautiful Qingyu, who seemed to breathe life into the sailor suit. However, Wu Shan's flaunting of her legs drew the attention of many, and for the first time, Shang Zhenzhen experienced the discomfort of being in the spotlight. At that moment, Wu Shan approached her, saying, don't feel shy. With legs like yours, I wouldn't mind flaunting them. My legs aren't as appealing and are a bit plump. If I had your legs, I could wear a sailor suit every day without a second thought. Shang Zhenzhen chuckled softly. It's just that with so many people looking, it feels awkward. If you wore it daily, the director would probably come after you for ideological education. Shang Zhenzhen and Qingyu made their way to the makeup room, where several others were already dressed and getting ready. Yuhang was clad in a white shirt and a black suit jacket, looking particularly spirited, and many were praising the adage that one's attire enhances one's appearance. Unable to resist, they glanced again. When Wu Shan entered, she was met with this scene, and a hint of bitterness flickered in her eyes. Not only did Yuhang harbor feelings for Shang Zhenzhen, but even she, as another girl, found him appealing. This drama was poised to mark the conclusion of her unspoken affection. The person she admired did not see her in the same light, and perhaps it was best for her to let go sooner rather than later. Wu Shan steeled herself, refraining from looking at Yuhang again, and turned away to confirm the performance schedule. Next, let us welcome Class 1 of the second year to present the play Extreme Reversal, Campus Stories. Let us eagerly anticipate their performance. After the host announced the event, Shang Naji took out her phone and fixed it on a tripod, preparing to record and subsequently send the footage to Wenqing, who was far abroad, and to Shang Ba. Leaning against a tree nearby, Qin Yechuan slightly opened his eyes, his eyelids lifting just enough to glance at the stage where the curtain had yet to be drawn. She had just rushed backstage to greet Shang Zhenzhen and Yan Qingyu, and upon seeing them adorned in beautiful sailor outfits that accentuated their slender, fair legs, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Although everyone was donned in the same attire, these two clearly wore the sailor uniforms with a distinct flair. However, she would not be the one to offer a warning. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of spectacle? The thrill of jealousy is far more entertaining, especially when it involves two rivals, intensifying the sourness of the moment. As the stage lights gradually dimmed, the curtain slowly ascended, illuminating a makeshift basketball hoop where several boys were playing. Among them, Yu Hang was undoubtedly the most striking, executing a powerful slam dunk. The crowd erupted, exclaiming, "Wow! Zhou Zhili is so handsome." Suddenly, the audience's attention shifted to the side, and the lights illuminated another section of the stage where several girls were exuberantly celebrating Yu Hang's success. Qin Yechuan's gaze turned icy, an unmistakable chill emanating from him, as the coldness in his eyes became hard to contain. The girls on stage were youthful and lively, cheering for another boy, their short skirts fluttering, unable to conceal their stunningly captivating legs. With a frosty glare fixed on Shang Zhenzhen, Qin Yechuan was consumed by a singular thought, the overwhelming desire to hide her away. So many days have passed, yet she still avoids him, preferring to squander her time rehearsing the play rather than visiting his home to study. She even displays a charming smile towards other boys, a delightful demeanor that Qin Yechuan finds exceedingly irksome. Shang Zhenzhen, you can only show such affection towards me. Qin Yechuan's gaze darkens gradually, his eyes fixated on the figure on stage with a chilling indifference, the depths of his darkness evoking a sense of dread, as if he were poised to charge forth at any moment. Shang Nanji's expression is equally frosty upon seeing Shang Zhenzhen dressed in such a manner. He instinctively recalls Yan Qingyu. Although she is yet to take the stage, the costumes are undoubtedly uniform. With so many school uniforms available, why choose a sailor's suit? Their own Qingyu school's attire is quite suitable, with long pants for both genders. Why not simply use that as the performance outfit? Zhang Ye, upon spotting Shang Zhenzhen's entrance, discreetly glances at the two beneath the tree from a distance. Even at such a remove, she can sense a palpable chill, suppressing a laugh behind her hand. Yin Hao, puzzled, inquires, "What are you laughing at?" The vinegar jar over there has toppled. Following her gaze, Yin Hao searches but sees nothing. Where's the vinegar jar? I can't smell it. Zhang Ye rolls her eyes in exasperation, relieved that she was quick enough to pull him away. He possesses no discernible awareness. Yin Hao, he truly cannot see the overturned vinegar jar. Yan Qingyu's brows furrow as she turns to Yu Hang, pressing him. Zhou Zhili, you tell us. Who do you truly like? Chapter 95. Extreme Reversal. Zhou Zhili, you tell us. Who do you truly like? As Yan Qingyu's voice resonated, both the audience and performers held their breath. Despite having rehearsed this line countless times, Yu Hang felt a twinge of nervousness. Below the stage, students observed intently. Alongside the judging professors, above, fellow classmates participated in the play, including Shang Zhenzhen. The playground enveloped in an eerie silence, the only sound being the cherry blossoms dancing in the spring breeze. A single petal gently landed on Yu Hang's hair, seemingly pressing the play's start button. He finally spoke. The girl I have always cherished is the one who delivered me letters. She sent me 3, accompanying me through my despondent times, and for that, I am immensely grateful to her. Lin Mingming, I love you. Shang Zhenzhen, I love you. Yu Hang quietly uttered this last sentence in his heart. His gaze filled with warmth as he looked at her. Though he knew the script dictated that Shang Zhenzhen would naturally acquiesce, a hint of anxiety lingered within him. Wu Shan's expression gradually dimmed as she watched the boy, brimming with joy, and a pang of bitterness stirred within her. However, Zhou Zhili, I did not write you any letters. Those letters were penned by Li Jing. Upon hearing this, Wu Shan was the first to lift her gaze in astonishment. Shang Zhenzhen approached Wu Shan, linking arms with her as if to convey strength. Although those letters were handed to you by me, they were indeed written by Li Jing. She was too shy to deliver them herself, so she entrusted me with the task. Yan Qingyu intentionally scoffed, continuing to embody the role of a malicious classmate. You couldn't even muster the courage to deliver a letter yourself, and yet you've created such a spectacle. Li Jing, you truly are timid. Wu Shan and Yu Hang were both bewildered, exchanging glances that reflected their mutual confusion. Yet, they found themselves on stage, under the scrutiny of countless eyes. Yu Hang, feigning surprise, took a couple of steps back, questioning whether he had indeed made a mistake. Was it Li Jing who had been encouraging him all along? Murmurs of discussion arose from the audience below. No wonder it was called an extreme reversal. What a shocker. The change had evidently garnered a positive response, but Wu Shan remained frozen, unresponsive. It was then that Shang Zhenzhen leaned in, her voice gentle as she whispered, "Wu Shan, the audience is reacting positively. They're all watching us. Perhaps you should deliver your lines now?" In that moment, silence spoke volumes. The audience erupted into applause. Yan Qingyu exchanged a knowing wink with Shang Zhenzhen, who discreetly gave her a thumbs up. This adaptation had been proposed by Yan Qingyu, aimed at aligning more closely with the theme of extreme reversal. She had informed every performer, aside from Yu Hang and Wu Shan, and the results were undeniably impressive. Of course, Yan Qingyu's primary intention was to ensure Wu Shan would not harbor any regrets. By crafting such heartfelt lines and taking this matter seriously, Yan Qingyu understood that Wu Shan sought a way to bid farewell to Yu Hang. She had tasted the bitter fruit of unrequited love. As the applause rang out, Wu Shan felt her eyes welling with emotion, seemingly uplifted by the encouragement. She lifted her gaze toward Yu Hang, about to speak, when she noticed something ominous descending toward him from above, yet he appeared oblivious to it. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Shan sprang into action, instinctively pushing him aside. "Watch out." Yu Hang suddenly realized that the chandelier above had inexplicably fallen. Seeing Wu Shan recklessly rushing towards him, he swiftly pulled her aside. With a resounding thud, the lights on stage dimmed slightly, and the audience erupted into chaos. Wu Shan, still shaken, assured herself of her safety and immediately turned to Yu Hang, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Yu Hang shook his head, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for just now." Wu Shan smiled gently. "It was nothing." It was then that she noticed Yu Hang had been supporting her. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily withdrew her hand. Noticing her sudden withdrawal, Yu Hang awkwardly scratched his head. "I apologize. It was a moment of panic." "It's fine." Wu Shan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, anxious that Yu Hang might notice her reddened face. As she attempted to retreat towards the backstage, she realized she had twisted her ankle. A sharp pain shot through her, causing her to lose her balance and fall towards the ground. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, only to find herself enveloped in a warm embrace. "What happened? Did you injure yourself?" It was only then that Wu Shan recognized it was Yu Hang who was holding her. She hurriedly tried to break free, but her right foot was too weak to support her, intensifying her embarrassment. "I'm fine. Let me down." Yu Hang had never encountered someone so stubborn. Despite clearly being unable to stand, she insisted on her strength. Realizing it was his fault she was hurt, he effortlessly lifted her in his arms, declaring, "I will take you to the school nurse." No one had anticipated that after the chandelier's fall, the situation would unfold so smoothly. The audience, witnessing Yu Hang carrying Wu Shan away, erupted into another round of applause. Wu Shan's face flushed with embarrassment. Upon noticing this, Yu Hang instinctively quickened his pace, asking, "Does it hurt? Your face is all red." Wu Shan, initially feeling extremely awkward, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing his words, silently cursing him as a simpleton. Yan Qingyu did not anticipate that this light would serve as an unexpected catalyst, sparing her from further arrangements. Watching the two figures depart, she realized this scenario surpassed her expectations. Cherry blossoms carpeted the ground as the young men embraced the young woman, treading on the petals, hastening towards the infirmary, while applause resonated behind them, echoing endlessly. Seeing Shang Nanji was inconsequential, but when Shang Zhenzhen caught sight of Qin Yechuan, she froze in her tracks, unwilling to approach him. Observing their lack of movement, Shang Nanji took the initiative and approached, asking, "Are you two all right?" They both nodded in unison, once assured of their well-being. Shang Nanji's expression darkened. "Go change your clothes first. Is it not pretty?" "They all complimented my looks." Shang Zhenzhen protested, reluctant to go through the hassle of changing, having worn the outfit for so long that she had grown accustomed to it. Moreover, the dress was designed as culottes, which did not hinder her much. Shang Nanji's expression soured even further. "Not pretty at all. It's utterly unappealing. Hurry and change." Shang Zhenzhen acquiesced, realizing her brother had likely consumed a few pounds of dynamite, and she dared not provoke him further. Thus, she dragged Yan Qingyu towards the changing room. Additionally, she preferred to avoid lingering in the presence of Qin Yechuan, as not only was Shang Nanji's expression grim, but Qin Yechuan's gaze was equally intimidating, as if he were about to devour her. Fearful. Chapter 96. Once again selling Shang Zhenzhen, the school celebration continued into the evening. The stars quietly ascend the night sky, adorning the ink-stained darkness, while a crescent moon gazes serenely upon the clamor of the world below. The stage on the playground has been dismantled, and the surrounding lights illuminate the various stalls scattered across the field. The school broadcast begins to play a medley of dance tunes, heralding the official commencement of the masquerade ball. Shang Zhenzhen and Yin Qingyu eagerly set off to select their masks. Shang Zhenzhen immediately takes a liking to a Pikachu mask, which, despite its complete coverage, appeals to her. Yin Qingyu casually picks a charming little fox mask that only reveals her mouth and chin. Wow, that suits you perfectly. Zhang Ye responds calmly, of course, just look at you two minors, choosing such adorable masks. The underage duo feels slightly offended. What's wrong with Pikachu? It's the king of cuteness. Let us go, we'll have some fun. The three friends, with their masks in place, link arms and head towards the playground. There, in clusters, masked individuals dance together. Yin Qingyu, unable to dance, is enthusiastically offered lessons by Zhang Ye, who happens to be a tad taller. The two girls excitedly join the throng of dancers. With a fully covered mask, there's nothing but cuteness. Shang Zhenzhen sighs, momentarily lifting her mask to reveal half of her chin. Feeling someone sit beside her, she pays it no mind, focusing intently on poking a plump, freshly made dumpling, still hot to the touch, before blowing on it gently. Suddenly, the person next to her leans in and, without hesitation, devours the dumpling she had just cooled. Gazing at the Baron's signature, Shang Zhenzhen's fury ignited as she lifted her eyes, colliding with a pair of pitch-black, profound, and frigid orbs. Her upward motion was dramatic, causing her slightly lifted mask to snap back over her face with a sharp sound. Even through the minuscule holes in the mask, she effortlessly recognized the masked figure before her. No one else possessed such detached and icy eyes but Qin Yechuan. He had an affinity for pure black, and his mask was a sleek black, resembling a half-masked black cat, languid and noble, revealing the handsome lower half of his face. His exposed eyes were obsidian, harboring a mysterious undercurrent, akin to a black cat lurking in the night, fixated on its prey, poised to strike. In that instant, Shang Zhenzhen's heart thundered. She felt a wave of relief for having chosen a fully concealing mask. Surely, Qin Yechuan would not recognize her, right? With their identical school uniforms and the added layer of masks, mistaking identities seemed a perfectly plausible occurrence. Who are you to so casually take someone else's food? Shang Zhenzhen feigned a strained voice, clearly wishing to evade recognition. Qin Yechuan finally finished the steaming dumpling. Had it not been for the mask, his slightly furrowed brow would have been evident. His little girl truly relished such delicacies, and he would need to gradually come to terms with it. Seemingly savoring the last taste, he licked his lips and, upon hearing Shang Zhenzhen's deliberately affected tone, nonchalantly pierced through her ruse. Shang Zhenzhen, are you pinching your voice because you think I'm foolish? Or do you consider yourself foolish? A tightness gripped Shang Zhenzhen's heart. Indeed, this man had recognized her. Though she longed to utter that he was foolish, the words lodged in her throat, refusing to escape. The music played on the playground, enveloping the surroundings in a joyous cacophony as students reveled in the festive evening, their laughter echoing through the air. Yet, this particular corner of the world felt isolated, as if cut off from the exuberance around them. At that moment, Shang Zhenzhen found herself nostalgically yearning for the clumsy obstacles her brother, Shang Nanji, would have easily navigated. He would have surely come to her aid instead of leaving her feeling so restless and uneasy. In fact, she felt a tinge of fear. Before her stood Qin Yechuan, whose masked visage, a pitch-black covering, accentuated the layers of darkness in his eyes, resembling the sudden onset of an endless night, devoid of any light. It felt as though an invisible net ensnared her, binding her tightly, leaving her unable to escape. Zhang Ye, her eyes sparkling with excitement, pulled her up. Let us go join in the fun. Dancing with everyone will surely be more delightful than simply eating. Yin Qingyu nodded in agreement, her own eyes gleaming. Consider it a chance to unwind. I've already mastered the basic dance steps. Shang Zhenzhen barely had time to set her belongings down before the two exuberant girls whisked her into the throng of dancers. The moon cast a gentle, luminous glow upon the campus. You all are here. Do you need a dapper gentleman to lead you in a dance? Yin Hao, donning a humorous husky mask, executed a comically exaggerated bow, his demeanor utterly mismatched to the elegance he aimed to convey, prompting Zhang Ye to instantly clap her hands together in jest. That's ridiculous. Be normal. Shang Zhenzhen and Yin Qingyu erupted into laughter. Yin Hao feigned indignation. Isn't this avatar endearing? What's unattractive about it? Zhang Ye rolled her eyes, effortlessly embodying the aloof queen demeanor. Well, I suppose I shall reluctantly dance with you, just as Yin Qingyu and Zhenzhen are doing. Yin Hao immediately responded with a cheerful smile. In that case, I shall comply with your request. As the music resumed, everyone found their partners and began to sway to the rhythm. Yin Qingyu and Shang Zhenzhen moved in perfect harmony, sharing laughter and enjoying the moment. Suddenly, someone forcefully whisked Yin Qingyu away from Shang Zhenzhen, disrupting her previously fluid movements. In a moment of panic, she accidentally stepped on the foot of the culprit. Shang Nanji winced in pain, drawing in a sharp breath, and whispered sternly in her ear, "Wasn't this plan agreed upon? Why did you step on me?" It was only then that Yin Qingyu recalled the plan she had momentarily forgotten, quickly expressing her remorse. "I forgot. Shang Nanji, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Focus on dancing, and don't let Zhenzhen notice, or we'll both be in trouble," Shang Nanji replied softly. Yin Qingyu lifted her gaze and noticed that Shang Zhenzhen had already been successfully claimed by someone nearby. A smile spread across her face, her eyes sparkling with delight. Mission accomplished. Together, Shang Nanji and Yin Qingyu once again subtly betrayed Shang Zhenzhen. Chapter 97. A chilling kiss. The moonlight was gentle, and the stars twinkled brightly. Amid the soft, melodious music, Shang Zhenzhen felt as if she were a marionette, her body rigid and breath held. The hand that grasped hers was icy, as was the arm wrapped around her waist. The faint scent of mint lingered around her, enveloping her entirely, leaving her with no escape. How had it come to this? How could this little angel be intercepted? At this moment, Shang Zhenzhen's mind was in utter disarray as she gazed at the boy adorned with a black cat mask before her. Noticing her gaze, he averted his eyes, and as their eyes met, his dark orbs held an alluring charm. Shang Zhenzhen quickly shifted her gaze, fearing that a mere second longer would lead to her downfall. Qin Yechuan tightened his grip on her hand, seemingly anxious that she might suddenly flee. Her waist was slender, and his hand could almost encircle it completely. The soft sensation emanated through her school uniform, causing Qin Yechuan's Adam's apple to subtly move. It had been many days since he had the chance to truly see her, and merely being this close made him feel as though his entire being was ablaze. As the final notes of the music faded, Shang Zhenzhen had never found the ending so melodious. She let out a sigh of relief and attempted to break free from his grasp. Yet she was unable to move even a fraction. Reluctantly, she lifted her gaze to meet his. "Let go." Qin Yechuan feigned ignorance, fearing the eyes of onlookers. Even though they were all masked, Shang Zhenzhen felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Unable to extricate herself, she resorted to stepping on his foot with considerable force. Yet, Qin Yechuan seemed utterly unaffected, maintaining his grip with unwavering strength, merely gazing at her intently. Just as Shang Zhenzhen was about to speak again, the surrounding lights suddenly dimmed, plunging the entire playground into darkness. Amidst the panicked voices of the crowd, Shang Zhenzhen's heart skipped a beat. "Please remain calm and do not move about recklessly to avoid a stampede. Personnel have been dispatched to assess the situation. Power will be restored shortly." After the school broadcast concluded this statement, the surroundings gradually settled down. Faced with the sudden turn of events, Shang Zhenzhen found herself at a loss for words and could only speak again. "Qin Yechuan, let me go," the youth who held her captive finally replied. His voice low and whispering in her ear, "Shang Zhenzhen, the school broadcast just warned against wandering around." His tone was cool, yet inexplicably laced with an intoxicating tenderness. "I merely asked you to release me. I have no intention of wandering." Shang Zhenzhen's voice was laden with exasperation. She was not a child in kindergarten, merely feeling that the proximity between them was perilously close. "That simply cannot happen. What if you wander off once I let go?" Qin Yechuan remarked. Tightening his grip slightly and leveraging his height, he pulled her directly into his embrace. The youth mused, "Is their distance truly dangerous? Then perhaps the solution is to eliminate the distance altogether." Caught off guard, Shang Zhenzhen found herself colliding into a warm embrace, her cheeks instantly tinged with crimson. A living paper doll was once again making advances toward her. She lifted her head to glare at him, but with so many people around, she had no choice but to lower her voice. "Qin Yechuan, do you even realize what you're doing? If others see..." Qin Yechuan's voice came softly. "Wouldn't it be better if others did see? Shang Zhenzhen, if you wish to evade me, I shall not grant you that satisfaction." Shang Zhenzhen, everyone else may avoid him, but she was not permitted to do so. He had indulged her for so many days, not to allow her to revel in the company of other men. Her every smile and frown should be reserved solely for him. Today, she stood on stage clad in a sailor's outfit, her enchanting laughter directed at other men. And in that fleeting moment, his emotions spiraled beyond his control. If he could, he would wish to conceal her in a place only he could discover. His heart and gaze filled solely with her presence. Hearing Qin Yechuan's words, Shang Zhenzhen felt a stir in her heart that was impossible to suppress. Yet she found herself helplessly struggling. "Qin Yechuan, please let me go." As the words left her lips, She sensed the tight grip on her wrist loosen. Just as she exhaled in relief, she felt her mask being gently lifted. Suddenly, a chilling kiss descended upon her lips, cold and devoid of warmth, resting upon her mouth until it gradually absorbed her own heat, leaving her trembling all over. Shang Zhenzhen widened her eyes in surprise, yet her mask was only partially removed, obstructing her view and heightening her sensitivity to touch. The hand that encircled her slim waist tightened its embrace as he tentatively brushed his lips against hers, refraining from any further action. In an instant, the lights illuminated the suffocating darkness, a blinding glare enveloping her, and she felt the pressure on her lips finally dissipate as she was drawn away from the playground, still lost in the confusion of that icy kiss. Shang Zhenzhen paid little heed to where the boy was leading her. By the time she regained her senses, she had already distanced herself from the clamor of the crowd, finding herself cornered in a dimly lit alcove, her mask removed by the boy. The mask of Qin Yechuan was removed by himself at an unknown moment. He cornered her, his gaze fixed intently upon her, and upon witnessing the terror reflected in her eyes, he felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. "Shang Zhenzhen, are you afraid of me?" he inquired. Shang Zhenzhen replied, "Anyone would be frightened." At that moment, she suddenly realized that Qin Yechuan possessed a rather unsettling Yandra quality, and judging by his demeanor, it seemed quite severe. A young man with such Yandra traits was truly a handful. Shang Zhenzhen regretted ever provoking him. Individuals with Yandra tendencies are best left in the realm of fiction. In reality, they are utterly unbearable. Yet, he was originally just a fictional character who had inadvertently come to life. "Shang Zhenzhen, you must not fear me. You are the one who repeatedly professed your affection for me. You were the one who initiated this. You shall never escape my side in this lifetime. Together in life, together in death." Qin Yechuan's voice was low and husky, whispering intimately in her ear, his presence close enough to brush against her. "I can grant you time to accept me, but do not think of fleeing from my side. Shang Zhenzhen, I cannot promise what actions I may take." As Shang Zhenzhen heard his soft murmurs, a warning suddenly echoed in her mind from the system. Warning. Host. The child of destiny is exhibiting tendencies of corruption, and his corruption value is rising rapidly. What happens if he becomes corrupted? Shang Zhenzhen questioned. The very fabric of this nascent world could unravel. The child of destiny represents the fortune of this realm, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Shang Zhenzhen. A single disagreement, and she turns dark. It is she who is forcefully kissed. It is she who is shackled, and yet she does not feel wronged. Why does it seem he is the one who feels more aggrieved? Chapter 98. The overreaching Lord Qin as darkness suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Yan Xingyu was knocked down by a person dashing nearby, falling unceremoniously into the arms of the person before her. The warm embrace and familiar scent made Yan Xingyu stiffen. She had been dancing with Shang Nanji, and now she had collapsed into his arms. In a flurry, she attempted to rise, only to hear Shang Nanji's voice, his grip tightening around her waist. "Don't move recklessly. Be careful not to get knocked again." Thus, Yan Xingyu remained still, consciously softening her breath. Listening to the steady heartbeat resonating in his chest, she discovered that this sudden blackout had its benefits. When the lights flickered back on, she quickly regained her posture, acutely aware that her cheeks were aflame, and she had to silently thank the mask of the masquerade ball for alleviating her embarrassment. "Thank you." Shang Nanji responded with a soft HM, surveying the chaotic scene around them. Due to the power outage, many were left in disarray, and he momentarily could not spot Shang Zhenzhen. In a quiet corner, away from the clamor of the campus, the stillness was almost disconcerting for Qin Yechuan, who found it difficult to gauge her thoughts. Never had he felt such panic. Typically, he was the one orchestrating everything. For the first time, he realized that without his mind-reading ability, he could not ascertain anything. What was she thinking? Did she wish to escape him? Or did she consider him a madman? Shang Zhenzhen found herself enveloped in his embrace, the proximity between them so intimate that a mere tilt of the head would allow them to share breaths. Yet, she remained silent. Though they were physically close, he felt an insurmountable distance. Was he truly becoming impatient? At that moment, the system chimed in once more. Warning. Warning. The darkening value of the Destined One is about to exceed 100%. Qin Yechuan's gaze deepened, teetering on the brink of being consumed by darkness, when suddenly, the person before him playfully tapped his head. The shadows in his eyes dissipated, leaving him in a state of bewilderment as he stared at her. After the playful tap, Shang Zhenzhen's hand hung suspended in the air. Her action had been purely instinctive. She simply wished to express that his darkening was absurd. His grievances were unfounded. This was her first kiss in 2 lifetimes. She had yet to succumb to darkness or feel wronged. Qin Yechuan blinked, once more attuned to her innermost thoughts. Her first kiss, was it? His gaze subtly descended to her delicate, rosy lips. Just moments ago, he had kissed her impulsively, hoping to silence her pleas for him to let go. Was she truly Shang Zhenzhen? A glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Yet Shang Zhenzhen remained oblivious to his ability to read minds, believing he awaited an explanation for her playful action. With deliberate exaggeration, she widened her eyes. You told me to take my time to consider, and this is how you allow me to do so? Qin Yechuan hesitated for a moment, gradually loosening his hold on her, and murmured softly, then why have you been ignoring me? His voice was low, tinged with a sense of lamentation. Shang Zhenzhen suppressed the impulse to strike him again and continued, you suddenly tell me this. I need time to process such news, don't you think? You cannot avoid me. Qin Yechuan gazed into her eyes and replied, very well. Shang Zhenzhen felt as though she was the one benefiting. And if it weren't for her fear of his potential uncontrollable wrath, she would have undoubtedly given him a good thrashing. Sensing Shang Zhenzhen's inner thoughts, Qin Yechuan artfully expressed his possessiveness. You must not get too close to other men. With which man have I been close? Shang Zhenzhen found this accusation utterly nonsensical. You hang, you smiled at him. The last remnants of Qin Yechuan's anger dissipated. It appeared that Shang Zhenzhen was oblivious to Yu Hang's affections. He selfishly thought, how splendid. After all, it should not be allowed. Shang Zhenzhen sighed. How insatiable the male lead is. She pondered the futility of arguing with a capricious and emotionally unstable protagonist. Raising her gaze to meet his, she noticed that his once profound and cold demeanor had softened, revealing a sense of normalcy. Qin Yechuan, do you like me? She boldly inquired. Despite Qin Yechuan's numerous declarations of possessiveness, he had not explicitly stated his feelings for her. Was she merely a cherished toy in his eyes? Or did he truly harbor affection for her? The girl, with utmost seriousness, lifted her head and asked, her beautiful eyes seemingly reflecting a sky full of stars, causing Qin Yechuan's heart to race momentarily. Shang Zhenzhen, I like you, he confessed, his voice slightly husky, carried gently by the tender evening breeze into Shang Zhenzhen's ears. The youth possessed an extraordinary beauty, marked by a hint of coldness, yet a tear mole adorned the corner of his eye. He gazed intently into hers, his serious demeanor tinged with a subtle tension. It dawned on her that he too could experience trepidation. As Shang Zhenzhen recalled the moment when he had rescued her against the light, her fear began to dissipate. She had long admired the character of Zixia from A Chinese Odyssey, often reciting the line, my destined one is a peerless hero. One day he will come riding on multicolored clouds to marry me. She felt an uncanny resemblance to her present self. Perhaps Qin Yechuan had developed feelings earlier than she had anticipated. She simply had been reluctant to ponder it deeply or to believe it. Initially, she perceived their world as that of a storybook, convinced that the protagonists were bound by an unbreakable magnetic force. Yet she soon realized that each individual harbored their own thoughts. This world was vibrant and alive. She could not merely regard them as flat characters. They were flesh and blood, encompassing laughter and tears. She understood the beginning, yet the conclusion eluded her. After a considerable pause, Shang Zhenzhen looked at him earnestly and said, Qin Yechuan, I do not wish to deceive you. You differ vastly from my ideal type. Do you recall what I once said during Truth or Dare? I am fond of those who are handsome and gentle, whose smiles are enchanting and who can provide a sense of security. Ideally, someone who can make me laugh. Therefore, Qin Yechuan, I do not harbor feelings for you. Qin Yechuan felt the warmth of his body gradually ebbing away, as if his breath had been abruptly stifled. He seemed to hear the clamorous voice within him. However, if you could embody those qualities, perhaps I might come to like you, Shang Zhenzhen stated with utmost sincerity. Chapter 99. Master Qin's unreasonable tantrums. Shang Zhenzhen did not wish to deceive him, yet she also sought not to deceive herself. She questioned her own heart. It seemed implausible that she could harbor affection for a delicate soul prone to moments of darkness. Nevertheless, she could not deny that the ethereal figure before her possessed an undeniable allure. She was not an emotionless automaton. Qin Yechuan had once valiantly rescued her, patiently elucidated complex problems, meticulously crafted exam questions for her, and quietly supported her during her long runs. If Qin Yechuan were willing to transform, perhaps I might genuinely be swayed. Indeed, this ethereal being is strikingly captivating. Qin Yechuan's emotions gradually settled as he stared at her in a daze, experiencing what it meant to be resurrected from despair. He had thought he had plunged into an abyss, yet he had merely arrived at a different realm, where new paths unfolded before him. Let us go. They are searching for us. Shang Zhenzhen extended her hand towards him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Just then, Shang Nanji approached with a frosty demeanor, startling Shang Zhenzhen, who quickly withdrew her hand. Shang Nanji's gaze turned even colder as she unhesitatingly placed her body between the two. After scrutinizing Shang Zhenzhen from head to toe and confirming her safety, she coldly averted her gaze back to Qin Yechuan. As if to say, I merely lent Shang Zhenzhen to you for a dance, and you dare to whisk her away. Unforgivable. Shang Nanji glared at Qin Yechuan for a moment, noticing her efforts bore no fruit, before pivoting her gaze fiercely towards Shang Zhenzhen. Before Shang Nanji could utter a word, Qin Yechuan's voice resonated. Shang Zhenzhen, I have told you before, you must not smile at other men in such a manner. In an instant, Shang Nanji resembled a firecracker that had just been lit. Other men? You must be the other man. I am her elder brother. Shang Zhenzhen covered her ears, tugging Shang Nanji away while casting a glare at Qin Yechuan, who, feeling aggrieved, lowered his head. He promised to improve. At least not in her presence. Shang Zhenzhen found herself both amused and exasperated. Once she finally managed to drive Shang Nanji away, she felt a sense of tranquility enveloping the world around her. Lying on her bed, Shang Zhenzhen suddenly reached up to touch her lips, still able to sense the lingering chill of that kiss. With a sigh, she murmured, I don't know. She then stared blankly at the ceiling. Is there gain without sacrifice? This decision seemed excessively cruel to her. The following morning, Shang Zhenzhen spotted Qin Yechuan waiting at her doorstep. The youth, clad in his school uniform and donning a pure black baseball cap, with a matching crossbody bag slung over his shoulder, stood bathed in the gentle morning light, appearing as divine as a celestial being. Who could imagine that such a pristine and beautiful young man harbored the potential to transform into a brooding, melancholic figure at any moment? With a fierce glint in his eyes, Shang Nanji unhesitatingly shoved Shang Zhenzhen into his car, proudly humming a note in Qin Yechuan's direction before speeding away. How dare he vie for the privilege of picking up his younger sister? What a dreamer! Yet, the next day, Qin Yechuan remained steadfastly stationed at the Shang family entrance, impeccably dressed. Shang Nanji attempted the same tactic, only to discover that the young man had already opened the back door and settled himself inside the vehicle. With a darkened expression, Shang Nanji opened the back door. Young Master Qin, get out. Qin Yechuan remained motionless in his seat. I didn't drive here today. What does that have to do with me? Get out. With a combination of physics knowledge and an assistant position in Professor Zhou's laboratory, I am acquainted with Professor Zhou and can assist you in securing a spot. Upon hearing this, Qin Yechuan's vulnerability was laid bare. Shang Nanji cast a penetrating gaze at him, questioning, then why don't you enroll in physics yourself? Qin Yechuan met his stare with a nonchalant glance, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. Shang Nanji understood. It was no wonder this fellow intended to major in computer science, as he deliberately sought to diverge from him. With a huff, Shang Nanji slammed the car door shut, leaving the co-pilot, Shang Zhenzhen, astonished. What clandestine dealings could be transpiring between Shang Nanji and Qin Yechuan? Students from Xingyu High School noted that Qin had recently begun to appear frequently by the side of Miss Shang, initially believing the two had finally parted ways, only to discover that old flames had rekindled. They were the least favored pair in the school, yet here they were, still together. Sure enough, Qin had come to deliver milk tea once again. At noon, Qin Yechuan traversed the corridor with a cup of strawberry milk tea in hand. The vibrant pink hue was a clear indication of its intended recipient. As expected, he did not pause his stride, making his way to class 1 of the second year. Shang Zhenzhen was engrossed in problem-solving under the watchful eye of Yin Qingyu, who, ever observant, noticed the daily arrival of Qin Yechuan and quietly excused herself. She could assist no further. While Shang Zhenzhen continued her work, a cup of strawberry milk tea suddenly appeared before her, and she instantly recognized who had arrived. Please refrain from bringing milk tea at noon. I've gained several pounds already, she lamented. Although she found joy in the drink, the prospect of weight gain dampened her spirits. However, after this fellow discovered her penchant for milk tea, he began to deliver a cup of strawberry milk tea to her every day. Qin Yechuan cast a fleeting glance at her and remarked, You are too slender. You could afford to gain a few more pounds. Shang Zhenzhen shot him an indignant look. In response, Qin Yechuan feigned innocence, having recently realized that Shang Zhenzhen was rather susceptible to his displays of vulnerability. For instance, when he looked at her with an innocent expression, she seldom succumbed to anger. As expected, upon witnessing such a demeanor from him, Shang Zhenzhen could only sigh in resignation. I truly enjoy it, but if I have one cup every day, I may eventually tire of it. Qin Yechuan's gaze deepened, Are you prone to fickleness? Just as Shang Zhenzhen was about to assert that women are inherently fickle creatures, particularly when it comes to new clothes and novel experiences, she sensed a hint of danger and refrained from voicing that thought. Instead, she circled back and replied, I merely meant that I shouldn't indulge in milk tea so frequently. Too much is detrimental to one's health, and one can easily grow weary of it. Then, Shang Zhenzhen, have you grown weary of seeing me so often? You hardly spare me a glance anymore. Have I lost my allure? Qin Yechuan's voice was low and tinged with a hint of grievance. Shang Zhenzhen exclaimed, The animated paper doll has begun his unreasonable antics again. Chapter 100. She wept, Have I lost my allure? It took Shang Zhenzhen considerable effort to pacify the unreasonable Qin Yechuan. The male lead has increasingly taken to being spoiled. What should one do? I await your guidance, as I am rather anxious about this. That evening, Shang Zhenzhen dreamed of Qin Yechuan. The youth donned a pure black suit, his smile radiant as he gazed at her, the indifference in his eyes dissipating like mist, reminiscent of the moment she first captured a photograph of Qin Yechuan, as if stars were plummeting from the sky. With a tender look, he leaned closer, and the warmth in his gaze ensnared her, drawing her into an abyss of enchantment. Just as their lips were about to meet, a sudden appearance of several cups of strawberry milk tea materialized before her. Startled, Shang Zhenzhen realized the boy had vanished, leaving her surrounded by an overwhelming number of strawberry milk teas, as though they were intent on submerging her. Shang Zhenzhen jolted awake from her dream, staring at the ceiling, and it took her a moment to grasp that she had merely been dreaming. She glanced at the wall clock. It was only 3 in the morning. With no choice but to try to sleep again, she lay back down. Tick-tock. The clock on the wall continued its relentless march forward, and Shang Zhenzhen found herself once more ensnared in a dream. In this familiar yet modest room, her adored idol-s posters adorned the walls, and the desk was neat and inviting. Shang Zhenzhen dreamed of her former self in the original world, perhaps a remnant of the last system's dream visitation. Here she lay in her bedroom. Beside her stood a vibrant sunflower in full bloom. She rested peacefully on the bed, her eyes closed, exuding tranquility and beauty, though the thin blanket revealed her frail form. Time passed in the room, yet her mother's presence remained absent. Shang Zhenzhen pondered how long she could linger there, attempting to cross the threshold of the door, and to her astonishment, she found herself outside the room. Unlike her previous confinement in the hospital, where she could not step beyond her ward, here in her home, freedom was hers at last. Shang Zhenzhen traversed her home, guided by the threads of memory, until she finally spotted her mother on the balcony. The sunlight gently illuminated her mother's white hair, rendering it increasingly dazzling. She was meticulously crocheting a pair of slippers, occasionally succumbing to a soft cough before resuming her work. Shang Zhenzhen, reminiscent of her childhood, quietly squatted beside her, observing the rhythmic movement of the crochet hook. Her mother had always possessed remarkable skill, crafting slippers that were both warm and comfortable. In the winter, when the chills seeped in, wearing the slippers her mother made enveloped her in a comforting warmth. Everything felt so idyllic. Suddenly, her mother was seized by a violent fit of coughing, the sound heavy and relentless, causing her to hunch over in apparent agony. Shang Zhenzhen, startled, stood up, wishing to pat her mother's back and ease her discomfort, only to realize her hand passed through her mother as if she were but a specter. It dawned on her that she was merely trapped in a dream. Yet, the harsh rasping of her mother's cough reverberated in her heart like a hammer striking an anvil. The coughing continued unabated, and Shang Zhenzhen stood helplessly by, her eyes brimming with sorrow as she gazed at her mother. Suddenly, she noticed faint, mottled stains of blood on the slippers her mother had crocheted. Panic surged within her as she looked up, only to find blood at the corners of her mother's mouth. She was oblivious to the extent of her mother's deteriorating health. Her hands trembled, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she longed to wipe away the blood, yet felt utterly powerless. With a soft sigh, her mother attempted to rise and tend to the blood, but darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed heavily towards the ground. Shang Zhenzhen, terrified, wished to embrace her mother, yet she could only watch helplessly as her mother fell, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her shoes scattered nearby, and a tangled mess of yarn strewn about. Zhenzhen, Zhenzhen, Shang Zhenzhen, what is wrong with you? Suddenly, Shang Zhenzhen opened her eyes, and after what felt like an eternity, she finally recognized the figure before her, not her mother, but Shang Nanji. Brother. Shang Zhenzhen sat up, clinging to his waist, weeping inconsolably. Shang Nanji, taken aback, gently raised his hand to stroke her head, his voice imbued with utmost tenderness. It's all right, it's all right. Why are you having nightmares again, my dear? This was not the first occurrence. Shang Nanji furrowed his brow, yet his tone remained soothing. He recalled a previous instance when she had a fever, weeping in her sleep, just as she was now. Although the alarm clock blared insistently, she remained nestled in bed. It was no wonder he felt alarmed. If such events persisted, Shang Nanji genuinely feared he might not withstand it. He could not bear the thought of losing Shang Zhenzhen a second time, yet her current state filled him with concern. You shall not attend school today. You are unwell. Rest at home. Would you like me to stay with you? Shang Nanji inquired softly, sensing that Shang Zhenzhen was gradually calming down. She shook her head, her voice tremulous. I am fine. Shang Nanji. Fine, you say? Then perhaps we should write your name backward. Shang Nanji dared not be harsh with her. Nor could he afford to jest in such a delicate situation. He could only acquiesce, saying, I will wait for you downstairs and prepare your breakfast to go. As it seems there will be no time to eat at home. Shang Zhenzhen nodded in acknowledgement. As Shang Nanji exited her room, his fists involuntarily clenched, and he let out a barely audible sigh before heading to the kitchen to pack her breakfast. Meanwhile, Shang Zhenzhen rose in silence to brush her teeth and wash her face. Gazing into the mirror, she noticed the evident traces of tears upon her cheeks. Grabbing a nearby concealer, she attempted to mask the remnants of her sorrow, managing only a feeble disguise before changing into her school uniform and descending the stairs. The system quietly inquired, Host, are you all right? It was unable to gauge the host's thoughts, which instilled a sense of trepidation within the system. An ominous premonition began to brew. Indeed, but host, what are you planning to do? Shang Zhenzhen gripped her hands tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, as if this act could awaken her from her stupor. Is it true that once the luck value is full, one can be immediately transported? The system grew increasingly anxious. Host. Although 800 was a considerable amount, she was aware of a shortcut to acquire it swiftly. At that moment, the object of that shortcut stood at the entrance of the Shang residence, a young man who awaited her presence daily. Upon seeing her emerge, he turned his head slightly and greeted her as usual, saying, Good morning. Yet, after speaking, Qin Yechuan furrowed his brow, noticing her tear-stained visage. Chapter 101. A farewell kiss. Before him stood a girl with a pallid complexion, her eyes veiled with sorrow. Her haggard appearance suggested she had recently wept, with faint traces of redness still visible upon her face. Qin Yechuan cast a cold glance at Shang Nanji, but upon noticing the evident concern etched on her face, he suppressed the tumult of emotions within him. What's wrong? Shang Zhenzhen shook her head and then slipped into Shang Nanji's car, following closely behind. Shang Nanji offered a brief explanation once she had settled in. She seems to have had a nightmare. This has happened before. She cried quite intensely. And though I urged her to rest, she insisted on attending class. Qin Yechuan replied with a non-committal hum. And once the two were inside and the car had set in motion, an unusual silence enveloped them. Shang Zhenzhen sat quietly in the passenger seat, leaning against the backrest, her vacant gaze fixed on the retreating scenery outside, her mind consumed by the image of her mother collapsing. Yet, her mother had always worn a gentle smile, never once lamenting the hardships of life. Even in moments of occasional sighs, it was merely a reflection of the absence of a better life. Her mother had toiled for the better part of her existence, yet still waited day after day for her ungrateful daughter. The weight of guilt pressed heavily upon Shang Zhenzhen. With her eyes closed, she found her thoughts swirling in disarray. In the back seat, Qin Yechuan's gaze remained steadfastly upon her. Though he could only catch glimpses of her form, he stubbornly continued to watch, as if fearing she might vanish at any moment. An intense sensation gripped him, a foreboding that Shang Zhenzhen might be slipping away from him, as he found himself unable to penetrate her innermost thoughts, as if she had erected an impenetrable barrier. Shang Zhenzhen bit her lip tightly, her eyes opening in a moment of despair as she continued to stare out the window. She was reluctant to part with this place, for it held cherished companions like Shang Nanji, Yin Qingyu, and Zhang Ye, along with her beloved family. Yet she found herself inescapably drawn to the reality of her mother's condition. She could not remain indifferent. Two silent tears cascaded down her cheeks, and as Shang Zhenzhen lifted her hand to wipe them away, a tissue appeared before her. Shang Nanji silently offered her the tissue, and upon receiving it, Shang Zhenzhen felt her tears swell even more fervently. After ensuring that she reached her class, Shang Nanji could not shake off her unease. She confided in Yin Qingyu about the situation, who furrowed her brow in concern. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on Zhenzhen. Should anything arise, I will call you. Nevertheless, with each step away, a sense of anxiety gripped his heart more tightly. As noon approached, Qin Yechuan was unexpectedly greeted by a message from Shang Zhenzhen, inviting him to the grove where they often rested as she had something to discuss. He stared at the message for an extended period, scrutinizing each word, yet he gleaned no deeper sentiment from it. When the lunch bell rang, Shang Zhenzhen turned to Qingyu and said, "Qingyu, I wish to rest a bit longer. Could you please fetch me some lunch? Perhaps congee. Specifically century egg and lean meat congee." Once Qingyu departed, Shang Zhenzhen retrieved several pre-written letters, folded them carefully, and tucked them beneath the books on Qingyu's desk before rising and heading towards the school's grove. At noon, most students flocked to the cafeteria or dining hall, leaving the grove tranquil and sparsely populated. Shang Zhenzhen approached the spot where she had previously seen Qin Yechuan sleeping and, indeed, found him already present. She understood that he would arrive early to wait for her, which was why she had come as well. Hearing a sound behind him, Qin Yechuan lifted his gaze upon encountering Shang Zhenzhen, their eyes locking in a moment of silent communion. The gentle spring breeze caressed them as Qin Yechuan finally broke the silence, asking, "What has happened?" Yet, Shang Zhenzhen merely gazed at him. The youth was strikingly handsome, and in his aloof eyes, at that moment, there existed only her. A wave of unease unfurled within Qin Yechuan, as Shang Zhenzhen regarded him with an intensity that suggested they might never meet again. Her earnest expression seemed to etch his image into her memory forever. Realizing this, he instinctively stepped forward and enveloped the delicate girl in a tight embrace, drawing her slender form close to him, which offered him a glimmer of solace. "Shang Zhenzhen, what is troubling you? Please, do not frighten me." His voice trembled unknowingly, holding her tightly as if such an act could stave off their separation. The words left unspoken vanished into the seal of their kiss. Shang Zhenzhen rose onto her toes, her hands gently resting on his shoulders. And beneath the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees, she lifted her head to capture his lips in a kiss. Tears fell. Farewell. Chapter 102. Returning to the original world, the early spring sun was gentle, casting its warm glow upon the two entwined in a bittersweet farewell, serene and beautiful. Qin Yechuan tasted the chill of sorrow as he sensed the sudden loss of strength in the person he held. With heavy eyes, he slowly withdrew from her lips, only to find her eyes closed, tears still glistening at the corners, sparkling in the sunlight. She seemed to rest in his embrace like a soft creature, peacefully asleep. The sound of footsteps approached, and Qin Yechuan felt a shadow cast before him. A figure reached out, intent on taking the person he held in his arms. Reluctantly, he raised his eyes to regard the newcomer. Shang Nanji sought to claim the individual, yet observed how the youth steadfastly refused to relinquish his hold. In a hushed voice, he implored, "Qin Yechuan, let go." However, Qin Yechuan disregarded his request, tightening his embrace further, his gaze icy and indifferent, his pupils utterly engulfed in darkness. "Qin Yechuan, Zhenzhen requires immediate transport to the hospital. Unless you wish to be left with a lifeless body." Shang Nanji clenched his fists, his eyes coldly fixed upon him as he reached to seize Shang Zhenzhen. Yet, Qin Yechuan evaded him. With determination, Qin Yechuan hoisted her horizontally, asserting, "I will handle this." Without hesitation, they proceeded to the parking area, where Qin Yechuan carefully placed Shang Zhenzhen in the back seat, taking extraordinary care to envelop her within his embrace. Once the vehicle roared to life, Shang Nanji's phone rang. It was Qingyu calling. "Shang Nanji, have you seen Zhenzhen? She mentioned a craving for century egg and lean pork congee, yet she is absent from the classroom. She seems a bit unwell. I am taking her to the hospital." "Very well, I shall visit her this evening." The call ended. Qin Yechuan lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Shang Nanji for the first time with a penetrating intensity. "Do you know something?" He perceived that Shang Nanji's demeanor was unervingly calm, as if he possessed knowledge of the entire situation. At a red light, Shang Nanji abruptly slammed on the brakes, fumbling in his pocket for a handwritten letter to present to Qin Yechuan. Yet, the tremor in his hands betrayed his composure. "As soon as I finished my class at noon, I hurried to Shang Zhenzhen's classroom and chanced upon her slipping a piece of stationery onto Qingyu's desk. Among them was a letter addressed to me. To avoid causing unnecessary concern, I discreetly collected the papers. This particular note was from her." Qin Yechuan extended a hand to receive it. The handwriting on the letter was unmistakably Shang Zhenzhen's. Having tutored her for such an extended period, he recognized it at once. "To my dearest brother, Shang Nanji, please forgive my impulsiveness and abrupt departure. I simply could not bear to say goodbye to you in person, hence this clumsy method. Shang Nanji, you are the best brother in the world, and I will forever bless you." After reading, Qin Yechuan lifted his gaze towards him. "You seem utterly unfazed." He possessed a form of mind reading. He could directly perceive Shang Zhenzhen's thoughts. He vaguely deduced something, and even researched related information. If Shang Zhenzhen was not mentally unstable, then she must be what is referred to online as a transmigrator. Thus, she believed herself to be a character in a story, specifically the male protagonist, and possibly had something akin to a system that required her to complete tasks, which would make everything coherent. However, how did Shang Naji come to know this? Then why? Qin Yechuan, I will speak the following only once. If you do not believe me, consider it mere nonsense. After all, if I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it myself. Shang Zhenzhen felt as if she were a fragile boat adrift in a tumultuous sea, caught in a violent storm, utterly lost. Yet, when the tempest finally subsided, she was at last able to discern the landscape before her. She lifted her heavy eyelids, the sunlight piercing her vision, rendering her unable to open her eyes for quite some time. Once she finally adapted, Shang Zhenzhen gazed around the pristine and tidy room, momentarily lost in a daze. She inhaled gently, turning her head to glance at the table beside her, where sunflowers were in full bloom. It was only upon hearing the voice of the system that she realized everything that had transpired was not merely a dream. As she sat up, she became acutely aware of her frail body. It had been so long since she had utilized this weakened form that she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Thank you, host. I will remain here for a month. During this time, if you adapt to normalcy, I shall gradually withdraw. All right, thank you. Shang Zhenzhen expressed her gratitude once more before lifting the thin blanket and rising from her bed. Despite having lain there for so many days, she did not feel any weakness in her legs. This was entirely due to her mother's diligent care. Her mother had frequently massaged her legs to enhance blood circulation, alleviating the inherent frailty of her body, leaving her without any discomfort. Shang Zhenzhen promptly opened the door and headed towards the balcony. Instead of encountering her mother, who lay unconscious on the floor, she found Aunt Li, a friend of her mother's, busily tidying up. Upon seeing her emerge, Aunt Li dropped the broom in shock, hastily covering her mouth, as if about to scream, tears streaming down her face as she rushed over. Thank heavens, Zhenzhen, you're awake. Shang Zhenzhen smiled at her, wanting to speak, but her voice came out hoarse, making it difficult to articulate complete words. She could only stammer one syllable at a time. Li, where is my mother? Aunt Li hurried forward to embrace her, exclaiming, You and your mother truly break my heart. Both of you hospitalized in succession have nearly terrified me. That day, she had merely come to check on Wanyu. When her knocks went unanswered, unease settled in her heart, prompting her to use a spare key to enter. To her shock, she discovered Wanyu lying on the balcony, bloodied. Aunt Li released her, wiping away tears. I must see her, otherwise. Zhenzhen, though it may seem a bit cruel, your mother's condition is quite dire. Shang Zhenzhen felt a sharp pang in her heart, as if the air had been knocked from her lungs. Her health had always been fragile, and despite her mental preparation, this news struck her profoundly. Upon arriving at the hospital, the scent of antiseptic filled her nostrils. Aunt Li guided her to the door of the ward. The words intensive care unit sending shivers down her spine. As she pushed the door open, Shang Zhenzhen beheld her mother clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown, half reclining on the bed while tugging at her shoes. It had been a long time since their last meeting, and Shang Zhenzhen noticed how aged her mother appeared, far more haggard than in her dreams. Chapter 103. A secret wish for her misery. I have told you countless times to rest well. Are you truly disregarding your life? Aunt Li exclaimed, swiftly rushing forward. The mother, akin to a wayward child, lifted her head and offered a sheepish smile towards Aunt Li. It was only then that she noticed Shang Zhenzhen standing beside Aunt Li, causing the shoes in her hand to slip from her grasp and fall to the floor with a resounding thud. Having consumed copious amounts of water along the way, she struggled to articulate complete sentences, her voice faint and still raspy. Shang Zhenzhen immediately threw herself into her mother's embrace, an embrace that felt frail and delicate, yet provided her with an overwhelming sense of security. Aunt Li, discreetly wiping away her tears, suggested, Why don't you two have a chat? I'll go fetch some food for Zhenzhen. She insisted on coming here as soon as she woke up. With that, Aunt Li gently closed the door, leaving just the two of them in the hospital room. Zhenzhen, I have some wonderful news. You've been accepted into your dream university. Your life is destined to blossom from here on out. Alas, I want to be able to accompany you for long. I yearn to witness you embark on your university journey, to see you marry and have children, to walk alongside you through life. But I have failed you. In the box beneath your bed, you will find the last remnants I can leave for you. A wave of unprecedented panic washed over Zhenzhen, and she clutched Wanyu tightly, interrupting her mother's somber words as though she were making final arrangements. Mom, please don't say that. You will recover. Don't you want to see me get married? You must live on, oh, foolish child. Am I not aware of my own condition? Wanyan replied with a smile, as though facing death were merely a trivial matter. I only worry for you, my precious Zhenzhen. All I hope for is that you have a beautiful future ahead. Shang Zhenzhen stubbornly shook her head, insisting, you will surely recover. You must strive to live well for my sake. Wanyan attempted to speak with a smile, yet a metallic sweetness surged in her throat. Forcing herself to swallow the bitterness, she pushed Shang Zhenzhen away and turned her head, succumbing to a fit of violent coughs. The harsh sounds of her coughing prompted Shang Zhenzhen to anxiously raise her hand to soothe her. It was only upon feeling her mother's back arching from the force of the coughs that she realized how fiercely her own hands trembled. Aunt Li had just returned with food. Upon entering, she promptly set the items down and approached, handing her a tissue. As Wanyan's coughing gradually subsided, Aunt Li offered her warm water to gargle and produced several pills for her to take. This incident occurred after Zhenzhen transferred to Qin Ye High School. One day, she suddenly developed a high fever, soaring to 39 degrees Celsius, and fell into a coma in the hospital, the fever persisting for 2 full days. Shang Nanji recounted. On the 3rd day, when the fever showed no signs of abating, I received a critical condition notice from the hospital. As I signed the document, my entire body trembled. I had never anticipated the situation would become so dire. The doctor warned that if the fever did not subside by nightfall, we should prepare for the worst. I kept vigil by her side throughout the night, but in the early hours, her heartbeat ceased. My sister may be pampered, but she harbors no malice and has always treated me well. I love her dearly, and when I saw that straight line on the monitor, I trembled all over. Just as the doctors were shaking their heads in despair, suddenly, a beeping sound echoed, the electrocardiogram displayed fluctuations, and Shang Zhenzhen exhibited signs of life. Even the doctors proclaimed it a miracle of existence. At first, I believed that Zhenzhen had merely awakened from a high fever, struggling to recall many things. So I paid little heed. However, it soon became increasingly evident. Shang Zhenzhen is pampered, yet she possesses a vivacious spirit. She does not enjoy century eggs. Yet she relishes congee with century eggs and lean pork. Her academic performance is rather poor, but her proficiency in English and Chinese is remarkable. All of this led me to realize that she is not the true Shang Zhenzhen. Qin Yechuan. Had I not been vigilantly watching over Shang Zhenzhen, I might have suspected that someone had swapped her. Qin Yechuan cast his gaze downward upon the slumbering figure in his arms. He had previously encountered Shang Zhenzhen, a haughty and pampered young lady, who at that time was solely focused on how to conquer him. Then why do you still treat her so well? Qin Yechuan spoke softly. He cherished the later version of Shang Zhenzhen, which is why he sought to draw closer to her, unlike Shang Nanji. If there exists a person who can survive in place of Shang Zhenzhen, does that not imply that she might also inhabit some corner of another world? I wish to treat this girl with kindness, just as I hope someone will treat my sister with the same gentleness, nothing more. What does it mean to be glad to meet him? If one is truly pleased, then why not leave a lasting impression? Is it because there exists someone in that world who loves her more? Shang Zhenzhen, how cruel you are, to entice me and then depart. Zhenzhen, why aren't you eating? These are all your favorite dishes. Is something not to your liking? Shang Zhenzhen gazed at the braised fish and minced eggplant before her, suddenly reminded of the scene where that young man prepared a meal for her. Zhenzhen, are you feeling unwell? It seems that you have been quite distracted these past few days. If you are tired, Mother, I am not tired. I am in good health. So please do not worry about me. Wanyan observed her daughter's forced cheerfulness and felt an increasing sense of unease. Her Zhenzhen appeared to be burdened with heavy thoughts. Chapter 104. Hoping this nightmare will soon come to an end. Wanyan's health continued to deteriorate. She often experienced violent coughing fits in the middle of the night. When the notice of her critical condition was delivered, Shang Zhenzhen had not rested well for days. As she gazed upon the words on the paper, the world around her spun in a dizzying haze. Aunt Li, feeling distressed, hurriedly supported Shang Zhenzhen. Your mother has exhausted herself. Her body is too frail. And now with a severe lung infection, my dear girl, you must prepare yourself mentally. We will do our utmost, the female doctor softly sighed, patting her shoulder in a gesture of consolation. As Shang Zhenzhen nodded, she felt an overwhelming heaviness. Although she had sensed the truth, she still found it difficult to accept. Aunt Li understood that her words might seem inadequate, yet all she wished for was to comfort the young girl before her. After all, she had just awakened, only to face the impending loss of her dearest one. Shang Zhenzhen forced a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. I know. I just feel as though I haven't taken good care of my mother. Bentley embraced her. You are a good child. Spend as much time with her as you can now. The entire school was taken aback, never anticipating that their least favored couple would be torn apart in such a manner. Although I believe that Miss Shang is unworthy of Lord Qin, I find myself surprisingly unmoved upon hearing the news of her sudden illness. Similarly, when I last chanced upon Lord Qin in a state of distraction, I felt no joy. Has Lord Qin not attended school today? He has not. Ever since Miss Shang fell ill, he has been at the hospital by her side almost every day. I find myself once again believing in love, hoping that Miss Shang will awaken soon. Indeed, I share that hope. Qin Ye and Zhang Ye traversed the crowd of chatterers in silence, and it was only when they found themselves alone that Zhang Ye broke the stillness. She will awaken. Won't she? Qin Ye softly affirmed. Certainly, Zhenzhen is not a callous person. Yet, I think her heart is rather cruel. She has said not a word to us, leaving behind mere fragments of conversation before drifting into slumber. When she awakens, I shall surely admonish her properly, Zhang Ye remarked half-jokingly. However, even after saying this, she felt no alleviation of her emotions. Now, she scarcely dares to visit Shang Zhenzhen in the hospital, where she lies in serene silence, so unlike her usual self. Shang Nanji is shuttling between home, school, and the hospital, believing that only through busyness can he divert his thoughts from this matter. By day, Qin Yechuan remained steadfastly by her bedside, resembling a frozen statue, utterly still, his gaze fixed upon her. When Qin did not anticipate such unwavering devotion from this young master of the Qin family, and could only lament the capriciousness of fate. Her daughter's breathing was faint, yet she remained alive. The medical examination revealed everything to be normal, yet she remained in a deep coma. Shang Nanji had only confided in Qin Yechuan about those concealed matters, merely stating that Shang Zhenzhen had collapsed unexpectedly. This situation was different. Shang Zhenzhen was merely unresponsive. Perhaps it was this very notion that kept Qin Yechuan steadfastly by her side. If this were but a nightmare, he fervently wished to awaken from it swiftly. This marked the 7th day since Shang Zhenzhen's departure. Qin Yechuan sat beside her, his eyes tinged with red veins, his countenance unusually haggard. Yet he could not bring himself to close his eyes. The girl before him lay in serene slumber, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows, perfectly aligned and undeniably endearing. Her once rosy lips now appeared pale. The only time they had been vividly crimson was during their passionate farewell kiss. It seemed as though she slept without a care in the world, motionless for 7 days, offering him not even a glimmer of hope. Were it not for her faint breathing, Qin Yechuan feared he might have already succumbed to madness. He gently lifted her uninfused hand, tenderly pressing it against his face, seeking solace in her warmth, urging her to awaken swiftly, as many were waiting for her return. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into slumber. Quietly resting at the bedside, his face nestled against Shang Zhenzhen's small hand, he fell asleep just like that. Suddenly, Qin Yechuan found himself in another hospital. This too was a medical facility, bustling with doctors and nurses clad in scrubs, yet it was not the hospital he recognized. Qin Yechuan stood there, observing the throngs of passers-by, yet it seemed as though none noticed his presence. Everyone hurriedly brushed past him, and he yearned to halt one of them to inquire about the circumstances. However, he soon discovered that his hand passed through the individual, who swiftly vanished into the distance. Qin Yechuan remained rooted in place, contemplating for what felt like an eternity before he began to roam about, his gaze scanning the surroundings. He harbored a premonition. This was an unfamiliar realm, and thus, it was highly probable that he had entered Shang Zhenzhen's world. Fortunately, the inhabitants here were oblivious to him, allowing him to navigate freely. In merely half an hour, he had meticulously observed all the individuals on this floor, yet Shang Zhenzhen remained elusive. Had he been mistaken? Was it merely an ordinary dream? Amidst the bustling hospital, the young man stood tall, invisible to all. Perhaps she simply did not reside on this level. With this thought, Qin Yechuan resolved to search both upstairs and downstairs. At that moment, his steps faltered. Though the hospital buzzed with noise, he keenly discerned the name Zhenzhen. Chapter 105. I am choosing shoes for my girlfriend. Qin Yechuan lifted his gaze. Being tall afforded him an unobstructed view. Yet before he could fully comprehend the scene before him, it suddenly swayed and blurred, coalescing into darkness. Qin Ge. He felt a gentle nudge, and upon abruptly opening his eyes, the surroundings gradually came back into focus. He straightened his upper body, casting a wary glance at the intruder. Yan Hao was taken aback by the cold, profound gaze of Qin Yechuan. momentarily mistaking it for a sign of his inadequate rest. I am here to deliver a meal for Shang Nanji. He has some matters to attend to at school. In recent days, Qin Yechuan had barely eaten, and Shang Nanji had specifically instructed Yin how to ensure that he consumed more. Qin Yechuan glanced at Shang Zhenzhen, who remained peacefully asleep, just a fraction more, and he could have seen her. Once more, Qin Yechuan cast a frosty look at Yin Hao. The intensity of that gaze sent a chill down Yin Hao's spine, leaving him feeling unjustly accused. He merely wished to awaken her for a meal. Fearing the food would grow cold and unpalatable, had he erred once more? Upon hearing the final words, Qin Yechuan's expression grew even colder. Meeting Yin Hao's resolute gaze, he silently accepted the takeout box from his hands and sat down to eat. The food was tasteless. After a couple of bites, he found himself lacking appetite. Yet recalling Yin Hao's earlier remark compelled him to lift his chopsticks again. Observing that, although Qin Yechuan ate slowly, he persisted in consuming the meal. Yin Hao's previously anxious heart gradually found solace. He had been frightened moments ago, relieved that Qin Gu had not succumbed to despair. Once Yin Hao departed, silence enveloped the ward once more. Qin Yechuan forced himself to drift back into slumber, but found sleep elusive, so he resumed his gaze upon her. Shang Zhenzhen, I will find you. Time passed unknowingly, and the ward door swung open again as when Qin entered. Qin Yechuan offered her a gentle nod. Through their recent interactions, when Qin recognized this as the youth's way of greeting, and she responded with a smile, Zhenzhen has worked hard. Have you had dinner? Qin Yechuan nodded once more. I have prepared some soup for you. I wonder if it suits your taste. Would you like to try it? When Qin inquired as she produced a thermos, she anticipated that the young man would decline, having already prepared to persuade him otherwise, yet to her surprise, he rose and accepted the thermos with gratitude. Thank you, Auntie. When Qin immediately displayed a gentle smile, responding, You're welcome. It's the least I could do. If you enjoy it, I shall bring you some more tomorrow. This young man had far surpassed when Qin's expectations. Indeed, the peculiarities of the Qin family were numerous. She had not anticipated that this seemingly aloof boy would be so agreeable. Perhaps it was due to his connection with Zhenzhen. Inside the thermos was the fish head tofu soup that Shang Zhenzhen adored, and its flavor was exquisite, even surpassing his previous attempt at making it. Although it did not resemble the taste etched in his memory, Qin Yechuan still savored each spoonful until he had finished it entirely. As Qin Yechuan opened the shoe cabinet to retrieve his slippers, he caught sight of two pairs of brightly colored slippers nestled within. One belonged to his mother, while the other was Shang Zhenzhen's. Yet, neither of these cherished individuals were present in his life at that moment. He picked up the Pikachu slippers. The cheerful visage of Pikachu on the surface reminiscent of Shang Zhenzhen, who had once flitted around him with incessant chatter. Qin Yechuan raised his hand to photograph the slippers before stepping out of the house once more. The night had deepened, yet the streets remained lively. Following the logo on the slippers, he found the store, and fortunately, it had yet to close. Sir, this pair of slippers was recently discontinued, and we may not have any stock left in the warehouse. The shop assistant was taken aback when a remarkably handsome young man entered the store late at night, causing her professional smile to brighten slightly. Could you please check for size 43 or 44? If neither is available, I can pay extra to order a pair specifically. The assistant, aware that the slippers in the picture were for women and appeared to be quite small, was surprised to learn that this aloof young man was seeking couple slippers. She felt a spark of sincerity in her smile as she responded, Please hold on. I will check the warehouse. Sir, fortuitously, we have a size 43 available, though it was returned by a previous customer due to a minor flaw. It was originally meant to be sent back to the manufacturer. That's perfectly fine. I'll take it. Very well, I will retrieve it for you. Please feel free to sit here for a moment. The assistant gestured towards a sofa in the store before gracefully departing in her high heels. Qin Yechuan opted not to sit, but instead examined the other shoes in the store with great interest. Wow, there's a handsome guy over there. So dashing. Lingling. Come quick and take a look. Oh my gosh. He is incredibly handsome. It seems he is alone, taking advantage of the moment when no one was around. Lingling encouraged herself and blushed as she approached Qin Yechuan. The closer she got, the more striking he appeared. Hello, are you here by yourself? May I have your contact information? Qin Yechuan was examining shoes when he heard a voice beside him. He reluctantly glanced over and saw a girl with a flushed face. Realizing he didn't even need to employ his mind-reading abilities. I'm picking shoes for my girlfriend, he stated. The girl instantly comprehended the situation. Indeed, handsome men are often taken. I apologize for the intrusion, she said, quickly running away. Lin, what do you think? The handsome guy has a girlfriend. Oh. His voice is so pleasant, and he is selecting shoes for her. When will I encounter such a wonderful man? Her voice gradually faded into silence. Just then, the clerk returned with the pair of shoes. Sir, there's a slight discoloration here. If you can accept it, I can offer you a staff discount. Qin Yechuan nodded and pointed to the shoes he had just admired. Please package these as well, in size 36. The clerk, having overheard the earlier exchange, smiled behind her hand. You are truly considerate towards your girlfriend. I will have them ready for you shortly. The contrast of one large and one small package created a harmonious scene. Qin Yechuan gazed down for a long time, and ultimately, in the stillness of the room, a low sigh escaped his lips. Shang Zhenzhen, I miss you. Chapter 106. What kind of boy does Zhenzhen like? Qin Yechuan tossed and turned in bed for a considerable time before finally drifting off to sleep. However, upon awakening in the morning, a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. He had not dreamed of her again. Qin Yechuan arrived at the hospital with breakfast, and when Qing casually nibbled on a bit before noticing him seated once more on the chair beside her bed. When Qing had indeed urged him to attend school, but he paid her no heed. Aware of Qin family's exceptional academic prowess, she resigned herself to his decision. Nanji had mentioned that an examination was approaching in a couple of days. Did he not intend to participate? Qin Yechuan, cognizant of her inquiry, reluctantly lifted his gaze towards when Qin and replied, I have nearly completed the knowledge required for high school and university. I wish to remain here a while longer. When Qin chose not to press further, instead reminding him to eat and rest punctually, before bending down to plant a gentle kiss on Shang Zhenzhen's forehead as she departed. Once when Qing had distanced herself, Qin Yechuan retrieved a moist tissue from beside him, methodically wiping Shang Zhenzhen's forehead, just as he had done before, with delicate care, ensuring he did not apply too much pressure. After cleaning her up, he bent down to bestow another kiss upon her brow. Shang Zhenzhen belonged to him. While he could not refuse the love bestowed upon him by his mother, he could cleanse her and leave behind his own lingering essence. This marked the 8th day since Shang Zhenzhen's departure. In the afternoon, Qin Yechuan once again took her hand, resting his cheek gently against her palm, quietly closing his eyes at her bedside, reminiscent of the previous day. Time slipped away until he found himself once more standing in that unfamiliar hospital. He soon halted at the entrance of the intensive care unit, glancing at the patient's name on the door, Wang Yun. Who was Wang Yun? Qin Yechuan instinctively passed through the wall into the room, where he encountered only a single occupant, a frail, weary, and aged woman clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown, laboriously tying her shoes. Occasionally, she succumbed to a fit of coughing, and during the more severe episodes, blood stained the paper before her. The woman calmly discarded the blood-stained paper into the wastebasket, casually tossing in some clean sheets as if to conceal her actions. When Qin Yechuan arrived yesterday, he encountered this woman, yet he did not see anyone familiar to him. Could it be that Shang Zhenzhen had no connection with this woman, merely fortuitously standing at the door of this hospital room yesterday? As Qin Yechuan prepared to leave, he heard the sound of the door opening. The woman, wearing shoes with hooks, appeared startled and instinctively attempted to hide her footwear. But it was too late. The door swung open, revealing a frail, fair-skinned young girl who, in an instant, approached with indignation and snatched the items away. Mom, I've told you not to do this. Resting well is more important than anything else. The woman smiled gently. Being idle is still being idle. The girl continued to glare at her. The woman then covered her lips with a soft laugh. All right. Mom won't do it anymore. Mom was wrong. Zhenzhen, please don't be angry. From the moment the girl appeared, Qin Yechuan had held his breath. Although she bore no resemblance to Shang Zhenzhen, he recognized her almost instantly. It was only upon hearing the woman call her name that he felt as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at the girl. She was astonishingly frail, possessing a kind of sickly beauty, her fair skin seemingly deprived of sunlight's warmth. Yet her tone and inflection were unmistakably those from his memories. He had truly entered her world. This was indeed the realm in which she lived, and the gravely ill person before him was her mother. Zhenzhen, as long as I can see you awake and healthy, I am content. You must take good care of yourself in the future. You are the one I worry about the most, my dear. The woman gently caressed her head. Wang Yun could sense her life ebbing away, with pain coursing through her internal organs, a disconcerting sensation that she was reluctant to reveal. She did not wish to burden her beloved daughter with excessive concern, especially since her own health was not optimal. Mother, you must remain healthy. Please remember to rest and refrain from overthinking. You need to witness my journey to university and see me marry and have children. Shang Zhenzhen embraced Wang Yun, speaking tenderly. Wang Yun smiled. All these years, I have yet to hear you speak of any boy you fancy. Do you not have a type, Zhenzhen? Shang Zhenzhen paused, her mind instantly drifting to Qin Yechuan. A somewhat forced smile graced her lips as she replied, Mother, what are you saying? Of course, I do not have a boy I like. The moment the words escaped her lips, she felt an abrupt chill envelop the room. I recall you used to delight in recounting stories about your class, particularly about the class monitor. Is he not your ideal type? Wang Yun inquired, clearly intrigued. Class monitor? Who? Shang Zhenzhen finally unearthed this figure from her long-buried memories. The passage of time flowed differently. Within the realm of books, time moved swifter, allowing her to linger there longer. My class monitor was a rather interesting individual, academically accomplished and possessing a delightful personality. Everyone in our class adored him. Shang Zhenzhen recounted honestly, aside from his average looks. He was nearly perfect. Yet, Shang Zhenzhen felt a noticeable chill in the room, prompting her to glance up at the air conditioner. It wasn't even turned on. Does Zhenzhen have a preference for such boys? Qin Yechuan fixed his gaze intently upon the young woman before him, having moved to her side, where she was within arm's reach, yet he could not touch her. Shang Zhenzhen, I am right here. You cannot confess your affection for another in my presence. However, Shang Zhenzhen remained oblivious. She looked at Wang Yun, aware that their time together was fleeting, and after a moment's hesitation, she spoke. There is a boy who treats me quite well, but he differs significantly from my ideal type. Qin Yechuan instantly fell silent, quietly observing Shang Zhenzhen, raising his hand as if to touch her, yet it was futile. Shang Zhenzhen seemed to sense something. Gazing up in confusion, she had just caught a whiff of a familiar minty fragrance. Surely it was merely an illusion. As Qin Yechuan met her gaze, his heart raced, and he opened his mouth to utter something, yet once again, he perceived a shift in the scene before him. Qin Ge, Qin Ge. Qin Yechuan regarded him with a cold stare. Yen Hao trembled slightly. Qin Ji's recent morning temper has grown increasingly formidable. Help. Chapter 107, Benevolent Lies. Mother believes that if you do not resist that boy and he treats you well, it suffices. Zhenzhen, you could consider spending some time with him. Wang Yun's smile was filled with reassurance. Mother, I am still young. You are nearly of age, unable to make a decision about a relationship. How about you bring that boy to meet me, and I shall have a look for you. Wang Yun remarked with a hint of curiosity. Shang Zhenzhen, upon recalling Qin Yechuan, felt a sudden pang in her heart, akin to being pricked by a needle, yet wore a smile of resignation on her face. It's just a matter that hasn't even begun. Mother, where are your thoughts wandering? Her mother expressed a desire to see the boy who adored her precious daughter. Wang Yun chuckled softly. Would it be too much trouble to bring him for me to see? An unattractive daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws, and an unappealing son-in-law should face the same fate. Shang Zhenzhen was amused. He is not ugly. Quite the contrary, he possesses a striking charm. It is merely unfortunate that I shall never see him again. Perhaps it is only after experiencing loss that one learns to cherish what they had. Night after night, she found herself restless, and even her fleeting slumbers were often interrupted. She missed everyone from that world, yet every night she questioned herself whether she felt regret. The answer was always negative, merely tinged with a sense of longing. She lamented not having said goodbye to Shang Nanji in person, fearing the tears would flow uncontrollably. She regretted not having embraced the little angel and Zhang Ye properly, afraid of the pain of parting. She felt sorrow for not leaving something behind for all those who had cared for her, like her parents from that world, who, though rarely home, had never withheld their love. She feared instilling hope in the young man, only to be unable to fulfill her promises, since he is not ugly. To bring him to me if the opportunity arises. If you truly wish not to, I shall not force you, her mother said with a smile, gently ruffling her hair before suddenly coughing. Shang Zhenzhen immediately patted her back to ease her discomfort, but upon noticing blood in her cough, the words of refusal lingered on her lips, only to be swallowed back down. Time is running short for Wang Yun. Although she cannot bring the paper figure before her, she can seek someone to comfort her mother. She remains deeply concerned for her, for once she departs, her mother will be utterly alone in this world. Even a well-intentioned lie might ease her mother's heart. As the coughing subsided, Shang Zhenzhen finally spoke. In a couple of days, if he is available, I will ask him to come see you. At that moment, Wang Yun's face appeared pale, and she managed a weak smile. All right. Bring him to see me when he has the time, but I hope he does not mind my current condition. He won't, Mom. You should rest now. I will call him. Shang Zhenzhen helped Wang Yun lie down and tucked her in before quietly stepping out with her phone. Qin Yechuan had barely finished half a bowl of rice when he ordered Yan Hao to leave. Before closing the door, Qin Yechuan cast a cold glance at him. Next time, place the food on the table without disturbing me. After the door shut, Yan Hao was left in confusion. It seemed that Qin Ji's morning irritability had not yet dissipated. Yan Hao scratched his head. Ever since his sister-in-law fell into a coma, Qin Gu's temperament had grown increasingly eccentric. Perhaps he would feel the same way if he were in his shoes. After casting a worried glance at the closed door, Yan Hao quietly departed. When the door swung open, Qin Yechuan looked up, expecting it to be Wen Qing, but it was Shang Zhenzhen who entered. Shang Zhenzhen handed him a thermos. My mother made this soup. There's a company event tonight, so she couldn't come. I will stay here today. After taking over, Shang Zhenzhen glanced at the sleeping Shang Zhenzhen and reached out to smooth her hair. However, Qin Yechuan swiftly caught her wrist, his voice heavy. Do not touch her. Shang Zhenzhen was momentarily speechless, noticing that Qin Yechuan held a thermos in his other hand. She forcefully tidied up Shang Zhenzhen's disheveled hair with her free hand. She is my sister. What is wrong with you? Qin Yechuan's gaze was as sharp as ice. He placed the thermos down and delicately wiped the spot Shang Zhenzhen had touched with a wet tissue. Shang Zhenzhen looked at him with a mixture of disbelief and annoyance, momentarily at a loss for words. Could he truly be so disdainful of his future brother-in-law? He was not a virus. Shang Zhenzhen's temper flared. During the day, you watch over her, and at night, my mother does. Am I not allowed to keep an eye on her as her brother? Qin Yechuan regarded her with a look that suggested only she could comprehend, nearly provoking Shang Zhenzhen to throw a punch. If not for the sight of him diligently caring for Shang Zhenzhen, she would have been unable to contain her rising fury. Are you sure you do not want me to stay? Shang Zhenzhen asked with a scowl. Qin Yechuan replied coolly. Shang Zhenzhen rolled her eyes, glanced at Shang Zhenzhen who showed no signs of improvement, and then focused on him until he finished the soup, before taking the empty thermos and departing. Fine. She decided not to argue with someone heartbroken. The night was tranquil. Qin Yechuan quietly leaned by the bedside, holding Shang Zhenzhen's small hand in his. He could only enter her world by touching her while she slumbered. Regret washed over him. He wished for her to experience better days. He had not realized how fragile she was. It was evident that she had not been living well. Qin Yechuan gently closed his hand around hers, shut his eyes, and soon succumbed to slumber. Once again, he found himself in the hospital. He caught sight of Shang Zhenzhen emerging from the intensive care unit, making her way to the end of the corridor. Uncertain of her intentions, he followed her, observing as she stood by the window at the corridor's end, her head bowed. Engrossed in her phone, the screen emitted a bright glow in the night as she scrolled through her contacts. After some time, her fingertip lingered on a number, marked with the title class monitor. In an instant, Qin Yechuan's expression turned icy. Shang Zhenzhen hesitated for a considerable duration, pacing at the corridor's end, before finally summoning the resolve to dial the number. As the call connected, an inexplicable chill enveloped her, prompting her to wrap her arms around herself. Shang Zhenzhen? What is the matter? She endeavored to convey her purpose in the simplest terms, ultimately stating, class monitor. Do you happen to know any boys who could assist me with a favor? It should be within the next few days, and the compensation is negotiable. Chapter 108. I wish I could tell her thank you. No need to be so formal. It is the duty of a class monitor. Fortunately, I am still single, so I shall consider it a good deed for the day. Wang Jin attempted to maintain a light-hearted tone, concerned that she might feel burdened. Shang Zhenzhen could only express her gratitude once more. However, there is no need for monetary compensation. Once we reach university, we will still be classmates. Just remember to introduce me to a gentle and beautiful girlfriend in the future. You must remember to do that. Qin Yechuan coldly observed Shang Zhenzhen as she made a phone call. Upon hearing her sudden laughter, his expression darkened ominously. Shang Zhenzhen understood that Wang Jin's exaggerated words were meant to alleviate her burdens. However, his sentiments were undeniably heartwarming. They had arranged to meet the day after tomorrow in the morning, and only then did Shang Zhenzhen leave the end of the corridor. Feeling an intense chill in the air, Qin Yechuan spent the night in that place. He watched as Shang Zhenzhen cheered Wan Yun, noted her forced smiles, and observed her restless sleep, disturbed by the slightest noise, her demeanor weary. As dawn broke, Qin Yechuan awakened himself, realizing that time flowed differently. It was still the dead of night in this realm. He glanced at Shang Zhenzhen, gently caressing her cheek, trailing his fingers from her cheek to her lips. Shang Zhenzhen. Even if it is a pretense, it cannot be so. How many deceptions in this world eventually became reality? Yet, that was a world unknown to him, leaving him utterly at a loss. Wang Yun chuckled lightly. So soon? Could it be that you specially sought someone to amuse me? She nodded. Tomorrow. Please bring me that lovely purple floral dress from home. It would be perfect to wear the day after tomorrow. Shang Zhenzhen agreed, and Wang Yun closed her eyes to sleep. After their conversation, she shared a glimpse of her own interests. Thus, they exchanged personal information. Shang Zhenzhen felt a swirl of emotions as she lay in the adjacent caregiver's bed, staring at the ceiling with wide-open eyes. Throughout the night, apart from attending to Wang Yun, Shang Zhenzhen scarcely managed to sleep, her mind swirling in a cacophony of thoughts unknown to her. Suddenly, she became aware of the dawn breaking. This was the first sum of money she had earned during a summer job in high school, and Wang Yun cherished it dearly, despite its modest cost. That afternoon, Wang Yun's cough had intensified alarmingly, the frequency of her fits becoming markedly more pronounced. The doctor arrived, and after a prolonged examination, it seemed her condition had stabilized. Wang Yun, already drained, succumbed to slumber, prompting the doctor to lean in and whisper, "Your mother's condition is grave. Her body endures immense suffering. She may have only about a week left, and should her situation worsen, it could be as little as 5 days. You must prepare yourself, dear girl." A wave of darkness washed over Shang Zhenzhen, nearly causing her to collapse, were it not for the swift intervention of a nurse. Just moments ago, they had spoken of a month, and now the prospect had dwindled to mere days. Qin Yechuan, still extending his hand, realized with a pang that he could not bridge the distance between them. Observing Shang Zhenzhen's dazed expression, he felt a tightening in his chest. How he longed to reach out to her, to envelop her in an embrace, to assure her of his steadfast presence by her side. As time unfurled, it was soon the following morning. Shang Zhenzhen first assisted Wang Yun in changing into a dress before attending to her own attire. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Wang Yun appeared visibly anxious. "Is my hair a mess? Should I redo it?" she inquired. Shang Zhenzhen approached her, gently restyling her hair to soothe her worries. Wang Yun once possessed a luxuriant mane, thick and abundant, yet now it has undeniably thinned, revealing a multitude of gray strands. At just over 40, she appears particularly aged and haggard. In an effort to appear more vivacious, Wang Yun has applied a touch of lipstick. At that moment, her phone rang. Upon seeing that it was Wang Jin calling, Shang Zhenzhen promptly answered. Qin Yechuan, his hands tightly clasped, silently followed her outside, observing her retreating figure. From a distance, he spotted a man waving at Shang Zhenzhen, burdened with numerous bags, distinctly conspicuous amidst the crowd. Qin Yechuan scrutinized him. He was neither taller nor more handsome, yet he radiated a cheerful and enthusiastic demeanor. "Zhenzhen, I'm over here," Wang Jin called out, prompting Shang Zhenzhen to approach him, her face flushed with embarrassment. "What are you carrying so much for?" "We are merely," Wang Jin scratched his head. "It's nothing. My family owns a supermarket, so I just grabbed a few things. After all, as a first-time meeting with the family, I can't afford to be too casual. It would be quite awkward if I were to slip up." Wang Jin, lacking any ulterior motives, simply felt compelled to assist, especially since he had been classmates with Shang Zhenzhen for 3 years and, as class monitor, was aware of her family's struggles. "How much did all this cost?" Shang Zhenzhen inquired, nodding as she took some items from him. And together they made their way toward the hospital room. As they walked, Wang Jin began to feel an unsettling chill enveloping him, yet he chastised himself, dismissing it as mere illusion. After all, he was a person who engaged in daily acts of kindness. How could he possibly feel such a shiver down his spine? As the door swung open, Wang Jin beheld Wang Yun seated gracefully upon the hospital bed, her smile radiating a gentle warmth that belied the afflictions of illness. He promptly approached her, saying, "Hello, Auntie. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Wang Jin, a senior of Zhenzhen." With a welcoming smile, Wang Yun gestured for him to sit, exclaiming, "Please, take a seat." "Silly child, why bring so much? Your presence alone is a wonderful gift." After placing the items down, Wang Jin settled into a chair. "Auntie, you seem to be in good spirits. Remember to rest well. Your health will surely improve." Wang Yun engaged him in cheerful conversation. Meanwhile, Shang Zhenzhen felt a weight lift from her heart, relieved that she had sought out Wang Jin, who was so articulate and charming. While the three of them enjoyed a harmonious moment together, Qin Yechuan stood in the hospital room, his gaze as cold as ice, shrouded in darkness.